Welcome back to your coverage of this weekend's Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. We are now in day 2 of our coverage of this tournament. So we've had 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday, which means we have 3 remaining today before we get into that top 64 cut. Over 2,500 duelists have registered to take part in this tournament this weekend to see which one of them is going to be crowned the champion of YCS Dortmund, our first YCS of this season since the World Championships only a few weeks ago in Tokyo. We're very excited to be here, and our round 10 feature match is ready to get underway, and all of our duelists are sat down ready to begin. So while I head over there, let's check out the welcome video. Welcome to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. Let's introduce your coverage team. Ed Templar, Sebastian Lemka, Leonard Koenig, Tom Payne, Nadir Mazzoni, Marcello Barbary, This is your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads of great content coming your way. And here we are, round 10's feature match here at YCS Dortmund. In front of me, I have Julius Fromel and Bastien Manier ready to kick off today's festivities. So guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to go first. Who would like to roll the dice first? Okay, Julius is going to roll first. That is a 6 for Julius. And for Bastien, that is a 10. So who's going to go first? Bastien is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Basti, and Marcello, who are going to be your amazing commentators for our first match of today's festivities. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to day 2 of YCS Dortmund. We are here in round 10. And hi, Leo and Seb. How are we doing for this today?
Oh, we are, I think I can speak for both of us, are fantastic right now. The day yesterday was already incredible.
Yep.
So much spice at the featured match table, so many incredible decks. I mean, we have 52% others in the deck breakdown.
Absolutely.
It's just going to get more crazy eventually, right?
I mean, that's the question. Is it going to continue? Are we still going to have all crazy decks even throughout the top cut, which is, of course, the ideal scenario we're looking forward to? And I mean, if you're going through the top tables right now, you still see a lot of crazy decks. And also in our featured match, we might have found the craziest one left in competition, because there is something happening from here on.
Absolutely, and as you mentioned, we went through 9 rounds of Whist yesterday, so I would say before we jump into action here, let's just quickly recap what we saw and what are the rules for this event. So let's bring those up on the screen. As always now, 45 minutes, those 5 extra minutes that have been putting some work, changing the outcome of some games for sure, needing to adapt to it, but as we can see, we have 3 more rounds remaining of Whist before this cut to top 64, where we will crown YCS Dortmund champion. But what else does he get? Outside of the title, we can show what is and what are the prizes for first place. You can check on Instagram, we made a reel showcasing all the different prizes for the event, but obviously this is the first event of the season, the new YCS, so we have a new prize card, another versus Glottonia, and that is also showcasing on the new playmat. So it's a brand new exciting season for you guys, but I'd say since you guys mentioned it, you already, referred to the other percentages. Let's quickly go through what was the start of this day 0. As Ed was mentioning, 2,580 duelists registered for YCS Dortmund. But let's show some of the percentages in terms of country representation, first of all. Yes, we already saw that.
I mean, of course, we are in Germany, so Germany is going to dominate this tournament. However, those are really high numbers, just followed by France with 11% and Italy on 6%. Marcello, what's happening?
I mean, it is on 6%, but as Seb and I was discussing right before the match, it seems like they're doing pretty well, at least for now.
When you go through the top tables, one Italian after each other. Like in Top Cut, we might go up to 50% Italians. Honestly, looking through the top tables right now, still 3 more rounds of Swiss to go, of course, but it's really impressive what they're putting up. Also, the number of French people just keeps on increasing, right? Like the French people are just really going up there, and I think maybe at some point they would just grab the top spot from us Germans as well.
Absolutely. I mean, we had YCS Lyon and they represented very strongly. Also, of course, YCS London, Samir Bashar was the winner. So always a strong community. But now let's bring up the last and arguably most important data for a lot of viewers, which is the deck representations for the event. Very diverse field. Look at this. I can't remember last time we had something similar to this.
Totally not. Unchained, the top of the breakdown, but just by 1%, and also with only 11% in total. So if you go through the top tables, there is quite a bit of Unchained. But as we said, there's still so much other stuff as well. And the other decks that we see here, I think the most I saw, honestly, was Telemans. And also, I saw a bunch of branded at the top tables. Like those 5%, they barely made it into a single category, but they are converting well, I can tell you.
And you can see that Fluronderies 7%, so there must also be players who aren't Italian who are running.
I guess so, at least 1% could be it, yeah. But speaking of others decks, here in round 10, spoilers, we will have 2 of those belonging to that category, but let's not say what they are right now. Let's just jump into actions. Our players are ready. Let's go to game 1.
The European players surely have been cooking because there are spices everywhere. And you can already see at the top that there is a scrap deck. No, it is not 2011.
It's not a joke. It is an actual scrap deck. He lost the die roll, but we are going to see some crazy stuff happening in here.
Surprisingly enough, not the first time we see scrap cards this weekend. We had the Dinosaur Future match where we saw, you know, scrap Chimera and a bunch of those. Let's see if in the pure version of the deck they work out. But this time around it's gonna be Bastien starting thing off with Manadium.
Yeah, Peaceful Planet, Calarium, grabbing himself Manadium, Meek there, perfect start for him. He's of course looking for no interruptions, mainly no Droll and Lockbird, but I think in the scrap deck of Julius there was no space for that in the main deck.
I think Ash Blossoms and one Nibiru, the Primal Being, is in there. This
and also Impermanence,
Impermanence. So there are quite some interactions. This sounds to me like the Nibiru is there for Crossout Designator. Is he running that card?
It's probably mainly there for Gallant Grand Knight, so you can just search it out. And Crossout is not in there, but I mean, just having that one copy that you can search out is totally good. So now we are there with Manadium Reinhardt. Still no interruption from Julius, but maybe the also powerful interruption of Nibiru then at some point when it's worth activating it.
Hopefully it's not going to be the 6th card for Julius, because that would be an absolute pain.
Yep, there is Imaginings. We did just reveal one Manadium monster, or Visa Starfrost, and now we are going to draw 2 cards, and one of them, or like one card out of our entire hand, has to go back to the bottom of our deck.
Pretty good, pretty good. And we did feature Simone Falanga with the Manadium deck yesterday, but unfortunately it was always, you know, although he won the match, he was fighting against shifter after shifter, and now we can maybe see a full, you know, Manadium field. Let's see.
Yeah. There's the Meek, and also what I like about the list from Bastien Magnet here, he has decided to not play the Calamity stuff in his extra deck. He's just going straight forward for Links and Synchros, no Exceed monsters in there. I think that is really a strong approach to the deck. You are creating a very powerful field, which we are probably about to see, and it is even backed up by trap cards. The first trap card there was already searched, and it is going to be Manadium Reframing, which is actually super powerful, as it is a counter trap.
Yep, this does not play into triple tactic, thrust, or talents, so this is a fantastic interaction to have with your opponent. Today at breakfast I was talking about a really successful Manadium player, and he said that this deck is also, people just expect it to be like a dice rolly deck to combo off going first and then just hoping to win going second somehow, but he said it's really, really strong going second. Usually decks put up 3 to 4 interactions, and with 6 cards in your deck, in your hand, you can actually just try to OTK through all of those, and it works for him consistently. So we have players who are X1 with the deck, and it's supposed to be a real threat to the format.
And look at that, Visa Starfrost has just been summoned, but immediately went off the field again to make place for Baron de Fleur, and now was even used in the graveyard as well to get out Vicious Astral out. So Julius can for now just watch, and probably even if he has any Nibiru, it's not going to do too much.
And this sounds like we are going to see a Crimson Dragon right here going for that Synchro 12. Yep, there it is.
Yo, so we are using the Crimson Dragon not to summon out the good old Calamity, as I said, but we still have use for it. So we get back we get out the Disparter, which is great because we just summoned back Visa Starfrost with it. We now use the Visa Starfrost to go into our other engine because we're not done yet. This is Scareclaw Manadium, in fact, and therefore we also grab the field spell for this archetype. It's just a deck full of field spells, it feels.
Yep, Reich Phobia is here. Visa Starfrost is, of course, traveling to all the different planets. We have had Calarium already. Of course, we've also seen Pearl Rhino. No raids of this event so far.
There is a race of in his deck, though. We might see it here, yeah.
Very good.
I'm impressed by the pace of play, most importantly by Bastien.
Yeah.
He is going, like, he's probably very, very familiar with the deck, and I can tell you this might be one of those decks that has the Dinkabui effect, we could say. So when you you're people off guard, you know, not everyone is familiar with the deck, and especially when you're that comfortable with it, I feel like it's a huge advantage.
Yeah, it's a great call. And there he even was able to resolve the effect of Scareclaw Rykard with an extra draw because he had 3 monsters in defense position. So he's just really getting the full value here, and he now went into the Cross Sheep, which is just in basically all of the combo decks right now, right? Because Telements is playing this, now Manadium, of course, is also playing this. Just a very good generic Link 2, which has good effects in Fusion decks, in Synchro decks, in Exceed decks even in Ritual decks, but we didn't see those too much. Oh, but there's also one of the newest additions to the extra deck of Manadium players. It's Visa's Amitara, and that is also powerful Synchro 8 monster, which just grabbed him the field spell there again.
Yeah, usually you want to get a reframing, but this was already in the hand of Bastien, so I can understand why he's just going for a follow-up.
Yeah, totally understandable indeed. But is there going to be more than that now? Yeah, okay. We don't play Vicious Astral out at 2 for no reason. There is the second one coming out, of course, triggering the Cross Sheep, reborning the Meeg, giving us access to another Synchro 10. And there is Changying as well now. Look at that. 3 Synchro 10 monsters on the field. That is ridiculous.
And that sounds like an Appaloosa to me.
It absolutely does. Wow, that is such a nice combo field. And that's what I was talking about. I think if you can build up such an incredible field, why go for the Calamities? This is already so nice. Nobody is playing Dark Ruler no more right now. So I think this is basically winning against almost anything. And even if they have Dark Ruler no more, you have the counter trap for it.
That is absolutely true. The one question I'm asking myself is, how do you trigger the Changying with this field? Or are you just hoping that, like, this is something I really never liked about Sword Soul when I played the deck, is that you would basically have to wait for your opponent to banish something so you can trigger the Changying. Maybe you can activate the reframing at some point to banish something?
I mean, yeah, you negate the activation.
You have this pattern as well, right? I guess you could at some point try to work through it, but we'll see. I mean, it's still a very annoying card to deal with.
It totally
regardless,
is.
So.
Yeah, I mean, if he is trying to destroy it, you can just protect it and maybe then like trigger its effect through its own ability. And now Julius is considering whether to even try playing here, but yes, okay, he will give away that his deck is featuring Kashtira Fenrir, which honestly is not even really a giveaway because so many decks right now just run this card.
I also think he picked up Ash Blossom as the 6th card, which is always unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed. But now he is kind of revealing even what he's on. Scrap Raptor being normal summoned there.
I think he's revealing that he's on Dinosaur so far.
Kinda.
At least that is what you want. What you would expect if you are in Bastien's position.
The thing is, whenever your opponent is summoning Scrap Raptor, even if you think it's Dinos, you are definitely going to bring in the Drone Lockbirds from your side deck, which is a huge downside because versus Scrap, this card is also really strong. As we see, because we are playing Werner Sylph cards, and those cards just are struggling versus Drone Lockbird for sure.
It feels so good to resolve the Appaloosa effect because this is a generic negate card that oftentimes gets outed before it does anything. But if you actually get value out of the Apollousa, it just feels so fantastic.
Yeah. So it does go down to 1,600 attack points though, and therefore we could just try to attack over it with the Fenrir. Is that going to be successful here? Or is Bastian maybe going for a Book of Moon or something?
I mean, it would take away the battle phase of Julius.
And that's it.
That's the scoop.
There he is with the droplet, just instead getting rid of the Fenrir, and that gets rid of game number 1. Bastian with an insane combo taking it down here.
I said it once, I will say this again, because it only happened on stream the entire time. Droplet is primarily to halve the opponent's attack. It happened twice when Droplet was activated just to lower the attack.
It's basically shrink with the possibility to go shrink for multiple monsters, right?
Play shrink, you don't have to send anything to the graveyard. Play shrink.
That is really the takeaway of this event. Play shrink for sure. Definitely is. But now after this insane combo, which we are kind of used to, we kind of knew what Vanadium was doing. We are about to see something we probably don't even really know what is going to happen. Like scraps in 2023? What do you expect even? Like Leo, Marcello, do you have any, by any stretch of imagination, what is going to happen there?
I mean, I have seen the decklist, so I know what might happen there. But if you had just asked me before I looked at the decklist, I would have gone...
probably some Link monsters, maybe some Synchro monsters, right?
Yeah, that. Some Synchros, maybe a Baron.
Maybe.
You
can never go wrong with the Baron.
I don't know. Is there a Baron? I think there's not even a Baron in there.
There's probably not a Baron.
You're not Baron if you're Barite.
But I mean, there is Naturia Beast though. So Naturia Beast is actually like really cool because we've seen many field spells in the deck of Bastian, and he can just not resolve any of those field spells actually, which is pretty unfortunate. So I think going for Naturia Beast certainly is an option here. And then of course there is a really, really good main deck monster he has in there as well. I don't know, how many Earth monsters is Bastian playing in his Monadium deck? I didn't see that many, right?
Most likely not, but you never know. Maybe he has some secret, tech in there that you get caught off guard. But as you mentioned, that will be the priority for his opponent, Julius. But we have honestly no idea of how he is going to perform with this combo. We can expect his opponent to even not know what he's up against. I think if you see that, you're probably expecting Dinosaur, I guess.
For sure.
Like, so, you could just try and, and side for that matchup. But regardless, let's see whether Julius can tie the score up or if this will be a fast 2-0 for Bastien. Our duelists are ready. Let's go to game 2.
Talking about Earth monsters that you can special summon under a potential statue.
Yeah, the barrier statue of the Drought. Ooh, yeah, Fenrir, of course, is a very good one. But let's see, I think Julius right away picked up multiple scrap cards there. And I don't know whether that is what you want, because I think the Vener Sylphs in his deck give him quite good access into the scrap monsters just from his deck, so I don't know whether he likes drawing multiple of those. Especially the one card I saw there was Scrap Golem, which always was the one you really don't want to draw.
I mean, it's the OG one that you didn't want to draw back in the day, so it hasn't changed.
On the other hand, for the Vener Sylphs, you are discarding cards, so it's fine to just discard it. So that is a Prosperity first of all, though. Which card are we looking for here?
And there's basically everything in there. There's Engine, there is a Fenrir, there is a different kind of engine. We have more hand interactions.
And this might still reinforce the idea that it's Dinosaur for Bastien. I mean, you see the fossil dig here, you might expect that.
Oh, that is a strong sign. When you take Talons there, that means you can fully play already and just need some kind of a backup there.
Turns out drawing scrap cards in a scrap deck seems to be good.
Yep, and look at that. We started off with the Vener Sylph of the Misting Seedlings, discarding the Scrap Raptor. And that's a very powerful start, and it does resolve indeed. So, searching out another Vener Sylph, in that case, the one Flourishing Hills, and also getting to special summon one Earth monster back from the graveyard. And now there is the Raptor, ready to use its own effect. Going to destroy itself and then special summon out, or rather search out the Scrap Chimera.
But you can normal summon the Scrap Chimera immediately to get back the Scrap Raptor, and now we have 2 level 4 monsters, so I think this is going to be a Scrap Dragon, obviously, which is actually in Julius' deck.
It actually is there in the extra deck, which is crazy to me. And I'm excited what's going to happen. I really want to see where this is going. Is that Gallon?
Oh.
Yes, of course. We go for Gallon Grand Knight. We even have the option to search Nibiru here, but I think we're probably just instead rather going for more extenders, if I would have to guess. Maybe for the barrier statue. Of course, we do search out the almighty barrier statue of the Drawn, and the crowd loves it for some reason. Yo, they are really loving the barrier statue, which now gets discarded for the second Werner Sylph.
So there must be a reason in the deck, must be a way to special summon this deck from the graveyard.
Yep.
I mean, he could just immediately special summon it
And
back.
there it is.
Yeah, exactly. And now we play around Nibiru as well, because Nibiru, of course, is a light monster. Bastian, wanted to double-check whether he could interact with that, but that's all part of the Werner Sylph effect. It's not something else that activates. As soon as you allow the Werner Sylph effect, all of that is going to happen. And there's the Golem, which gets discarded for another Werner Sylph. We're working through it. Dotscaper is getting sent to the graveyard. And of course, we get to reborn the Scrap Golem. There he is.
I mean, he got comboed in game 1. He's just returning the favor right now.
Yeah. He is.
But I think that Bastian is absolutely fine with what's happening right now, so far at least, because he saw his opponent picking up the triple tactic talents, but when I looked at his hand, I saw 2 droplets.
Droplet, of course, is very, very powerful, especially when you have a spell cut to discard, just in case your opponent sets up the Naturia Beast.
Yeah, mainly because you can get the statue back to 500 attack points, right? That's the main reason, yeah.
Exactly. That is way less threatening then.
Exactly.
Oh, and look at that. I don't think I ever see, I have seen this card in so long. Scrap Goblin is in there even. Card all the way back from Duelist Revolution back in the day. And yeah, this just says when it gets destroyed, you can add back 1 from the graveyard, one of the Scrap monsters. And he was fishing for Scrap Chimera there again. So we used our additional normal summon, but did we even use our regular normal summon so far?
I do not think that happened.
Yeah, don't think so either. So that would be a good card to normal summon there. Okay, Scrap Golem first of all, though.
And now we might see Naturia Beast, right?
Most likely.
Wow.
There is the Beast. We haven't seen it in a while, but there it is again. No real usage for spell cards anymore. And there is the regular normal summon we were talking about. Scrap Chimera is being normal summoned.
And there is also another engine in the extra deck, which is the G Golem engine, and that also packs a punch.
It does, it does. So that is a rank 4 first of all, though. Oh, we set up Dweller as well now. Okay. Oh, wait.
And that does not work because
true, of course.
the barrier statue.
Of course, the barrier statue prevents you from summoning non-Earth monsters as well, yeah? Good catch there by the judges, of course. So instead, is there... I don't think he has any other rank 4s he could go into. No, it will be a Link summon instead. Yep. We are going for the cards you were talking about. The G Golem Stubborn Manier there. And we are linking away the good old Scrap Golem with the Manier. And that's probably going to be the Invalid Dolmen right after that. Oh.
Yeah, and that one protects everything else from being attacked.
Yeah, you have to attack him, in that case. Exactly. Yeah, there it is. There is the Dolmen too. Good setup there already, but honestly, Droplet seems strong against this.
Honestly, I think that Droplet is a really popular card right now, and Fenrir is as well, and both of these cards really do well against this field.
They do look quite problematic, I will agree, yeah. So, there is the Dolmen. And is there going to be anything else? But looking for his extra deck, I don't think there is too much more. And that is the pass over to Bastian. And Bastian is licking his lips, knowing that Droplet is going to go in here.
So after we have seen a really cool Scrap combo, we might as well just see another Manadium combo this turn. We have not seen Julius add the Nibiru with the Gallant Granite, which could also be helpful later on. But let's see if Bastian can even play if he discards half of his hand for Forbidden Droplet.
Yep. So Dolmen says Cosmic monsters aren't affected. Oh, did you draw Fenrir as well?
Oh, yes, Fenrir Droplet.
Fenrir. Yep. Fenrir Droplet.
Bastian is just bathing in answers right now. It looks completely absolutely crazy to me. Like, you can even just activate the Calarium first to bait out the Naturia Beast, so you can activate Thrust after that.
Yeah.
So, there comes with Fenrir first of all. Julius is like, yep, that's an Earth monster. Agreed. You are allowed to summon this. What's next, though? Oh, we just go into the battle phase. Going for the Invalid Dolmen, because that's the only monster you can attack. But then, of course, probably going to activate the effect of Fenrir on Attack Declaration there.
Yeah, probably just banishing said Dolmen already and then running over whatever you prefer.
I mean, you could also just use the Droplet on the Dolmen so you can naturally destroy it by battle. And then, yeah, banish the Barrier Statue. Yeah, now in damage step, probably that Droplet is going to come down.
Again, also shrink.
Yes, once more. I mean, you are also going to negate the Naturia Beast in the meantime. But, yeah, Yo-Yo's really realizing there. That's the one card he really is struggling against that is very popular in the format. Because, honestly, like, Triple Tactics Thrust and Talents are usually, like, good. Because he doesn't really care about them. Naturia Beast can just negate them for free. But Droplet, as soon as you discard a monster, which he does, is not going to help here.
Yep, and this means he will deal with the Dolmen, and as mentioned,
Beautiful ultimate res, by the way.
gives up on Trust. So, reading that there is nothing else coming from his opponent end, I guess.
I mean, he knows one of the cards in hand, which is Talents, and there's just one more, so I think that's a fair call there by Bastian.
Sure. He had a few ways of going about this, but okay, that's...
Oh, wait. Is he still... He's still trying, though. Oh, it's cost.
Yeah, it's cost.
But still, I mean, he saw his opponent discarding Thrust, so do you just, for free, want to play into that? That seems foolish.
If you don't, you will probably lose this game in the next turn. So you might try to fish for some resources in the graveyard that could help you potentially.
Yeah, I guess. Makes sense. But Bastian just searching out the Scareclockish Tira here through the effect of Fenrir. And Calarium in the meantime also was resolved to search out another card. And I think it was Meek, right? It looked like Meek to me. So, Bastian, which way is he going to go? When do we see the first Synchro Summon here? I don't think it will be very long until that. Yeah. There is the Rhyme Heart now too.
Julius does not look really happy about this situation.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, it is a tough one to be in. And now there is the Meek next to the Rhyme Heart, and this is just... Oh, and the Visa Starfrost as well.
Visa Starfrost coming down too, and Julius really not looking like he has anything to answer all of this.
Yeah, the Calarium on the field as well is going to summon back the Meek from the graveyard. We're going to set a special summon another Meek from the deck, which is going to get level modulated.
Yeah, but I really like the list that Bastian brought here to the tournament, because for Manadiums in the main deck, he only is playing triple Manadium Rhyme Heart and triple Manadium Meek, which are the really, really good ones. And he, for example, doesn't play like the other little ones that are the tuners, and he just focused on the really good cards and instead brought in Book of Moon, Enemy Controller, and dropped it into the main deck, which are super powerful in this format.
There's the Vicious Astral out as well from the grid. I love this free summon.
Yeah, and I mean, going second, you can even just destroy cards on the opponent's side of the field. So, going first, it's great to combo with a free body on the field, but... Oh, look at that! We even use it to combo here! We just destroy our own Meek! And then we use Calarium to bring back the Meek. Of course, Meek in the graveyard brings out another Meek. Oh boy, 5 monsters on the field. What a feeling going second. And, is it the Sparta or not? Nope.
Nice again.
It's got to be the Crimson Dragon.
Same
that
thing
was
we've seen in the previous game, yeah.
This Sparta is just going to special summon another monster. This is absolutely fantastic. Visa Starfrost, and the Light Heart immediately is going to search for either Reichphobia or for the Scareclaw arrival. In this case, it is going to be the planet Reichphobia.
Yeah, we are collecting monsters in defense position here. Okay, Julius is trying again. Okay, that's a Solemn Judgment being milled there. Not the greatest card either.
To be fair, you don't want to draw it.
Yep. Fair.
Ash Blossom as well, so perfect mills. I don't really think that he has any cards in his deck that are going to break the field that Bastian is trying to set up, though.
It will be tough, that's for sure. And ultimately, I think that Forbidden Droplet there just allowed Bastian to combo going second, right? He just completely disregarded what Julius did on his opening turn and is just now freely proceeding to do what he was trying to set up in the first game as well.
Phobia popping the Naturia Beast. Baron de Flu also still has her pop available, I think. Now we're going for a link to... Are we going to link up into a tryhard?
I would assume we just go for Cross Sheep here once more. Let's see though. Oh, Bastian is checking the graveyard. Is there maybe like some kind of dark line here? But I don't think there were any dark monsters. Julius is exclusively relying on his earth monsters here.
The second monster he summoned was the statue. So.
Okay.
But I mean, you can't summon anything with dark right now.
Oh, true. The zones are used already. There comes the arrival. But maybe he just needed the space there. Needed to open up some zones, get that Visa Starfrost back to the field. And there we go. That's another Synchro Summon. And I think that is Visa's new brother, Visa's Amitara. Or Amritara, rather.
And now he is trying to reframe the situation by just grabbing a counter trap that is going to work when you have a Synchro Monster. Okay, we have Phobia again. Maybe he decided out the reframing.
Going second, most likely,
I don't like doing that. I mean, I understand why people do it, and it is probably the smarter choice, but I really hate to side out my good engine cards that help me like break a field and then set a counter trap next to it. But if you draw it, it's of course really
I think
bad.
this field does it, even without it. You know,
I would totally agree there.
Maybe, I mean...
Also, I will give you the chance here. Do you rather want to have a Shrink in your opening hand, or you want to have a counter trap? Yeah,
Shrink.
right? The
Shrink,
Forbidden Droplet,
Shrink.
aka Shrink, sounds a bit better to me too.
And there it is. Might be
a little late to the party, and there's the handshake.
The Nibiru from the top did not cut it for Julius. What a card to draw in the last turn before you have to concede the game.
And honestly, another Belgian player really going strong here in the featured match. We had Steven Jacobs, we had Max van Neversel, all of them really crushing in the featured match. Steven Jacobs even still X2 in the tournament
Max
before
van
this
Neversel
round.
as well.
Looks like we have some really strong going Belgian players. Maybe a Belgian YCS champion this time. Did we ever have one? I think we had one before, right?
Yeah, we
some
did.
Yu-Gi-Oh history.
I'm pretty sure back in the day, but yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... Yeah, because I'm getting it mixed up with some of the champions with but probably at some point. I want to assume they are a very strong community.
That's true.
So especially back in the day, I feel like. So you had a lot of strong names. But regardless, as you mentioned, great show. And although it seemed like in Game 2, you know, the scrap combos were there, we could argue whether, you know, Fenrir is a very popular card this weekend. Yeah. And it seems like the opening just straight up loses to it, I guess. So there is some room for consideration. But in the end, what we can take once again from this match, Shrink is a good card.
Shrink is an absolutely fantastic card. He could have used the card for other purposes as well. I still would have liked to see an activation of Calarium and then a droplet to chain onto the Naturia Beast, which is naturally going to be activated to Calarium, and then a thrust. But I mean, it worked.
Yeah, it was good enough, I think. What are you even grabbing there with the thrust?
But I think the problem is you can end the game that turn if you don't waste your battle phase, basically.
I think, there is some room for consideration just because the last card in hand could have been that Nibiru. So maybe if you go for that and you grab a talent, you look at the end, you can play that the rest of the turn safe.
I agree.
But, I mean, it was a really good show of Malnadium combos, which we couldn't get to see in the previous future match with Simone.
Yeah.
So it was definitely a deck that, I mean, I would be afraid to face. If you don't have, you know, a build that's prepared for it with multiple hand chops. How do you even stop this opening, you know?
It's very, very hard. And as you said, like the deck even going second just seems so good. I mean, Vicious Astrolaut gets summoned for free, has the destruction effect just built in. It's just really, really powerful. You can just do it going second. Fenrir naturally is a good card going second. And he even then adds up with Book of Moon, Enemy Controller, Droplet. He has so many good options going second. So I kind of have to also take away that myth that everyone is saying this is a going first combo deck, dice roll dependent. It's really good going second, as we also just saw.
That is true. I also think it is a fantastic pick for this tournament.
Yes.
But now, let's hear it from the winner. How does he think this deck plays out in the tournament?
Thank you very much, Leo. I'm over here with our amazing winner of the round 10 feature match, Bastien Magny, who's just taken that win with his Vanadium deck. Bastien, how are you feeling?
My feeling is good. I think I don't try to top this event, but I just like this event with my friends and live this. It's a good moment.
It's good to have fun. Yeah. So you're now 8-2, is that right?
Yeah, 8-2, yeah.
What were the 2 losses against?
I lost against Branded, Gimmick Puppets, and I lost against an Unchained deck.
Okay. And how are you finding Vanadium in this current format?
I think Vanadium is a good deck. Obviously, if I win the dice, my board is good if no end trap on the other ends. But the deck is good to go second. I can break board easily and OTK easily, so I think the deck is good. But it's not the best deck for the format. But it's my choice, and être à l'aise avec.
He's comfortable doing it.
Right, wonderful. And let's talk about your opponent, a scrap deck. Are you familiar with the scraps?
I am familiar with scrap before on 2014. Yeah. And now I know Scrap Raptor, Chimera, and Golem because he's playing Dinosaur, but not the rest. I just read the card and it's fine.
So you had a pretty good first game. You set up a bit, you Baron, Appaloosa, you were pretty dominant. So in a game 1 where you're setting up such a strong field, what are your thoughts during those moments?
Qu'est-ce que tu pensais quand tu as fait ton field pendant la game 1? À quoi est-ce que tu t'attendais en face?
I attempt to a strange deck because we go to the stream. Me, I play Vanadium. I think it's not for me. I go to the stream, and I know the stream is for strange deck, and a strange deck it's 7-2. It's good, and so I win the dice, and it's fine. Je me suis pas inquiété de ce qu'il jouait.
He did not care about the opponent's deck. He was confident in his deck.
Wonderful. So then going into game 2, that's a moment where the opponent set up quite a strong combo initially, but you had Forbidden Droplet. You managed to basically get around that Earth statue. How do you keep calm in those moments to just make sure you play around it properly?
I keep my calm because I see my hand. I just see Droplet and Fenrir. I see the barrier Earth, and Fenrir just beat this. And after that, I read the Link 3, and yes, Droplet save me my turn. And I think this board is not good against Fenrir. Just Fenrir beat this board that. It's French for, yeah.
You were very confident, and congratulations. You've now got your 8th win. You've only got 2 more rounds left in Swiss. Are you feeling confident? Do you think you can make the top cut?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Good, that's what we like to see, some confidence. Congratulations again. Guys, don't go anywhere. We've got our round 11 and round 12 feature matches coming up very, very shortly. But first, let's see Tom having some quick questions with some of our duelists.
Duelists of the world, hear me. Cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
What's your name and where are you from?
Bradley Hayward from Newport, South Wales.
My name is Robin, and I'm from Germany, Hanover.
My name is Marlon, and I'm from Germany.
Jonathan from Sweden.
I'm Annie Sharrocks. I'm from the UK. I'm from London.
Maximilian, and I'm from Germany.
Gabriel Nats, I'm Brazilian.
Vladis Baranauskas, and I'm from Ireland.
Daniel Moody from Belfast, Northern Ireland.
Hey, my name's Ray, and I'm from Italy.
And how was your journey here?
Fine, pretty straightforward. It's been great. We are just arrived with friends, and I'm so happy to be here.
It was pretty good. Took like 7 hours, but yeah, I'm here at least.
Pretty good. We just jumped on a plane the other day and just it only took us a few hours. It was like an hour journey tops from once we got to the plane. And yeah, it was smooth. I've got no complaints.
Around 2 hours was fine, yeah. Pretty chill.
It's pretty chill. I live in London, so it's like an hour away, so pretty convenient.
Very, very short. We just flew to Dusseldorf and then we got the train here and it was smooth sailing from there.
Yeah, it was good. We arrived yesterday. It took us about 2 hours to fly from Dublin. So
It was okay. Lots of people on the plane because lots of events here in Germany. So was pretty rough. Yeah.
What's your favorite deck, and what deck do you think will win this weekend?
My favorite deck is I think it has to be Metal Foes. If I had to decide, and then I think this weekend, I do believe, because I'm playing it, I have to believe that Unchained is the deck is going to win the event. There are other good picks too, like Purely is a very strong contender. Bit more off the wall picks like Fluunderies and Rescue Ace, but I do believe Unchained is the deck that will win this event.
Oh, my favorite deck of all time, Fluunderies. I have to say it. I think winning this tournament will Unchained, I think.
My favorite deck is Tri-Brigade. I love it since I played it for 1.5 years, and I think Unchained will take it home.
Favorite deck? Maybe Marinesis? This tournament, I mean, it's between Pirelli, Unchained, and maybe Telemant.
My favorite deck has and always will be Labyrinth. I've been playing Labyrinth since I started playing the game, so about like 8-9 months ago. I think Pearly's gonna win. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's like just the highest ceiling deck at the moment. Like Unchained is good, but like I feel like the going second Pearly variation is like very strong at the moment. So yeah, that's what I think.
On my all-time favorite deck, I guess it's Metal Foes. It's kind of off. Today, the tournament wins. Kind of rough. I think Purely is a good meta call, and yeah, I'm gonna play Branded Chimera. Yeah.
My favorite deck is Dragon Link. Favorite card is Heretic Seal, and I think Telemant is winning this weekend.
My favorite deck of all time would probably be Gem Knight, or anything that just runs Brilliant Fusion in general. But I think the deck that will win this weekend is possibly Tearlament.
favorite deck is probably Sword Soul. I've piloted it to a couple of wins. Deck to win, Vanadium, a rogue pick, I suppose.
I think Unchained will get it this weekend, but right now I think Labyrinth is the best deck, the most fun to play, and that's what I'm playing this weekend.
What's your favorite thing about going to a YCS?
Social aspects for sure. I do also enjoy seeing different things, like different cultures. I force myself to try new things.
I think it's the, how do I say it? It's all together. Like the people playing Yu-Gi-Oh! All weekend.
I can hang out with friends, have fun, just, it's like holidays for me. It's amazing.
Definitely the people, and like being here with all your friends, talking between rounds, going out to eat afterwards, that kind of stuff.
Currently, it's just been like walking around. This is my first YCS. Like I've never been to a sort of tier 3 event, so I'm like currently just like walking around, raking the vibes, talking to people, seeing a couple faces that I know, but other than that, I'm relatively new, so it's just like Virgin experience is just like really nice. I've been like talking to people, hanging out, just meeting a lot of people, making a lot of new friends.
Oh, to meet people you met years before, see all the people getting friends together, that's cool, yeah.
I get to see all my friends from all around Europe and the world. I've been traveling a lot to play recently. Was in Mexico like last week. So yeah, just nice to see people and enjoy the time around.
Probably the most overdone question, but it's just seeing all the people and just seeing all the friends that you don't usually get to see from all over the world.
I think it has to be the testing in the apartment or the hotels with your friends, a couple of drinks, you know, just a good time all around.
Meeting people, trading cards, having to meeting people that are good at this game that I always see on the streams, and taking pictures with them and all this stuff, making signatures on the cards, and that's what I like.
What's your favorite memory of playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Oh man, it's all of it. All of it. There you go. Short and sweet.
Oh, there are many. Maybe all YCSs where I've been to, it's always a lot of fun to go here with my friends playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
Memory when I going to my first YCS in Utrecht. I think it was last year, it was amazing. My first experience going 6-3, not the best, but it was lovely.
Ooh, probably when I won my first prize card ever at the side events as YCS Rimini 2018, I think.
Favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory, probably resolving both viruses in the same turn. Full Force and Eradicator, and watching my opponent crumble.
YCS is in common, so every time we have a friend group and we travel to a YCS, to nationals, that's something like back in the school when you had, what is it called? I don't know. But when you drew somewhere else with all your classmates, that feeling kind of comes out. So that's cool.
Like a school trip?
Like a school trip, right? Yeah, thank you.
Well, it was like a remote duel YCS, was like the first big remote duel YCS, and we all played from a friend's house. So it was like all like big get together. It was right after the COVID happened, so it was like a nice thing to like bond people over. So yeah, just like the getting to travel and getting to see the world with my friends.
My favorite memory of playing Yu-Gi-Oh would probably be the European Championships. The European Championships in 2019, when one of our friends got qualified for Worlds through the playoffs, and we were all like super excited for that. So that's probably my favorite memory.
It's probably, we had a Northern Ireland Open, and I managed to win it with Sword Soul, so it was up there.
My favorite memory is putting down 3 Thunder Dragon Colossus on the field and just looking at my opponent trying to struggle and take them all out.
That was a pretty good video there, Tom. Thanks for doing those quick questions with our duelist. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory?
Can't put me on the spot like that.
I'm putting you on the spot.
All right, I'm going to be boring and say I won the UK National Championships in 2013, so I'll say that. But now I think about it more, like the favorite deck, I was like going to an event with a deck that I built myself that was really cool. It was a Shadow deck in YCS Madrid in 2014, and I did really well with it, and it was a really cool deck, so I'm going to go with that.
I was hoping you were going to say, it's being here with you, Ed, but that's cool. Be arrogant about it. Congrats. No, it's too late. It's too late. It's too late. It's too late.
It's being here with Nadir.
Touche. What's your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory?
My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh memory has to be, let's go with YCS Prague. Was one of the first events I went to, and it was getting knocked out by Clifford.
Wow. Slightly more bleak over on this side, but hey, we're all making positive memories here. Speaking of memories, I'm trying to test these two commentators' memories on their knowledge of certain Yu-Gi-Oh trivia. I don't just throw these segues together, boys. I know what I'm doing. So in front of me, I have a series of questions that I'm going to ask these gentlemen, the first lot of which are all about card text of normal monsters. So I'm not asking you to recite effects perfectly, but these are all sort of like classic era cards that you should typically remember. So the way this is going to work, we're going to sort of do it like a game of tennis. So to start, let's do a game of rock, paper, scissors. I'll let you go on 3, and we'll see who's going to have the first question. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so Nadir is going to start. Or do you want to be magnanimous and let Tom start?
You may begin.
Oh, see, a sportsman-like start to it. So if you don't get it right, it will pass over. And if neither of you get it right, nil point. But then after you've had your turn, it'll then go over to Nadir and he'll start. Do we see how this works? I'd say it's pretty simple. Let's not overcomplicate things. Question 1 for you, Tom. Which monster has the following card text? A skeletal ghost that isn't strong, but can mean trouble in large numbers.
That would be Skull Servant.
Is correct. 1 point for Tom. Keep a memory of your scores, because I will forget them. I'm not good at remembering scores. 3 points, I don't believe you. Now I'm taking away your right to remember your score. Okay, so this means it's now your turn to try one. And remember, if you don't get it, passes back to Tom. Which monster has the following card text? A knight whose horse travels faster than the wind. His battle charge is a force to be reckoned with.
Gaia, Force of Earth?
Incorrect. Gonna pass it over.
Gaia, the Fierce Knight?
Is correct. I'm so sorry, Nadir. I thought you had it for a second. Okay. So that means it's now your turn to start. A snow wolf that's beautiful to the eye, but vicious in battle.
Don't know.
Okay, gonna pass it over.
Silverfang.
Correct. Okay, so 2-1 at this point. Nadir, it's now your turn. A playful little fiend that lurks in the dark, waiting to attack an unwary enemy. Classic hero cards, remember, guys.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
No.
Feral Imp.
Correct. Feral Imp.
Is it my turn to start before?
Yeah, I'm passing it back and forth. Remember?
Yeah, but...
Fairly sure I've got this right.
No.
Don't put me on the spot.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. All right, go.
Let's hope you're wrong, otherwise I look like the fool. But we can't be allowing that. Okay, so that's next question. Who just started? You just started, I just gave it to you, so it's now your turn to start. So, next question. This clown appears from nowhere and executes very strange moves to avoid enemy attacks.
Saggy the Dark Clown?
Correct. Right, Nadir, it is your turn. Do you remember your score?
3.
And you've got 1?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what happens with this question. A mermaid archer that hides in a protective shell, waiting for the right moment to strike.
God, I know what it looks like. Mermaid Archer.
No. Okay, your turn.
Young Mermaid?
No. Okay, Young Mermaid. It's like your rap name, is it? No, it's Red Archery Girl. Red Archery Girl. That one throws people off. We've had this question before. People forget the name of Red Archery Girl. Okay, who did I just ask that to? That was to you, so now we're back over to you, Tom. A dragon created from the soul of a wicked knight.
Curse of Dragon?
Incorrect.
Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Again, no, it's Serpent Knight Dragon. Okay, which monster has the following card text? A high-performance jet fighter with power capsules for variable attack strategies or capabilities.
Why are you giving me such hard questions? I don't know. I'll pass.
Jinzo 7.
Gradius. You see, this is hard. Right, this is the last card text one. So, Tom, over to you. He used to be a normal dog who played around in a park, but was corrupted by the power of darkness.
Feral Dog?
No.
Mad Dog of Darkness.
Correct. Okay, so you got 2 points throughout that?
I think so, yeah.
And you got 4? I'm going to say 3. Okay, so actually it's quite close. So we have some different questions. This one's going to break up the sort of themed questions with this. So I'm going to ask you guys to buzz in for this, okay? Because otherwise the back and forth doesn't make sense. What is the cover monster of the upcoming booster set, Age of Overlord?
Diabell Star?
Incorrect.
I have no idea.
Okay, the answer is Supreme Celestial King Odd Eyes Arc-Ray Dragon. Should have known that, guys. Come on. Okay, so now, I believe we still don't have our pairings, and while we're waiting for time to continue on going, I'm going to ask you guys a different series of questions. So, who started in the last one? Was that you? So that means, Nadir, it's your turn to start on this. Name 5 sprite monsters.
Blue, Jet, Red, Carrot, Gigantic.
Perfect. Now your turn, Tom. Name 5 Kashtira monsters.
Unicorn, Fenrir, Ogre, Arise Heart, and Rise Heart.
Very good. Name 5 Melfi monsters.
Catty, Puppy, Pony, Penny, Melfi of the Forest.
Okay, very good. And then we go, name 5 runic spells.
Slumber, Tip, Fountain, Flashing Fire, and Destruction.
Very good. Okay, and finally, name 5 labyrinth monsters.
Stovey Torby, Kuklok, Lovely, Lady, Ariana.
Goodness me. So you guys got all of those correct. So that's 5 points scattered. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Remember your scores? Because I don't. 7?
7 each, yeah.
7 each. Goodness. Well, in that case, let's see what happens with the next series of questions. So this final bit is finish the card name. So to make this even, because you're now even, I'm going to make you rock, paper, scissors again to see who's going to start these, okay? Because it might be the thing that makes it. So go on 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Someone needs to change 2, 3. Okay, that was a bold strategy going for that. Okay, right, okay. So you have to finish the card name. And then I'll throw over to you for the next one. Ash Blossom.
And Joyous Spring.
Correct. Ghost Ogre.
And Winter Cherries.
No, incorrect. I'm sorry, I have to pass it over.
And Snow Rabbit.
Correct. Right, Tom, your turn. Ghost Reaper.
And Winter Cherries.
Ghost Bell.
Pass.
And Haunted Mansion.
Correct. Or Ghost Sister. Ghost Sister.
And Spooky Dogwood.
Correct. Orsa the...
Earth Charmer.
Yeah, that'll do. I'll take that. Heater the...
Fire Charmer.
Correct. Lina the...
Light Charmer.
Correct. Area the...
I'm trying to think if it's air or wind. Wind Charmer.
Incorrect. Area the...
Water Charmer.
Correct. And Win the...
Wind Charmer.
Okay, now we're going to have to figure out who got the points there, because there was a couple of... I think you got 5 of those, did you?
We're still equal, because you got one wrong, I got
all the Ghost Sisters. Yeah.
That's true. That's 5, and you got all of the other ones, right?
I got one. I got the Fire Charmer.
Okay, so I think that means Tom has won by a single point. So, you guys have managed to get through this quiz. Congratulations, Tom. How does it feel?
This is amazing.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Well, guys, we've been using these quizzes to make sure we fill some of this time, to make sure you are constantly entertained in between our feature matches. But by the looks of it, at some point very soon, we may be having even more feature matches coming your way. Round 11 coming up very shortly. If we still have to wait for some more pairings, we'll be back with even more content. Don't go anywhere.
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus! The spirits unite into one and form the Road of Light. Limit over Excel Synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon! New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
this place? It's Duel Links. It's a digital world. I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related? Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world. Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am! That's the spirit! Let's go! Rush duel! Here I go! I summon 3 monsters! What? 3 monsters? You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn. Interesting. Then I will do this. I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to Tribute Summon. Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect. Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction! Ah! You're doing great, Luke! You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga? Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw! What? You can draw 5 cards at once? You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables! I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer! I tribute 2 monsters to Tribute Summon! A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way! Nothing will stop my road to victory! Seven's Road Magician! I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2023. So in front of me I have our round 11 feature match. We're nearly there, nearly through all 12 rounds of Swiss. Let's see how these competitors do. In front of me I have Eren Yildiz and Khalil Sadem, and we're very excited to see exactly how this match is going to go. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to go first? Such politeness. Okay, Eren's going to roll first, and that is a 6, and Khalil is next. And that is an 8. So who's going to go first? You're going to start? Okay, Khalil is going to start. So I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Nadir, and Leo, who are going to take you through our round 11 feature. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ed. You guys have seen some really polite dice rolling. However, don't get confused that those are two fierce duelists, and this is going to be a tough match for both of them.
Yeah, their cards will not be polite. You know, it's nice to be polite to your opponent, but not, you know, not with your gameplay. You play to win, yeah?
Especially with Scareclaw. This is a pure Scareclaw strategy featuring a couple of cash dealer cards just like the Fenrir. But this is sort of the standard-ish Scareclaw strategy, which is the idea is you just want to OTK. It's piercing damage, a unaffected monster, and Tryhard attacks multiple times is really the name of the game here. So he's probably not too upset about losing this dice roll, is he?
Yeah, it's funny when you want to go second, it's often better to lose the dice roll because that way you don't
reveal it.
Yeah, because if you win the dice roll and choose to go second, it kind of gives your opponent a heads up that that's your strategy. Whereas if you lose the dice roll,
am I the only person who gets really nervous when my opponent says, "You may begin"?
Nah.
No.
I'm like, thank you very much, sir.
And then they don't hand trap you, and you're just sitting there like, okay.
Probably depends on what deck you're playing.
Yeah. Sometimes you just FTK. If you're playing Dark World and your opponent lets you begin, you know, hey, I am having a good time right now. But the players are ready. Let's not wait any further. Let's go into the match.
So game number 1 here, as you saw, Khalil won the dice roll. Gets to go first with a fairly standard-ish Unchained list here. A pretty consistent, good meta call for this event. Really powerful, especially with the removal of a Ice Heart, getting to get your graveyard online for Sarama. And just being able to go for this standard line here with Tour Guide, it looks like.
And Turgate immediately gets some permanence. And this is kind of a weak spot for the deck because then you have to make it like a 3-card combo.
Well, it's, yeah, but I mean, you've traded one of the... Normally it's a 2-card combo, right? Except for Tour Guide, which is a 1-card combo. But if Tour Guide trades with one of the cards in your opponent's hand, then it's kind of like a 2-card combo.
You're in a pretty good spot here with the Prison. You can get basically any Unchained card from your deck to your hand. And on top of that, of course, there's a lot of extenders. There's the Shavara, there's the DD as we see here being summoned to the field.
Did that DD King get searched or did it come straight from his hand?
That actually looked like it came from the hand, yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, at least he drew the contract to go with it. And you're kind of paying 2 cards to special summon a monster rather than just 1, which is ideal. But, you know, I guess it's better to at least have the contract rather than just have the DD King being a blank card in your hand.
So this is the extension part of the deck here, as it allows you to shuffle and return a card, and then trigger the Prison. So one of the cool things about this deck is that oh no, okay, double hand trap.
And that is really powerful because you now can go into the Yama with those 2 monsters. However, that does not really get you anywhere.
Yeah, you would need a further card in your hand to extend, which...
If he has anything at all to set, it's not too bad. You can still summon the Aruha, but I'm not sure if he's got anything to set. That's the issue.
Yep.
And it's also a little bit rough because the Machine X can only get the effect to attach if you control a contract or if you have enough materials.
Yeah, you need 2 materials. Unfortunately, it's only got 1.
So finding through the extra deck here, I guess, maybe potentially has some sort of follow-up. There's not really much you can do, I suppose, with just a Tour Guide and a Machine X here. It looks like he is going to go for the Yama.
I mean, generate some resources here does not seem too bad to me, but it is also not like the play that is going to get you into the winning position that you want to be.
This is one of the cool things about Unchained and why I think it's such a strong deck for this event. It doesn't really get super hurt too much by things like Impermanence and Ash Blossom if you have the right extender in your hand. And it's very consistent to be able to just draw any of those extenders, you know? You've got the Shavara, you've got a Ruha. Yep, that's the thing. If you just have a set card, you can just kind of keep going.
Yep, and
so
now...
Special summons the Shavara, link away, get a trap set directly from the deck here.
Not the ideal set card there, but enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's good enough. Through 2 hand traps, you're going to be able to link away a special summon monster, and you have the escape, the Icarus attack style card of the
I've not been counting. How many cards has Khalil used? Is this all 5? So we saw the tour guide, 2 contracts, 1 DD monster, and the prison. So that's all 5 cards. So his hand should be empty now.
Yep.
And we're going to start off strong with the Scareclaw engine immediately. And that must be... Was that below? No, it's Astra, right?
So the way the Scareclaw strategy works is that they all special summon themselves in the main monster zone to the adjacent zone of a Scareclaw monster. And based off of how which ones you have, you can actually get bonus effects for your boss monster, Tryheart. And you can see here the Unchained Soul of Rage is linking away with the opponent's special summon monster here and just trying to remove as many bodies as possible. Yeah, we're going to go for the escape. After we link off with the opponent's monster, destroy, normal summon has been committed, and then on top of that, the Anguish gets to float here into a return from the graveyard, also triggering the Yama in the process.
Yeah, I'm not super familiar with the Scareclaw deck. If he just popped the first monster, would that have stopped him from summoning any more monsters?
Yeah, but the issue is, like, I suppose he probably felt like you don't get any value from the Rage because you can only link with special summon monsters, so I guess he probably felt like he wanted to link off the special guy, then hit the other monster, take 2 cards away from the opponent, but it looks like we've got Rhoda for Rykart here.
But Rykart doesn't really do anything right here. You cannot normal summon it anymore, and there is no monster you can play it to, and there is the pass, and that is not looking too good. The tour guide was
another tour guide top deck.
Yeah,
oh no, it was added to the hand, of course.
Yeah.
Yes. It adds any fiend from graveyard. Gosh.
Yeah, and I feel like an uninterrupted tour guide is going to provide easily 8,000 damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
The battle phase right here is crucial now.
Normal summon is just a pretty crucial part of Scareclaw. They have a lot of special summons and extensions, but you do need the body on it, kind of similar to Sprite in a way.
Do they have a starter like Sprite?
a Scareclaw starter?
Yeah.
Not sure actually. I don't think they have just a guy you can summon for free.
Only summon monsters in defense position for the rest of the turn. Right?
Just fine because it's a link deck. So talking a little bit about Tryheart, it is a pretty cool boss monster in that it has this almost Baguska-like effect. It puts all your opponent's monsters to defense position, although it doesn't negate them. But with the trap card that he is actually playing, Twin Saw, once it gets into the graveyard, you can actually negate link monsters.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, this should be quite easily able to put up 8,000 damage as well. Under 5 summons, particularly important too, which is quite a relevant threshold for this deck. One of the cool ways that Unchained can perform OTKs is by activating the quick effect of Rakea, as you can see here, during the battle phase, so then you can get multiple special summons while you're in the battle phase and not being able to trigger that in Nibiru.
Yeah, it's such a cool, like, a little trick, isn't it? I mean, it's amazing how powerful just, like, an effect that destroys your own cards is.
Yeah, there it is. Game number 1 has been picked up by Khalil here with a very convincing display of just how consistent and resilient the Unchained strategy is against disruption.
Yeah, I mean, he just eventually, like, he just needed another card to set, and then he could play with the Yama, and he ended up on a pop and a linking away, a super polymerization Masquerena fusion, basically.
Yeah, that's why I think it's probably the best deck of the event and why we saw that it's the most represented. Hand traps and disruptions do tend to work okay if you pair multiples together, but sort of the more underwhelming hand trap, shall we say, like Ashen Imperm, there's not really too many crazy choke points. Yes, Tour Guide is a nice 1-for-1, but at the same time, if they just draw a card that they can set and pop, they can just keep going.
So, given like this is something that Aaron's prepared his deck for, what do you think he was missing in that game? Because you said we think he wants to go second. He had multiple hand traps. His opponent had a reasonably subpar hand, I'd say, drawing 2 copies of the contract plus.
So he's got a lot of
the DDD. So what could he have done extra? What else was he looking for?
So he's got Cash Stealer cards that he does play Visa Starfrost. So being able to just stick a body, I think, was really important. He is playing 3 Fenrir and a Wraithsoth. So having that to go second is also really important. But Unchained, I think, just can put up a lot of unique types of disruptions, linking away, popping, and if you just can't stick that monster on the field, just Scare Claws probably aren't really going to get you there unless you can get to that Link 1, which he wasn't able to.
I was thinking that also cards like Scareclaw Kashtira, which is a nice
yeah, he is playing that.
Fusion of both of these archetypes, would have helped a lot, because this looked like you really need the normal summon to stick, but it is another Scareclaw monster that you can just special summon from hand. But in the end, how many cards in hand can you even have to play 2 hand traps and then just have 2 normal summons as well?
2 hand traps, 2 disruption to play through. You realistically only really have like 1 more opportunity to continue, and as a combo style deck, you do kind of need to either have that field spell or access to Lightheart. Scareclaw Kashtira, just talking a little bit about the uniqueness of it. It's really, really good in this meta because it's one of the few sort of finicky ways of outing Noir, isn't it?
Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so the way Kashtira Scareclaw works is that it's not an activated effect when it attacks. So when you attack the Noir, Noir is immune to activated effects. It's unaffected by activated effects, whereas Scareclaw Kashtira doesn't activate. And so that's very easy for the card to just deal with the Noir. So good little meta call if he's playing against Pearly, but that's sort of the bonus part of running the Scareclaw.
Yeah, but we are seeing that the players are ready for game number 2, so let's jump right in.
So Aaron isn't really playing any go first cards in his side deck. The only card he has is Dimensional Barrier, which isn't really going to be very useful in this matchup. So it really is just a case of his deck feels like it's good enough going first to set up that Tri-Heart with Twin Saw. And then his side deck plan really is just for multiple disruptions against anyone who tries to combo against them.
You know, when you were talking about Scareclaw Kashtira being an out to things, I was thinking about it being an out to Baguska. And I was like, that doesn't sound that relevant this format. And then you're like, it's an out to Expelli Noir, which is probably much more helpful.
I mean, Baguska is always a threat in every format, right? There's always one cheeky deck that can easily go for a rank 4.
Yeah, can you think of any fire decks that make Baguska, Leo?
I think that Salamangreat could potentially be one. I don't know if it's that popular right now. I have seen Dwellers, though.
Yeah, Dweller is a real powerful monster just now. You can see so many different decks like Tearlament. Any deck that can make a rank 4 wants to make Dweller against Unchained, but not really something we're going to be seeing here from the Scareclaw deck as we continue off with our combo here. Lightheart, such an incredible Link 1, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's a Link 1. You can summon it and use it multiple times a turn, and it brings itself back. Often when we see archetypes getting Link 1s, they're often like the linchpin of the archetype, right? Because if you have a Link 1, it often turns any monster in your deck into a copy of it, because that's kind of how Link 1s work, isn't it? Like any Scareclaw monster can make this.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the historical kind of legacy of Link 1s. You know, we've seen cards like Meow Meow, Vanquish Soul have their own little Link 1, so Lightheart as well, a really powerful monster that just requires any card in your own archetype. So he's just explaining Twin Saw here to the opponent. It's basically, as you like to describe it, an Icarus attack, right? And if you also control Visa's Starfrost, it banishes as well. Although I don't think that's going to be super relevant. But yeah, it is a good piece of disruption. Then you can banish it from the graveyard and negate Link monsters.
And now we're seeing the boss monster, the Tri-Heart, hit the field. And Tri-Heart's effect is incredible because you do not only special summon a level 3 or lower Scareclaw monster, but you also add something from the deck to the hand, a Scareclaw monster. However, because of this, you can actually just ash this. Triple Tactic Talents is going to see the change of heart in the hand of Khalil.
All right, well, a couple of options here, I suppose. I mean, you got the extender of Shivara, but I think the tour guide might be really important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the change of heart makes a lot of sense.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I mean, you want to have the Tri-Heart on the field. That is going to be hard to out for your opponent. With this hand, I mean, there is the possibility... No, not really. Okay, so my train of thought there was that if Khalil doesn't top deck a spell or trap card that he can set, he couldn't play through a pop 1. However, if one monster is popped, the tour guide in this case, you have the Abomination to special summon.
Yeah, you do need a way to negate the tour guide.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward spot because any tour guide disruption can be chained by the Shavara to destroy it and special, and then therefore dodge something like Imperm and still get a Rhino out. That allows you to go for a Link 2, and then you have to contend with the Twin Saw. But at the same time, the most important effect, I think, of Twin Saw in this matchup specifically might actually be the Graveyard effect, negating Link monsters on the field.
Yeah, you can also negate tour guide with Ash. That you can't stop that with Shavara. Depending on the I don't know if we know the last card in Aaron's hand.
Yeah, choosing to go for the hand loop instead of the draw suggests that he's kind of got everything he wants in this matchup.
I love taking a card out of your opponent's hand when you've already kind of comboed. It feels so good.
Also, almost the most important part about this effect is having all of the information about your opponent's hand. You know when to activate your trap cards or your powerful monster effects on the opposing turn, because you know what's coming. You can actually plan this out.
Yeah, because we saw in the last game, for example, Aaron, it's a bit of a gamble that when you activate impermanence on a tour guide, right? Because they could have Shavara, but this time he knows 100% do not do that because your opponent's got the Shavara in hand to chain to an impermanence.
And we are considering to activate... Oh, Forbidden Droplet is going to be much better here because we're sending the Twin Saw.
You do have to send the monster card, though, otherwise your opponent can respond with a monster effect.
Yeah. Yep. Don't know if this really does much, because on resolution here, the Droplet will resolve, negating the Shavara instead, and Tour Guide still will summon from the deck for a Fiendish Rhino Warrior. Now you still have a Link 2 play. Admittedly, the Link 2 will be negated by the Twin Saw.
This is still not ideal, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Much rather. I mean, I understand that he wanted to get the Twin Saw into the graveyard ASAP, but this is possibly a bit of a misstep here. Maybe most people just kind of shortcut in their heads that Droplets just says your opponent can't respond with monster effects, and forgot the point that you actually also have to send a monster for its effect.
So there it is on resolution. We're going to activate Twin Saw, and you still get like 2 powerful grave effects here. You know, even if you get the Yama negated, you can still dump the Siyama, and we get a set trap from the deck with the Shavara. So this isn't actually a horrible position at all for Khalil.
Yep, I think... I mean, of course, it's always tempting to just activate your Droplet on the tour guide to stop your opponent in his tracks. However, how far can you let your opponent play until you really need the Droplet? Like, you could keep the Droplet and just wait until there's something that's really threatening you.
Yeah, you could also, if you just send the Scareclaw Acro instead of the Twin Saw. But then I guess if you send the Scareclaw Acro, then the Twin Saw gets a bit stranded because you don't want to tribute your...
I think the real sort of crux of the matter here is that it's just not a very good card into Unchained, right? And I feel that it kind of maybe begs the question as to why that would be a choice in deck building. It just seems really underwhelming because the deck is so focused on Graveyard that something like Droplet just kind of doesn't feel as good. So you can see here, I mean, you know, through a Forbidden Droplet, that's a game-winning card sometimes against a lot of decks, right? But in this scenario, we're triggering 2 grave effects, we're setting, and we're bringing back Siyama, and then triggering the escape, and we're still playing the game, right? So it's really a testament to just how resilient Unchained is.
Yeah, and there's going to be almost no issue. Oh no, I suppose we don't have Link Monsters effect, so this might actually be quite tricky. I was thinking that it wouldn't be super tricky, but I think it is. But I guess you can always just make the Unchained Soul of Rage and wait until your opponent's turn to out the Tri-Heart.
Yeah, it is admittedly like quite an annoying boss monster to handle for Unchained, because one of the reasons why it struggles with Flunder, right, is that it's all of your Link monsters are negated, and the only real way to get to, you know, an out is something like the Unchained Abomination Soul, which we have in the hand, but because of the Twin Saw this turn, or rather because of the Twin Saw, we can't use a Link monster, and because of the Tri-Heart, it is unaffected by defense position monsters.
Yeah, I mean, one of the funny things about the Unchained versus Floowandereeze in particular is the Unchained interruptions do nothing against Floowandereeze, whereas in this case, the Unchained's pretty reasonable against Floowandereeze.
Oh, okay. Underworld Goddess jump scare coming out here. Beautiful. You'll love to see that. A lot of people playing Underworld because it's just a nuisance to deal with Pearly Noir.
Also, Underworld Goddess is really, really strong against the Scareclaw strategy as well to prevent a summon from the graveyard.
Does Shayama need to go back to the deck, possibly?
Shayama was special summoned by destroying the trap, so when it leaves the field, it should return to the bottom of the deck. Yep.
Yeah, easy to forget sometimes. Hopefully our table judge will catch that in a moment. Shouldn't be too easy. Very easy to repair.
Yeah, perfect.
So in terms of follow-up here, we've do we have anything else that we can do through the Underworld?
I like the way you described Underworld Goddess as a jump scare. It is very scary, isn't it? It's just like, wait, you're kind of happy sitting on your big boss monster, and then your opponent's like, can you just put that in the graveyard for me? And you're like, why? Like, surprise. Here we are.
It's always frightening when your monster just leaves the field. That's unaffected. And like, wait, what happened? It's a link. It's a summoning condition, you know?
But that was an immediate pass after the Underworld Goddess, and I was thinking just going into the Soul of Rage and passing sounded like a really good idea to me.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that as well, but I guess it can be tempting always just to clear your opponent's monster as fast as possible.
Oh wow, the Droll and Lockbird here is really strong, especially after you have added a field spell that is supposed to add other cards. And now we're going to see how Aaron handles the situation, because he is just now summoning the Scareclaw Kashtira, meaning that he has other plays possibly. So let's see what his extra deck brings here.
Yeah, I don't know what the Link 2 situation is now.
I mean, the main deck is obviously off the table. We have Drolled it, we have locked it up, and now we're just going to wait. Maybe Aaron is going to summon this just to have it in defense position?
Yeah, his last card in hand is the Primeval Planet.
Yeah.
Which isn't going to do an awful lot. It can still... yeah, it can reduce the attack of Underworld Goddess by 100.
Doesn't it gain you 100 or something
Oh,
for each
I think it reduces the opponent's monsters.
Okay.
All of the other field spells in this kind of cycle give your monsters attack, but this one...
Not sure if that's going to be big enough, is it?
It kind of scares your opponent's monsters, so they lose some attack and defense.
Ah, get it? Scareclaw?
Yeah.
I thought because of the jump scare.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. There's a lot
double
of
funny.
scaring.
Oh, and we have Donner, Dagger for Hire, trying to clear the field right here, destroying the Underworld Goddess. And now we have both players at, I think, one card, and this is the Abominable Unchained Soul that is being triggered right here.
Would we not have triggered Yama, though? Was there something...
Do we have a Yama in the grave?
Yeah.
We should have.
Okay. Yeah, we could have used Yama, bring back...
Yeah, I feel like sometimes it can be easy to forget your graveyard effects, but that would have been super duper relevant here, right?
Oh, but it doesn't really matter because we top deck the Abomination.
Yeah, that should let us go into another copy of Yama. Well, I'm not really sure what the line is here. Hopefully, Kelly will be able to, show us what it is. But Yama by itself is possibly not going to do a lot.
I think you can just pop the Abominable Spirit that you have on the field, and it's going to summon itself back.
Summons itself back in the end phase, right? Oh, now he can use his Yama. Okay.
All right, fair enough.
I guess if you know you're going to be summoning a top-decked Abomination Prison, you can always just save it for your own turn there. Yama's going to bring back, and I think he's just checking to see how this interaction would work in the end phase to see if he can actually just special it now. But 8,000 life points, I think there should be a way to game here, right? Like, if we bring back Aruha Rakea. The Shavara floats as well, right?
And we are bringing back the Fiendish Rhino Warrior.
Yeah, that's very cool, because now you can make another Yama, and the Rhino Warrior can send Shayama, and you get a set, and you get an Ad and a Ruha. Yeah, this is going to be so much gas.
Yeah, he knows the last card in hand is the field spell, so it really shouldn't actually be that hard to navigate into 8,000 here. Let's see if you can perform it. All from just a Yama in the grave and a top deck prison.
Yeah, it turns out if you top deck the search everything in your deck card, sometimes it can help you. And
the thing is, though, it just feels like it sounds like, oh, you top deck the prison, but admittedly at the same time, there's so many potential cards you can just draw because every Unchained monster physically kind of just does the same thing, so it works out pretty consistently.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even, if he just remembered the yarn on the previous turn, he wouldn't have even needed anything, and he would have been fine.
That is true, so now we are waiting if Khalil can put 8,000 damage onto the field. Aaron doesn't really have much that he can do right there. He is just sitting there and waiting with his Ragphobia. I did not think that Drone Lockburn on turn 3 would stop the would win Khalil the game this time, but it looks like it really got him into a really advantageous position.
Yeah, Drone Lockburn is one of those cards where when it's your 6th card or whatever, it feels so bad often. When your opponent's just, you know, added 10 cards from their deck to your hand and you're like, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this to me, Drone Lockburn? But this time it was still pretty helpful.
It's something that's like, I feel in like everyone's side deck minimum. It's such a powerful card, and while it might not be great against something like Unchained, sometimes even Pearly, depending on their hand, it's like, because of how diverse the format is, I mean, I've been talking to players all weekend, they're just saying like, yeah, I played like 7 different decks in Swiss. Yep. It's like, one of them is going to be just hard countered by Droll. It's really powerful, this format, I think.
Yeah, it is a very great kind of catch-all, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
How much damage is this already?
Oh, okay. Did we go through Rakea already?
Yeah, Rakea's in the graveyard. There it is.
Okay. Sarama brought back... Oh, okay. We're going to not bring back Rakea here. There's like 7 different lines to game anyway, so it's irrelevant.
More than 8,000. There's no Skek or cheeky graveyard effects, are there?
Yeah, unfortunately not. That's 8,000 damage performed by Khalil there with an Unchained Swift 2-0 against Scareclaw. Would you believe it, taking that down in record time?
Yeah, Scareclaw really not doing what it was supposed to do. Trying to OTK in game 1 did really not work. Just having 2 Astras. Immediately got outed, both of those. The first one got linked away, the other one was popped, and then he was left with an open field. In game 2, he got Underworld Goddess, so he was left with an open field, and then the crucial draw and lock, but it looked like he was about to pop off and possibly OTK Khalil, but it did not work, and then Khalil came out on top.
Yeah, it was that small mistake with the droplets there. Maybe if we just send a monster and prevent the Shavara being chained, because I mean, as it was, the droplets just did almost nothing, which is very unfortunate.
Again, I think it is potentially down to the card choices, right? It doesn't feel to me that Forbidden Droplet is particularly great against Unchained. You know, it's a little bit okay going second into Rage potentially, but for the most part, there's just so many different types of diverse interruptions, extensions, that negating one monster just feels a bit weak, right?
I'm not sure if you needed to send the Twin Saw to the graveyard, because
you can use it anyway.
Are you able to use both effects in one turn? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a disappointing takeaway, I suppose, but Scareclaw is a pure archetype. Are you a fan of it at all, or do you think there's maybe some alterations that you would make to improve upon?
I think I'd have to see it more and get more of it, because I'm not sure I got a full feel for what it did in that game, because it felt like it kind of got run over a bit by the Unchained deck, but I'd love to see more of it.
Throwing in some Manadium cards, Leo?
Yeah, those were quite strong this time, right? I think we're going to see more of those in the top card. I think that Aaron might not be out, so he still has kind of a chance to enter the top card if he is lucky with a good tiebreaker.
Yeah, I think they were both on an X1 record, so long as...
X2.
Oh, they were both X2. Okay,
so you would have to get really lucky.
Yeah, you're going to need some good tiebreakers, especially with, gosh, how many? 2,500?
About 2,500 players, yeah.
Yeah, a massive number. This has been a huge turnout. So it's a very competitive field out there. So many different players and archetypes from all different types of play styles and archetypes. It's crazy just how diverse this field is. What do you guys have as your pick this format, or rather this event, to be the winner?
You know it. I'm going to go with Salamangreat. I mean, it has performed.
I think we did this
stream
earlier, with you.
Yeah, okay. So many players have told me that Salamangreat might not be the pick for this tournament, because you're losing to Nibiru rather hard, and there are other cards that you have a problem with that are really popular in the format. For example, Krishtira Fenrir is a massive threat to the field of the deck, but I still believe in the heart of the Salamangreats.
What's your
what
pick,
about you?
Tom?
You know what? I'm just going to say Tielemans. I wasn't super convinced before the event, but 9% of players can't be wrong. You know?
That's a single-figure digit. Okay.
Yeah,
Close enough.
I don't know. It's so cool. It's so fun.
9% of dentists agree.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bit of a poor.
So
poor
just
take.
seeing it all, like watching it in the round feature matches, it's so much fun to play. And I mean, it might not be that fun to play against if your opponent gets those mills going, but watching it play is great, and it's such a cool deck. So I'm going to go with Tier.
Okay. Well, thank you guys for tuning in for this round. We have a player interview coming up in just a moment to hear it from Khalil himself to tell you a little bit about his Unchained strategy. Take it away, Ed. Thank you.
Thanks, Nadir. Yes, I am here with Khalil, who's just won that round 11 feature match. Only one more of these Swiss rounds to go. How are you feeling at this point?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. This is my first YCS, and I'm really happy to be here. At this point, if I lose, I win. I'm really enjoying it.
First YCS? Yes. And first time on a feature match then, definitely as well. How did you find being on the feature?
It didn't change much of anything to the match. It was fun as always.
And so tell us about Unchained. What do you like about the Unchained deck?
What I like the most about Unchained deck, and that I couldn't find into other decks, is that you can really play into its board. It makes a board, it doesn't look unfair, it's like one Caesar pass, and you tell yourself, well, I can certainly play through this, and it's really interactive gameplay, the games don't end that fast, and I love that about Unchained.
You're now 9 for 2, correct?
That's exactly it.
And what were the 2 against that you had the losses?
So the first one was against myself because I was at table 500, and it was to Salamangreat, but I drew very terribly. And the second one was last round to Branded Despia.
Branded Despia and Salamangreat. Okay, so is there anything in the next round that you're maybe worried about facing, or are you pretty confident with the Unchained strategy?
I wouldn't call myself confident, but I'm having so much fun, so whatever happens, happens. I mean, I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm not fluenderies, please.
Okay, fair enough. I like your positivity, though. Let's talk about the game that we just saw, because obviously a two-game sweep there. You managed to prevent Erin's normal summon, despite the fact that you were both ashed and impermed. You set up a pretty reasonable field, and then there was a scoop. So in that first game, how are you feeling as you're sort of working through it all?
I wasn't feeling really good. I only had tour guide to play. I had 2 contracts and the brick. So in my head, it was like, if I get ashed on tour guide, I don't know how I'm doing. I managed to scrape back a semblance of a board, and he gave me the perfect timing for me to use his special summoned monster and pop the other one. And knowing barely the Scarecrow deck, I know if it has no monsters on field, use this normal summon, it's pretty easy to go out from there.
No kidding. And then in game 2, there was the moment where you ashed Erin, and you sort of basically, you used Underworld Goddess to remove Tryhard, and you just managed to grind out the win. So you were pretty confident knowing that even if you didn't know Scareclaw well, I just have to get rid of a couple of these monsters and they can't do anything.
I know that Tryhard can be very annoying, and I wanted to get some damage in, so the only way to get rid of it that turn was using that. I couldn't Zeus because I was stuck in defense, so I just decided to take it, make the most out of it, and try to survive the next turn, and somehow I managed, so I'm very happy about it.
You certainly did manage, and you've taken that win. So only one more of these Swiss rounds to go. Best of luck to you in this. While you're here, considering it's been your first feature and your first YCS, what's been your favorite thing about it so far this weekend?
I mean, overall, I've had very nice opponents, and I got to enjoy myself on a very fun deck. Yu-Gi-Oh's never been this diverse and this fun since I started playing a year ago, so that's not very representative. But yeah, it's the amount of fun I had. It was a road trip with a couple of friends. It was really enjoyable.
That's very wholesome. Well, congratulations again. Best of luck in your last Swiss round. Perhaps we'll see you reach that top cut. Who knows, but best of luck to you. Congrats again one more time. Guys, don't go anywhere because this was a very swift feature match, but we have our last Swiss round coming up soon.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here with Jonas Kosho. So how are you, man? First of all, how do you feel?
I'm great, thanks for asking. I feel hyped for this weekend, even though I'm not comfortable with my deck choice, but I think every YCS it's just a pleasure seeing everyone again and playing my favorite game. So
yeah. It is kind of like that for sure. It's great seeing a lot of familiar faces, getting to play with friends, and in any environment. But you do have the home turf advantage for this one. So maybe, how do you feel? Do you feel that affects you in any way, like playing, in your own country?
Honestly, I don't think it affects me that much, but it's way more comfortable going home and sleeping in your own bed. But yeah, I think it's like everywhere else. I even, like, when I leave the venue in the evening, I'm used to talking English because
that's fair enough.
And then I almost forget I'm in Germany. But
that's cool. Pretty good way of seeing it, I guess. But yeah, obviously, we'll wish you good luck for the event. But
Thank you.
We also want to talk about something special, because you were one of our representatives for the World Championship in Tokyo. So first of all, how was that experience? It was your second World Championship, but quite different, I assume, from the last.
Yeah, the first one was in Berlin, which is also a home.
Exactly.
But like, I feel like Japan and like the whole event was insane for me because it's just a very great experience, and it can't be like compared to other events you usually go to. And since I've never been outside of Europe that much, I've been to America once, but never to Asia, and it was just a pleasure seeing like all the different culture and meeting a lot of people, and then playing Yu-Gi-Oh with all of them.
Yeah.
And we even got to play with just ordinary Japanese people that came up and played us. So it was great.
On the Sunday, for sure, it is a unique experience, and as you mentioned, it's the dream for a lot of players, and to qualify and do it twice, it's surely impressive for you. So outside of that, obviously, as you mentioned, you got to play against it's the only tournament really when you can consistently play against people from all different regions. And did you notice any differences? Did you get to play at the World Championship any OCG players?
Yeah, I think I played against 2 or 3 OCG players, but and the Worlds in 2019, I also got to play against some of them. But I feel like when we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh, it's very familiar. Like everyone uses the same terms.
It's a universal language.
Kind of. And everyone knows most of the cards anyways. And so it's a universal language, and we all talk that. But besides that, it's way harder communicating, to be honest.
I mean, for sure, and it's a lot on the line, so the pressure is there, of course. Every single match mattered. Although this time around it was a little different. It was the first time we had 7 rounds of Swiss instead to the 5, and it made it even tougher to get to the top cut spot. What do you feel about the tournament in general, the experience? Obviously, I guess you wish you could have gone better, but I mean, still you had a lot of fun, I guess, right?
Yeah, I wasn't very happy with my performance, but I feel like my deck choice was probably not the best as well, bringing Labyrinth, because everyone was expecting people to play Labyrinth and prepared for it. So but other than that, I feel like the experience was great. Just because like you get to play so many insane players from other regions, and you get to chat with them and just meet and like so many people I would never meet in my entire life if Yu-Gi-Oh was not a thing. So that's great.
It's kind of like a butterfly effect kind of thing, and it's it's amazing. Also, obviously, also getting to enjoy Japan. I assume you got to see around, eat some of the food. How was that part of like enjoying the vacation kind of there?
Honestly, it was just insane for me because I was traveling with I brought my brother with me.
Nice.
He also like stayed in Japan for like a week, and we were traveling around Japan a lot just in Tokyo, and there was so much to do and so much food to eat and so much to see and so many card shops to visit. So
absolutely, it's a whole different, a whole different background, a whole different story. And as you mentioned, you have basically entire neighborhoods, mostly Akihabara, like dedicated
yes,
to you know, a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh shops everywhere with like floors, and yeah, that's a lot. So it's a lot of fun for us, and yeah, obviously, I mean, it's a great experience nonetheless. So can we say, what is your goal now? I guess are you willing to, you know, go back to the World Championship?
I mean,
or yeah?
Yeah, sure. I mean, going to the World Championship has to be a goal, right?
Yeah.
But maybe I think the next goal is to maybe get to a final of a YCS or something again, and maybe even win one. But
yeah, you got close in the past, so we could say you are still one of the most consistent players. So it's a matter of perseverance, and at some point, I mean, I'm sure you get, you know.
I'm gonna try.
For sure. And no, we'll thank you for being with us, of course. As mentioned, we hopefully get to see you in action in one of our future matches this weekend.
I'll give my best.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. But thank you guys again for being with us, and thank you, Jonas, for, you know, releasing this interview, we could say. So guys, keep watching again, because we are coming back real soon with more action from YCS Dortmund 2023.
Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Accelerate with Rush Duels from the get-go! Normal summon or set many monsters from your hand! You can draw each turn until you have 5 cards in your hand! Load your road to victory! Let's start together! Flip the tables with Rush Duel! Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel even more with Rush Duel! Campaign underway!
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over excel synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Hello and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Dortmund 2023. I am here with the world champions of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Incredible achievement, first of all. Let's begin with the team captain of Snipe Hunters, Joshua Schmidt. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It still feels surreal just hearing you say that, like, again, just like it's... I don't know about the other two, but for me it still hasn't quite settled.
Yeah, so I mean, you were the team captain, you were the one who brought the team towards actually qualifying and entering, and you guys were, of course, no doubt a massive part of that process. Quantal, I suppose we'll talk to you. How do you feel about being able to attend and go to the World Championship in the first place?
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, like, the entire... I mean, first, being able to go to Worlds...
A little bit closer.
Being able to go to Worlds in the first place is, like... It's really rare, and like just being able, Josh bringing us is just insane, and you know you're like playing against like the best of the best. I mean, we played against Koki and the rest, and
a lot of big names. You know, did you feel intimidated at all, like coming up with such huge people all the way from
honestly,
OCG?
I just imagined them as an average ranked opponent, so that helped me in making them. Behind a mask, so it was fine. But for the rest, I just being able to go to Worlds, the experience, the main stage was just, the entire show was really beautiful, and I almost cried at the entrance, like the ceremony. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was well deserved, and I can imagine the emotions were high, especially when you got to lift that trophy together. Emery, I'll talk to you just now. So you, of course, were a massive part of the team. You got that all-important victory in the final match.
Yeah.
How was the whole experience for you?
Yeah, first of all, I was happy that I was able to play in the finals or at the Worlds at all, because it's like a dream for every player to enter the Worlds. So I was really excited, and I never went to Japan before, so that was cool as well to like see the country, see Tokyo. About the tournament, it was really great. I mean, I had a great team that backed me up when I needed it, and I backed them up when they needed it. So it was really good. And in the finals, when against Jesse, when I saw my hand, I was really relieved because I was really nervous. But I knew, okay, yeah, it was really good. I knew I got this. And in the end, against Ryan, I was just so relieved to like win. I was looking over Josh, it was looking good for him. I saw Quantal in a winning position, so I was like, my whole body was like, I had goosebumps till Quantal ended it.
Yeah. Josh, as the team captain, I suppose, would you say that you definitely played a real leadership type of role, or do you think it was a very sort of equal process in how you deck built, how you chose to approach the deck building process, and even just how you're dividing up the sort of shared card pool?
Mm-hmm. I think we definitely had a sort of dynamic where I think it was very natural because of the amount of time that I've been playing this game for. It's been a little bit like that. Like I did try to, you know, but I didn't want to do it too much. I didn't want to take them by the hands too much. So, but I felt like we had a very good dynamic to the point where they wouldn't just let me dictate everything. Like we would have like actual discussions in our preparations, and I would let them do their thing. Like I didn't like build his tier limit deck, for example. I told him like if you have specific cards you prefer, just go for it. You're the one playing the deck, right? You make the decisions. And at the end, I think everyone contributed in a very big way. So I think it was well balanced, even though I did take a little bit of a leader position, if you want to call it that. But I don't think it made that big of a difference.
Quantal, you were the, I suppose, important aspect of the team in a way because you had the tier limit deck, the biggest, sort of hardest hitting, real threat of the meta at the time on ranked, just general challenger cups that you played a lot of and won a lot of. How did it feel having that sort of big responsibility, knowing that you were playing sort of like the best deck per se? And how did you build it and optimize it for such a kind of diverse sort of format in a way?
Playing tier it put a very slight amount of pressure, because it kind of felt like most of the time you're expected to win about 60 to 70% of your games when you're not playing as tier elements. For example, like in our preparation, it was very quickly that we found out just like tier elements was by far the best deck, and the only thing you had to worry about was the pure anti-tier decks. And even for those, you'd usually pick tier elements. So for preparation, for example, we were also the only ones to switch off tier elements out of the entire pool of players.
You did pick Sky Striker at some point.
Yeah, and I mean the first time went very well. I mean, it was just a test game, again, round 3, when we were already guaranteed to make to top 4. But for example, top 4, I should have won the game if I played correctly. But I had made a mistake, which was my fault. But for the rest, tier elements in our deck building, for example, we just decided to play as many power cards to extend through interaction. For example, usually with safer builds you could play in ranked, you would not decide to play Grief, and you would usually have more Bestials. And Bestials not being a shared card, you didn't need to worry about it anymore. So you could be sometimes even more greedy and not have to worry about your opponent having Bestials. Because usually, if one of our teammates is playing against the Bestial deck, you know your opponent's not playing Bestials. So it was definitely by far the best deck, and building it in a way to respect it in that way was...
So it was always going to be the strongest no matter what. And
yeah,
as you mentioned, I think a really important thing was the Bestial being a shared card meant that you didn't have to worry about it as much. Is Rhino Heart your favorite tier element? How did that happen? For context, tell us what happened.
Okay, so round 2, game 2, I play a tier element mirror, and I noticed a Rhino Heart, and I had Ash Blossom in hand. And I accidentally right-clicked on Reinhardt effect when I thought I was right-clicking Ash Blossom.
Okay. So it's just really good normal summon. It's a good beat stick.
Yeah, for sure. That's definitely what I would call a good play.
Well, it worked out in the end, despite that. So I don't think it really mattered per se.
I didn't win that game.
Yeah.
But I guess if I didn't do that play, we wouldn't have won Worlds.
True. It all came
it's
together
all a
for a
domino
reason.
effect.
Emery, your decks, I suppose, were a little bit different per se. You know, Exorcister and Labyrinth, I believe.
Yeah.
Right. So how did you come to that conclusion?
So we were keen on his decks and pretty much on Josh's decks, and we wanted to play Labyrinth as a first pick because it's pretty decent against everything, almost everything. So it's like a deck that you can queue blind in the first round. And if you don't play against a tier player, which often was the team captain, I was player 3, so I played against the third player from the other team. So I was most of the time not playing tier.
Is it always the second player as the captain?
The first player. The first player, yeah. So knowing that I'm not playing against tier, Labyrinth is pretty good against everything. And going first is even better because you can set up all the traps and all the plays. And so it's not good against tier, obviously. So we wanted a deck that's good against tier, and I wanted to play Flunder. It didn't work out how I expected it.
I was about to ask you how you felt about Flunder, because from what I remember, you were really, really interested in playing Flunder.
Yeah,
how did you decide against that?
So Josh lives near to me, he told me, you have one day to like change my mind about it. I came to his place with my deck. I think in like 2 hours I won one or no games against Tier. So I also knew that Tier Thunder isn't it. So then I decided to play like a stun deck, like pure stun, Border, Necro Valley, all that stuff.
How did that go?
I think it was good, but not that good. Going first, it's fine. Going second, you just lose. And EXO could have won going first and second because you play cards like Evenly, Dark Ruler, all that stuff. So I think EXO was the best pick, and yeah, we decided on EXO. And in the end, I liked EXO more than Labyrinth, even queuing blind, because I didn't like Labyrinth that much.
Josh, for the team overall, would you say that there was any moment in the tournament that you felt like things were going wrong, and how did you adapt to that situation?
I'm thinking of 2 moments.
Okay.
One moment was round 2, when I think it was first game or second game, the Rhino Heart right click.
Also the same game.
And then in the same game, Emre goes Ash after cold buy on, like using cold buy on his opponent's Ash, then Ashes himself. And then on top of that, even gets like Kelbecked because he discarded Ash, and loses the game because of that.
And I changed the wrong effect of So in my turn, I called by his Ash. In his turn, he does Diviner. I'm thinking like, okay, that's good. I just Ash it. I Ash it. It's Diviner resolves, and I'm like, what? He puts up Agito in the grave, shows Kelbeck, and I'm like, okay, you messed up. It's okay, you can still win. He wants to bounce my Magnifica. I'm like, okay, just banish the Agito so it doesn't trigger, or I banish a card, whatever. No, what I should have done is to like detach one and to like put a new XYZ on it. Like you can just material on top so it doesn't get bounced. What I did was I detached one to banish one, so I couldn't change the effect to detach, like, you know. So I messed that up in the same time as he normal summoned Rhino and passed. And he was just sitting.
Yeah. So that round was rough. The way we dealt with that
was good.
The way we still won that round is because I went 3-0 into those opponents. So I think we went 5-4 overall in that round, guaranteeing top 4, which was very good because after round 2, I think both of them were feeling a little bit nervous, feeling the nerves getting to them. So being in top got guaranteed after the second round, so that like we had the breather in round 3 was really good for them to come back from that. So that was that, and then the other one where I felt kind of pressured was when in top 4 we were behind 1 and 2 after the first couple games. But yeah, we just turned that one around pretty well, and it was pretty good from there.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really interesting to see that you had high highs, low lows, and despite that, you still managed to adapt, keep the mentality up, you know, stay cool, and you were still all able to come through and come out as world champions. So again, congratulations to all of you. Magnificent, amazing achievement, and yeah, I can't congratulate you guys enough, and I'm sure you're all extremely pleased with your performance.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. This has been a World Champion rundown of the Master Duel Finals in Tokyo, Japan this year. Thank you for watching, and don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more YCS Dortmund 2023 coverage.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund. So we are just about to get into our round 12 final round of Swiss feature match in just a few moments when the pairings are ready. But in the meantime, we're going to do a quiz. You might notice I'm joined by Marcello and Leonard, the Il Bestio and Il Best Leo. I told them I had a great intro ready for them, and I've been planning this for minutes. God, I'm good. So, gentlemen, I have in front of me a quiz. The way this is going to work, we're going to do some of the formats. That's not a good look, is it? You're still angry that I've made that joke. So the way this is going to work, you're going to do rock, paper, scissors, see who's going to start, and then we're going to do the passing back and forth. Go on 3, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So, Il Bestio did not best Leo at the rock, paper, scissors. It feels good, right?
Yeah, I got the shivers from it.
So the first bit of quizzing we're going to do in this round is all normal card text from classic eras. Normal monster card text from classic eras. So we're going to start with you. If you don't get it, it'll get passed over, and then you'll start the second question, and we'll go back and forth, okay? Question 1. Oh, and remember to keep your scores, or maybe people who live in my ear keep scores, because I'm really bad at remembering these. Okay, question 1. A skeletal ghost that isn't strong but can mean trouble in large numbers.
Oh, it's Skull Servant.
Correct. Okay, your turn. A knight whose horse travels faster than the wind. His battle charge is a force to be reckoned with.
Gaia the Fierce Knight.
Correct. 1 apiece. Next question. A snow wolf that is beautiful to the eye, but vicious in battle.
There is a perfect 2-card combo, which is paired with Raigeki at Silverfang.
Correct. Okay, another classic card here. A playful little fiend that lurks in the dark, waiting to attack an unwary enemy.
Ah, it's the green, my green boy. Oh my God! No, I can't remember the name. I know perfectly the card, but
you can see the art in your brain, but you can't remember the name.
Totally, I know.
I rhymed.
Faralimp.
Correct. Okay, so there's a 1-point advantage to you at the moment. How many points is that so far? 3. 2. Okay, next question. This clown appears from nowhere and executes very strange moves to avoid enemy attacks.
It is Buggy, the Saggy.
I think because you said the wrong name, I'm going to have to hand it over here.
Saggy the Dark Clown, my favorite.
Correct.
God.
Saggy the Dark Clown. Okay, it's now 3 apiece.
Well, where's your third point come from? Didn't you just...
You just got the third point.
I just got it.
No, he also got...
Yeah, come on. Let's go on. So now, the question goes to me.
Hang on, wait. Let me just figure it out. Skull Servant, Gaia, Silverfang, Faralimp, Saggy. Oh, so it's 3-2. Ah, well observed. Okay. A mermaid archer that hides in a protective shell, waiting for the right moment to strike. This is a tough one.
Yes, because it's like a red... red mermaid, but no.
Red mermaid. No, I'm afraid not. What's your answer?
Mermaid Archer.
Both are incorrect. It's Red Archery Girl, which it's a tough one. Everyone goes for Mermaid Archer or something to do with that. Yeah, because it's in the text. I will say Tom went for Young Mermaid, which sounds like a really cool rap name. Okay, right. So the next one that we're going for here, that was to you, right? So, a dragon created from the soul of a wicked knight.
Dragon Curse.
You made Curse of Dragon, but no.
Ah. Can you repeat, please, once more?
Yeah. A dragon created from the soul of a wicked knight.
The blue number 2? No.
Serpent Knight Dragon. It's a tough one. Neither of the others got that one as well. Okay, final one. So this is coming over to you. A high-performance jet fighter with powerful capsules for variable attack capabilities.
Jet Bird?
Incorrect.
I think, okay, now that you're saying bird, I want to say Sonic Bird, but I think it is the level 3 warrior that Joey uses with 700 attack, and it's Jet Warrior?
Is incorrect. The answer is Gradius. Gradius. Almost there. Oh, there is one more of these card decks. He used to be a normal dog who played around in a park, but was corrupted by the powers of darkness.
Maron, the zombie dog?
No.
Before he went to the graveyard. But yeah, I also think Maro, but not the zombie dog. It's the lovely dog.
Lovely dog. No. The answer is Mad Dog of Darkness. Almost. You were nearly there. So go through your points. How many points are you on now?
He's ahead by 1.
You're ahead by 1. So is that 4-3? Let's pretend it's 4-3, because it frankly doesn't matter at this point. So this is going to be a reset. So do a rock, paper, scissors to see who gets to answer this question first. 1, 2, 3. What's this? What's this? That's a well. That's a well. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Leo's pretty good at this. Okay. What is the cover monster of the upcoming booster set, Age of Overlord?
Pass.
Okay, over to you. It's quite a hard one, this. This is a very wordy title.
I don't want to say it for you guys, but you can check it on our official website, the new product, and check out all details.
That's a good plug, but unfortunately it is incorrect. The answer is Supreme Celestial King Odd Eyes Arc Ray Dragon, guys. You should have known that. You should really have known that. Okay, so we're going to go over to you for this one. This is now name 5 of this particular archetype of monsters. Okay. So, name 5 sprite monsters.
Okay, Sprite Blue, Sprite Jet, Sprite Red, Sprite Carrot, and Sprite Elf.
Sure, good. Your turn. Name 5 Kashtira monsters.
Kashtira Fenrir, Kashtira Unicorn, Kashtira Shangri-Ira, Kashtira Ogre, and Kashtira Arisehart.
Correct. Name 5 Melfi monsters.
Oh, okay, I see how it is. Melfi Carry, Melfi Pini, Melfi of the Forest, Joyous Melfi, and the 5th will be Melfi Pengi.
Is that a card? Did you just make that up?
No, it's a great card.
I think he made that up, but I have no idea. I was going to go for Merry Melfi's, but...
Sure. Let's give it to him. Yeah, okay, do you know what? You got most of it, and you made one. You invented a new Melfi card.
It should be there, should be there.
It should be there? You might have to check Neuron.
It's fine, we can go.
I'll tell you what, just give it. So now though, it's now even.
Yeah.
It's even, so this is now more exciting, more tense. Okay, name 5 runic spells.
Tip, Dispelling, Flashing Fire, Destruction, and Slumber.
Okay, didn't say fountain. I was expecting you to go for that.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
See, I didn't. Okay, now finally, name 5 labyrinth monsters.
Okay, monsters. Why am I tougher? Okay, Lady, Ariana, Lovely. Oh no, it's fine. Crew Clock and Stovey.
There we go. Okay, so now it's still even, which means it all comes down to this last round, which is finishing the name of a card. So let's do rock, paper, scissors. Because we're even, let's see who's going to start this one off. 1, 2, 3. Ah, okay, see, you were rolling the eyes about doing this, but if it weren't for that, you might not have had the advantage. It might start easier, but it might mess with your brain, sadly. Let's see who is Il Bestio or Il Best Leo. Finish the card name. Ash Blossom.
The Joy Spring.
Correct. Ghost Ogre.
And Snow Rabbit.
Correct. Ghost Reaper.
And Winter Cherries.
Correct. Ghost Bell.
And Haunted Mansion.
Correct. Ghost Sister.
And Spooky Dogwood.
Correct. Okay, we've got through the ghosts. Now, Orsa the...
Earth Charmer.
Correct. Heater the...
Fire Charmer.
Correct. Liner the...
Light Charmer.
Correct. Area the...
Wind Charmer.
No. Is incorrect.
I had the Starlight where it's a water charmer.
Correct, which means here's your chance to win. Win the
Wind charmer.
Correct. So that means Il Bestio concedes to Il Best Leo. It all came down to the final question. So you think they're easy until you're put on the spot in front of lights and a camera and an audience, and it suddenly becomes a lot harder to remember these cards. How did you fare at home in the chat? We'll probably find out when we read it later. But guys, thank you for sticking with us. Any moment, our duelists will be ready to go because our round 12 pairing has been decided, and I can see now that our feature duel is almost ready to go. We'll be right back. And here we are, the final round of Swiss rounds here at YCS Dortmund 2023. 12 entire rounds these two duelists have had to slog through to get to this feature match table right here. In front of me, I have Guillaume Venier and David Giannocaro. So right now, we are going to find out exactly who is going to win this duel. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Who would like to roll the dice first? We're going to have Guillaume roll first. That is a 3. And that is higher than a 3. Are you going to go first? Okay, we're going to have David go first. So I'm going to throw you guys over one more time for these Swiss rounds to your amazing commentary trio who are going to take you through just why this is such a special duel.
Thank you so much, Ed. And indeed, it is a very special duel because we are basically for the first time ever featuring Table 1 at the last round of Swiss, which is very unusual because both of those players should be locked in for top cut. But there's something very, very spicy to play for because from now on at European YCSs, if you go completely undefeated, only winning in Swiss, you will be awarded an oversized version of the current prize card, another verse Lutonia, right? And that is insane. I love that idea.
Yeah, it's a crazy new introduction. We could say there can be only one for this event, or we try to come up with a lot of different names for it. We could say again, it's the ordeal of the Swiss sweeper, maybe. It's tough, essentially, because lately we have I had astonishing numbers. So with 12 rounds of Swiss, as we mentioned, going undefeated is not enough. You need to actually win all of those 12 matches, and there is only one duelist remaining that could accomplish that.
Exactly, which matters here because only Guillaume is currently 11-0. His opponent already got a draw, still makes him go into top cut for sure, but he cannot technically win the oversized card here. Only Guillaume can. They don't know. We didn't tell them before, so it's a big surprise. If Guillaume can continue winning, he will be awarded this live on stream here, which is absolutely sensational. They brought amazing decks as well, and I think we shouldn't waste any more time. Let's get the best players of Swiss going now. Round number 12, last round of this event is going to happen now.
So here we see Guillaume on the left there, or on the blue corner, running T Elements.
Oh yeah.
And David on the right running Chimera Branded. So a fusion mirror match. It's kind of poetic, you know, this was our first round feature. And it's going to be our last round feature.
It is indeed, but there are very different approaches to the fusion deck because Guillaume in the T Elements deck, I don't even know how much fusion summoning we're going to see because he decided to actually cut the King of the Swamps, so he definitely has way less options to fusion summon, and I would assume we are actually going to see maybe more Exceed summoning or like Link summoning instead.
He's still got a good amount of fusions, but I mean his deck is, you know, it's got a hard limit of only 3 fusion summons at most per turn. Whereas David can do a lot more than that, possibly. And given his start, it looks like there's going to be quite a lot of fusions.
Oh, and there's already a little hint how this could go, because we are sending the Light Hacks sealed fusion.
Does that mean we're going to see a Dragoon?
I'm pretty sure we do. And there it is right away, and that's a pretty big problem. It's first of all playing around Nibiru, of course, which is nice, but also it's just such a hard card to out in general.
Yeah, I like this. It's very, very heads-up play here. Normally you want to players often start their turn searching a card from their deck, because it's nice to, you know, collect all of your cards before you start doing any sort of combos. But one nice little optimization here is if you're not going to use those cards before you summon Dragoon, then you could summon Dragoon first and then play around a potential Dron Lockbird, Ash Blossom, etc.
Yeah. And Davida has decided to play a pretty big fusion package here, because usually we saw quite a bit of Chimera cards in the deck and then a couple of branded cards still. But here we just saw there's also a Patchwork engine in there, and overall he's just really focusing on the fusion summoning aspect of the deck. Also a super powerful fusion card, of course, super polymerization in there too.
And who can forget regular polymerization?
Oh yeah,
that's
of course.
That's the best.
The classic way to fusion summon.
I mean, we saw back in round 1, as Tom was mentioning, this exact same matchup, but it seemed like the pure Chimera branded was kind of maybe underwhelming, you know, on this opening. So I do like this a mix of strategies, these fusion deployments. So it seems like this is a much more threatening field, and it's tough to come back from this.
Yeah, I feel like the previous feature match we saw kind of a much more focused on the Chimera with kind of a hint of branded, but now we can see a lot more branded action going on.
Yeah, and we now go through the Chimera motions as well. Kodal searched as the Mirror Swords Knight, and we are now going to Fusion Summon as well once more. So on Davide's side is purely Fusion Summoning. I don't think there even is something that is not a Fusion monster in his extra deck. No, there is not. And there's Magnum the Reliever. So he's showing off multiple cards from the newest set from Duelist Nexus. And after the Chimera, which will also get to discard a card from Julam's hand in the end phase. Now the Magnum has joined the field too.
Do you remember what happened in the round 1 feature match we had when
Chimera
discarded a card?
I do.
It sticks in your memory that it's probably very traumatizing.
Yeah, the Kelbeck showing up strong. But I mean, it could happen. It could happen again.
Maybe this time it'll be a Guido just to be.
Just to mix it up a little, right?
A bit, yeah.
Why
There's
not?
no other cards you can discard out of your opponent's hand. It's just not allowed.
So Magnum going to go with the polymerization, put it back to the bottom of the deck.
And Vincenzo is still in, by the way. He's also on a X2 record, so he will play this last round. Kind of like a bubble match, we could say. Maybe a draw is enough to get into the top cup, but we'll see later on how the top 64 looks for YCS Dortmund, and seems like we are done. Almost.
Yeah, we're setting one card, and one very special thing about the deck of Davide, on top of all the special things he's already doing, he's main decking 3 copies of There Can Be Only One. So it's very fitting, because there can only be one. That is the Swiss Sweeper here, potentially Gilam, but he will have to play through. Oh my goodness, the super polymerization is getting hit there. That's a way better hit than an Agido, I want to say.
What a snipe. That would have been so good here.
Yeah, clearing out 2 threats at once and establishing your own, unable to be prevented by the Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. I mean, Red Eyes Dark Dragoon is very difficult to answer. I don't know what other kind of answers he'll have in his deck.
Yeah, I mean, Davide is embracing his final boss, appearance right here, and wow.
He really is. That was all very quick. He did a lot of stuff, but still below 5 minutes, just completely showcasing the strength of the deck there. We saw a lot of branded Chimera decks at the top tables. I wouldn't be surprised if we see like 6, 7, 8, maybe even 10 Chimera brands finally in top 64 later on. So we're looking through the graveyard. Of course, there is some stuff to be explored. Let's not forget, the Chimera cards are even better because they provide some interruption in the graveyard after they have used their field effects as well. So super powerful engine paired together now with the branded cards there.
Yeah, it's going to give you... It's like a lot of interruptions and a lot of resources to follow up.
Okay, normal summon Merly. We are just trying. Let's just have a look. Mill 3 cards. Let's see where it gets us. Oh, okay. We will not see where it gets us because the Mirror Swords Knight is going to be chained from the graveyard.
So what have we got with our 4 remaining cards?
Oh, there is Telemans, Kashtira.
It always feels like a very desperate act when you have to banish a card from your hand.
Totally.
With the Telemans, Kashtira.
So Davide is thinking about responding here, but this doesn't look too scary, honestly. I think I would probably just let my opponent give up 1 card from his hand and then get that. Oh, but still, okay. We are chaining the Katija, so we just want to have a fusion summon here, which is understandable, I think.
Like this. So this will let you summon Dragos Tapalia, and then you can negate the Kashtira when it's summoned.
I like that a lot, you're right. Oh, and that Rhino Heart is being banished. That's 2 normal summons that Julam started with. Going second, that's not the optimal opening.
Yeah, this is great. And just imagine if that Super Poly was still in hand. That would have changed so much. But yeah, sometimes that's just how it is. You get that card sniped off, and yeah, it's very tough to come back at this point.
I mean, I guess that's kind of the point of, discarding cards from your opponent's hand. Hopefully you get a good one.
Yeah.
So Julam keeps on trying. He doesn't have many options left in his hand, but still he's not ready to concede yet, and I think we're going to see a Link summon here first of all. That is probably going to be Sprite Sprint potentially, but you don't even have the Merly to send anymore. Oh, it's Dark instead. That's a good one too, though. That is a good one too.
There's still so much interruption from Davide, right? He's got the Dragoon, he's got Magnum the Reliever. Whatever he said, I'm guessing it was branded in red, although I didn't see it at the time. And another face down, which could be anything.
Or there can be only one.
Or can be there.
Even that.
Yeah, I'm
even
looking
that.
at his field and I'm like, is it really all different types? It's not, right? The Cartesia and Dragoon are both spellcasters, I want to say.
But I mean, you already used the Cartesia, so I think you're fine with giving it up. And now we are going
Yeah, he's chaining to the dark, essentially, preventing the summon by banishing his Chimera from grave, and this way the dark basically whiffed. So yeah.
Super strong, now searching the Chimera Fusion and the Gazelle on the summon of his monster. Just getting 2 cards for free, sounds pretty good. Pretty reasonable to me.
Come in. Oh, yeah. Just having to crush, probably searching for like a Shireen or something like that. To try one last time to send some cards off the top of his deck, but...
Is this do we negate?
Oh, we could even negate that with Dragoon, yeah.
I mean...
That seems very desperate, so I would strongly consider just negating the graveyard effect there.
Yeah.
Because negating Shiren in the end does not feel that great. So you rather just go for this. And indeed, Davide agrees, just negating the graveyard effect of Dark. Oh, but there comes a Foolish, and that could lead to a couple of cool things here.
It's like very tenacious here. He's just gone so many effects, yeah.
I think you gotta go for the 5.
Yeah, for sure. That's the only option I think you have here. Just go for Agido or Kelback.
Sometimes it's your day, you know, it could be.
I mean, it's been his day so far.
Exactly, so you gotta go for it.
Let's see, how many chain links can we create through this Kelback? Is that mill 5 going to resolve? It is indeed. So what do we have? That's not a hit. That's a Diviner.
Oof,
no hit either, but there's an Agido, and we will take that one. We will keep on milling here. And also the Salik. Or is that Meta Noise?
That's Salik.
Oh, it's Salik, yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's a good way
pretty good. +1 and roll again.
Yeah, the re-roll, I like even more there. Okay.
Okay.
Was there anything nice for Davide? Not really, no.
No.
He'd milled the Edge Imp Chain, but I think he's already used Edge Imp Chain this turn.
Interesting, he actually goes, for the Shirin. Makes sense, I guess.
Search at Shiren.
Yeah, if his last card is a monster.
Let's see these 5 more.
Oh, Shayama is an interesting. Destrudo, those are 2 options in the graveyard right away. There's Scream on top of it. And Malicious, what is this? Those are so many cool things. He got so many more toys to play with there. Oh boy.
I want to ask if he runs... Now I'm seeing Destrudo and I'm seeing a huge field. I really want to see a Black Rose Dragon. I mean, I know there's almost certainly not one in his list, but that would
Let me just check for you.
That would be so cool.
I sadly have to disappoint you. There is none in there.
Devastated. Maybe I've been playing too much Time Wizard.
Probably, yeah. But it would be cool. So those were like really good hits. Not even 2 malicious, just the one that he needed. The Shayama will be interesting because that's a card you usually have not seen in Tier Elements, but it just says in the graveyard that you can destroy 1 set card or a Fiend monster. There aren't any Fiend monsters in this deck, but you can just set maybe your Heartbeat, you can set a Meta Noise, you can set a Salik. And look, we are just setting a card, and I think that is exactly what we're going to do here. What if we search with the Scream? Because we did mill a Scream, in fact.
Did we mill a Scream as well?
Yeah, we did.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
so
we just had so much there. That was really, really good.
Must be Meta Noise. This is going to go really well here, right? Because you can destroy the Meta Noise and add back Merly, and that will be an excellent discard for Shiren.
Yeah, totally. That mill 10 was ridiculously good there for Jilam. And Davide is considering whether to interact with the Shayama. The cool thing is, even if he does something about the Shayama here, it's still going to destroy the Meta Noise. That part is still going to resolve.
Yeah, so maybe the only other thing we know, well, we know he's got a set and a Magnum the Reliever he can also use.
So he is going to allow that. There goes the Meta Noise. Of course, trying to add back the Merly then. Or maybe even the Tier Elements Kashtira, because that could still use its graveyard effect. There's Merly. He decided on the Merly there, okay. What's next? Do we just go for Malicious, try to go for a rank 6 or something?
Or Shiren, you kind of want to use the Malicious before you use Shiren, no?
Absolutely, yeah.
He has enough material, I think, in his graveyard to maybe make a Kaleido Heart. I don't know what his favorite fusion is. It makes his extra deck look very different without King of the Swamp.
Yeah, it's a completely different deck, basically, because there's not even Telemans Rue colors in there, which is quite insane to me, but actually there isn't.
Yeah, for now we're just going to stop for a couple of minutes because they had a judge call to review the play that was going on. Just want to make sure that everything was correct, but it shouldn't take that long. And what do you guys think? Does he have what he needs to actually fight back in this, or is it still, I mean, not the easiest, I guess?
It looks so good to see that deck developing. It looked like it was over right away, and then he activated one effect, and from there on he has now 10 options available to himself. It's so crazy to me how good Telemans is for this event.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the decision of actually negating, you know, the Dark. And, I mean, it makes sense. You played safe. He was only on 2 cards remaining, and, you know, Foolish Burial sometimes gets you there. So.
Yeah, the one of Foolish. I mean, that we all said it. We kind of saw the attack and we thought that makes sense to negate that effect because it looked very last ditch.
Absolutely. But I mean, sometimes, I mean, we saw it even back to round 1. They are building these decks to just maximize these mills, and it makes sense. You saw it, Destrudo, a lot of malicious, you had different cards, and why not? If you maximize, you basically are creating your luck, so it's not completely random. So that makes sense to me, and it seems like it's working out.
Yeah, I think like it's a bit of a misconception that people just call Telemans a luck-related deck, because of course you are relying on chance to mill cards, but if you just maximize your chances of milling goods cards so much, then it is not that much chance anymore. Because if you look into the room, if you see what kind of players are on this deck, you cannot deny that a lot of top-level competition players are on this deck, and they wouldn't decide for a purely luck-based deck, would they?
For sure.
It is a very cool deck, so maybe you're just like, I just love this deck, I want to play it. But no, you're right. I think we've seen players really optimize the deck. You know, you've got to cut down to 40 to make sure you're milling those Telemans as frequently as possible.
Absolutely. I mean, you did play Lightswarm back of our Time Wizard tournament.
Exactly, and I optimized. I put in Upstart Goblins, and that was why I drew 2 Judgment Dragon, Charge of the Light Brigade. You know,
I do remember that. I do remember. Poor Alberto. Poor Alberto. You know. But
is that why he wasn't here this weekend? He didn't want to play any more time.
You traumatized him, maybe. Yeah.
It's always you that's breaking up the friendships.
No, absolutely. But yeah, as mentioned, it's one of those decks that is actually performing well. And as we saw in the deck breakdown, it's very heavily represented in this field. So I would expect a few to be in the top cut. We know at least one is guaranteed, because obviously it's sitting right now on top of this Swiss before the end of this match. And we have multiple other ones at the top tables. It seems like it has a very good Unchained matchup, which is obviously the top, although by only 1%, most popular deck. And yeah, it's working out for them, I guess.
It really is. Oh, and there we go, back to the table, back to the playing action. Seems like we have everything resolved. And there comes Gilam now adding back the Merly. Oh wait, no, we already resolved the Shiren there. Look, we triggered the Merly, we discarded for the Shiren, and we are starting to fusion summon here. And I think we used, used to be Malicious. Summoning out the Destiny Hero Dangerous here. What a card that we haven't seen in a while.
Destiny Hero Dangerous here will get to send Malicious to the graveyard anyway, so I guess it's not too bad shuffling back a Malicious.
Yeah, I guess that works out just fine. And we are getting more and more monsters onto the field. After it looked desperate with him crashing the Dark there, it now looks very, very good, or better and better, rather.
This is a nice interaction as well. You can pop your own Telement monster on the field and destroy one of your opponent's spell and trap cards. It's a nice little, because you're going to then get the Shiren effect afterwards.
Yeah, I really, really like it. This all looks so much fun, and when we see that this guy has so far won 11 rounds in a row, it must also be super powerful and good.
I mean, this is the Yu-Gi-Oh you want to see, right? There's like big fusion monsters flying everywhere, cards going from the top of the deck. Both players have access to their full engines and are just kind of duking it out for...
Totally. And I mean, we still have to ask ourselves the question, and I think Gilam also is running this question through his head. How do we deal with the Dragoons there on the field? Is there even a way to do that? Oh, okay. So I think we are just going to send the Shiren to the graveyard here.
Yeah, it was in response to the Shyama effect, so it was to kind of a convoluted way of protecting one of his own face-down spells and traps.
But still, this will now allow the card to perform a fusion summon, so was that really worth it? Let's see.
So we go Shiren and Dark, so that would probably most likely be the Mud Dragon of the Swamp, right?
Yeah, it has to be Mud Dragon.
Yeah.
Unless there's something I don't know about. New fusion even, that would be very cool.
Nope. It's now Muddragon and Magnum staring down each other there from extra monster zone to main monster zone. And yeah, Jilam just double checking on the Dragoon. How do I even deal with this? Is there a way, is there a convenient way of dealing with it?
I was going to ask if there's the most convenient way, which is the Underworld Goddess.
And there is no Underworld Goddess in the deck, but there is access code Talker, which in fact does not target. And
but
therefore...
Dragoon can't be destroyed, can it?
It cannot be destroyed either? Oh, you're right.
Now it makes sense. So the last card in hand was the second Malicious, so that's now discarded by the Dangerous, which is pretty nice.
Oh, lovely. So now we're going to get a Malicious, the Denier. I mean, the Denier is just a crazy card in exact combination with Malicious, isn't it?
It gives you access to an easy Beatrice through this combo, potentially. Oh, but we see a Book of Eclipse.
Oh, wow. There are so many monsters that will be booked here. The entire field going into sleep mode, going into absolute face-down position. And that will be a lot of cards where we can draw on the end phase there for Jilon, but will it help him is the question.
Yeah, there's not unlikely to be a Battle Fader or such in his deck, so it doesn't matter how many cards you have in your hand if your opponent's going to attack you for game.
Yeah, you're right. True, of course, the access code Talker would have not been an answer because we do not have a battle phase anymore. But that's 4 cards he's picking up. There's just something to interact with his opponent. It did not really look like it, honestly.
I think I spotted a Havness.
Yeah, same.
Oh, was
there might be an Havness there. I mean...
but you need like more than one thing,
Yeah.
right? Because all of David's interaction is going to be refreshed.
Yeah, and also Agido and Kelbak are already in the graveyard, so he cannot hit that with the Havness. So there aren't that many great options to mill, to be honest. But let's keep in mind the Muddragon. The Muddragon, like, we are using this preemptively here, could prevent a couple of things, of course.
What attribute would you turn your Muddragon here?
Probably just Dark, right?
Seems like the safest, but let's see. I mean, now these fusions are being flipped back face up. He had the Brenner fusion added from last turn, so he can still do a lot. But
I mean, he's run out of monster zones.
Yeah, because I mean, 10 cards were sent off the top of his deck, so a lot of resources from that too.
So there's Magnum now as well. I mean, we're already adding attack points on the field, and the Dragoon is, of course, also... Is it still at 4,000, or does it go back to 3,000 actually after it gets set
it's
down?
reset.
It's reset, right? Yeah, true. Sad. Okay, but there's Chimera Fusion.
And chaining the Magnum, the reliever, I guess. That's the only thing you can target if Muddragon has been made dark.
Yep, in fact, that is what's going to happen. And I think we're going to see the Guardian Chimera, which is a very convenient way of non-targeting destruction. So we could just destroy 2 of those monsters there on the field of Geelong. And we're, of course, also going to trigger the graveyard effects here.
And that's just enough, I think.
Yes! So, the Swiss sweeper, Geelong, so far 11-0, but now Davide takes game 1 out of his hands and brings himself into the lead with Chimera branded there. Very, very impressive, honestly. I think I really like the bigger engine, the bigger branded package with the Fright for Patchwork and also with multiple super polymerizations. Both of them, funnily enough, play the super polymerization.
I was going to say, players, it seems like both these two players are possibly taking advantage of some of the more slower mid-rangey decks in the format and saying, you know, I'm not going to play any hand traps. I'm going to let you guys do what you want to do, and then I'm going to do my big turn, and my turn is going to be enough to push through whatever you set up.
And I mean, honestly, he had so much stuff there going second. So normally that should be enough, right? The amount of stuff that he did there. But what Davide set up was also just so powerful that it was just not enough. He was like 1 step short. Otherwise, he could have maybe brought it over the finish line. That would have been cool.
Absolutely. But for anyone who just tuned in, you are seeing the last round of Swiss, but there is a catch. There is something brand new for YCS Dortmund, as only if you manage to win all 12 rounds of Swiss, in this case only one of these players can manage to do that. We have additional pricing. We have an exclusive oversized copy of the new prize card, another verse Glutonia. So there is a lot on the line here, but Guillaume is 1 game down, so we need to get that comeback to guarantee this prize. Let's see whether that's gonna happen. His opponent, Davide, not gonna make it easy for him with his unique, I wanna say, Chimera branded deck.
Totally, yeah. He will struggle, but Jerome, of course, has some options in his side deck that could maybe favor his matchup a little more. He can side in Bestials, which are, of course, good versus his own deck, but also versus the Chimera branded deck as well. And then there's Called by the Grave, also really, really powerful. And there's, of course, the all-around counter trap going first option for the Telemans player, Telemans Crime in there too. And I'm pretty sure that one is going to find its way into its main deck as well.
Yeah, 1,000,001 options. What's in the side deck for David?
Let me check that real quick. Going second would that be, so for good old Mr. Davide, we have Drawn Lockbird, which, funnily enough, I think by now is a pretty valid card to side against the Telemans deck. Back in the day, you just didn't do it because it wasn't as impactful, but nowadays there is pretty much a lot of searching going on, so I think I would probably side in Drolls versus that.
Yeah, there was a lot of cards added during the turn, even though half the cards were interrupted.
Totally, absolutely. And of course, there are Bestials in the side deck of Davide as well, so I think we're going to get ourselves some Bestials that are being resolved here in this game. I am very hyped for it. Will Gilam use the chance to come back here to maybe claim himself that very special prize that we just talked about? We are about to find out. Game number 2 starting now. There we have them, ready to go. And Gilam this time will start it off.
Basti, when you're playing, do you like to arrange your cards in a little pile while you're waiting like that?
I would just slam them onto the table and pick them up as soon as I'm ready. Oh, there's the Perler Rhino. Davide, look, finger ticking. Is he thinking about a response? Not really, because Gilam is already in his deck.
But Droll could be there.
Yeah, so what does that mean to you, Marcello?
Ooh.
That little...
That could be the
maybe he was
Droll
just,
thinking.
Maybe he was just waiting to cut the deck.
Yeah.
I mean, look, but a draw right there would have been really powerful. And again, he picked up the Malicious in his opening. And ooh, okay. We see the Scream, the Hafness, and the Malicious. Do we have a way to resolve the Hafness? We do. Okay, activating.
I mean, there's the Malicious at worst, right?
I mean, worst case scenario, you could go for the Dangerous, yeah.
Okay, that does resolve. So, what kind of trap card are we grabbing? Do we just go for the Crime we were talking about, which he probably sided in? Is it still going to be the Saldic because it's just more universal? I think I spoiled the super polymerization and the hand of Gilam as well. That sounds good.
Hard not to be excited when you see the flash of the super polymerization.
And there it is the Crime.
Yeah, seems like we are going for Dangerous plus Crime, so it makes sense.
Yeah, so one deck that's actually kind of good versus other branded decks is Retaliating Sea, and that's in the side deck of Davide. Do you think he brought it in versus the Telemans deck here as well?
I'm wondering what spell effects he used to summon monsters.
There's not really anything, is there?
I don't think so, ever since Eastern Fusion, you know, is gone, so...
True.
You can't chain it to super polymerization,
especially because in this case, he's not running the King of the Swamps, so the...
Oh yeah, you're right.
Polymerization is gone, but maybe he doesn't know, so...
So, there comes the Malicious now. Bringing, of course, out another level 6 monster. It's just so convenient because the Dangerous is also level 6, right?
Yeah, it's amazing. It's straight up Beatrice, easy. So...
Oh, and there's Telemans Kashira, and this time way more convenient to just banish a card from your graveyard instead of giving up one of your cards in hand. And then we are going to continue to mill and oh baby, let's get this party started one more time. Agido, Telemans Kashira, and Shayama. That's a pretty decent one.
Wow.
Okay, Tribikama. All right, Salik. There's the Scream as well. We already resolved that, but still we're going to take it.
And there's one missing, I think.
Is it? I always get the Telement Cash the wrong way around. Is it 2 if it's sent to the grave?
Yeah, and 3 in 5th
3 on the field. Yep, so yeah, he should mill one more card.
So that's 4, 5.
I counted him 7.
I know it's just because he hit the... So basically, he milled 3 with the first he summoned, and he hit the Agido plus the Telement Cash, and this time he's sending 7.
Yeah, in the graveyard it's only 2, and that was a graveyard effect.
So there's a running total, how many we got so far? 10 mills.
Exactly, 10 mills. Seems good enough. Right?
Yeah, well, I'm sure there'll be more. Maybe we're going to send the Kel back now.
Oh. Potentially, with the Beatrice, which we are about to see. Rank 6, Exceed Summon being performed. Hello, Beatrice. Not in the BA deck, but this time still in the T-element strategy.
Yeah, even stronger because you get to use it during both players' turns right away. And
absolutely.
Let's see, okay.
That's just a lot that is building up here for Geelong. I really like this. And we have not even normal summoned, of course. So normal summon Rhinoheart. And is there something we can still send even? I mean, worst case we could say... Oh, wait, we did not activate the Rhinoheart, I think. That's just a vanilla we normal. Card destruction is not going to put in work in the graveyard, but Kelbeck, of course, is very much so.
Oh my god, and that's even more
mills.
Wow.
My, what a
Attributes are in
mill.
play.
We see the draw 1 for Shadow Beast. We see the Meta Noise to add something back. And there's Hollow as well in there, which would just mill a couple more cards, of course.
Why not?
Sure, because it's fun.
Are we ever going to even use this Beatrice? Like, what's not been sent already? It's relevant this turn. Maybe Denier?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, this is such a highly skillful deck, right? Because you have to order your chains in so great ways. You always have to remember how to resolve all those chains. You are basically there in your thinking tank when you play T-Elements, and you just are going through all of the different options because there are so many. Like, when you get presented a mill with like 5 different things to do, you can just take 10 different routes to get there. And I think Geelong is very, very well tested with this.
There goes the Destrudo as well. So accessing all of his combo pieces right now and still hasn't used, as you mentioned, Tom, the Beatrice.
I think Destrudo is just here for Baron, actually, in this version of the deck. Yeah, look, we are using the T-Elements Kashtira that's on the field, which is a level 7. So it comes in handy that Destrudo became a level 3, and so we can make our Synchro Tan being Baron the Fleur.
And then maybe I'm just trying to figure out. I guess we can look at the extra deck to figure out how this is going to finish up. Maybe with the Time Thief Redoer, the Abyss Dweller.
Do you like the Dweller in this matchup?
I was thinking about it. Are you a fan?
It's decent enough, I guess. I mean, you always have the Redoer as well as another option, but I guess you can stop some of the Chimera interactions, but you probably don't even need much at this point. You can get both, you know, Crime and Saliek or Owen, even as the Super Poly.
Yeah,
wow.
True.
Wow.
So we get to send Heartbeat to add the Saliek back to our hand. So another trap we have, and we already added the Crime. So it will be Saliek, Crime, plus all the stuff he already has there on the field. He milled a Shuffler as well, so his Pearl Rhino will be able to destroy cards on the opponent's turn too. This is just a whole lot here. And we have decided on the Redoer, by the way. That was the option of choice.
I think the only thing he really needs to worry about is decking out at this point. How many cards are left in there? I can't see, but like.
But he's fine. He's got some shufflers as well in the graveyard, so that's great.
It's looking pretty light there.
Yeah, it's probably around 10, honestly, even less. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool when your deck becomes very small because then you can mill even more consistently. You can put back all the cards that you want to mill with your shuffling effects, and then you can mill those cards again.
Yeah, and I think he was considering to go into Cross Sheep here, but going into Cross Sheep at the end of your combo seems a little awkward, honestly, because you rather want to do it at some earlier point to get value out of it, but here we already have done so much stuff.
It looks like he's going to Fusion Summon, he's going to get another monster from his graveyard.
I mean, fair. Then we are getting to trigger the Cross Sheep, so it's definitely good.
What are we getting?
Kaleido?
That's Kaleido,
yeah. We're Fusion Summoning Kaleido. What's the highest value target to come out of the graveyard?
Ah, okay, I know what you mean. I mean, he has already gone through the Diviner, so that's your usual target, which in this case doesn't do much. So
just summon the Hollow because it's beefy.
Why not?
Look, he's considering himself. What are we even going for here?
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, I got a monster from my graveyard. Isn't that great?
I vote for Shadow Beast just cause.
Oh yeah. Well, again, you need to. If your opponent can make you draw a card, you know, you could. Get closer and closer to deck.
It is going to be Diviner, and I think we have not actually used Diviner this turn yet, right?
No, we didn't, but he might be out of targets.
True.
Sprint.
Okay, we do go for Sprint here.
Is this going to be a Winder as well?
We are going to go for Winder, I'm pretty sure. Wow! He's not stopping. This is super impressive stuff here from Geelong.
This is the most, insane first turn field we've seen this weekend, maybe.
I would agree, honestly. So, Wallow and Merle together will be fused into El Shaddoll Winder.
Wow.
That is just
What an
Stunning.
opening. But does he have a card in now? Okay, yeah, he does.
Two, maybe?
He does, yeah. Because you need one for crime, I guess, at least.
Yeah,
that's it.
So Davido was enjoying that. He was following through the entire turn of Guillaume, but there's no way he could come back from that opening turn with all the stuff that was set up there. So Guillaume keeps his chances to maybe grab himself that oversized copy of the new prize card.
One game away only, and now, you know, it's all down to game 3. Davide will go first and will try to once again set up the same impressive field he did in game 1. And it's going to be down to his opponent to find the answers this time. Maybe if the Super Poly doesn't get sniped, he has a chance, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing there was probably no Super Poly on the side of Davide because maybe he would have had a go with it.
Yeah.
It's a good way to answer the Winder and I guess the Kaleido Heart. Maybe I'm not sure what else.
You can't fuse that, sadly. But
oh, you can't? That's a good point, actually.
Yeah. But still, like, there are plenty of options, I think. And now Davide will be way more confident, of course, going into this, going first. He will be the one setting up stuff once more. And then it will be on Guillaume to try to break the field once more. And I cannot wait for this. Honestly, Tielemans, by this display just there, maybe my favorite to win the tournament now. Because it was really impressive what he did there. And it was like also just such a display of how well he is with the deck. I mean, he won 11 in a row, so we wouldn't even have to point that out. Of course he's good with the deck, otherwise he wouldn't be here being 11-0. But still, just that's pure class there. And there are so many great players on the deck. Herman Hansen, for example, piloting it as well. And I think Gabriel Nets also on the Tielemans. They all have found back their love for Tielemans, which I love as well.
You've been converted from watching that games.
I mean, how could you not be, right? How could you not be by that game? Really impressive stuff. But now, going first for Davide, honestly, I mean, he's playing the deck and be only one in the main deck, which is honestly not even that great versus Tielemans, though, because they are having access to a lot of different types. But besides that, in his side deck, there's not too much more to bring in going first, honestly. So he will just have to rely mainly on the cards he's already playing in his main deck, but that was already enough in game number 1, so it might as well be still enough here for game number 3.
But it seems like that's about it. As we mentioned, one game remaining to find out the winner of round 12. Our players are ready. Let's go to the table.
One last time for the Swiss portion of the tournament, round 12. After this, we will have only single elimination left. But for now, we are going to see Davide going first and starting it off with branded opening, discarding the Edge Imp. Oh, yes, that's the card you want to discard because it will give you immediate value. Chainlink 1 for the Aluber, Chainlink 2 for the Edge Imp Chain.
And I picked out maybe a Droll Lockbird and a Super Poly in the hand for David.
Ooh,
that would be the dream, yeah.
And I like this playing around, I'm guessing, playing around. Players like to play around Droll Lockbird where possible by activating effects in the draw phase.
Yeah, this plays around so much stuff. Even Effect Veiler is something you play around. I don't think Guillaume is on that.
No response on this Brandon Fusion. So we should also pay attention to the fact that there are less than 12 minutes remaining. And we know these combos can take a while. So he might have sided in, you know, the Masquerade, because you need to also pay attention. He could end in a draw if, you know, he spends too much time comboing off and then he's not able to set up the Masquerade there.
Yeah,
the Masquerade has been sided. Well, I don't know if it has been sided in. I saw it in the side deck.
We could assume, I guess, but
it is there. Let's say it is there. That's true for sure.
Yeah, but then if he doesn't go for that, I could totally see this ending up in time. But to be fair, he was fairly fast in game 1. We did mention he's very comfortable with the deck.
Yeah, and he's already starting off pretty strong and fast here as well. And we see the Red Eyes Darkness Dragoon once again on the field. Now we're going to use the Albion.
Tribute Summon.
Oh, that's just the classic Tribute Summon. Welcome back, Tribute Summon, to 2023. I know Stephen Jacobs enjoys you since a couple of years already, but here is a Tribute Summon in Chimera branded as well.
We've seen him more. We saw a Tribute set earlier. It's playing around a Goes match now. That's cool.
Yeah, that was a Virtual World approach. You have to Tribute set in Virtual World from time to time, I can tell you that. So, there is now the Chimera Fusion, bringing out the Gazelle again.
King of Phantom Beasts, yeah.
We have the all-important, what are we going to discard this time game. There's a lot of cards that are... I mean, Kelbeck is obviously the worst, but there's a lot of cards that are not ideal to discard from your opponent's hand.
Yeah, at the same time, though, compared to the previous Camera-branded players, he sets up Dragoon. So he can negate whatever he discards with that, which makes it a lot safer, you know, to go for the play.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I don't think you would even discard if, you know, you're up against tier.
Yeah, I think it's actually mandatory. Or, let me just double check. Oh no, you can activate the effect. You don't have to. Never mind then. There is the polymerization, so Davide keeps on going. And the Chimera, the King of Phantom Beasts, I think he activated it, right?
And there it goes.
Okay, okay. That is going to be a costly turn for Jilon, because as soon as he tries activating cards, Masquerade will be there, and he will have to pay the price to activate his cards. And that price from now on is going to be 600 life points per card and per effect.
I'm wondering, like, did this would have been enough damage just to win the game, given Guillaume's turn 1, right? In the previous game, I think there were enough card effects.
I mean, if there is a deck that, you know, goes for a lot of chain links, that's tier. So Masquerade on his own, outside of being good in time, it's actually a really good card.
The middle one, what is it? Oh, it's Shayama, which is a resource in the graveyard, though. To be fair.
And honestly, one of the best ones, because you can't negate it right there with Dragoon, so you take it if you're a Guillaume.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's almost more useful in the graveyard.
Fair.
I mean, you can't discard it for Super Poly or Sharon.
So, okay, Pearl Rhino.
Okay, we start paying no Super Poly yet, so let's see.
You think Super Poly, you'd start with Super Poly, right? If you had it.
I would think so, yeah.
Pretty certainly. Grabbing out the Sharon there.
Ooh, and you're right, Tom. There is the Droll and Lock Bird.
Ay, ay, ay. Not optimal for Guillaume, and Davide is feeling safer and safer now, also having the advantage in life points there.
Just putting slowly like more and more restrictions on the play here. Every card is 600. You can't add cards. What's going to be next?
Yeah.
And look, Guillaume activating the Sharon, and immediately Davide grabbing the pan, saying, okay, that will cost you 600 life points, of course. And there his total goes down once again.
Yeah, it's something very satisfying watching your opponent's life points slowly tick down.
Yeah. Discarding the hollow.
Let's take a look.
That's Hafner's entry. Karma. Okay. I mean, there's one Pearl Rhino already on the field. There's another one being milled, so that Trivi Karma is not going to be insane.
It's even worse because you can't use it. It's a draw lock bird.
Oh, true. It would not even be able to do anything anyways. So, hollow going to activate. That is a way to do stuff there, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately, once again, not the Beast, but the Kelbeck is a pretty good one, unless you obviously get it, negate it with the Dragoon.
But no, we're... Oh, yeah, the Kelbeck can be negated.
Yep.
Unless there's some cheeky chain links you can do. I'm not sure what, though. You have to fusion summon something that has an effect on the summon, which I'm not sure there is anything.
You could go for Pearl Rhino, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you could still prevent that, which is nice.
Oh, okay, we just go for Winda here. Interesting.
Because I'm pretty sure the Dragoon can't even negate the Pearl Rhino, right? It's only the activation of a spell and trap, so maybe? I don't know.
I will double check on the Dragoon here real quick.
Usually these kind of cards work like that. No, okay, any effect. Okay.
Yeah, it's any effect.
It looked like the... Oh, wait, no, this is a mistake here because he used the Pearl Rhino Chainlink 1, and then he wanted to use Beast Chainlink 3 to prevent the Kelbeck from being negated, but he forgot that he couldn't activate the Beast.
Yeah, a shame, a little bit of a shame, but...
Still, all of this is just the life points ticking down so heavily. It's just such a restriction to tier because you just want to use so many effects and you just cannot use that many. And there's the super polymerization now. Guillaume would have needed it, but Davide has it, just using both of his monsters to bring out his own copy of Draco's Stapelia there.
And I guess he just doesn't mind Kelbeck. Just say, okay, you can mill 5, you can use as many effects
there's
as you
Akido
like.
as well, Telemans Kashtira, and Scream. Yeah, but if he wants to use all of those, that will again be very, very costly.
I've never seen like a full burn from 8,000 to 0 cool. with Masquerade, but this is what it's looking like.
I had to face that before.
Yeah, because usually you go for double Masquerade.
Yeah, if you have 2 of them, that's not many effects at all.
Yeah, this one is putting in work. So.
Yep, I think we did not even trigger the Tillman Scream there.
You can't again because of
Oh, true, yeah. Very valid point, very valid. I will give you that.
Oh, this is another 7 mils.
Yep.
But 1,200
oh, wow,
points.
Down to like 5 effects or something. I mean, Yeah. I think the droll by itself almost is...
the 5th effect would already be too much, to be honest. So I think he should limit it to 4.
Maybe he's, yeah.
So that's another 5 cards for both players, of course, to be milled there.
This Worst Knight is actually a pretty good one for his opponent, by the way.
True. Also, we would have to pay attention to a potential branded opening in the graveyard of Davide, because that could prevent destruction.
He did open with the card.
Yeah.
So it is there. Yeah.
For a second, I thought his graveyard was empty, though, before Jilom started all the milling. So I was kind of confused by that, because I also remember the branded opening.
There is a Kaiju, as we learn, attribute summon a monster.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, we now see that Jilom had a pretty convenient answer to the Dragoon all the way through with the Kaijus in his main deck. But
the Kaiju
he doesn't
and
have
the
it here.
Super Volley, yeah.
Yeah. So...
But he didn't get any of those yet, so...
Maybe we go for Kaleido. So Kaleido trying to put that Masquerade back to the extra deck could be a way, but I mean, we have not even used the Dragon's Apelia negate yet.
Yeah, and there are only 4 minutes remaining right here, so a lot of pressure on the line.
So, still a couple of cards in hand for Jilom, but still, is it going to be enough? 2,000 life points left. That's really not that much when you try to end the game or win the game in just under 4 minutes.
What is the target here? I think that's what...
Yeah, that's what he's debating about, but...
Okay, so life points went back up to 2,600, so there was a bit of confusion. That's one more effect left in the tank for Jilom Dan.
No effect even.
Oh, maybe no effect. Okay, trying to go after the Masquerade. Okay, so from now on, he's free to use all of his effects again. But there is going to be the trigger of Aluber. As the Masquerade left the field, we are going to permanently negate the Kaleido Heart on the field. That's another very good thing going for Davide, of course.
Yeah, this really does look like an uphill battle for our current Swiss sweeper.
Yeah. He would have been the perfect Swiss sweeper because he's also from Switzerland, so he would have been the Swiss sweeper, but it seems like Davide will be the ultimate ant boss here, stopping him from accomplishing the 12-0 run.
I mean, he was very tenacious in that first game. He just kept pushing and pushing and pushing, but unfortunately didn't quite make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have it all, to be fair. Like, this opening in Game 3 was brutal. Not only like all of the engine, but super polymerization and draw. That's a lot.
Yeah, it is indeed. So, neat little interaction there. Jilom tried to shuffle back the Masquerade to the deck through the effect of his Shuffler in the graveyard, but Davide just easily responded with the effect of Masquerade to bring it back to the field, but still it's not going to have that effect anymore that your opponent has to pay so many life points, so it's not as bad as before for Jilom. But still, what's the last set card? Is it just going to be another Book of Eclipse? After doing all of this, Davide is like, yeah, as in Game 1, we're just going to book everything on the field once more.
And you can activate Book of Eclipse on the draw, right? And you just won't get to draw anything?
That's a good ruling question. That would be one for the judges, but I would agree with you just from my personal understanding. Okay, I think we did negate the graveyard effect of Kaleido Heart there.
And I think he's now out of cards, Davide.
Definitely seems like it.
3 more
and I mean,
off the top.
I mean, now Shayama makes even more sense, right? Because Kaleido Heart actually is a fiend. You can just destroy the Kaleido Heart on the field, which is superb. So Shayama has even more utility in the deck.
Great synergy. Let's see these 3 more, or at least, yeah, Davide seems like he's allowing it.
Still got 2 cards left.
Card destructions.
Okay,
yeah,
solid.
Not
but
again.
we do not add because of Drone Lockbird, you're right.
Just imagine this draw. How devastating it was, yeah?
Yeah. Versus modern T-Elements, it is really, really powerful. So we are going to put a counter on there.
Remaining. Only a minute remaining, and yeah.
Some way to do 5,500 damage without a battle phase. Seems like a challenge.
You can feel the pressure on the line, and Again, the ending, one of the last few moments, at least in the Swiss rounds, before we find out what the top 64 will look like for the event, and there goes a dark.
Davide considering his extra deck. I don't know how he's getting access to that just now, but maybe there is a...
And there it goes.
Okay, the crowd loves it. That was super, super good of the game. What a display of skill. The best two players in Swiss battled against each other there again in round number 12. But it was not Gilom coming out on top, and therefore we are not going to give out that oversized copy of the prize card for this event, but that only means that we're going to take it with us again and we're going to bring it to Bologna, and then again in Bologna people will have the chance to claim that first Swiss sweeper after Swiss.
Ed had written a poem even for the occasion, so unfortunately for everybody watching at home, you're going to have to wait until YCS Bologna. Well, maybe. Even if, you know, it's a very special occasion, Ed's poem readings, so
absolutely
we must reserve it for when somebody gets the full achievement.
That's the real incentive, you know?
Yeah.
So for anybody at home. But again, it was a great match. Nonetheless, I'm not surprised that both of these guys are locked in for Top Cut. It was a really good show of knowledge and just technical play overall. So I'm sure we will see more of them. Maybe they'll even get to play the same exact matchup later on, you know, that would be fun. And have a rematch. But regardless, this was the last round of Swiss, which means we are just a few moments away from later on finding out these 64 duelists that will give it their best to claim who will become YCS Dortmund 2023 champions. And I think we'll then take you know, some friendly bets on what we think could be the deck even for the event. What do you guys think right now? After going through the Swiss, do you see a deck that comes out on top, or it seems pretty even, right?
We had this conversation in the last round, and I said Tielemans.
Oh, you did that as well? Okay.
Yeah. What are you guys?
I'm joining your team for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, the deck just lost, but it still looks so incredibly strong, doesn't it?
Yeah,
absolutely. I think we are all fans of the deck at this point. It's just so fun, and we enjoy watching it in action. But I gotta give credit to Davide. I'm pretty sure he will be #1 seed now at this point. He hasn't dropped a single match. He only had one draw, so impressive score, and he has a very unique build of his Chimera branded deck, and that was impressive as well. You know, the Dragoon and then the side deck, even the main deck traps with the There Can Be. That we haven't seen at all, and so I think credits to him. Maybe he has what it takes to actually claim, you know, the title.
Yeah,
so
I was really impressed by that choice, because it's one of those cards that, you know, it's such a wide field, but when you actually start going through the decks, actually it's really annoying for a lot of decks. I think that's a really cool inclusion.
It's totally a great deck, but let's hear it from the man himself. Probably first up the Swiss, winning this round number 12 here at YCS Dortmund. And our winner of round number 12, please, with the winner's interview.
Thank you, Basti. I'm here with Davide, who has just won that final Swiss round here on our second day of YCS Dortmund. Davide, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels great. It's like my third YCS, so getting first in Swiss feels great. I mean, the deck was great. I think we had a great list. The teamwork was amazing. The meta call was great, and it worked out. So.
Chimera is a relatively new deck. What is it that you personally like about it? I mean, judging by the fields that you were building during those games, I could probably see why, but what do you like about it?
I like the fact that the deck is very flexible. It can be a mid-range if you draw like Flexbot and Chimera stuff, or it can be a more combo-heavy deck like you've seen. The engine is really good. Like I think that if you match that we played a deck with a lot of engine. We played 47 cards. I think if you match an engine that provides so much advantage with the right flex spots in a meta that is with this variety, I mean, it can work out, and it worked out.
Excellent. Now, did you know that your opponent was 11-0 during that game?
I did. We were like side by side for the whole tournament, basically.
Okay.
So you played really well, I think. I feel like it was more of a coin flip match. I won the dice roll, and my hands were great, G1 and G3. Game 2, I drew no flex spot in like 23 flex spot in 47, so it was pretty unfortunate, but I mean, it worked out to the G3. And
it certainly did. So let's just quickly go through those games. Game 1, you had a great turn 1. Like you said, you just opened really great hands. And also you hit the super poly as well. So moments like that, really, really good. huge field with the Dragoon and things.
Was Super Poly G1 or it was Eclipse G1? I feel like it was
It was game 1.
Yeah, it was Eclipse, but yeah, I mean, and the moment in which I know that TR by definition doesn't play that much end traps, for instance, so I had Eclipse as a backup plan, so I was able to use Reliever with maximum value popping Sharon, and then Eclipse when he had only Maddit to Fuse, and even if he draw 4, the worst that he can draw is TR Cash, and I can just flip Dragoon with priority in main phase. So that I knew I was winning. When I saw that he discarded the last card for Reborning, no, I don't remember what, or he discarded the last card for Dangers, I know I was winning that way. And that's all.
And then game 2, yes, I like some good mills from Tier, Bill Greyfield, quite a lot of momentum, so you just went, let's get into game 3. And then game 3, so it's the effect of Chimera, right, that strikes one of the cards from their hand. So you hit the Super Poly in game 1 in his hand, so that was already good. But you didn't get as lucky in game 3. But that didn't throw you off. You built this amazing field with, you still had Chimera, you had Dragoon, you had Dracostapelia, and Masquerade as well, doing all that burn damage.
Yeah, Masquerade, I feel I would have put it on board anyway against Tier, because if you see, that deck has to roll. So even one Masquerade probably had so much pressure. Even we were like 15 minutes on the clock, so it was like not exactly on time, but it was really good. The alternative that I had was to make Reliever, then recycle Poly, that is quite important for how the deck works, but I felt that Masquerade was better, and it works out also.
It certainly did, so congratulations. So what was your score now? It's 11-1?
11 wins, 1 draw.
There we go, 1 draw, very, very good. So feeling confident, do you reckon you can go all the way to the final?
Completely confident. I have the best testing in the world, and I play the deck exceptionally well. So
confident man, that's what we like to see. Best of luck in that top cut. Guys, don't go anywhere because we're going to be back with the top 64 feature match when it's all decided.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to more of your coverage here at YCS Dortmund. So as you can see in front of me, I have more of our casters ready for some fun old dueling shenanigans. So we're going to be doing some of the speed duel format here to show off some of the decks that we've got here. In front of me, I have Basti and I have Leo. Are you guys flipping a coin to see who goes first? Ooh, how traditional. Right, okay, flip the coin. We'll see who's going first. Heads or tails? Tails, heads. Okay, and the winner is... Interesting. Okay. It's all about the coin toss here in this game, so we'll see what happens. So I'm going to throw you guys over to your wonderful commentators who are going to take you through this Speed Duel feature match.
Thanks very much, Ed. So, yeah, hopefully you guys at home have watched our Master versus Caster series, and in order to ensure that the casters get at least 1 win on the table, we're going to have a caster on either side of the table this time. So hopefully one of us should win unless the game manages to end in a draw or something.
We'll still
like
find
that.
a way to lose it.
You have faith in us, Nadir.
Absolutely, and yeah, as at the intro, we have a pretty interesting matchup aligned, right? So we have Leo against Seb, but most importantly, the characters they represent, their skills.
It sounds like Seb stole your favorite character.
Yeah, he did, because my favorite character was Weevil, which is not a common choice, I would say, but yeah, he took my deck. He took my deck. We'll see if he will make it proud.
That is a very interesting character choice. Never would have picked you as a Weevil man.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's got that evil energy.
It's more like
you know?
for the chaotic, reasons. And I also like the Italian names, which is Bruchido. So
Bruchido.
Yeah, Bruchido. So yeah, that one. But yeah, on the other side though, we'll have Joey standing up against him through Leo.
Do you think Leo makes a good Joey?
I could see him actually as Joey.
Kind of an underdog.
The accent is almost there.
Almost.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But yeah, it seems like they are lined up. So let's see who will be the first caster to actually win a game today.
All right, well, Speed Duel, you begin with 4 cards instead of the typical 5, drawing to 5 on the second turn. Or do you still draw to 5 on the first turn?
Yeah, the first person doesn't get a draw. So
Alright,
I think we saw Basti elect to go second.
Okay, all right, got to get that card advantage, and I think he's debating on using the Heart of the Warrior's skill card immediately.
Yeah, so it looks like Leo's got a face-down skill, so maybe that's a secret one that he's going to activate later in the game, whereas Sebastian's just started with his face-up.
All right, so at some point, he will be able to special summon a non-effect fusion from your extra deck. Can you guess which one he'll be summoning?
That's a different
Oh, is this a different one?
Yeah, there's 2 for each.
So, okay, so we got Heart of the Warrior and...
Do you...
No, that's a completely
okay,
different
I see.
Do you like the normal summon of Command Knight?
I love it.
Would
I
you
mean,
set it? That's the...
It's Command Knight. It's very commanding, so I think you have to summon.
So,
it's less commanding if you set it.
Yeah.
Setting back from Sebastian here, I see.
Command Knight's one of those old school monsters where you summon 2 of them and then your opponent can't attack, right?
Exactly. It's the OG Dupe Frog kind of thing. Yeah.
Very, very OG Dupe Frog.
Yeah.
How much? I don't even know how much older it is than Dupe Frog.
And there it is, Gearfried. Wow, so solid start by Leo.
This
really
is super
impressive.
aggressive, yeah, because the Gearfried gets 400 bonus attack from the Command Knight, I think.
It's pretty huge.
Really showing my age here, because I do remember playing with Command Knight.
Absolutely.
All right, face down coming out here, and it looks like we're...
Oh, Leo's doing it. He's
chain.
done it, the madman. This is a classic combo here. Target your Gearfried, the Iron Knight, with Blast with Chain, and then it's immediately destroyed thanks to Gearfried's effect. Sebastian just can't believe what Leo's come up with here. He's going to destroy the face-down monster.
You can see the synergies right there. Ooh.
No Parasite.
No Parasite, yeah.
As a Weevil fan, that's got to hurt.
It does.
To see that get destroyed without being flipped.
And this is a very impressive start. Only like 200 life points left or something like that. Yeah.
Leo's not missing. Oh, here we go.
And only one chance not to close this one out, right? Only if he rolls a 1, I think it's not over.
No, Command Knight's only 1,200. I don't think it buffs itself.
No, it buffs.
Oh, it does.
So I think, yeah, it is only a 1 that doesn't give him the win, right?
Leo's just not messing around here.
And it's a 6.
I mean, that's just...
Wow!
Typical.
Look
typical.
how excited Leo is. That meant a lot to him. Wow.
What a match. Wow.
Yeah, I think our introduction might have lasted longer than that duel, so we're going to have to really scold Sebastian for that. Horrible performance.
Yeah, absolutely. What can we say? Unfortunately, he was the one to kick things off in the Master versus Caster, losing to Joshua Schmidt, but now he's losing once again in the first match against Leo. But
it's impressive to go 0-2 on a Friday.
Absolutely. Not for everybody, but great job from Leo. You said it, Command Knight, commanding the duo, and yeah, what a show-off. I think Weevil is not happy about that one. I'm not happy about that one, but I'll try to
Didn't get to put the Parasite in the deck, and especially with speed, though, you have less cards, higher chance of drawing it. So
I think if you were playing maybe as Weevil, it would have gone differently. What do you think?
I'll try to make him proud and maybe use the same matchup. But yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Leo had such an impressive opening, and with the graceful dice to, everything to go off, that was a great ending to the duel. Yeah.
I can just imagine the animation playing in my head from that graceful dice and the iconic Duel Monsters saga. So.
And you always get a 6. No chance of missing. You get the 6 when you need the 6. If you're on Team Joey,
you do. But yeah. Thank you, guys. I guess this was a very brief match between us, but I think that means that we might give you time to face against each other, maybe. What do you guys think? Yeah?
I haven't picked my deck yet, actually, but we'll see what we can come up with, right, Tom?
Yeah. I think Ed's going to discuss with Leo and Sebastian how they felt about that game.
Tell us a little bit about the emotions running through that
Let's
OTK.
Hear it.
Yeah, let's head to the table.
So, I'm now here with the only casters who have managed to win anything. Well, one of them at least. Congratulations, Leo. We're going to come over to you first, Basti. Now, we can even see by the field that we still have on here, it didn't quite go in your favor. Talk us through what went on.
So, it was very unfavorable for me, first of all, because I had to face my own favorite character from the anime. So I had to play with Joey, which is my kind of guy. And so it started off badly. Then he, of course, won the coin toss as well, as he is Joey. And then he rolled me over.
To be fair, that graceful dice moment was incredible. So let's come over to you, Leo. You did win with that graceful dice. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling fantastic, I know that Graceful Dice pushes every monster on the field, and I could have guaranteed game even with a 1. But I wanted to give Basti a chance, you know?
Although that amazing 6 roll, I was watching from out in the audience and I actually screamed. It felt like such an anime main character moment. Congratulations, Leo. Commiserations, Basti. Someone had to win, but at least finally a caster has managed to win something today. Guys, don't go anywhere because we've got loads more great coverage here at YCS Dortmund.
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over Excel Synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
So when it comes to the live events here for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, we know many of you duelists make your way here. However, some of you haven't had the chance yet. So with that in mind, we'd like to take you guys around and show you exactly what makes up our live events. Starting with this. Behind me are all the tables that the thousands of duelists taking part in YCS Dortmund will be having their duels. The main event as well as the public events all happen here behind me. This is the main event stage. This is where all of our duelists come to sign up for the main event here at YCS Dortmund. As well as that, every announcement you hear are from the good old people who are working behind there. The main event isn't all that happens here at YCS Dortmund. We also have the public events, and this is the public event stage where you come and sign up for those events. You can also see some of the giant and oversized cards that we have for people to win. They look absolutely incredible. Will you be getting your hands on one? Find out here at the public event stage. And when you take part in those public events, you can win points which you can exchange here for the prizes on the prize wall. Marcello has a separate bit of content to show you exactly how that exchange works, but here are some of the prizes you can win. Deck boxes, play mats. There's a lot that you guys can win by taking part in the public events. Now, as well as the TCG stuff, you can also take part in our digital titles. You can come over and try the new Rush Duel update, which is available now for Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, and you can also make your way over here to the Master Duel section, where you guys can try that out for yourselves as well. And lastly, here at the YCS, we obviously make a lot of coverage that you're watching right now. And this is where that magic happens. Over here in the coverage area, we have an interview area for all the post-match interviews and things like meta breakdowns. Here is the commentator's booth. As you can see, Leo and Basti are currently looking through some cards right now. Oh, okay, who's going to win the rock, paper, scissors? Okay, Leo has managed to win rock, paper, scissors. And over on my right is where all of the feature matches happen, which you guys will be seeing throughout the weekend. It's always exciting to bring you guys all of this coverage here, and we hope you guys enjoy the event at YCS Dortmund.
Yuga! What is this place?
It's Duel Links. It's a digital world.
I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related?
Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush Duel in this world.
Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am!
That's the spirit.
Let's go! Rush Duel!
Here I go! I summon 3 monsters!
What? 3 monsters?
You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn.
Interesting. Then I will do this! I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to tribute summon! Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect! Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction!
Ah! You're doing great, Luke!
You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga?
Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw!
What? You can draw 5 cards at once?
You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to tribute summon. A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way. Nothing will stop my road to victory. Seven's Road Magician. I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
So we're back. We're still waiting for that top cut decision to be made to make sure we got the standings right and then our pairings for the top 64. And then we head very quickly on to that final round at the end of the day here at YCS Dortmund. But before then, we have a little quiz. You'll notice I have 4 different commentators here. And the way this is going to work is a quiz, what card is this? Or what card am I? This is basically going to be a descriptor one. So I'm going to ask you guys this. One of you will have to describe to the other one of your team something to do with the card. You're not allowed to use the words within it. So let's say that there's a card like magic cylinders. You're not allowed to use the word cylinder or magic or magical or things like that. You can't just say a word that's in it or go, but it rhymes with this. You've got to describe maybe the art or the name without using the words, okay?
Yeah.
So which one of you wants to describe and which one of you wants to be described to? You can decide that amongst yourselves. You can ask a question.
Can we use the text of the card?
You can use the text of the card, I guess. Yeah, sure, because if you know it, then that's fine. But maybe try and make it a bit fun and try and not just go, you know, it's the card that has 2,500 attack or anything like that. You know, try and make it. Let's make this a nice parlor game for people to watch, Tom. So who's going to be describing? You're going to be describing. Are you describing? Swap round then, please. So, next question. Which of you would like original Yu-Gi-Oh series, and which of you would like Yu-Gi-Oh GX?
GX.
GX? Okay, allow me to give you guys your respective cards. These are the cards for you, these are the cards for you. On those cards are some names of cards. They might be monsters, they might be traps, they might be spells. You'll have to describe to them and see if they can guess them. So let's do rock, paper, scissors, see which one of you is going to be going first. Yeah, go on 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, right. So you guys are going to go second. So I'm going to ask you to just come and stand over to one side out of frame there, because I'm going to do it with these guys right now. That way, preferably. Thank you, gentlemen. I will call you back on in a moment. Right, guys, stand either side of me. Marcello, are you ready to describe your classic era Yu-Gi-Oh cards to Leonard?
Yes.
Your time starts now.
It's a Sangan that actually likes to be on the high end of things.
Black Witch of the Forest? Dark Witch of the Forest?
No.
We're thinking GX cards, by the way. No, not class. Yeah, you are on GX cards.
A Sangan that likes to be at the Moki Moki?
Something similar, something with fluff. But it's that fluffy that it tends to be floating around. I want to make it tough.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
Something fluffy that floats around. An iconic GX card.
It's the Winged Kuribo.
Correct. Okay, right. Next question.
It's a thick monster that likes to to make it count whether his opponent has lower defense than his attack.
Show me this card. No, even I'm confused. Show me the card. Show me this card. Oh, right. Okay.
No, I'll try to make it easier this time around. He shines quite a bit, we could say. He's very shiny. He hits the gym. And, yeah.
Elemental Hero Thunder Giant?
He's definitely someone you would call in if you're in trouble.
But it's not the one you named.
The one you named. He's even larger.
You get one more guess.
One more guess.
Well, we need to make it even so you won't point.
Description again.
Okay. He's larger than the one you mentioned. You call him if you're in need for help, and he hits the gym, and he's very shiny.
Shining Flame Wingman?
Incorrect. What was the answer?
It was Elemental Hero Wild Edge.
Wild Edge.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got 1 out of 2 so far. So what's your next one?
In 2010, when we could say that when Basti needed help earlier on in his match against Joshua, that would have been a very clutch top deck.
Dark Armed Dragon?
You remember what Basti played? Okay, back to the GX. When you're in help, when you have no cards, you want left top deck in, there might be one that allows you to combine your heroes.
Miracle Fusion.
Yes.
There we go, Miracle Fusion. Okay, so you've got 2. What is your next question?
In the darkest of nights.
There we go, good.
A beacon of hope shines in the city. Look when you need for help. That's what you're gonna see. And come on the roof.
Okay, on the rooftop. Oh, that is so many different ones. Okay, so
they're shouting it in my ear, by the way. They know.
There is Skyscraper. That's not it. Hero Signal.
Yes.
It's Hero Signal. Okay,
There were more.
so that is your. Do you got one more?
I got one more.
Okay, we have one more.
Last one. We could say that yesterday it could have come in handy when we had a power cut.
Yes.
And he's very loyal to our beloved GX main character.
Go on.
Sparkman?
Yeah! Okay, right. So you guys got 4 out of 5. Well done. Right, I'm going to ask you guys to exchange places with our other 2 contestants. Gentlemen, you shall stand on this side of me, please, Tom, and Basti, you shall stand on this side of me. Now, they got 4 out of 5. Do you think you can convince Basti that we can get 5 here?
Yes.
Good. Are you ready?
Do I have to be as poetic as Marcello? I'm not sure I can be.
See what you can do with it. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
Begin.
Okay, so when Yugi wanted to like trick someone about where something was, what did he use?
Magical hat.
Correct. Okay, straight away. This is quick. Okay, next one.
Okay, so this is one of the... This is like Yugi's favorite little ball of fluff.
Karibo.
Yeah. Correct. Okay, this is starting to get easier. Marcello definitely went more cryptic. Maybe go cryptic.
Okay, I'm going to go cryptic. All right, we're not going to go super cryptic. Okay, so there was a very iconic duel in Duelist Kingdom where Yugi played against somebody using the Castle of Dark Illusions. And then Yugi played a card that after a few turns expired, and then the Castle of Dark Illusions came crashing down, destroying the field. What was the card?
Source of Revealing Light.
Correct, correct.
Was that cryptic enough?
That was cryptic enough. Okay, next one.
Okay.
That was your 3rd one, so this is your 4th.
This is Yugi's most iconic trap card, I'd say.
See if you can get it from just that.
Most iconic trap cards. I will just go with Mirror Force.
Correct! Wow, that was astoundingly good. Okay, right. Okay, final one. See if you can get this. This is for the win. You need to get this one right for the win. I'm going to ask you to make this cryptic, to make it very tense.
Okay, so we were chatting with Nadir yesterday about football teams.
Okay.
So do you know the names of the football team that he might like but doesn't like?
But that's not a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
No, but then connect it to one.
It might be connected to one, so I think we're talking about something related to Rangers then, but isn't it?
Maybe the other one.
Okay. Celtic Guardian!
There we go! Okay, congrats. Right, gentlemen, come back on. You guys stand to this side. You guys come back to this side. Unfortunately, you did miss out by 1 point, but it was a fair effort made by all. Marcello, you did make it lovely and poetic and also very cryptic with yours. This basically has come out to a good way of us filling this time in between these rounds. But that top 64 feature match is coming very soon. The matches have been, I think they've been decided, or they're about to be decided, which means we will come back to you with that feature match very shortly. Thank you for sticking with us. We appreciate your patience. We'll be right back.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Welcome back to even more coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. We've seen one of our Speed Duel feature matches, but now it's time to see two more of our casters going head-to-head in another Speed Duel match. So, guys, we're going to need you to toss that coin, and we'll see exactly who's going to be going first. It feels cool doing this instead of the dice roll. Who's going heads? It's Tails. Who was Tails? You were Tails, so are you going to go first or second? You're going to go first. Nadir is going to go first here in our second Speed Duel feature match. You've seen the fist bump of truth there in front of us. We're going to hand you guys over to our wonderful commentators who are going to take you through this Speed Duel match.
Thank you very much, Ed. And we know there is a lot on the line because that was a power move. Nadir already tossed the coin onto Tom Payne's hand.
Yes. He really showed that he's there to win, and I mean, as it was with us, we as casters have not won anything so far because all the masters just ran over us, and now it's going to be some cool characters here because we are going to see Arcana versus Strings, so some less popular characters, but definitely some very cool ones for sure.
Absolutely, and yeah, we didn't manage in the previous round. I told them you took my favorite character, which is Weevil, so unfortunately it did go the other way. Yeah. Oh, thank you, I'm flattered. But yeah, now we get to see this interesting matchup, and what do you think of Nadir's choice of starting?
I was talking about that with Leo as well, because I think Speed Duel seems like a format where going second is kind of nice, right? Just the extra card you draw in the draw phase in the second turn seems very valuable when you play such an easy and simple game. So maybe already the first misstep there by Mr. Nadir Mizuni.
I mean, it worked well for me, right? You have your decks that need a little bit of setup, and then if you can't utilize the first battle phase that you're getting, you will have to use the second one, and that's not optimal. So you're ideally starting and then setting up your OTK, as I did, and it was fantastic.
Absolutely, but we are going to see whether it is going to happen the same way now in this match. So let's go over to the table. Let's see Tom Payne versus Nadir Mizuni. And there we have them with their skill cards already on the field. Arcana in the hands of Nadir versus Strings from Tom Payne.
Oh, that does not look good for Nadir. Can you even activate Summoner's Art here?
Let's see.
He does.
He's gonna find out.
And he's double checking. There is a Dark Magician in his deck, adding it to his hand. I think there are actually 3 Dark Magicians in his deck, right? Because
I think they're all in his hand, actually. Not even in the deck.
He has so like 3 cards. This is hilarious.
In the anime, this would be a great hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, that's not the worst to pair with the Dark Magician. You know, it allows you to actually tribute it with only 1 tribute. So
yeah, the double custom is nice.
Let's see if he's gonna stick though, because I think Tom is already reading his own skill.
Oh,
let's see.
Yeah, the skill by Tom is really, really good. I just read it before the match, and it basically says that you can fusion summon with one of your monsters from the field, but also with one of your monsters from the deck, which is just pretty good for Speed Duel for me.
That almost sounds like a Shadow Fusion.
Yeah,
but you don't need an extra deck monster on the side of the opponent's field.
Totally does. And look how Nadir is just casually shuffling his hand as old Dark Magicians. That's a picture from all times. Oh, normal summoning there.
A Reactor Slime. Let's see. It seems like he didn't have the correct piece to activate his skill to go for the fusion summon, but it is Reactor Slime. And this is a very interesting deck made around summoning a bunch of tokens. And that's let's see where he's planning on doing with those tokens later on.
I think with his skill, he actually needs 1 monster on the field because you have to combine field and deck specifically. So maybe he's just trying to set that up.
Yeah, but you need the exact material on field, and he only has 1 fusion in his actual deck.
It's only the Worm Drake, yep, indeed. Yeah. So, Tom also double reading on the Reactor Slime, and does he have a way to get the double custom on off the field? Because if not, one of those good old Dark Magicians is going to get to the field. Oh, there's a Slifer in his deck.
I like that both of these characters are trying to imitate Yuki's deck. We have Dark Magician versus Slifer the Skydrake, not something you see every day.
That's really, really cool. So we are going to just search for the Jam Breeding Machine there.
In this deck, you can actually play double Gem Breeding Machine, or you have double Gem Breeding Machine.
Absolutely, and you get to set it, which at the same time, since we are playing Speed Duel, and this is the battle phase, it means that there are a few issues because there is no main phase 2.
Oh.
Yeah. So that's why maybe Tom is now debating whether he should do that. Okay.
Okay, so we're not using that. Okay, so
yeah,
Nadir a bit more forgiving than I would have been.
Sure.
Yeah, true. But indeed, as Marcello has just been saying, there is no main phase 2. So if you do that in your battle phase, you're just going to be stuck with one set slime. Oh, that's not a very impressive turn by Tom, I want to say. And now we are going to see the main card, the Dark Magician. He decided to summon out the secret rare copy. Yeah,
love it. But he went into the battle phase immediately without setting the Birthright, which is a card that he could have used if the Dark Magician went to the graveyard.
Now he's gonna realize.
He will try. No, okay.
Okay.
There we go. So, double custom. Got him a Dark Magician. But what is Tom now going to do?
Oh, that was an immediate pass. And now there's the next. Oh, I thought it was a vanilla card, but it's not a normal monster.
No. And this could be it if there is no face down from Tom. Let's see.
Sheldon attacks. Let's be. Oh, the humanoid slime. And I think that's big enough to withstand the attack of Sheldon there.
Really close one here. Dark Magician will have to attack over the normal monster and will not be able to inflict any damage to Tom Payne's life points.
Yeah, but it's interesting to see that none of them so far has used their skills. So far it's only Beatdown, only Dark Magician and the humanoid slime. A lot of vanilla monsters having presence on the field here. Nobody really going into any kind of combo plays here so far.
I mean, you could have gone for combo plays in your turn.
Oh, but look at that! Tom is flipping up his skill there. There he is, the other side of strings. And now we are going to see that super... I think it has 2 effects, actually. So you'll have to decide on which one to go for. And yes, you can actually just reborn the humanoid slime in attack position, though. You have to necessarily summon an attack position, which is not that great, of course.
There's also a mysterious spell card in Tom Payne's hand. He is setting a monster, and he's activating the gem breeding machine.
It is the breeding machine.
Nadia is just casually looking at his 2 Dark Magicians in hand.
Once more, yeah. You think we're going to see him just tribute 1 Dark Magician and the Sheldon for another Dark Magician? That would be hilarious. Ooh, but he picked up the Dark Magic Curtain there, and he's immediately going to activate it. And I think that's quite handy here.
Absolutely, but the problem is you don't have any more Dark Magicians, right?
It's only from deck, right?
Yeah.
Oh, it's only from deck. Yes, that's what he realizes. And now Tom realizes too, because I've been looking through his deck with Tom, and Tom knows there are 3 Dark Magicians in the deck of Nadir, so he knows the other 2 cards in hand as well now. That was a bit of a giveaway there from Nadir.
Yeah, probably the worst top deck in his entire deck, but now, yeah, he's gonna try and maybe he can flex with the, as you mentioned, the Dark Magician over the Dark Magician, but I wouldn't suggest it.
Probably not.
I mean, he has the Birthright, so he could basically increase the attack points.
Fair.
He can just tribute the 1, summon out another. How big is humanoid slime, though?
1/5,
It's
right?
not that big, right? How much damage would it be?
It's actually 800.
800 it is, okay.
Yeah.
There it is, classic Yu-Gi-Oh card. I think it first released in
you're not going for a lot of damage.
That is good old Revival Gem there.
And Revival Gem requires 500 life points as a cost for its effect, right? So if you went with the Dark Magician over the humanoid slime, you could prevent it, right?
Not 100% sure, to be honest.
Yeah, the thing is also that the gem breeding machine, I think it summons in attack only, right? So you could also set up, you know, an OTK with that. But
so what is Tom's plan here?
Pretty sure it's only attack.
Yeah, it is only attack position indeed. Yeah. Oh, but there is...
Oof. That's one of the best cards. It allows you to destroy all of the tokens and basically destroy a card for each. So this could be the out to the Dark Magician.
Yeah, but little does he know that there is a quick way to get it back right there in the back row of Nadir. Oh, Tom only there with 1,000 life points, now using the effect of the token Sunday. Oh, Dark Magician is gone, but look with a little smile on Nadir's face. He knows he's about to come back.
I can imagine that this is something you would want to use in the battle phase. Oh, we draw into another monster that we can normal summon. This is already a lot of pressure.
Totally is. I think that's Shosai, the Ghost Stopper that he just picked up there.
It is very likely that the game is going to end this turn with a direct attack of the Dark Magician. We are reading.
Oh, do we go for the skill card? Just to flex it out? Okay, no, we have decided to not do it. There comes the Shosai. The Ghost Stopper. Is he going to stop strings here? Which is kind of a ghost, isn't he? Like, the way he behaves. Okay, so Shosai trying to attack.
Yeah.
Oh, Sinister Serpent. Time Wizard enjoyers enjoy playing this card. Not very common in BTCG.
Ooh, we are going for the handshake. Dark Magician attacks directly, and Nadir Mazzoni takes the W.
Wow, what a match.
What a match.
Throwing 3 Dark Magicians and still managing to win the game.
Skilldiff.
Yeah, absolutely OG behavior there, having all the Dark Magicians and still... I was talking to Nadir before the match, and he was like, yeah, my deck contains Dark Magician. I don't need anything else, and he really showed us because he even drew all of them, and he still won anyways.
That was
really
all
fun.
he needed, yeah. That's about it. It seems like Dark Magician is better than a Slime. Who would have guessed? Yeah.
I mean, Dark Magician is the... Okay, now I have to get this text correctly.
Okay.
It is the perfect magician in terms of attack and defense.
Anyone? Is it the Ultimate Wizard?
Yeah,
Ultimate Wizard?
definitely not that one. I'm sorry, my friend.
Great try.
But it is something with attack and defense, right?
Yeah.
I think it should be the...
I think the Ultimate Wizard. Yeah.
The Ultimate Wizard, yeah.
Easy peasy. But yeah, it looks like we are going to hear from the 2 duelists. We're going to hear from the victorious Nadir and also, of course, from Tom. Please interview our players.
I don't know what's going on. There's been Dark Magician misplays over here and Dark Magician text errors over there. This is a travesty. We'll come back to you in a moment, sir. Tom, over to you. Talk us through what went on in your mind during that game.
I was gutted. I thought I was going to be able to use my skill on the first turn, so I can fuse with my Humanoid, Slime, and the Worm Drake from my deck. But unfortunately, I drew the Worm Drake for turn, so I couldn't do anything. And then I summoned Reactor Slime, and unfortunately, I didn't have a target for it in my deck either. So it just went downhill from there, really.
Well, speaking of going downhill and no targets in your deck, talk to us about your misplay.
Well, listen, I wouldn't call it a misplay to draw 3 Dark Magician, okay? That's not really my fault. Okay, but
we did activate a card to add a Dark Magician.
yeah, so I activated Summoner's Art because logically you want to deck thin to not draw the Dark Magician and then not have a target for Summoner's Art. So I activate Summoner's Art, have 3 Dark Magician hand, I top deck Dark Magic Curtain. There's one that summons from hand. Is it Dark Magic Veil, I think? Dark Magic Veil. So I thought they worked similar, but yeah, it didn't have a target. So yeah.
The look on your face was priceless. It was just looking straight down the camera going, I've made a mistake. Congratulations on your victory. It was a good handshake there at the end, just whacking out that Dark Magician, knowing it was all over. Good fun, though. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty more of this speed duel coming your way. Let's get back to the main event. Welcome back. So we are still making our way towards that top 64 cut, and when it's ready, you'll know, and we'll be bringing you our top 64 feature match. Now, why am I sat here in the commentators box between these two lovely German commentators? Well, because we're going to be asking some of your questions to the commentators. Gentlemen, first of all, how are we doing? Are we excited for this top cut?
Obviously, the best part of the tournament still about to happen. We're going into single elimination mode, so why could you not be excited?
Damn right, and are you enjoying the format as well?
Yeah, absolutely. We have done a secret breakdown just for ourselves. I'm not going to tell you yet because we can't give out these numbers as they aren't confirmed yet, but it's looking pretty diverse. It's looking like so much fun.
Excellent, and I cannot wait to see what we're going to be featuring for our first feature match of this top cut and what we'll be seeing by the time we get to that top 8. I've just remembered that when it comes to top 8, I have to do that quickfire interview with all 8 of them.
Yeah.
And that'll be interesting, thinking about all the different archetypes that are going to be seen there. But we'll get to that in a couple of hours once we're through these other top cuts. So, in the meantime, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Leo, I'll come to you first. First question is, what's your first memorable pull from a pack? A card that you really remember wanting or getting and thinking, wow.
I think it was Force of the Breaker.
Okay.
Frostosaurus.
Frostosaurus.
A card that is used with like Xeno combos. I think it was Ultimate Rare.
Okay.
And I was in the city with my grandpa who bought a booster pack for me. And I went like, wow, this card is unique. Nobody else in the world has this, which is obviously wrong. But I thought it was true. It was my truth.
Okay, and Basti, over
That's
to you.
a cool one. I remember me as a little kid in school, of course, as well, because we've been playing Yu-Gi-Oh! For so long. Just going to the local store that was selling, I don't know, a whole bunch of stuff, but also Yu-Gi-Oh! Packs at that time. And I was just getting one random booster of the Duelist Genesis. And it was a pretty good one because I pulled a Stardust Dragon, not in Starlight Rare, but in Ghost Rare, which was absolute insanity.
Pulling a Ghost Rare, that is a memorable pull.
Totally.
I'm not sure I could tell you the ones, because I think when I was young, I don't think I had the knowledge of what I was pulling well enough.
Yeah.
What year did it? 2001, 2002? So I wasn't even 10 years old yet. So at that point, I don't think I remember, but I do have this very distinct memory of magical hats.
Okay, that was a common, right?
Nice. I don't think so. I remember being
good for you.
I
think it was an ultra rare, actually.
Yeah, I remember
around.
having an ultra rare version of magical hats, and I was very happy with that because I recognized it from the show. So
yeah,
that'd probably be the kind of thing that I remember. But anyway, we'll move on to some more favorite kind of things.
Okay.
Favorite structured deck.
Don't get him started.
Soul Burner.
Soul Burner?
Has to be Salamangreats.
Yeah.
I have been annoying everyone with Salamangreats lately, as everyone in the venue basically. Every time I see people are like, have I already taught you something about Salamangreat? And yeah, it has to be Soul Burner. It was really nice to get Ash Blossoms really accessible for everyone. And also, Salamangreat Gazelle is the GOAT.
No, it's the Gazelle.
Oh, right.
Come on, mate.
You
Come on.
kind of mixed those up there.
Basti, what about you? Favorite structured deck?
For me, Domain of the Monarchs, inspired by the one and only Stephen Jacobs, who's been playing the deck for the last 10 years, I don't know. But I myself also enjoyed that. You basically had with 3 copies of that structure deck, you had a ready-to-go deck, which you could also actually play in competitive tournaments, so I really enjoyed that.
Oh, I have another one. I have to tell a little story about, because it was the first Harpy structure deck with the Simorgh.
Ooh, wow.
And actually, I went on vacation with my mother, who's sitting in the crowd right now, and I tried to build like a super competitive deck when I was 8 or 9, and then I went to a Pharaoh tour back in the day.
Ooh, yeah.
And I got crushed. I didn't even know that you could only play 3 of the cards that are called Harpy Ladies all the time.
Yeah.
So my deck list was completely wrong, and when the judge told me, I was like, oh, this deck makes no sense anymore. Even though it wouldn't have been good regardless, but that is still a really treasured memory for me.
It definitely sounds, it's scarred you, certainly. So I mean, I don't even want to even make you guess what my favorite structure deck is.
What could it be, Ed?
It was Dino Smasher's Fury. But my sort of memorable ones, obviously the original Yugi and Kaiba decks from when I was young. I had the Kaiba deck. My brother had the Yugi deck.
Perfect setup.
And so we would always have duels with those, and it was always immense fun. But I remember going on holiday, and I think I've told this story on one of the previous YCS streams before, but we went to Denver, and we were driving across Denver, and we stopped off at a gas station. And in there, and I'd never seen these before, I didn't know they were a thing, were the Joey and Pegasus decks. So this must have been in 2003, 2004 maybe. And I'd never seen those. I didn't know they were a thing.
Crazy.
And I lost my mind. And
Totally.
we ended up getting one of those each. Nice. And so, yeah, even further duels were had by my brother and I when it came to those. So those are always memorable for me because especially when I brought them to school. You should have seen the look on these people's faces. They had no
Coolest
idea.
kid in town, yeah.
I know, exactly. For 1 week only, I was the coolest kid in school. So, next one. What's the first deck you remember building and taking to a locals?
To a locals, that must have been Gladiator Beast.
Gladiator Beast, okay.
Yeah, I lived in a small city, which was almost a town, and in the real town next to it, with just a few hundred inhabitants, there was a local tournament, and I ended up winning that one with Gladiator Beast.
Wow, okay, that's a real memory. You think? Is that how you choose to remember it?
No, I won a later one. I won a later one with Worms, but that one I completely scrubbed out. Yeah, no, did not win.
Okay, well,
absolutely not.
At least you 180'd on that. And Basti, what about you? The first day that you remember taking to a locals?
It was a very special tournament to me because I was preparing for it for a very long time. But the night before, I had a change of mind that I would have to build a Cyber Dragon deck. And I was completely furious about it. Only real issue was I did not have Cyber Dragon. I had Proto Cyber Dragon though. So I built a Cyber Dragon deck, but just without the Cyber Dragon. And let me tell you, I won one match. I don't know how, but I won one match. I did lose via one's bow.
Well, at least you won something.
Yeah.
I now remembered that. Like that's a really old memory. I brought a Cyber Dragon deck to a tournament in my small city.
Is it a town or is it?
Yeah, come on, make up your mind.
It was like in a youth center, and I played against this one guy in the finals even, who played like a proper Cyber Dragon deck, and I had one with Proto Cyber Dragon and one Cyber Dragon, and he completely crushed me. And then for weeks I had like my anime moments when I was lying in bed, like, could I have played this differently? How come I lose to that guy? And I never saw him again. Up until 20 years later, I met him at a concert in my neighborhood, because he is now the boyfriend of my neighbor's sister.
This is getting confusing.
Yes.
I have no idea.
And I challenged him, and he's not playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore, and that's a big mistake. So I win.
Yeah, you've won the overall thing. You had to wait 20 years.
I hope someone could follow me there.
Someone
Not me,
would have.
not
Yeah,
me.
it wasn't us, but someone will have understood the sort of chain of connection, the 7 degrees of separation. I mean, those are pretty interesting answers, because it sounds like you guys, what ages were you when you did these?
I was about 12, 13, something like that.
9. The Cyber Dragon one was 9.
You guys were way smarter with Yu-Gi-Oh! Than I was. I never built decks. I did what you do when you're a kid, which is where you get anime cards that you recognize and you put them all in one hideous pile of a deck. And then you just... I went to some... I still remember this. It was a card shop that no longer exists back in my hometown. And I went there for the first time and saw that they sold cards. And he went, oh, well, we do a little event on weekends. You want to come down and play? So I went, yes. So my mum took me down, dropped me off. In I came, like, boom, with my massive deck that was definitely not legal and had loads of cards in it. And I remember having things like Slot Machine in there.
Nice.
Because of Bandit Keith and things. So
He's your idol, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. So that was why I had those, but it was definitely a mess. And if I look back at it now, and I showed you guys this, you'd be going, yeesh, what on earth is in this? But that's my first memory of a
cool.
locals, and I must have been 9 or 10 sort of doing that, so yeah.
But that sounds like you had a local like in your area, so it was
the only time I went, to be fair.
But it was very close to go, because for me, I would really have to prepare for that, because I had like a pretty long trip to go to even play that local tournament, so I had a lot of preparation going on, and I really, really enjoyed the entire experience. Just the Cyber Dragon deck without Cyber Dragon made it a little worse, I think, because I had a good deck before. I had that classical experience of just throwing together good cards in general. Like back in the day, I think we had, was it Blowback Dragon, for example? That was a really good card. I played that, and I played like Monarchs and stuff, so I had good cards, which would have done something, but I refused to play them.
I would also, I would also seize this opportunity to tell anyone watching at home who hasn't made their first step into playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe outside of a friend group. Go to locals. Go try and find a local near you. Go with some friends, or if you're confident enough, go by yourself and make new friends there. It's such a great way of getting started in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community.
Agreed. And it will work.
It will work, and it helps you learn as well. Even if you don't feel like you're a great duelist, if you go to these things, you will get taught by the people around you who will go, oh, you should try this in your deck, or things like that. So it's always nice to have those opportunities. So I definitely encourage people watching to attend your locals. And it's good to keep those local communities thriving with Yu-Gi-Oh!
Totally.
And then maybe we'll see you at one of these YCSs sometime very soon.
I was going to say, at some point you will find yourself somewhere in Europe playing a card game, and you are going to absolutely love it.
Absolutely. And we encourage all of you to try that. Speaking of YCSs, segue. What was your first YCS?
YCS Bochum 2013, 14? I think it was 14, right?
11?
What?
No, 14 is correct. There were mermaids.
I think it was 2014, and it was the actual same then for you, right?
Yeah.
But like we didn't know each other at that time, but it was actually the first YCS for the both of us.
Wow, we had the same story basically.
Yeah, and I was playing Heroes back in the day, as he did. Like, how does that come up, right? Like, how did our two minds meet at some point? It's crazy.
They did combine. We're being told, by the way, that I believe the pairings are now live for the top 64. Is that right? The top 64 pairings? Okay.
Nice.
That means we can very quickly wrap it up with this final quick question. What's your favorite memory of all of our time together as a team doing coverage?
Ooh, that's a very good one.
Think about this one.
I want to say this European Championship was really, really cool because we, for the first time as a crew of us, got to send people to the World Championship.
Very much so.
And we didn't have that the year before, but this year we had that chance, and I really enjoyed it because it was very emotional. People were really like screaming, having tears in their eyes.
I cried
because
3 times.
Yeah, exactly, us as well. So I think that was just a very wholesome event overall, and I really enjoyed that one.
What would you say?
Yeah, that.
yeah, that as well. Those are very good answers. Mine was the first time I got to meet you guys.
Of course.
See, isn't this wholesome? Right, speaking of wholesome, we're about to see some wholesome dueling?
Yes.
No?
Totally.
Yes. Yes. Wholesome dueling is coming your way in this top 64 feature match, coming right up.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the coverage for YCS Dortmund 2023. I'm here standing behind the prize wall for the event because obviously we do have the main event going on for the weekend to find out YCS Dortmund champion, but there are a lot of exciting public events as well in which any of you guys can participate in. And why would you do that? Well, you can get and gather a lot of amazing prizes for the event. The way it works is you have a lot of different events scheduled for the entire weekend, also starting on Friday, and you get to engage in a lot of different Yu-Gi-Oh! Events, all the way from, you know, the one you love and the one that is the same from the main event, but we also have 3v3 events. We have Time Wizards events, and throughout all those events you can collect some points with which you can come here to the very prepared, better than me Konami stuff, which can handle those points and provide you whatever of these amazing prizes behind me you can get. And I just picked a few ones that are my personal favorites for at least this event. Starting from 2 points only, which is very low, you can get a lot of different sleeves. Here are the Dark Magician Girl ones, but you have a lot of different types of sleeves through different ones. For 3 points, you can get a lot of deck boxes. You do need the whole kit, and this is the Kaiba Corp one, which is my personal favorite back from when I was in Japan. But most importantly, to play Yu-Gi-Oh! You need a playmat to play on, and every single event usually we will have new playmats exclusively where you can get through the points. And for these events, just like you have previous WCQ regional playmats from different years, you have an exciting new one from this event. And this is it, with a lot of those old cards that you guys can get to play through Time Wizards. And I think this looks amazing. And you can get this for just 8 points. So you have a lot of different options. You have even more, high-end playmats for 16 points. But it's just up to you how much you can grind, how many public events you can play. And regardless, as mentioned, a lot of different options. Just another way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you want to come here and maybe you missed out, you couldn't get your ticket for the main event, don't worry, there are still amazing events coming up for you guys. So make sure to come and have a fun time here at YCS Dortmund, just like you will be able to do in a couple of months in Bologna for the next YCS. But thank you guys for being with us, and once again I will leave this prize vault for the much better Konami staff that is working here. Keep watching and we'll be back soon with more action from YCS Dortmund 2023.
Yuga! What is this place?
It's Duel Links. It's a digital world.
I see, it's a digital world. Like a smartphone? Are they related?
Not quite. Never mind that. Let's rush duel in this world.
Bring it! I won't lose no matter where I am!
That's the spirit.
Let's go! Rush duel!
Here I go! I summon 3 monsters!
What? 3 monsters?
You're allowed to do that in Rush Duel. I set 2 cards and end my turn.
Ha! Interesting. Then I will do this! I summon 2 monsters, and then I tribute them to tribute summon! Let's go! Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius! I summon another 2 monsters and activate Dragius's effect! Double Doom! I attack with 3 monsters! Concussive Electrostatic Shock Ball! And there's more! Dragius can attack twice! Dragius can attack twice! Inferno of Infinite Destruction!
Ah! You're doing great, Luke!
You know it, you so know it! That ends my turn. Now what are you gonna do, Yuga?
Isn't it against school rules to be this powerful?
Come on! Do something!
I'm not giving up yet! It's my turn! I draw!
What? You can draw 5 cards at once?
You can draw cards until you have 5 in your hand in Rush Duel. You can always turn the tables. I summon Strange Cat and Mystic Dealer. I tribute 2 monsters to tribute summon. A wall, a mountain, not even a planet can block my way. Nothing will stop my road to victory. Seven's Road Magician. I send the top card of my deck to the graveyard to activate Seven's Road's effect, Elemental Road! Seven's Road gains 300 attack points for every different attribute in my graveyard! Seven's Road Magician attacks Dragius! I'm loading the road to freedom! This is Rush Duel! Rush Duel has been added to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links! Duel in a new way!
Hey duelists, let's rev it up again with Duelist Nexus. The spirits unite into one and form the road of light. Limit over excel synchro. Let's rev it up, Cosmic Quasar Dragon. New tuners, new monsters, the all-powerful Crimson Dragon. 100 new cards, Duelist Nexus. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Thank you for your patience. We are now back here with our top 64 cut of YCS Dortmund in 2023. In front of me, I have Loa Strandberg and Robert Asatrian, who are ready to battle it out to see which one of them is going to be heading into the top 32. So our two duelists have actually already done a dice roll, and Loa has won the dice roll and has chosen to go first. So with that in mind, I'm going to throw you guys over to Nadir, Basti, and Leo, who are going to be your commentators for our first Top Cut feature.
Thank you, Ed. Welcome back, everyone. This is Top Cut, Top 64, the final stage of this YCS. 2,500 duelists have entered this tournament, and only 64 remain to see who will be the champion of Dortmund 2023. Are you excited?
Absolutely. First YCS champion of the season, and we already saw the first person sitting down there, and it's going to be Loa Strandberg, who is not only the reigning national champion of Sweden, but actually he went back to back. He's the national champion of Sweden from 2023, but also from 2022. What an accomplishment! And he's bringing a similar deck to the one that he won the nationals this year with. Just a little other engine was added onto it as well.
A couple of them, yeah.
For sure.
Excited, Leo?
Yes, absolutely. We have had some big upsets in the top cut already. We have so many crazy players. We have very young players. One player is 14 years old, playing his first YCS ever, has only played Dragon Duel before that, has played only 1 year so far. 14 years old, 1 year of playing top cut of a 2,500 player YCS. How crazy is that?
History of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right away, basically.
Plenty of stories to be written still. So many big names are still in the top cut, so pay attention to this stream. We've got so much action to come forward here. Let's jump to the table as our players are ready to kick this one off for top 64.
The epic intro, and here we go with the top 64. It is starting now, and Loa is grabbing his first 5 cards. Let's see what is going to open this matchup. We are already seeing 1 Ash Blossom, 2 Ash Blossoms, and an Aqua Dolphin in the hand of Robert. This is a crazy deck that he is running, and now you will have to decide, do I throw my Ash on the first thing that hits me?
I mean, we have not even talked about the deck that Robert brought to Top Cut here, and it's just Mikanko casually. We haven't even seen it anywhere on the featured match or in the tournament at all, but here he is in top 64. And of course, from now on, there's no more losing. It will be the winner goes on, the loser goes out from here on, top 64, top 32, and all the way onto the finals at some point. And we are starting with the race-off, with the Kashtira part of our deck here first, but there's the Monadium card as well.
Yeah, Monadium has actually shown a decent turnout this tournament. Kind of surprising just because of the amount of different engines that we can fit into this deck. But it's all coming together here for Loa. And of course, as mentioned, Robert is on Mikanko, a deck recently coming out in Master Duel, the strategy revolving around sort of going second, performing these crazy OTKs. And Robert here probably won't feel too bad about losing the dice roll here, but Loa will obviously be really ecstatic playing this sort of big hitting combo deck as we are going to be bringing out our first Monadium monster with the Visa Starfrost to combo that together with.
Beautiful Starlight Red Visa Starfrost triggering the Meek in the graveyard, and that's a very good start. And I think Robert's version of the Mikanko deck that he chose to bring is not that heavily focused on going second, because he's also main decking a couple of Infernoble cards, and we also saw the Aqua Dolphin, for example. So I think he can do a whole lot of stuff going first, and I think if he would have had the choice, he would have rather went first. But it is on Loa to combo off here first of all.
especially if you know that in Top Cut you might already know what your opponent is playing. If you know that you're playing versus a Vanadium deck, you definitely want to start the game, especially if you have a decent first turn. And Loa's already comboing off. The Obsession got ashed, but Obsession has another effect. You can banish it from the graveyard and then special summon a monster that has the same stats as Visa Starfrost, basically, or Visa Starfrost from your hand to the field. And that is exactly what happened. We normal summoned the Meek after that. Starlight Frost was activated. This is a big combo. I don't even know if the Ash did anything.
Not really too much, that's for sure. And I really love the deck that Loa brought because he's really actually running all of the field spells. He's running Calarium, Race of Perlorino, and Reichphobia. Actually all of them. And he found a very, very neat feature to access them even more consistently because he's running the Revolution Synchron, which then gives him access to Ancient Fairy Dragon, the extra deck. And then he can just fetch out whatever field spell card he likes.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that we're incorporating every single aspect of Visa Starfrost in this deck, all 4 field spells, and as you mentioned, connecting them together with that Ancient Fairy Dragon recently brought back with the new card text, only once per turn now, not going to be able to get all of the field spells, but we'll be putting in work regardless. Here's the third.
Yeah, exactly. It's already 3 out of 4, so he's going quite strong here.
Honestly, with this deck, it's just meant to be, right? This is a YCS winning deck list.
Totally, it is looking very, very good. And Nadir was already talking about it in Top Cut. While looking through all the decks that made it, it really felt like there was a lot of Vanadium. We at least have like 4, 5, maybe even 6, 7 Vanadium decks in there, which was not really to be expected. It's quite a high representation in Top Cut for sure.
Yeah, there's just so many different spreads of decks that we've seen here. We were looking through the pairings just before this, trying to pick a feature match for you guys, and there's a lot of exciting action. There's a lot of Tearlament, a big mix of Unchained and Pearly, as kind of to be expected. But yes, I was kind of surprised at just how many people were on Vanadium, and it's working out pretty well here for Loa as he uses the Baron here to pop the Meek, allows it to float, and continue some more combos. The Cross Sheep, of course, will be able to bring out Astral out at some point and go even further. It's a really, really big combo deck, Vanadium, and it's really cool to see it popping off here going first as we've summoned out Visas Amritara, who will be able to search out the Omni Negate trap card.
Yep, Reframing has been added to his hand, and he's far away from being done here. He has just started. Maybe we're even going to see the 4th field spell being resolved at some point, even though I don't even know what to search out with the Perlorino here anymore, to be honest.
I think they just all act as like various rotas for the Visa Starfrost because it's just such an important part of starting your combo with all of the little Vanadiums that trigger in the grave to special summon. And here's that Astral out. It's a contact fusion from the graveyard, triggering the Cross Sheep, which not only gives you the bonus special summon from the grave, it's also pointing to a Synchro to boost the monster's attack points as well, should that come up.
Yeah, really nice extra factor here. And that's just looking so good for Loa here at the moment. And also, while we were talking about all the decks that made top 64, I think not to be disregarded is a pretty heavy amount of branded decks in there. I saw many people on branded, and I think we are also
all kinds of versions as well.
Exactly. We have Chimera branded. We have the original branded approach with just the Jimmick Puppet, for example, some 50-card lists.
Yeah, 50 cards almost. It is really, really strong. And I think this is the first time we have ever on stream seen a full Vanadium combo. Even though it was stopped by an Ash Blossom, I think how much better can the field get?
Yeah, true.
It's I actually can't think of what else you would really have in this. Dissipator, Baron, bonus Fenrir as well. That isn't normally part of it, but because Loa's sort of running all of the aspects of Visas, you also get the Fenrir. And the most important aspect as well is this counter trap card. I think combo decks that also have access to trap cards are really, really powerful because it just protects you from any sort of, you know, something like a main deck Eclipse or Dart Ruler.
True.
Works out really nicely.
Absolutely. Like a trap card in the back is so nice. Do you remember a featured match where we had Virtual World this weekend? Funny story. He's also in Top Cut. He made it all the way.
Yeah, we have Virtual World up here as well. It's crazy.
12th after Swiss or 11th?
Yeah, something around there.
All right, Robert's kicking off his turn here with the Preparation of Rites, searching out the Mikanko Ohime, which can be used in the hand for non-ritual style of gameplay, but it does recruit out some of those Mikankos. Really powerful effects in their own right in the sense that they give you so much protection. And we'll see if maybe Robert can try and fight through this field here.
Okay, that's an easy negate though for the Appaloosa, and it's immediately being used. And it looks like Robert also picked up one of the equip spells. Yep, there is Mikanko Water Arabesque. And of course, you can just equip that to one of your opponent's monsters when you don't have one yet.
Where going second shines with the Mikanko cards. You can actually combo off when your opponent has monsters on the field. You don't need to equip your equip spells to your own monsters. Sometimes it also has like additional great effects of bouncing the monsters and therefore special summoning something. Those are incredible going second mechanics. However, this field might be a bit too powerful, and the Neospatian Aqua Dolphin and the another Ash Blossom in hand, they are not really helping him too much.
Yeah, and I mean, we can just use this because we can just try to special summon one Mikanko monster from the deck, which is going to be negated, though, and I think Robert sees no line to break through this, so Loa Strandberg is going to take down game number 1 here in top 64 with his Vanadium strategy.
That's the terrifying aspect of a combo deck like this. If you lose the dice roll and they've opened the right pieces, even with a disruption like a hand trap, sometimes cards like that can literally just say, discard this from your hand.
Yeah, nothing absolutely happened there with this Ash Blossom. And I think maybe Robert should have just honestly passed there or just conceded right away, because now he revealed that he's on Mikanko, and I think Loa is the kind of guy who actually knows how to play against decks like this.
As a back-to-back national champion, he probably knows all the decks in the room. He's a very much a veteran of the game, and I see a very interesting card in the side deck of Robert, because as you guys know, Dimensional Barrier not really that great versus the deck that can also just link summon and so on, but there's the modern-day Dimensional Barrier in his side deck, because he's running Spellbound, actually. What do you guys think about Spellbound versus the Vanadium deck?
Well, the idea with Spellbound is that it acts as a quick play spell that prevents your opponent from using any monsters on their field as a material for a summon. I think like probably the best interaction with that would be something like Masquerena. Probably not going to see it in this matchup, but yeah, it's like a sort of different take on preventing your opponent from summoning on your turn.
Yeah, if it prevents monsters from the field, it's really funny against Vanadium, because you can still fusion summon from the graveyard. You can still go for the Vicious Astrolaut, which is a fantastic card going second, which also proves that the engine is not really bad going second, which many players anticipated before.
Yeah, it's just, it is a combo deck, yes, but it is a very powerful deck going second as well, and I'm very, very sure that there's a lot of stuff to be expected. Looking at the rest of the side deck from Robert here, we see Cosmic Cyclone. I mean, when your opponent is on 4 field spells, you might as well side in Cosmic Cyclones going first, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of good options, I think. Nibiru will probably come in despite the fact that we're going first, and I think Spellbound will probably put in a decent amount of work. It's just a question of, like, what does Mikanko actually make going first? I'm not too sure, personally. I think you typically go for the setup of the trap card, equipping onto your opponent's monster, and then you can bounce or prevent it from being destroyed.
I think you have an option to bounce on the opponent's turn, but you're also running an Infernoble engine in this deck, and Infernoble is known for comboing off quite hard with even more equip spells than Mikanko has. So maybe that is the part of the deck that really wants to go first.
I would assume so. So I see Herald of the Arclight in the extra deck, I see Appaloosa, so those probably are going to be the main tools on the end field. Maybe IP Masquerena, and I think that can already be like enough interruption paired together with maybe some cool cards like Nibiru or something to then give you the setup that you need to just close it out there. I think that could work for sure.
I love Nibiru as a setup card. If you know you have it in hand and you're going first, you can play more resource-oriented because you are certain that your opponent is not going to OGK you this round. Before it comes to that, you are dropping the big rock, and then you have the resources in hand to win the game in the next turn. So I think that the players have shuffled up. They are absolutely ready to go. Let's go right over to the table.
Going first in game number 2, at least I think Robert will choose to go first here, although there are sometimes strategies where you can just let your opponent start, just to throw off their siding patterns and stuff like that. However, against a deck like Vanadium, I think you probably want to start. You can't really risk a deck of that sort of ceiling getting to go first uninterrupted. So it looks like Robert is going first here, picking up a Prosperity. A lot of extra deck cards in this are quite redundant in Mikanko, so it is able to just quite fearlessly remove cards that we're not going to need here and try and dig for some sort of combo piece that we're going to have to try and stop Loa's powerful combo deck.
Yeah, let's see whether it resolves.
Deciding to keep the Zeus in the extra deck is also really interesting right there. So probably planning on breaking back a field. And Neo Space Connector is immediately getting some applause from the crowd. We don't even know if it's go. There it is.
Chaos too.
Yeah, it really is just pick your choice there at that stage. There's a lot of good starters there. There's the warrior portion of the deck, probably going to involve the Infernoble strategy. The Arabesque is a great starter as well. And looks like Loa does not have anything for the connector here, so we could see multiple hand loops potentially with the effect of Aqua Dolphin being not once per turn. Or rather, a not hard once per turn.
But I mean, we are for sure going to have knowledge about the hand as well, because that's the cool thing about the Aqua Dolphin. It does not only discard something, but it will let you look into the opponent's hand, and there we go. So we're all going to see what's in there. Lightning Storm cannot be discarded, of course. And is there even something we can discard overall? I don't think there is. No. Loa just picks it up again.
We're going to take some life point damage here, but the important thing is that we do get the knowledge despite that, so I think that's really important. The double Reamheart in the hand as well as Visas is a starter in and of itself, so as long as Robert can put up enough here to prevent the interaction of Visas on Reamheart, we'll see how that actually pans out for him.
Yeah, and also the Lightning Storm is there, so you know that you have to play around that for sure.
And it is really easy to play around that if you're not only going for link summons. You can just summon everything in defense position. However, this is really iconic. I just remember the Goki times of Yu-Gi-Oh! Neo Space Connector into Aqua Dolphin, into Isolde.
Yeah, Isolde having such a prominent aspect of the meta in 2018, I think might give people very fond memories, or nightmares, depending on which side of the Goki spectrum you are on, as it was a real powerhouse of a card. And Isolde Send for summon Armageddonite is a pretty iconic strategy, but maybe not at this level of tournament play.
Probably not, but we first of all used the effect to add something from the deck to our hand, and our card of choice was Infernoble Knight Roland, which was double read by Loa there to make sure what it does. And what are we even going to summon here? I'm pretty curious. Do we go for one of... Oh, okay, we still go with our Infernoble cards, and this time it is going to be Renault.
Yeah, Renault can recruit back the equip spell, I believe, when it's special summoned by targeting the Mayoshidori, if I'm saying that correctly. And this is the protection effect offered by the Mekankos.
Yeah. I think with YCSs it's always so cool that people just come up with completely new deck ideas that are not really in the spotlight just yet. Because honestly, if you would have told me before the event Mikanko Infernoble is a thing, I would have just said, yeah, maybe. I don't really think it is something you could top a YCS with. But here is Robert, and he is just in here in top 64 of the tournament. And I think those stories at the YCS are always the best about it, because heroes are born, underdogs are becoming champions, and maybe Robert is going to be the next champion with a really cool deck here.
Honestly, Mikanko always slips through in the tournaments we were commentating on. I think at German Nationals there were like 2 even in the top cut.
Yeah.
What a crazy deck, and never on stream has it performed so far, so I'm really curious to see what this uninterrupted Mikanko combo is going to be like.
Totally. We've got the summoning out of Hare here with Arabesque from the deck, and then we will probably at some point get to Huli, and that gives you the protection effect. But it looks like we're going to search out the trap here, I think, with the Hare, which... Okay, no, we're actually going to go for Fire Dance.
I think the trap is already sitting in his hand, and therefore he doesn't need to search it anymore. And Loa, even though we guessed that he knows all those cards, is definitely making sure to double read all of them. And I mean, even if you do know what they do in general, it's always good to double check. Maybe you missed a little thing about it, and then you just want to make sure to have complete information at that stage of the tournament especially.
Gonna make sure you double check those conditions and restrictions. You know, sometimes you might be caught out with like a little, you know, this card can't be targeted, or this card's once per turn, so important to read your cards. Classic advice for Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah, and I mean, this card can't be targeted is a pretty good thing for Mikanko cards, because yeah, that's a thing they have with them, that it's really tough to go after them with targeting effects.
It's kind of their whole gimmick and theme, is that they are offering a lot of protection effects. Looks like we're going to continue off with a Synchro Summon. Okay,
nice.
I guess this is how we reach Ohime at some point. I'm sure this Herald will hit the field, hit the grave at some point to get a search.
Although actually a good point.
Although just leaving it up here could be pretty decent. Yeah, it's just a good interrupt by itself.
as a negate. I mean, usually for the latest times, I've seen Herald of the Arclight never really being used to search for a ritual monster, but it's so powerful. It was always just there that extra negate, maybe in the Melfi Sprite deck or something. But here we have it actually searching out a ritual card, so working as part of the engine. And Loa has to make sure, does it even work? But of course, Robert probably has been doing this the entire weekend already.
Yeah, a little bit kind of worried on Robert's part here. I'm sure there's a plan long-term, because remember, he did activate the Aquadolphin this turn and check out that there's a Lightning Storm in the hand. So unfortunately, Apollosa is not going to be able to sit in defense position. So we'll see if he's got some sort of protection in place for the Apollosa here.
Let's see, I'm going to bring up the trap that I think Robert has in hand. I'm going to read up on that one because I'm not that familiar with Mikanko cards.
All right, share with the class.
Target one face-up monster your opponent controls. Equip that face-up monster to one Mikanko monster you control as an equip spell. Then if a ritual monster card is on the field, you can inflict 500 damage to your opponent for each equip spell you control. You can banish this card from your graveyard, special summon one of your Mikanko monsters that is banished or in your hand. You can only use each effect of Mikanko Spirit Walk once per turn.
I didn't understand a word of that. I was too focused on how beautifully you read that, honestly.
Yeah, the way he changed his voice. Right? He never talks to us like that. He just does that voice when he's reading out cards. It's okay, but let's see. That Spirit Walk is the only trap card he has in hand, but he's not done yet. Okay, we are this time even ritual summoning out the Ohime by using the ritual spell of the deck, which is the... Or no, it's not even the ritual spell, but it's the Great Mikanko Ceremony.
It kind of is a ritual spell, but it's
right?
not a ritual spell, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it has the same color, right? So I guess that's close enough. It actually summons out and ignores the summoning conditions. So technically not correctly ritual summon, but we can add back Hule here and the Mia Shidori. Or special summoning out the Hule.
Yeah, we're setting up quite a bit, and now, importantly enough, we do get to summon those cards in defense position. And there is the second trap card that we're adding there, and that is going to be
Rivalry.
Mikanko Rivalry indeed.
So I believe the idea, could be wrong here, is that Rivalry can be used to be equipped onto the Apollosa, and that protects it from the Lightning Storm, I want to say.
Yeah, that works.
All right, let's see. 2 set cards here, and we're retrieving the Arabesque.
Ooh, Arabesque onto the Apollosa already. Okay, so Apollosa is equipped with an equip spell already at this point of time. But does that generally also protect it?
Yeah, the equipped monster cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Yeah, perfect.
Fantastic.
That works. So people were wondering why you would put that Apollosa there in attack position, but we have now found a solution to it.
So if this is like the perfect end field that you can have, there are, I think, 3 words that are really scaring you. It's enter battle phase.
No Omnis, I think, here, so it will be quite a terrifying card to contend with. But I actually haven't seen too many evenly matches in people's side decks this weekend.
Yeah.
And I wonder why that is. I guess there's just so many good boss monsters to end on that keeping something like a Noir is probably not really ideal for a lot of players. But we got this Lightning Storm, probably just going to go for the spells and traps here.
Which is still really good.
Yeah. It does force out the...
Oh, no.
Wow.
That's just resolving. That's an instant +3 there on the field for Loa. That's huge.
I was sure that Hule protected the equips, but apparently not. It's only the Mikanko monsters that are protected from Hule.
Yeah. I mean, we built all of that up just to immediately get all of our cards taken away by the Lightning Storm we already knew about.
So what's the Cosmic gonna do now?
Yeah, it's kind of lonely without any other spell and trap cards on the field, true.
All right, well, just a 3 material Apollosa, which admittedly is quite strong in its own right. Oh, okay, we picked up Fenrir. Okay.
Even match for the Apollosa, I want to say.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Oh, but Ohime is going to use its effect, which is, of course, a quick effect, so we can also do it on the opponent's turn. And you can target one equip spell in your graveyard to equip it to one appropriate monster on the field, and that is going to be the Reflection Rondo right there. And that means we are now having a Xtira Fenrir on our side of the field.
But there is the Cosmic Cyclone that is oh so strong, and I think that just actually does something. It can just... Okay, maybe this does not work that way.
It must be protected, I think, right? Surely, otherwise you would just Cosmic this equip spell.
Oh, when this card leaves the field, send the equipped monster to the graveyard.
Oh, so it actually doesn't matter very well. So Rimhard is normal summon, and that's going to be... Oh, okay. So I just noticed that he reduced the attack of Apollosa, but in fact it seems like Loa chose not to activate the effect of Rimhard.
Picking it up. That was more than enough by Robert. Mikanko winning game number 2 here in tip 64 of YC's Dortmund.
I can't believe that we set up that whole field knowing that Lightning Storm was going to be such a problem card, but regardless...
It still wasn't enough.
Yeah, the Ohime protection plus the Apollosa was just too much.
We just snatch-stealed the Fenrir. That's it.
You know, stealing only is the best way to protect your cards, I suppose. You know, if you can't win with your own, take your opponent's Fenrir.
That worked out nicely there for Robert. I was worried for him for a sec after that Lightning Storm for real, but it didn't matter. He still won.
Imagine how crazy this deck gets if you actually get to use your trap cards.
Oh, stop it. That's too much, really. But I mean, now, of course, Loa, again, with the combo deck, going first, having the option to side and even more cards. But I think very understandable, he's not even bringing too many going first cards, because by nature, his deck going first is just a powerhouse. So why would you side in cards like Anti-Spell or stuff like that? Because your deck on its own is just so powerful already.
I think the thing I'm worried about is that Loa does have quite a strong engine, obviously, for going first. It's built to go first as a crazy combo deck, but Droll and Lockbird is in the side, and I think even if you're going first, you probably want to bring that in against Mikanko. There's a lot of searching and recruiting in there.
Maybe also Cosmic Cyclone, because I think this is a fantastic card going first against Mikanko, because this Reflection Rondo, you just really want to banish this, because otherwise you're going to lose your strong monsters.
Yeah, that's absolutely true.
There's a lot of good options in here for Loa, I think, for going first. But even just taking a look at Robert's side deck, there's definitely a lot of anti-combo in here. We've got 3 copies of Nibiru, we've got DD Crow, which could be okay, I think. There's a decent amount of graveyard interaction.
You can go after
I think if you hit
or something, or maybe the Visas
at the right time, I think could be pretty good. It does limit off that Cross Sheep. But Droplets is a huge second card. That's an incredible card to have in this matchup. So much of this is going to come down to comparing these defensive and non-engine cards and see, I suppose, who can prevent the other from playing the most. And yeah, this is really exciting to see what's going to happen here.
One technical question to check back in on game number 2. The Cosmic Cyclone was not used there. But if you just chain the Cosmic Cyclone to the activation of the Equip spell, it's probably not going to be on the field yet. But wait, no, it was not classically activated. It was activated through the effect of something else. Yeah. If it would be a regular activation, I think just chaining it would mean that it's never on the field and it would have worked. But the way to activate it through the Mikanko monster led to it immediately being on the field. Yeah. So that was kind of unfortunate there for Loa, but he will have a chance to make up for it as we are entering game number 3 of this top 64 match here at YC's Dortmund.
Game number 3 here starting off, and Loa is most likely going to want to begin here and yeah, try and do much of before. Set up that crazy, amazing combo, as well as setting the Omni Trap card. And you can see that Robert has picked up an Ash Blossom and Imperm in his hand.
Yeah, multiple interruptions this time. Definitely looking better than in game 1.
But those aren't high impact interruptions, you know?
Yeah,
I think
that's the thing, right? Like, typically you would want to see that side deck Nibiru potentially, but we'll see if Ash and Imperm combined together is going to be enough here.
Because this is already crazy. If you're having Ash and Imperm, this is 2 out of your 6 cards here that you will have. And if the Fenrir is already there, this thing doesn't care.
Yeah. Fenrir, search Fenrir. No drone Lockbird anywhere to be seen. And Robert really wants to make sure how to go about this. I think that is a kind of nice card to go for with Ash Blossom. But Robert does disagree, and we are searching out the Scareclaw Rai card there.
I think it's always one of those paradoxical situations where if you Ash one card, they might have the other one, and then if you Ash that one, they might have, you know, it's, I like to call it the Alistair paradox, you know.
Oh, but we go for the Rai card as our Ash Blossom target.
A normal summon Rai card.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually probably the best part of this, I think, in terms of his options. But despite this, I think the Rai card can just be made into the Light Heart. The Light Heart can get a field spell, so there's just a lot of plays still available, I think.
Yeah, but he also has Rimhard in his hand, a Droplet, and I think Scareclaw Kashtira.
Okay, as you were anticipating, we just immediately linked that Rai card off to go for Light Heart. grabbing ourselves field spell number 2 for this game.
Yeah, keep a counter.
Where is it? Oh, there we go. Reichphobia.
So Reichphobia I don't think offers too much for this deck other than just the activation search. I think you probably end on Calarium at some point here, but we'll see if he's got enough gas in the tank to keep rotating out those different versions of Visas, and we'll see if we can also put up something like Apollousa. Yeah. In a world where we've saw Loa end on something like an Apollousa, I'm just wondering if there's a world in where you wait until your own turn to use Imperm on Apollousa, but you might be worried about that also being developed with a Baron, I guess, right?
True, true. Reichphobia, I think mainly going second is a nice tool for the on-field effect because you can actually destroy opponents' cards. Yeah. And now, do we go for the Rhymeheart? Do we want to Imperm that? Robert really saying, I need to consider this. And he better takes his time about it, and there it comes, Imperm on the Rhymeheart.
And now is this what's stopping the combo? We know that Loa has one more card that he can use, which is the Scareclawker Ashtira. He has a Fenrir in hand, which cannot be used currently, and a Droplet that is also not going to help his case. So does he get anywhere with summoning the Scareclawker Ashtira right here?
A lot of hand traps and disruptions coming off here, and just alone and by themselves, Ash and Imperm not exactly amazing against Vanadium with the right hand, but when you start pairing up multiples of them, it's going to be quite hard to really extend if you don't draw those right pieces here, and it doesn't look like it.
We are just passing over. Robert nodding his head, realizing his 2 interactions were good enough, and he picks up Prosperity for turn.
Huge pickup as we begin our game 2 here, because Prosperity can dig for whatever he feels is necessary to beat this semi-underwhelming field. We just have a back row and a Fenrir, and so we can go for some defensive cards, or we can probably try and get a starter into our hand. Let's see what he decides to go for.
Water Arabesque is already insane, because you can bounce the Fenrir by special summoning a monster from your deck. That is absolutely crazy. And if there are no hard negates, no omni negates, this deck is just going completely insane here. But we might as well just start off with a Pot of Prosperity.
He's not sure himself. He's reconsidering and reconsidering, but there is the Minkanko Water Arabesque onto the Fenrir.
Prosperity being such a important and just really powerful card this format, I think is naturally just a testament to how good it is. But I think sometimes it can be a little tricky to use, right? Because it's like you kind of have to question yourself, like, do I begin with the Pot of Prosperity, or do I try and play with what little resources I have and then dig for something after I get stopped?
Yep. So that one Fenrir joining the other one in hand. So now 2 Fenrirs in hand for Loa. And in advance, Robert also got himself a Hooli onto the field.
Last line of defense is going to be that set Droplet, and good thing about Droplet is that it doesn't target, it does send.
Very important.
For cost, and you cannot respond to it. But the whole gimmick of Minkanko's being protected from targeting and destruction is going to be really, really not that relevant here.
Okay, fetching ourselves Minkanko Super Walk again. Oh no, Spirit Walk.
Super Walk. Super Walk.
I mean, it is a pretty superb walk he's taking right now into the field of Loa there.
We'll see if it's a walk into victory.
Yeah, hopefully for him.
All right, so we didn't normal summon, so that's going to be used on Hare.
We still have Infinite Noble cards in our hand. Look at that, he's just joining the Minkankos on the field. Yeah. There is now a Renault as well, and we are probably just going to go for good old... Where is she? Yeah, our Link to Monster of Choice. There she is. Isolde coming onto the field. And that feels like a card you might want to use your Droplet on, I guess.
Yeah, I think the Droplet, if at some point you're going to use it, this might be the best place to try and use it, because it's an incredible card that just fetches you into the rest of your combo, and I think it just makes the most sense here.
Yep, there we go, dropletting it.
The great thing about Isolde is that sending equipped cards is a cost, so you can actually still send cards to your graveyard that just special summon out monsters if you want.
Yeah, and sometimes against like real decks like Infinite Noble that are really focusing on the warrior part of the deck, you would be like, yeah, you don't really want to use the droplet on the first effect of Isolde, because the second one could still be used with a second Isolde later on, but in the extra deck Robert, there is only one Isolde, so he's not going to be able to special summon out from the deck, but as we see, he's still going to be able to send some equip spells here to the graveyard, because as Leo said, that was a cost for the effect.
Yeah, just having that setup there is really important because there's a lot of equipping from the grave that happens. So even though we don't get the special summon of, I guess, 3 would probably equate to, I think, Aqua Dolphin, still negated by the droplet, it means that we do have that setup that we're trying to look for here. And I'm wondering if we can go for game at this point.
I mean,
what's the defense? It's 21, right?
Yes, it should be.
So I think we can do like 21 reflected damage twice. Maybe if we can get some more Makankos on the field or something, we'll see if we can lead towards 8,000. I think generally with this deck, you want to be able to have your opponent have a big and attack position monster. So we'll see if Robert can either just deplete Loa down to like no resources and set up that rivalry, or actually go for game here. Okay, looks like we are just going to do some damage.
Going for game is very unlikely because there's 2 things to consider. First of all, the Reichphobia lowers the attack of the monsters by Robert. Second of all, he did go for the Prosperity, didn't he?
Well, yeah.
Or is it still in hand? Oh, I think it might still be in hand, right?
Oh, yeah, we haven't used it yet.
There was no Prosperity.
Well, the Makankos have 0 attack, so...
True, they're not really lowered there. You're right, you're right.
Isolde is, though, heavily lowered, also halved.
Yep, true. And now in main phase 2, after doing 4,200 points of damage, we are going to go for the Prosperity. This is looking good for Robert, honestly.
It's not 42, it's half.
But I mean, he's on 3,800 there.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Because the Prosperity just comes down. Yeah.
We just went over this.
Exactly. So
it's been a long day for us as well.
All right. What do we got?
Oh, don't hide it from us, Robert. We need to see it.
I think we've got an Ohime.
Yes, there we can see it. Thank you so much. Okay. Oh, Magician's Soul is also such a nice card to go for. But there's Ohime as the 6th card, and right away Robert realized that's the one he wants and needs.
So Prosperity resolves. Ohime added to the hand is looking pretty strong. Can we just summon this out, or do we just use the reveal effect of Ohime now?
Okay, Ohime effect, revealing itself, going into the deck right away, and there is the ceremony we also had last game.
Yeah, so I think our same setup that we did in the last game is probably what we're going to end up with here. Discard out of the hand from using the Ohime, and it means now we can go for the Makanko ceremony, special summoning her out, and we're going to be able to transfer equips on our opponent's turn here.
Oh, that is really interesting because now we have one more defense position monster on the field.
Yeah. You have to be aware of that because now at some point the Reichphobia effect might come in, but we just got rid of a whole lot of those defense position monsters, and once again the Appaloosa there.
Yeah, Appaloosa being made with your opponent's monster. I was worried for a second he was about to bounce the Reinhardt, but it actually steals from the equip spell, and now Appaloosa for 3, as well as the set and the Ohime live.
Looking good.
He managed to crack the field.
Yeah, that was very, very powerful by Robert. Cool display of the Mikanko archetype here already, but is it going to be enough? We know Loa has double Fenrir and a Scareclockers Tira in hand. So all cards on the table basically for both players, because Robert has no cards left in hand and Loa has all of the cards publicly known, basically.
Oh, that's interesting. He chose not to negate the effect of Scareclaw Kashtira to summon itself with the Appaloosa.
Yep, and he also did not summon... He did not wait until he could summon Fenrir before that.
Yeah.
Sure, we just have that Fenrir now sitting in our hand, or 2 of them even, and we cannot get them onto the field. So I like not negating the Scareclockers Tira because that just blocks the 2 Fenrirs in hand.
Oh, and there's another droplet, so you basically
picked up a droplet there.
Place.
Yeah.
I think if Loa had any other type of engine, he might be able to do something here, but it's actually looking quite weak. And it looks like we're going to the battle phase, and then using the Ohime, equipping onto the Scareclaw Kashtira, and then stealing it.
Okay.
But that's interesting now for Loa, because he has the Fenrir, and he can activate the search effect. He has used the Scareclaw Kashtira summon effect in the last end phase, so there is the possibility to try and summon it again. That would probably activate Appaloosa, and then you could banish something with Fenrir. Or we are just sitting at 20 Fenrirs.
Yeah. Also, it's main phase only. Let's not forget about that for Scareclockers Tira.
Could have summoned the Fenrir in defense position and used Reichphobia to pop the Appaloosa.
Oh, that would have been nice. You're right. But I mean, is maybe the Appaloosa also equipped with one of the Mikanko spells? Oh, but it's just going to be one more set card for Loa. And back to the Mikanko player, Robert. And I think, look, by the speed he picked up his graveyard there, he realizes this might be the turn we're about to end this. This might be the turn we are going to go into top 32. Oh, he's already a little bit too furious because he wanted to activate in the fact that he cannot activate there.
It happens to the best.
Yes, for sure.
Well, I mean, at an absolute minimum, just attacking with the Huli into the Fenrir is going to be 24 damage. So
yep.
Let's see how we play this one out. So Hime returning itself to the hand, draws for turn.
Draws to the Nibiru.
Yeah, okay. Didn't even need it. Didn't even need it.
That is fantastic follow-up, I want to say. I don't really think that's a good draw, but I mean, Robert had a line of play in his head, and he might actually be able to go for it because he wants to use cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, so the last line of defense for Loa being that droplet to prevent Huli from dealing the reflected damage here, I think is going to be the last saving grace, but I'm just worried that he's down to so few cards that even if he survives this turn, it's going to be a real uphill battle here.
Imagine he's attacking with the Scareclaw Kashtira, because Droplet can't even half the defense of Scareclaw Kashtira, and it would still attack over the Fenrir. But I think, yeah, you would attack first with the Huli.
Okay, so I think there's currently a little bit of a judge call going on, but they have come to a conclusion, so we might as well stay with the table because the players are going to pick up play again here. So
Mechanical as a strategy, thoughts?
I mean, now I'm a fan.
Now you're a fan.
Now that you're putting me on the spot, it looks pretty good to me.
Now you're Ohime's #1 soldier.
Yeah. I think I would just play that from now on. That will be my new
You're
deck.
gonna ditch Plunder Patrol?
Probably, yeah. Mikanko looks better to me right now.
Wait, you're a Plunder Spieler? When did this happen?
Yeah. Since
did I miss this conversation?
Since Euros, because there was a Plunder player doing pretty well in the tournament, and then, yeah,
okay.
I always pick out the cool decks, I guess. Okay, but now back to Robert, because he's certainly the best Mikanko player left in the tournament, and he's about to maybe move himself into the top 32 just in this turn.
So we have Appaloosa, Huli, and the Scareclaw Kashtira. There is one droplet left, and we have the Fenrir as well. Can this be enough for Loa? Because, I mean, Fenrir and droplet are actually kind of okay. You can use the droplet to get rid of your own Phobia and a Fenrir in hand, possibly negate the Appaloosa plus another monster that is threatening you, and then activate Fenrir and then banish something else. So actually there is quite a lot to think about if you're Robert.
For sure. Quick ruling question. Can you activate Forbidden Droplet onto a monster of 0 attack?
No.
Probably not, right? That's what I would be thinking. Because otherwise negating the Huli might be good, because when he tries to attack with it into the Fenrir, and then you just dropped it and it gets destroyed by battle, it would be nice, but due to the fact that it has 0 attack, I don't think that works.
Yeah, I think we have also clarified this yesterday with the skill drain issue. The attack halving comes first. So if there is a monster that attack can't be halved, that's a problem.
Yeah, probably. So we are going to have that ceremony in the graveyard, getting the Ohime out onto the field.
You know, it is the game shot here from Robert's perspective. It really is quite as simple as attack, attack. However, they are going to probably have a bit of a conversation on how this droplet will interact, because it's an extremely important part of this this matchup here as we...
Okay, I've just been informed that there is going to be an appeal situation still for the last ruling, so we should get it back over to us, and we will have a little very sorry. We will have a little chat in between those games to kill some time here. So, I'm a Mikanko player now. Leo, are you a Vanadium player? Because you have been really, really happy about that deck all day long.
I gotta be honest, Vanadium feels really incredible, especially for this format. However, I think this is one of those classic situations where we enter a big tournament. Players have been preparing for a month already, and they have decided, okay, this is a control format. I'm not going to play any high-impact hand traps. Don't want to play my Nibiru, don't want to play the big field-breaking cards, and then all of a sudden some players say, hey, what about a hard combo deck? And they just run through the entire tournament, because Ash and Impermanence are rarely ever enough, not in this case, to stop the entire first turn. And that is a big edge that you have on the rest of the competition. So I think that after this tournament, players are going to prepare for Vanadium, and then this deck is going to encounter some problems.
So you want to say it was a good call for this event, for sure, but maybe after this event it's not that great anymore?
Exactly.
Okay, I see,
And it is the same with Cosmic Cycling every single time, by the way, but that's another story.
Your favorite story,
Yes.
by the way, which you have been telling times and times and times again.
Yeah, why don't you tell us about Salamangreat again? That'll be another interesting story.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I
just
think,
looking over to the table, it seems like we have everything resumed. So let's go back over there and see how this game turns out.
All right, so just some clarifications on the sides of the judges with the players here, and play will resume on Robert's part. It looks like we might be in the battle phase right now. Yep, it does appear to be that way as we declare an attack with Huli.
And now, of course, Loa considering whether to use the droplet here. Maybe not sure himself whether he could actually use it onto the Huli.
Yeah, this is going to be the most important droplet of Loa's life here.
I mean, maybe he has used the droplet in his national champion finals, but droplet is going to be activated. Now we're going to figure out if this works, if he even wants to use this on the Huli.
So we send 2 cards here.
Yep.
And his negates of choices are Apollosa and the Huli.
Okay, let's pay some attention. Is that going to work here?
Looks like it does.
Seems like we do successfully negate a monster of 0 attack.
Yeah, so the Huli runs into the Fenrir here. The protection effect does not apply because it's negated by the droplet, and the equip spell also does not offer that type of protection. So Apollosa will be... I was trying to remember how rulings work with Apollosa. So it's negated, but it's still half of its attack. And I think in the end, so it doesn't go to 0 because Apollosa's effect is to gain attack.
Yep.
But I believe it's set to half of its attack. So Apollosa will remain with a negate in the end phase for Loa's turn. But
I think it's a very weird ruling in which in the end phase, then it completely loses its attack. I think in the end phase it goes down to 0 attack for some reason. I know the ruling, and it is half now, and then in the end phase it goes down to 0 attack for some reason.
Right.
Don't ask me about it.
Okay.
So 1,200 and 2,600 defense point of Scarecrow Castillo. This is... Wait, what? Okay.
So yeah, this is exactly what's being discussed here with the judges. How much attack points does Apollosa have? It should be half of it.
Oh, and there's the handshake. This was exactly 3,800. The Scarecrow Castillo in defense position and the halved Apollosa.
Scareclaw of all things coming in clutch there for the game shot. Unbelievable.
Wow. Mikanko, ladies and gentlemen, in top 32 of YCS Dortmund here in 2023. Who would have thought that? A couple of Infernoble cards also being thrown into it. And that was a really nice match for top 64. But we have so many cool decks overall here in top 64. So why don't we have a look at the overall breakdown here for top 30, or top 64 first of all. Wow!
Let's go! Tearlaments are back, baby. Graveyards have been on the menu. Unbelievable. Can you imagine that we spent so long with Tears being just on the total outskirts of the metagame for the whole year, basically, with the incorporation of Photon Hypernova. Now that Arise Heart is gone, we're milling a Guido.
Yep, they are back in a very different fashion, but they are absolutely back. And honestly, one very big surprise to me. Yes, Tearlaments made its way from 3rd place into 1st place, but what happened to 2nd place? Where's all the Pearly players? They just have completely been eliminated, probably somewhere in the other category. But that's impressive that they converted so badly. And also we see Vanadium made its way into the mentioned category, so there are a couple of decks in there. And then Dragon Link also making his way out of the other category there.
I mean, Dragon Link is basically, now that Castillo Arisart is gone, the natural enemy of Tearlaments. You only have 3 names that you can activate to fusion summon with in Tearlaments, and if the Bestials come around the corner, it is going to be tough. Also, once again, I think, this event scenario, right? Now people are going to prepare more for Tearlament, probably siding in some more Bestials. I don't think that we're ever going to get up to 9 Bestials in the main deck again, possibly 12 with the introduction of Baldrake back then.
Magnemot's at 1.
Yeah.
Magnemot's at 1. Oh,
Good point.
10.
Sure.
Okay, let's play 10 Bestials.
Yeah, it's actually unbelievable just how much this is sort of reversed in and of itself. You know, time is a flat circle. We're back to Tearlament once again. For better or for worse, some people might not be so fond of Tearlaments coming back, but you have to prepare. And would you look at that? I'm happy to see it. I am absolutely ecstatic.
We have always been enjoying it for sure. We were really big fans of the deck. Absolutely. I mean, the featured match we had for round 12 was absolute insanity. We really enjoyed that. But still, let's not disregard how big that other
There's all kinds of things there. We know there's Virtual World. We know there's Drytron. A whole bunch of rogue strategies are out there,
honestly. Is this 2020 again?
So many very interesting decks, but let's hear from the guy that actually brought Mikanko Infernoble to the tournament. Let's go over to Ad and the winner's interview.
Welcome, guys. Yes, I am joined here by Robert, who's just won that top 64 feature match, making his way into the top 32 here at YCS Dortmund. Robert, how are you feeling?
Fantastic. It's my first YCS top, so I am extremely happy that also my first feature match went well.
Not only did it go well, you actually just beat the back-to-back Swedish national champion. How does that feel?
Feels pretty good. Feels pretty good.
Yeah. Excellent. So talk to us a bit about Mikanko, because quite an underrepresented deck, but clearly very effective, especially against Vanadium, one that we are seeing quite a bit of play, especially in this top cut as well. Why do you like Mikanko?
Mikanko is really cool because most people expect you to go second with it, but as you saw in my build, I'm going first and doing combos, and then because of the inherent power of the engine, it's also able to go second when you open, especially when you open a lot of Mikanko cards. So it makes it very difficult for my opponent to side against me, and it catches a lot of people off guard.
I was going to talk about catching people off guard because it's got some quite tricky effects, some of those cards, and we were seeing in that feature there was a lot of having to read the cards, so clearly a lot of people are unfamiliar. Does that throw a lot of your opponents off in the matches that you've had so far here?
Sometimes, yeah. A lot of the times people forget Huli can't be targeted, stops everything being targeted. That's one of the big ones. And there's a lot of the cards have like extra effects, like the traps have graveyard effects which allow like recursion. So some people think that I'm down on cards and then I just use my graveyard to keep going. So yeah, it's been very effective.
Incredibly effective because you've just won that. So let's go through the games. There was a first one, lower, sort of ended up taking game one, bit of domination. How are you feeling in that moment? Did that worry you? Were the nerves kicking in of the feature?
No, I mean, not really. The game one, I knew I opened a lot of going first cards and won Ash Blossom, and he had the Calarium, he had the Fenrir, he had everything, so I knew I was going to lose. It was probably not worth it. But then, yeah, the end board was a bit too overwhelming for me to beat. But yeah, I was still confident game 2 and 3 I'd be able to pull it back, you know, game 3 with a side deck.
Boy, did you pull it back. So in that second one, you built a really good field with the 4 back row, but then it got lightning strike. What have I written here? Lightning storm. So I don't know, I've written lightning strike down for some reason. It got lightning stormed. And so when you've lost that back row, obviously a lot of the Mikanko spell effects quite useful. How did you feel when you lose such a strong back row?
I already knew his hand because of the Echo Dolphin. So I knew there was the back removal wasn't particularly good because the Apollosa would basically carry the game, and the Ohime equipping the Arabestia Apollosa protects it from card effects. So that was the thing I was mostly trying to protect in our board because that was going to be my win condition against the Vanadium board.
So basically ended up with lower scooping. Then we get into that game 3. It was quite a battle of attrition. You built up a huge field, great use of effects, but also you played around not 1 but 2 droplets in game 3. So talk to us about what was going through your mind during those moments. You seemed just pretty confident and knew what you were doing.
Yeah, so the first droplet was on Isolde, which I was not very worried about because the cost of Isolde is actually the good part for my deck. Getting to send those equips is extremely valuable for your recursion, the Mario Story especially. So I was not really worried about the first one. The second one, I saw it coming because it set 1 card, so I was like, must be droplet. But I had enough cards. I had the trap to steal the Fenrir, and then Scarecrow Cash could also attack. So it was, even if droplet for everything, it was still a big game.
It certainly was game, and you've taken it all the way now. Do you reckon you can continue through the top 32 all the way to that final with Mikanko?
I'm just going to take it 1 game at a time, see how it goes. And yeah, I'm already ecstatic to have gone this far, but I'm not going to let my sort of guard down and just try my best, see where I am.
You're a smart man. That's the wise thing to do. Keep focused. Just take it 1 game at a time. Best of luck to you in that top 32 cut. I hope it goes well for you. Perhaps we'll see you in the final. Who knows? But, you know, good luck. I hope it goes well. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a little bit of a break before we get to our top 32 feature match, and we'll be right back with that, maybe with some quizzes, but also we've got some speed duel to show you, and you'll be surprised to know this time I get to play. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of YCS Dortmund 2023. And we are doing a little bit of a creature swap right now, as we have me as the host, as well as Ed. Ed, you're going to be doing your first live-action duel, I think, at a YCS. So speed duel, just to ease you in, I suppose. And, of course, you're dueling against Marcello Barbary, who's currently at 0-1 today. So, you know, you've got a chance. You've got a chance, right? Let's begin with a coin toss. And Marcello calls heads, and it is heads. Marcello, would you like to go first a second? You are going to begin. Okay, all right. Well, let's head on over to our amazing casters, Sebastian, Leonard, and Tom Payne. Let's have a look at who can win this speed duel.
Thank you so much, Nadir. That's uncommon to say, but yeah, our host Nadir just throwing it over to us. And yeah, the first time ever we are actually going to see Ed, who's just talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Usually with the players in their post-match interviews, now playing the game. What are you expecting from Ed here?
I mean, it's a lot of pressure on him. You
and
know.
a good opponent as well.
Yeah, I mean, Marcello is okay. Don't oversell it.
I'm very excited. Although, honestly, that coin toss from Ed was pretty weak sauce. The coin flipped like one time or something.
I noticed
We're
that
going
as
to
well.
have to have a word with him about that.
He's rusty in dueling, it seems, but maybe he's just immediately going to have an insane hand and just going to show us how he's going to duel. And I mean, he has a pretty cool deck to go with as well. Like, he has that cool rare hunter deck, and his skill is really, really, really powerful. So I'm really excited for that for sure.
I think that he might be able to out-control Marcello out of this duel, and he's just going to absolutely dominate him. So that's my guess for this round.
Yeah, but I mean, Marcello can at least rely on the heart of the cards because he has Yami Yugi and the skills of Yami Yugi as well. So let's see how this game goes. Let's go over to the table and check out how their duel goes. There you can see it. We see the rare hunter, and we also see the Yami Yugi, and we also see that there is going to be Ed, and Ed is just reading up on the cards, and of course Marcello has let him start here.
Honestly, the cards that Marcello has in hand seem really, really good.
Oh, they do. I mean, he has the Dark Magician Girl. That's all he needs, isn't it?
I mean, that's not the card that I meant, but this old Vindictive Magician and Power of Magic, which seems like a crazy card to have in Speed Duel with only 4,000 life points to each player.
Surely. Okay, so we start things off with the Hannibal Necromancer there.
That was very impressive card knowledge. I would not have been able to name that card.
Same.
It gets a spell counter, right?
Yes, it does. And you can remove one spell counter from it and then target one face-up trap on the field and destroy that target. So that's very specific, to be honest. But for the beginning, it's 1,400 attack points, which is definitely not that bad.
That sounds like Battle City Trap Eater to me.
Yeah.
Does it gain any attack points with the spell counter or something like that?
Nope, not at all. It's just plain that.
But Ed followed it up with a spell card.
Ledger of Ledgermane, I think it's called. It's a very cool card. It's a bit like the Gold Sarcophagus. You get, rather than banish a card from your deck and get it in 2 standby phases, this banishes the top 3, and you get it in 3 standby phases.
Oh, so you get all of them?
You
just
get
at
all
once?
3 cards, but you do have to wait a whole 3 turns.
I mean, if your opponent is just setting monsters, I can see that.
And do you see the 2 cards that Ed has in hand? It is Nobleman and Night Beam.
Whoa,
what a combo.
That's insanity,
and he draws the Magician of Fate.
That is
this
really
is
good.
Absolutely massive. Okay, he's setting this.
Does he see the line? Does he see the line?
Fire
though?
away.
There is
Night
the Night
Beam is going to take out the set card that Marcello has. Ed Templar with formidable play. The sequencing is just absolutely fantastic. And are we going to see the Nobleman of Crossout?
Don't forget about the Nobleman, please.
Don't forget Nobleman of Crossout. Let's go. Marcello's field is cleared. Ed Templar is just always one step ahead.
And also, he hits the old Vindictive Magician, which would have been really, really good there. So getting this out of the way is massive there.
Amazingly, it was actually crucial that he played that Night Beam first. We see the card. I can't remember the name of the card. It's a very old school card.
Yeah, it's ready for intercepting.
Ready for intercept. It lets you flip a spellcaster monster.
Whoa.
So if he'd activated Nobleman of Crossout first, it would have been intercepted.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Oh, okay, there's the normal summon now of the good old... What was... It's the Alchemist of Black Spells, right? If I remember correctly.
Might be red, but we can have
it's Black Magician. Oh no, Blast Magician.
Blast Magician. That
I think it's Blast Magician. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a magician.
And
he looks like a magician.
Pretty likely. Yeah.
I think he gets some spell counters on him.
Each time a spell is activated, right?
Each time a spell is activated, but maybe
Marcello has a skill.
Oh, there is the skill, and as I told you before the duel, the skill is all about spell counters, and there you see it. We are just placing one on that Blast Magician, and now you can actually remove any number of spell counters from it, and then target one face-up monster on the field with attack less than or equal to the number of spell counters you removed, X 700. So if you remove one, you could destroy something with 700 or less, and with two, you could actually even go for a monster with 1,400 or less.
And he just got 2 spell counters. How did he get 2 spell counters?
I think from the skill.
The skill gives him 2. That's really powerful.
I think you get 1, and then I think it says whenever you get a spell counter, you get another one or something. And there's Magician of Fate. Look, Marcello does not like the looks of that, because Magician of Fate, another card that has actually been popular in like real Yu-Gi-Oh! And not in Speed Duel, you know?
As,
Back
to
in
be
the day.
honest, have Night Beam and Nobleman of Crossout. Ed just not even showing Marcello the Night Beam. Very sneaky, very sneaky.
He probably told him, and now there's only 1 turn left until he gets 3 cards. He could have taken the same card again to just vanish the top 3 again after this.
Oh, look at that. Ed now going to read up his skill, but he will need to destroy a card first of all for it to be good.
Yeah, the skill Special Summon sets back a monster that was destroyed this turn to your side of the field in the end phase. I wonder if it has to summon from the graveyard, or if Nobleman of Crossout would be a really good combo with it, because
I mean,
having a free set Old Vindictive Magician,
it says destroy, so it definitely doesn't work with Nobleman of Crossout.
Oh, he's discarding Night Beam.
What vanishes.
Really? Does it do?
So. Oh, definitely. Yeah. What do we think he's discarding the Night Beam for?
I don't know. Fun. I don't think it doesn't. No, okay, we're taking that back. That skill is being flipped back up. Ooh, and it's just a pass. But I mean, Ad still has 4,000 life points, so he might be able to withstand this turn. Then he gets the free cards, and also I think I saw a Spear Kuribo in his hand, so he is actually safe here.
If Marcello overcommits, Ed might actually be able to turn a really powerful monster that Marcello puts to the field in defense position, making it vulnerable to possible attacks from the 3 cards that he's going to get to his hand.
Totally, and oh, there she comes, the Dark Magician Girl.
Iconic card, Dark Magician Girl.
Oh, but there comes the Spear Kuribo, and as you were saying, a powerful monster now going to defense position. That's super, super good.
Only has 1,700 defense points.
Even though it does gain attack, but it's going to have a lot of attack at the moment. I'm not sure how many spells are in the graveyard, but it's a tiny number.
And you'll have to wait for the thrilling conclusion of my debut speed duel against Marcello in just a moment when we get through this, the top 32 feature match here at YCS Dortmund. In front of me, I have Samir Bashar and Julius Schwarzkopf, who are going to take part in our top 32 feature match. Try and see which one of them is going to make it to the top 16 at YCS Dortmund. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll first? Samir is going to roll first. Okay, and then there's a 10 for Samir. Oh, and an 11 for Julius. Okay, are you going to go first? Julius is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to Tom, Nadir, and Marcello, who are going to be your wonderful trio of commentators for this top 32 feature match. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome everybody to the top 32. We have only a few matches remaining to find out who will be the champion for YCS Dortmund 2023. And there we have a familiar face at the table, right?
Yeah, he's a familiar face. Samir, obviously, he's the European champion, and he recently won YCS London in 2023, the 250th YCS. And honestly, he's also just so much fun. You know, he's always just kind of grinning and smiling, and he's kind of got this infectious, very like happy energy. What do you think, Nadir?
Yeah, no, it's great to see Samir back again with another YCS showing, so we'll see how far he gets. He's taking a similar strategy, going with Sprite, and not to mention as well, of course, Schwarzkopf is on Plants, so a bit of a different, unique matchup, but it's kind of the story of this whole YCS weekend, honestly. We've seen all kinds of different decks in the top cut, so this will be another clash of uniqueness to some extent versus decks we've seen before, but perhaps not what we expected to see in this tournament, did we?
No, absolutely. And although we did have a very nice break with the European Championship and then the World Championship, technically our YCS season ended with Samir winning YCS London. So now we're back, you know, at a similar spot with him, just 5 matches away from, you know, winning back-to-back YCSs in Europe, we could say. But as you mentioned, Doro, he has to face a very tough challenge. Although Jessica didn't make it to the top cut, we have been used to seeing Rika all over last year, all over the last few years, to be fair. And let's see if the deck still has it. I think he won the die roll, which is a huge thing, but our duelists are ready. Let's find out the winner of Game 1.
Kicking us off here with game number 1, Julius Schwarzkopf on Plan, Samir Bashar on that Sprite strategy. We'll talk a little bit about their deck lists as the game develops, because there's some really interesting choices in here now. I'm curious, who won the dice roll?
Samir had a good attempt with a 10.
Good attempt, okay. Normal summon Lokai! That's what you love to see if you're a plant player. This is going to be the full combo. Let's have a look at Samir's list if we can find any hand traps of sorts. There's a couple of them here. We got Ash, we got Imperm. But overall, it does seem to be what I like to say is field breakers here. He's playing some droplets. He's also running the talents, but also but just as a secondary thought here, I love that droplets is relevant again. I think it's one of the strongest cards. It's definitely one of my favorites. But with a Rise Heart in the format, it was just really hard to justify it.
Yeah. Who would have thought that many, many years later, the title of most threatening normal monster would go from Blue Eyes to now Sensei Genius Lokai?
Well, no, it was Dark Magician, actually.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, so we've got a little small world bridge developing here as we go from angle to angle and pick up a Lily Borea off of that small world. All right, level 8 is the combination being used to bridge Gamesio into the Lily with the Rika Petal Princess as the middle.
That's interesting we're starting with the Lily, but I mean, I don't know all of the different sort of Rika lines you want to do, why you'd kind of interrupt with it now. I guess you just want to get that negation set up.
Yeah, I think the earlier you get into Regulus is really what you're trying to do with this deck. And yeah, it's a pretty cool little angle that he's taken here, because just the inclusion of the Gameciel means that going second, you actually have an answer to some sort of big boss monster like an Apollosa, as we saw in the last feature.
I like the way, I mean, everyone talks about thrust and how it kind of impacts your deck building, but I think Small World has a similar effect where you kind of want to have these weird cards in your deck. Not only
Did you just call Gameciel weird?
Gameciel, he's very weird, yeah.
Leave him alone. He's a good turtle.
Okay. He's very big and scary. Have you seen him? He's like terrorizing a city.
You know, he's like arguably the best kaiju, not because of its stats, but just the effect.
It's the effect, yeah.
Yeah,
it's really good.
Yeah, if you have what's the name of the
Waterfront?
Kyoto Waterfront.
Yeah. All right, well, this is the line that many of you should be quite familiar with by now. We've got the healer gaining some life points, then linking away up into the Jasmine. Jasmine plus another Dryas plus healer gets another heal effect off to trigger the Jasmine for a plant search, and that will bridge you into your Rika portion of the deck, as you can get Snowdrop or
Mudan?
Field Spellser. That's the one, Mudan. Yeah, no, beautiful to see as we develop this with the full combo here. And, for those of you who are unfamiliar, Plant is a deck that does so much just with a little seed. The idea is that it blooms into a nice, powerful field as it creates such a menacing end field with so many forms of unique disruptions. You obviously have a typical negate with Regulus, but there's, the tribute for cost on your opponent's with the opponent's tributing for cost with your field on the opponent's monster, stealing the card. And of course, there's the Rika Queen that allows you to tribute your opponent's monsters as well.
It's very varied. You can also bounce your opponent's monsters.
With the Bengal Lancer, yeah,
you can
correct.
steal with the sheet. You've got a lot of very varied and interesting interruption to keep your opponent on their toes.
I think that's one of my favorite types of sort of interruptions, right? It's not when you're really just relying on that sort of hard negate. It's quite varied, because there's sometimes cards you don't want to negate, because if you destroy them, they go to the graveyard, they trigger. So things like stealing cards with sheet is a really cool form of interruption here. So Samir obviously just looking a little glum right now, unfortunately. One thing to note, the Bengal Lancer has an upward pointing arrow, and Samir is playing... Have you seen this before?
Fallen of Argos?
Fallen of Argos. Argyros. Do you know how it works?
It looks like you can special summon it.
Yeah, so you can, it's a level 2
sprite monster, well, it's not technically a sprite, but it special summons to a zone a link monster points to. So if you have an upward pointing arrow, like something like Apollosa or the Bengal Lancer, it actually can be summoned to that zone.
Oh, that's very cool. So
and I think it can't be activated either. Neither player can activate the effects of link monsters that point to this card.
Oh, that's a very cool effect.
Yeah. All right, so we are searching out the Teardrop, Snowdrop from the deck here with the effect of Jasmine. Not once per turn. Anytime you gain life points, you are able to get a plant from your deck to your hand. The Sunseed Twin was used to banish and then revive it because we controlled 2 monsters with the same name.
Yeah, just having a bit of a discussion there.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much what we have seen for 2 back-to-back European Championships. Yeah, the very impressive feat of winning both with the same deck. I think it never happened before, but now we can link climb a little bit and could end on the Bengal, which later on can be quite threatening, especially, I would say, for this
Lone
match.
Fire Blossom. Oh, I'm wondering if Julius is playing any interesting targets in the main deck for this. Sometimes people opt to play things like Cactus Bouncer, Naturia Rose Whip, but it doesn't look like we've got any of that in the main deck. There is actually a Rose Whip in the side. So we're going to just go into the Lone Fire here to special summon. This is probably going to get us the Madan, I assume. We still haven't got access to that. Okay, no. Princess for Madan, probably.
How does Princess get you?
Oh, no, I was thinking of Petal, sorry.
Petal's been activated already, I think. It's summoned off the Jasmine. Maybe it kind of... I think often you want to summon Lone Fire off the Jasmine, which might have made the cause for Julius earlier in the turn.
All right, manipulating the levels with Snowdrop to create a level 4 on the field here. Lokai is now level 4 as well. All monsters, all plants, I think, are level 4. Strenna then gets to detach to recycle the Lone Fire from the graveyard, and then eventually when we tribute the Strenna, it will be able to go into a very powerful extra deck monster, the Sacred Tree Beast Hypertron, attaching material equal to the card that you activate, meaning that when we use this Con-Con, we can actually put a spell under it, meaning we can negate monsters and spells on our opponent's turn.
Yeah, just 1 negate in total, right? 1 monster or 1 spell.
Yeah, exactly. There's that Bengal Lancer here. We'll see if that Fallen of Argos will be relevant.
You don't like Fallen of Argos?
You're not a believer? Yeah.
Oh, goes for the Glamour, actually.
Yeah, I did glance a trap, so we could assume the sheet in the end, yeah.
Hard drawn it. Must be nice. Get the resources for Glamour as the follow-up, as well as drawing the trap card through no disruption here.
Do you think you try and ever preserve information if you're Samir, or you think he's just going to play through? And
I mean, once you're in top 32, you can assume your opponents know, especially when you're Samir, like you know.
Especially when you've been playing the same deck for
fair enough.
While, yeah.
Samir's not the type of person to give up no matter what, regardless. Plus, his top deck is going to be really important. Like we said, there's a lot of cards that he could see off as number 6, like Droplet, like the Talents, could be quite relevant to try and fight through here. Gotta say, I love Samir's deck building. You know, he just kind of plays the ratios he likes, right? We've got an Inferno Prodigy. We've got a 1 Econ, 2 Droplet. Just, you know,
keep the opponent guessing a bit.
Yeah,
he could have anything and everything all at once.
Samir's turn here begins with. Oh, that's not ideal.
Yeah, not one you want to pick up,
but hey, a level 2 normal summon is a level 2 normal summon.
Do you think you just maybe bounce it back with the Bengal Lancer, just straight up?
I 100% would, yeah. And then if there's anything like a Talents or Thrust, you've got Regulus to protect.
You don't take any damage either, because you take damage equal to the attack, right?
Oh, does that have 0?
Yeah, it looks like it's got 0.
Okay.
So my eyes might be deceiving me. It's a very small number from this distance.
We're just getting to that age, you know, Tom?
Yeah,
yeah.
Should be 600, I think.
Oh, 600.
But, yeah, it's close, but I guess there is also some merits if the face down is indeed the sheet to just prevent, you know, play around Trust, play around Talent, and just have a recursion plan. But it's also one of the best cards. You really don't want to use it this early on.
Yeah, just something to make sure there's no level 2s for Samir to carry on summoning monsters.
But yeah, I do appreciate his deck building. It's like very unique. It seems like he doesn't really care about the trends that are happening in the community, you know. And there it is. You didn't believe it, but
the Fallen of Argos.
Do you think there's something we've missed about it as to why it's not in the zone next to Bengal Lancer? Maybe we should get it up. Because I thought you said it should prevent something from activating.
There it
its
is.
effect.
No, it's just because he has the level 2 on field, so he can just special summon it.
Yeah, but if you put special summon it to the zone the Bengal Lancer points to, the Bengal Lancer can activate its effect.
Yep.
All right, well, Samir scoops it up there. Rika Sheet just being enough to convince him that that was the end of the duel.
Basti favorite Rika card for a reason. So now we're back and we can take a look at the side decks to figure out what they should put in for game 2. But I mean, we can assume Samir must go first. And what do you guys think? How has he adapted his Sprite strategy from London to now? He was playing Swap Frog back then. Is he still on Swap Frog?
He's still playing. Honestly,
he is. Okay.
It feels very much like it was built in the same spirit. I think did he call it a doner kebab deck where you just put everything in? I think that was what he said. I was going to call it a kitchen sink Sprite, but I think we should use the name that he came up with.
Yeah.
Copyright. Yep. Samir Bashir, 2023. Doner kebab Sprite.
My favorite food, my favorite deck, all in one, you know.
Yeah, no, he's got a lot of tools here. There's so many options that are actually quite incredible against plants. Anti-spell, great card to just set going first to prevent your opponent's own side deck cards, as well as potentially things like Glamour, things that help you get into your engine. Dimension Shifter is obviously an absolute killer against plants, but you probably don't want to use that on your own turn unless it's absolutely necessary, so you maybe wouldn't go for that going first. But Droll and Lockbird, super important card in this matchup. Plants do a lot of searching just from a singular Link 1, so I could imagine that coming in here.
Yeah, Anti-Spell really feels like a catch-all going first. If you just want to have something very strong to put in your deck when you go first, that's got to be it.
Yeah, for sure, that's great. I mean, the field spell has to be the #1 issue, especially going second. It's what helps Rika breaking, you know, fields. And if you have an anti-spell phase up, that's gone. So why not? But on the other hand, Julius obviously has a combo deck, so his main deck has a few cards that are good for going second, as we saw the Gamasio, so maybe that could come in handy. Why not? You can always search it with the small word if you need to. So outside of that, what do you guys think? What could he bring in from the side deck?
Julius is running 2 copies of Lightning Storm as well as the Pankratops. Those are pretty good for breaking apart fields, especially with so much of the Sprite end field being quite small. You know, Masquerena, attack with Pankratops, activate the effect, hit another response that your opponent has. But yeah, not too much in terms of going second. He's got Book of Eclipse, probably not too great against Sprite. Hand traps, we've got DD Crow, again, not amazing against Sprite, so doesn't look like it's too well built for it, honestly, I'm not going to lie to you. But I think the main deck Droplet is probably going to be something of an MVP if he does manage to pick it up.
Yeah, I feel like it's tricky because you have the Book of Eclipse and you have the Lightning Storm, but Sprite kind of has a mix of links and other things, so neither of them together and like by themselves really do that much.
Yeah, but it seems like both will have to pick some of these cards from the side decks. Regardless, though, our duelists are ready with their side decks. So let's go back and find out the winner of Game 2.
You know, I've noticed as well that Samir is running Sauravis in the main deck, just one Sauravis, the ritual monster that you can discard to protect from targeting.
I guess.
Can he surprise you anymore with his deck building?
It's actually pretty cool because he can search it with the Herald of the Arclight, right? After he makes it with the Melphis, so that's an interesting
So you negate with Herald and then you protect further than that, so that's a neat little tech we're playing. Oh, blue plus Swap Frog, that's a pretty good start.
That's the swap.
Do you feel like by the time you've negated something with Herald, you know, you're far enough into the game, you don't need another?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was worried about. It feels like, how would you define it? Win more, I think, you know, when you start really extrapolating upon your win conditions that have kind of already done what they needed to. I think by the time you get Herald on the field, you're probably in a commanding position.
I'm not doubting Samir.
Yep, Samir is one to prove us all wrong, of course. Many times he's done it before.
Yeah.
He may even do it again this weekend.
Even the Swap Frogs, I feel like, you know, they were not popular in London, and he did prove everybody wrong, and now he's here again with the Swap Frogs. I'm assuming with some of the Bujin, you know, supporting the extra deck as well with the Link.
Yeah, the Bujin Ahashima can actually special out the Swap Frog and the one from the graveyard at the same time here. Ooh. Blossom and the Joyous Springs preventing the Gigantic there.
But Sprint could say we're gonna send a Nimble. Most likely, yeah. There it is.
If you think that your opponent has already resolved blue, You don't think there's a world where you just hold Ash for the nimble?
Yeah, it could be stronger.
Because I feel like by the time they get to blue into gigantic, I mean, I guess you know you risk like red coming out.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's very tricky to figure out when is best to interrupt with Sprite because they have this kind of ability to turn any of their bodies into more things.
I think there is also some merit for actually ashing the Jet in this deck, just because you want to prevent, you know, the Smashers or double cross from being there specifically, depending what you have. But yeah, it's definitely not enough usually for this kind of Sprite version. And yeah, we are gonna see the Herald into Soravi's combo maybe. So let's see if that comes up.
Did you see the
if he actually pulls it off this game, I will I'll buy you dinner.
Okay, fair.
Yeah, there's a certain trap in Samir's hand that might be very impactful this game to go with the double cross.
Oh, I haven't seen it, but here we are. Okay,
you're about to see it, I think.
Okay, okay.
Let's give it.
Wow, 4. I mean, anti-spell must be.
Is it a fragrance of sorts?
I can smell it.
Yeah, it's part of the Donna Kebab.
There it is.
Ah, there we go.
The Samir special.
Right. Fresh off the skewers. Anti-spell fragrance in the draw phase here. So our backup is the double cross to be able to detach to bounce, as well as the Melfi of the Forest, the double cross combination, as well as anti-spell fragrance preventing. Oh, Droplet is a quick play spell, sending 2 cards from the hand here. No monsters, however. No monsters to really respond with. No spells being chained here. Do we have any traps? Doesn't feel that strong regardless, right?
Yeah.
That's just because of the fact that we still have the search that double cross, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess you're getting rid of spells that wouldn't be that helpful anyway, but I don't know how you're going to get through this field with only 3 cards. Oh, the Gamma Seal.
Oh, okay, all right.
Wait, but... Okay, I guess, yeah.
I mean, why did we bother negating the sprint if you can attribute the Melfi?
Is that the
well,
last
card? It turns off the double cross is the logic, right?
That's the last card, right?
Because it's he's putting the Gamma Seal in the zone that it points to.
Yeah, it's actually very well played.
All right, is that a petal, princess?
It's a princess, unfortunately, so not quite the...
Yeah, not quite Lokai.
But still, he can get into it. Let's see if there is anything else from Samir, but very well recognized by Julius, honestly, finding his out with what seemed like maybe a suboptimal end against the anti-spell.
So I think he's about to take damage here by crashing into the defense position Caddy. And then that allows you to special summon a Link monster from your extra deck when you take damage.
Do you think that's a French copy or an English copy he's given to Samir to read?
Oh, you think
he just has a French copy in his extra deck?
He's got one of each
language. That's so thoughtful. Like.
Yeah.
3 copies, you know, I mean, you could just go with all 3 major European languages.
Okay, and that's
picks it up, there it is. Impermon declaration of attack to prevent the healer from being summoned out, and no more extension from Julius. He picks up and scoops it up for game number 2 here. Wow.
Quick one for sure, but I want to give credit to Julius, honestly. Yeah, the anti-spell, the opening was amazing by Samir, but still, I mean, he recognized his chances and he played around at least what he knew his opponent had, so very well execution. And yeah, unfortunately, the big turtle didn't get there this time around. But now plays back to Julius, and pressure is on Samir, because how do you stop this Rika deck from going off? What options does he have?
I saw him kiss the anti-spell fragrance, but maybe he was kind of kissing it goodbye because he's not going to need it anymore. But
most likely.
Yeah, I doubt we're going to bring that in for going second. As mentioned at the start, you know, Shifter is in the side deck. It does obviously hurt Sprite a lot, but we saw this even last year against Tier Limit. When you have a deck that's so focused on the graveyard, Shifter might be relevant. And I think against Plants, Shifter is a very, very annoying card. You can't do too much under Shifter. Droll and Lockbird, I think, will probably be the MVP if we can get that one out online.
I mean, yeah, I do remember that Jessica was also siding at some point the Shifter, so it's like a card that obviously it's not ideal to play in the Rika deck, but you can use, so it doesn't entirely stop them. So I guess Droll, yeah, for sure. MVP a lot of... This weekend, it seems like, as you mentioned, it's in a lot of players' side decks, and it makes sense. We saw how impactful it is against Tier Element, and it works across different matchups, but I would assume instead Julius might be going back to his original main deck and just adding a few tech cards for going first, but it's already a combo deck, right?
Is he running the cross out or not? That's quite a popular card when he will going first, but I can't see any
I think
copies of it.
he's playing Rose Whip, but he's also playing
Spiritual Water Art Aoi.
It's
a water to look at your opponent's hand and then send a card from their hand to the graveyard. What is the water we end on?
One of the target? Yeah, there's
a
lot of
the
them.
Basically, it's the pointer of the Red Lotus that you have at home, you know? So that one worked out.
Pointer at home.
Yeah.
Thrusting into Aoi to loop a card out your opponent's hand. Probably wants to bring in a Rose Whip as well because you can tutor that out with their Lone Fire Blossom. So there's a lot of good options here for Julius. Even though the plant deck is just extremely strong at going first, you can bring in even more things. Things to come out. I suppose the Gameciel, though maybe you want to leave that in as a bridge. I think it probably links up with the Small World. But the Droplets might not be so necessary going first. So it could be worth swapping those out for the Rose Whip, the Aoi, and...
The Duster maybe could find its way out.
Yeah, there you go. That could work as well, keeping the 2 Droplets. So I'm sure Julius has worked out a side plan for this as our players are almost ready for game number 3 here.
Yeah, I would say we just don't keep you hanging in there. And as there is one more game to decide who is going to advance to the top 16 and who, unfortunately, will be playing their last game at YCS Dortmund. Let's go back. Let's go to game 3.
Well. Will we have drawn Loci or some way to access it? 3 unexpected die, 3 Loci. As long as you get there, you're going to be quite happy. And
1-for-1 in Small World. I think like half the deck almost gets you to Locus.
Oh, I didn't notice 1-for-1. Are we playing 1-for-1?
Yeah, it's been sort of creeping back into the deck now that maybe he's not playing it, but I've seen a lot more lists running it. Now, obviously, a Rise Heart's banned. I think we should have a counter that says how many times we've mentioned a Rise Heart being banned this weekend. But
so let's see.
All important 5 cards opening hand here. This is the last deciding factor for this top 32 matchup. Will Samir advance forward and fulfill the three-peat dream?
There it is.
And there is unexpected die. Would you say that this is unexpected?
Not quite. So yeah, unfortunately, no Ash Blossom. I think maybe you would do it. I guess there is some argument for waiting, but yeah.
I feel like it depends on the rest of your hand. If you feel like you can play through a bit of a Ricker combo, then you save it for the Sunvine sowing maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a dream opening. Petal plus Loci. That's really powerful.
And he's actually not going to use it right away. He's going to wait, I guess, playing around the Droll Lockbird potentially.
Oh, did he not immediately activate it? Okay.
Yep. He just straight up went into the Dryas.
Julius should probably make a habit of it to always put the French one out first, right?
I'm assuming it's, yeah.
Might be English.
Or English, yeah.
Okay.
Infinite Impermanence. Okay, so we did activate this. And good thing about Imperm is that it does not trigger his Thrust's activation.
And now we go for the Petal.
Why would you summon Petal like if you weren't going to use it before Link summoning Dryas?
To send a clear and straight message to your opponent.
That's very
Mind
important.
games. Ooh, that's why.
Tactics, yo.
That's why.
Imperm on the non-once per turn effect of Dryas. That is, wow. It's perhaps a misstep here from Samir here. Because we can special summon out the Loci that we've drawn in our hand with the Snowdrop, attributing that Dryas, and then it just lets you bring this. It will plant lock you, so we won't be seeing Regulus most likely.
Yeah, but maybe Samir just checking that you can summon a non-effect monster. I don't know what he...
I guess.
Maybe he doesn't know Snowdrop that well.
Sunvine Sowing is searched out here. There's a couple of choke points against this deck. From what I recall, I hear that Mudan is usually the best place to imperm the deck because denying them con plus the trap card is really important. But it looks like Samir might not have any more further disruptions here as we've triggered the Chainlink 1 Twin, Chainlink 2 Dryas to special summon Healer and bring back Loci. And this is where we're kind of off to the races here. Julius, you can tell by the pace of play and the way his mannerisms are that he's very happy right now.
Yeah, what do you think, Samir? Do you think he's got a good poker face?
If that's not a poker face, that's a very, very upset Sprite player.
Especially for Samir, you know. He's usually all smiles, so regardless of the situation. But, I mean, he seems focused. He does have his hand up, so we could see, you know, something like an Ibiru that would be amazing, you know. I don't know if he's on the card, but that could be something to look out for.
No, he's actually not on Nibiru, but there's
every card, I think.
There's a lot of good top decks, I think, that he can see that would be really helpful. So again, it's about drawing potentially Droplet, maybe another Imperm for turn could help going second. Let's see how this one pans out, as I'm curious to know if whether or not Julius has a line that gets you to second Imperm.
Okay.
Wow, okay.
So this effect, I assume, that you, when you tribute a monster to summon another one, oh, so this was the add effect, right? He's imperming?
Yeah, we're preventing the effect to search a plant monster here.
Can you just link up another Jasmine now?
Yeah, but I don't think you'll be able to trigger the heal effect.
Yeah, so
But you can just make a second Jasmine and then use the Jasmine to summon Lone Fire from the deck.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Quite an expensive Lone Fire, but I think it's worth it.
I can only assume that Imperm came down on the effect to search, not the effect to tribute. I mean, I believe it would be a cost anyway.
There was, yeah, exactly.
All right, second Jasmine summoned here. Do we have a third Imperm? Wouldn't put it past Samir.
To be fair, if you're Julius, you're fine with this. Like, sure, it might slow you down a little bit, but your opponent is on 4 cards now, so
yeah. It's again, it's strange. It's been so long, and people, I really do feel like are just, you know, hand trapping at the wrong times. You know, I do really strongly disagree with hitting Dryas. I think there's more important choke points, especially when you've got 2 copies. But maybe Samir thought that, hey, let's put him on Better Have It with the sowing.
Well, he needed to, he had the second copy of
the Loci.
A Loci in his hand, so.
I think,
and a way of summoning it, given he'd already used the normal summon.
The
So
first one was fine, most likely, but yeah, I don't know.
maybe that was the bait, was to be like, haha.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, and now we see the queen come down, and yeah, it might just go for another one.
Double rank 4s.
Yep.
Okay.
Double queen.
I've played a decent amount of plants before. Gonna be honest with you, never seen double Streda on the field. Okay, all right, I see. I like what you're doing here. You're overlaying, making them all 4s, detaching, adding back the Madan. Madan tributing to bring back the Strena's material onto the Hypertron. And then the Madan gets you the Con. Although I think we already searched that at this point. But yeah, looking pretty strong. Big field through 2 hand traps.
Strenna, I'm guessing you can only use each of its effects once per turn.
Most likely.
There it is. So gets the unexpected die.
Oh, now we can go to Malayas, bring back Loci, and then go for the Bengal Lancer. And we've ended on a negate, a steal, and a bounce.
Beautiful.
Through 2 hand traps. Wow, incredible.
Yep, beautiful stuff. And this seems very difficult for the Sprite deck to fight through.
Don't count him out just yet. Samir has a lot of options on that top deck, as well as the versatility of these Sprite monsters to constantly special summon themselves from the hand. Let's see what we can do about this. I mean, it's going to be really rough because, you know, again, kind of mentioned this before, when you have such diversified interrupts, not just negates, I think it's a bit of a hard situation because a bounce to the hand is just pretty devastating against Sprite. There's almost no ways to continue playing except through, like, starter. Although Samir does play frogs, we could see a swap water combination, maybe.
Sure. Now, it's all down to this. 4 cards remaining for Samir, and there is an extender. Okay.
The Infernal
Prodigy.
Evil Heroes.
We're not playing Time Wizard 2010, but still the card making a show here.
You're telling me he's not going to tribute that for a hero monster?
Yeah.
Of course, Samir has brought his...
Alicia's Edge. Yeah. He gets the draw in the end phase.
Yeah, we just want to make sure Samir hasn't accidentally brought his Time Wizard 2010 deck, right? Yeah, it's just a special summon, just level 2 extender. He just plays a copy, and it works out really well here because Bengal Lancer bouncing doesn't really seem to do much when you still have your normal summon.
Yeah, I think Julius will probably be okay with this, though. He's only got 4 cards, and that's 1, so...
Normally, you would think like you're in such a good position, right? Bengal Lancer bounce the normal summon, Hypertron negate the starter, So you would feel like you're in a truly commanding spot here, but yeah, that Prodigy is actually super relevant right now.
I mean, if he's really scared, he can just take it. Seems a bit overkill though with the sheet. So
yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I think between the sheet, he's also got Princess Engrave, I think, as well as an extra negation.
Yeah. Negate and tribute your opponent's monster potentially. Very powerful. Princess only negates, right? Doesn't destroy?
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
often paired with the Con effect.
Yeah, yeah.
So it kind of tributes something, one of your opponent's monsters for cost.
You know, when your opponent holds their cards horizontally like that, you know that a sprite monster is about to come down, right? All right, is it Fallen of Argaros? Did we draw that one? Or is it just the irregular old blue here?
It's really debating what to do, and there he goes. So a jet instead.
Special summon jet, activate effect. Is it time to negate?
Yeah, we've got so many options here. I don't know how you pick a favorite, really. You could use sheet and get rid of both monsters in one go.
I think Julius really wants to prevent the search here. You noticed he immediately picked up his graveyard, probably to check out the Prince.
There
Yeah,
goes
there it
the
is.
Prince.
So negate the jet and send it to the grave with the Con contributing for cost. But we still have a level 2 on the field, so the question is now, do we bounce this Prodigy? I assume it's once per turn. It probably isn't once per turn.
It's not. This is an old enough card
Yeah.
that I wouldn't say something like that
We
on
could
it.
see a talent if something like that is in the end from Samir now. So
There's still the negate of the Hypertron. I mean, he can almost count off...
Sprite Carrot. Oh,
Okay.
wow. That's... Do you like the fact that Julius just let a level 2 stay on the field?
I mean, well, it seems very expensive to get rid of, so...
Yeah.
I mean, what can they even do, even if they get to, you know, this level 2? The thing is, you have so many interruptions, you don't even need
Well,
to stop them.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe Princess, negate, tribute the Jet, Resolution, you go sheet, tribute your Strenna, steal the Prodigy, and then they have no way to extend past that point because they've used their... oh, no, they actually hasn't used this normal summon. Never mind.
I mean, at this point, Julius can almost like count off his, you know, I have this many interruptions, and the number of interruptions he has is more by quite a long way than the number of cards Samir has in his hand.
Yeah, only one remaining, right?
Yep. Okay. Allows it, doesn't negate it, and now it's only down to this one more card remaining for Samir. And he needs a miracle to pull this off.
How about evenly matched? That'd be cool. I can't think of anything else that's really relevant
It
here.
would be funny if he had the level 2 to negate that with Carrot. You know?
Yeah, if there was a rank 2, we could climb up to with the Strenna potentially. On Resolution, it looks like we're going to use the Rekka Queen as well to tribute the Infernal Prodigy. And still 2 more interruptions here. Normal summon.
And yeah, and
GG,
shake.
it's over. Samir has unfortunately fallen in this top 32 cut. Julius is going to be very happy to advance forward with plants. Are we going to see another plant win a European event?
Maybe. I mean, it was regardless either Samir winning another European event or Plants winning another European event. So, but for now, it's still early to tell. We are down to the top 16, which will be coming up next. But it was a great match, nonetheless. I mean, you did expect it, and in the end, what happened was that Samir, maybe with Vadaro, could have a different outcome. But in the end, he couldn't. Never really do anything about this plant field, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, though, we only see Plants winning the European Championships, so maybe it's not the day for it. Maybe you have to wait a year, have the Plants, you know,
next year.
till the fields a bit. Yeah, it's not the right season. You got to wait.
Absolutely. But for now, before we jump into the next one, we could bring up for you guys on the screen what the top 32 looks like. So what is the bracket? Who do we see there? Guys, talking me through it. What familiar names do you recognize? Any of them? I can spot the Italian national champion. I can tell you that much. Lorenzo Muselli is still there. So another great season and in contention for another win, maybe.
We also saw David was in our round 11 feature match. We saw him win the round 11 feature match with his branded deck.
Yeah, I see another Italian, Gianluca De Luigi, also had a very strong show. He was undefeated after his win at the Italian National Championship.
And moving on to the other side of the bracket, we have yet more, obviously, on top, the one we just went through. But Tom is, again, one of the duelists we featured coming from a final. He's the one who lost to Samir. So we could have had a rematch in top 16 between Samir and Tom. That would have been cool. But we'll find out whether that's the case. And we have Herman, also another World Championship competitor in the past. Great player who did knock out in top 64. I want to give a shout out to one of the youngest competitors, only 14 years old, making it all the way to top 64 at YCS Dortmund. That's an incredible accomplishment that deserves an applause from the crowd. But it was Herman who stopped him in his track. And moving on, Vincenzo, current champion, still there. We don't know if he has won his top 32 match, but yeah, he has some good chances, and I see another familiar name at the very bottom.
Yeah, there's a couple of names we recognize. We've got Lucas, who was on feature earlier on, of course, taking on the great Titan Jesse Cotton himself, arguably one of the greatest in the game right now, has traveled all the way to Dortmund. We will potentially have him on at some point. Vincenzo, as you mentioned, still in contention. And Sofian Belkacem for one of the world's competitors in the European Championship just passed. But, absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, we have a player interview for you to check out here. So we will be jumping over to Ed in just a moment to hear from Julius how his plant strategy got on.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, I am here with Julius, who's just won that top 32 feature match here at YCS Dortmund. Julius, how are you feeling now you're in the top 16?
Yeah, I feel really good, of course. Now, top 16. I didn't thought I'd make it even to like top 64. I just thought I was gonna lose it. But the timer was running out and I had more life points, so I'm really lucky to win there. And yeah.
Don't put it down to luck, it's all down to skill. That's why you're in the top 16, Julius. So speaking of skill, Rika, just a deck that a lot of people have been seeing a lot in some of these European things. Obviously, we know Jessica Robinson's taken it all the way to Worlds. So how long have you been playing Rika? Has this always been a favorite deck of yours, or did you bring it just for this?
No, not really. It was like a kind of cheap deck. So I just bought it like at the European Championship at day 2 where I played side events. I just bought it there, and yeah. Since then, I'm playing it, and yeah.
How long have you been playtesting it? Just since then, or have you only started getting?
Then I just always play only one deck, so I played like 2 months, I think. Yeah.
You seem to have your head pretty screwed on with that deck as well. There were lots of moments where you maybe got impermed, especially in which game was it? There was one game where you got, had to go through 2. So game 3, you had to go through 2 imperms, and you managed to work around all of these things pretty well. Let's go through your games. Game 1, just that full Rika combo immediately, a huge field. Samir just scooped. So game 1, your feature match. How are you feeling when that's happening?
Yeah, I feel like, wow, I won. So it was my first feature match, so of course really happy. And like if you win game 1, it's very good. Yeah, good momentum that you can also win like the 3rd game or the 2nd even.
So second one, he had a pretty good feel. There was the anti-spell. So at those moments, what's going through your head when things like anti-spell, fragrance and stuff are stopping you from playing?
Yeah, it's a floodgate. Like it's Friday afternoon, I just took out my Cosmics for Book of Eclipse. Yeah, so maybe I should have drawn them then, but yeah. There were, I think, 4 back rows. So I don't think, maybe more imperms, I will not beat that, I think.
So you just decided after seeing what was going there, I'm going to scoop and go first going into game 3?
I had no place, I had no cards in hand. He has like full Sprite Engine next turn. I'm just not going to come back from this.
And then you got into game 3, where boy did you come back from that. You had the moments where you had to get through, you had Dryas impermed, and then going through all those, you still managed to end on a great field of disruptions. And Samir just couldn't play through that. At what point in game 3 did you feel pretty confident that you'd sealed the win?
After like, I think, where he had like 2 cards and had like most of my boards still available to interrupt him, I just knew, okay, I have more interrupts than he has cards in hand, so he's not going to win that with like any combination of cards like Frost or Talons. So yeah, at that point, pretty much.
Well, congratulations again on that win. Rika, a very, very strong deck and a strong duelist yourself. I'm sure we'll see you go very far in this tournament. Best of luck in that top 16. Guys, don't go anywhere because, as you know, as these top cuts happen, it gets fewer and fewer in terms of the amount of minutes that we have to wait between rounds. So very soon, we'll have that top 16 feature match for you. But until then, let's go back to some speed dueling.
And we are getting
It's
to
just
grab
for
free
Dark Magicians.
cards.
Oh, it's for Dark Magicians, not for spells. You make more sense than I do.
Yeah, and that is so strong now. So the thing is now, if we get to destroy this Dark Magician Girl, we also get to use our skill in the end phase to get the Dark Magician Girl. So if Ed has any access to running over that Dark Magician Girl here, he's in the driver's seat.
Oh, and Ed has a really good card for this rank. It's the Twin Barrel Dragon, which is going to put up some immense pressure if he decides to go for it. Ed, Templar, can you normal summon this Twin Barrel Dragon and try to go for some nice coin toss? Oh, here it comes to the field. I think you need, from 2 coin toss, you need 2 heads,
two,
right?
Yeah. How much attack does it have though?
1,700, I think.
1,700. Yes, and look, there it is. Okay. We saw him not really performing on the first coin toss. This one looked a bit better, and the first one is tailed right away.
Already.
Oh no. But how much defense is Dark Magician Girl? It's also 1,700.
That's a bad number for Ed.
That's not great news.
Ed could go for an Allure of Darkness to possibly find something. Maybe also...
Yeah, it's stranded the Allure of Darkness a bit by normal summoning his only dark monster.
Okay.
But I mean, I can see why you try to go for this
definitely.
win condition.
Because it's fun, yeah. So we set 1 monster, there comes Dark Magician Girl. What's the trap card though?
What is the trap card? Oh, it is nothing to prevent the attack. Maybe he could have taken the 2,000 damage earlier and kept the sphere.
That's what I was thinking. Then he had double chance with the Twin Barrel Dragon potentially. So another turn for Ed, down to 3,700 life points here.
This seems like it's going to be an Allure of Darkness and hope for the best. Ideally, you want to set the Night Beam down, but what do you need to find? You need to find 1 Dark Monster, and then you need to find a solution to your problems as well. Or you can set the monster
That
first.
Golem in his hand has a lot of defense points. I might be making
2/2, I think,
the Gear Golem.
Oh,
but let's go for the good old Pineapple Blast first.
And it has Blast in the name, and it sounds like it's going to
Must
destroy
something.
Yeah, but you have to, when you normal summon the monster...
Oh, did we see
That's
Ed? He was definitely winking to the camera there. He's got a plan.
Okay, okay.
Well, what is the plan, Basti? What does it do?
So it says when you normal summon a monster, if your opponent controls more monsters than you do, your opponent chooses monster they control equal to the number of monsters you control, and then you destroy them.
Okay, so I'm guessing he's got a monster to normal summon?
Yeah, the Golem.
That's awkward, because I think it has a lot of defense and not that much attack.
That is true.
Okay, there comes the Golem indeed, Gear Golem of Moving Fortress.
The Golem also has a fantastic effect, which we will find out about
I'm
in
so
just a
happy
second.
that Basti knew the name of that, because I was really struggling to remember it. It's a card I remember, but I don't remember what it does.
Oh.
Oh, it can attack directly? Ooh. It's just a huge monster as well. 2,200 defense.
Yeah, that's definitely cool. So, just as a quick refreshment, Pineapple Blast probably should have been just activated on the normal summon of the monster, right? There's no point of it being activated before the monster was summoned, but we figured it all out, and Marcello got rid of his own Apprentice Magician there.
Do we think Ed knows not to set the Apprentice Magician, I think? Very clever. Because if you set the Apprentice Magician, then Marcello will get to attack it and resolve its effect.
Well played, Bad.
Are we in the end phase yet, though? Maybe he still is taking the chance.
Oh, that was the draw already.
Okay, you already drew. Fair enough, fair enough. So, another set monster. This really feels like the opposite of speed dueling. Yeah. When I compare this to our duel, Leonard, which was over in just 3 turns, this one really feels like a slow duel here.
Can someone tell them this is not slow duel?
Yeah, for real.
Oh,
so,
and
there's another monster. Finally, another monster.
Another monster, another win condition, as my grandma used to say.
Yeah.
Very wise.
Oh, and I think Marcello is doing the Nadir Mizuni thing here because he picks up multiple Dark Magicians in his hand, right? Oh no, wait, it's just one, and the other thing is a Buster Blade, so he has multiple big monsters there, which you cannot really make good use of.
I really hope he gets to draw a Polymerization and summon a Dark Paladin. That would be so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. But what does Ed now have?
Oh, look at that.
Voltic Kong.
That is Voltic Kong indeed. Normal summon. This time it doesn't look like he has another Pineapple Blast. And if this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can send 1 card from the top of your opponent's deck to the graveyard for each light monster.
How did Ed get cards in his hand from Allure of Darkness?
Yeah, that is a really good question.
Oh, I think
Marcello's
just like, no, you don't get to keep those.
Oh,
nice try.
Yeah. There are no dark monsters, so we have to, of course, discard our entire hand. Yeah, and that Voltic Kong with 1,800 attack points trying to attack over the... What was it called? I think this now is the Alchemist of Black Spells, though, I'm pretty sure.
I think that sounds like a good name for it.
Yes, it is. And that's also 1,800, so multiple unfavorable events here for Ad. First of all, the 1,700 of the Twin Barrel Dragon with the 1,700 defense of the Black Magician go.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Or
Bottomless trap hole, please?
Nope, there isn't.
What a play from Marcello there. Tribute summoning. He's really embracing the Yugi role here.
Definitely. So, attacking over the Kong. And that brings Ad down to not a whole lot of life points, but there's one more card to be drawn here. He discarded his entire hand, and there is a trap card that he picks up there. And that looked like the forceful checkpoint to me, but is that going to be enough to turn it around here?
It is at least going to stop the battle phase of Marcello and discard a card from his hand.
Yeah, true. You look at your opponent's hand when he declares an attack, and if there is a monster card, you negate the attack. So if Marcello gets rid of all of his monster cards in hand, there is a way. Oh, and also I think Marcello just picked up Breaker for turn. There is Breaker the Magical Warrior. So if he just goes for the new back row, that might be huge. Oh, Marcello. Oh, he's just trying to go into the battle phase first, Bo, right? He's playing around Torrential Tribute here.
It's very important to play around Torrential Tribute in Speed Duel.
There is the attack. There is the forceful checkpoint that we saw.
Oh, and Marcello has to read up on the card, and he's going to be in shock in just a second, because this is actually taking away his Breaker as well.
I mean, I think he still has that Buster Blade in hand, right? So he could also get rid of that.
What do we think Ed will pick?
Oh, Ed can decide.
Yeah.
Oh, true. Ed can decide. I mean, I would recommend Ed taking the Breaker then. Oh, wow. There's Mage Power in there too. That's a powerful hand by Marcello. And yep, Ed agrees. We get rid of that Breaker.
Very smart by Ed.
For sure. So, second trap card that Ed resolved. Is he going to draw another one here? Oh, Heart of the Cards. That's... Oh, what a card to draw that is.
That is not really a Heart of the Card moment for a Templar. I mean, the monster card kind of fits to Heart of the Cards. However, it is not the ideal card in this scenario. Ed is going to take another glance at his skill card. Does this help him at all?
Probably not going to. Ed thinking about it carefully. He does not want to mess up here in his first ever on-stage duel at the YCS. And that is just a twister that he has set there. So, is he explaining it to Marcello? Is he thinking about giving it up? Oh, yep, that's a pass over to Marcello. And I think we are going to see him going for a game here.
Marcello is really close to his first win of the day against Ad Templar as well. Mage Power on the Dark Magician, boosting it up to 3,500 attack points. Moving the card, the handshake is here. Marcello Barbary wins against Ad Templar.
What a game that was, honestly. That was really, really fun. Oh, like, we saw Dark Magician, we saw Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Oh, no, just the regular Red Eyes.
Normal monster, yeah.
Exactly.
Tons of iconic cards, even cards from Edison, from Time Wizard 2005 format.
Yeah, absolutely. Magician of Fate, of course, one of our all-time favorites. But maybe he should have taken the Nobleman back, right? Because there was another time where Marcello just set another monster, but he never could really use that Night Beam in his hand.
You know what?
To its purpose.
I'm going to go over after this, and I'm going to read up on the skill card, because I still want to know if he could special summon back that old Vindictive Magician from the Nobleman. Because it sounds like a really good combo to me.
For sure. Maybe it is from the graveyard, though. We will definitely check that out, and you guys at home should also check out, because Speed Duel is so much fun, and you just get the box, and you have so many decks to play with. Like, you can even, like, all the decks we have been playing there are in that box, and you can just go and play with your friends. It's so much fun, honestly. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, just go grab a box and bring your friends into the game as well. So, but we are going to talk about our friends with our friends. Nadir, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Welcome back to the table here. Wow, what an incredible nail biter, Ed. Let's begin with you. Walk us through that match. Tell me about your thought process. How did you feel that you hung in there?
Do you know what? It actually lasted longer than I thought it would. The problem is I'm against one of the best duelists in the world, and this is the first time I've ever done a feature match duel. I also don't know a lot of the cards that I was using, which is why there were way too many misplays from my part. That being said, I'm pretty happy with how I did. I had some moments where I sort of threw you off some of the traps that came out and things, and I held on longer than I thought, but I had fun. Marcello was a great opponent, so I enjoyed it, even if I was a bit rubbish.
Don't be so harsh on yourself. I was very proud of you. Yeah, no, that was an incredible game. Marcello, tell us a little bit about your thought process. How did you feel about seeing those different trap cards that Ed was flipping on you? Did you think that maybe he was about to steal it away?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a tough one. He had a few clutch draws that I didn't see coming, especially when I went for Dark Magician Girl and he hit me with the Sphere Creep. I was like, wow, you really had an answer to that. But yeah, it was a great match. I had a lot of fun playing with that, and it's great getting to play against him for once. So I feel like also shout out to him. He played much better than some of our other casters, I'm gonna say. So yeah, yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
All right, awesome. That twin barrel dragon, if only it had flipped correctly. What a different story it could have been. That's, it is what it is. All right, thank you so much, guys, for watching. We have more coverage coming your way in just a moment. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Duelists of the world, hear me. You are cordially invited to prove your dueling might with Speed Duel, Streets of Battle City. Can you master these 8 new decks and 20 new skill cards? I doubt it, but I look forward to seeing you try. 200 cards per box, each box sold separately.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Give it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother! You're here! You're here!
Welcome back to the live coverage of YCS Dortmund 2023, and we're going fast. We are approaching top 16, and that means we only have 16 players left in competition, right? And therefore, exactly, we should have a look at all of them because we have a cool bracket set up. So that's what we're going to do first of all, to see who's still left in this, who still has a shot at becoming the champion here in Dortmund.
Italy, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is a whole Italian bracket.
Wow.
I mean, on the one hand, impressed by it. On the other hand, I'm sorry that we are going to have to basically clash all of them. But I guess that means we have a guaranteed one in top 4.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
that's true. So it's going to be Davide, and yeah, that's going to be our feature match, one of those. And then we have Julius, who we just had on feature for the last round, and he's going to be up against Liang Liang, who's our last Spanish player left in competition. That's also pretty cool. And then we see also Amat and Sebastian battling it out there as well on the bottom.
That is UK versus France.
Wow. Yep, that should be UK versus France, indeed. And then still going strong is Julom. He did not become the Swiss master, but he did become still a member of our top 16.
He is still a Swiss
and
master.
He did knock out the current champion, so Vincenzo Rufino not going for a back-to-back. He is knocked out here in top 32.
And speaking of champions, right? There is Jesse Cotton also still left in the competition there. That is also not an easy task for him this round, though, because there's Sofian, who was going strong at the European Championship, back with another deep run
Very
here.
close to Worlds.
Yep, indeed.
And here we have, again, other players representing Cantari on the one end, Bastien. So we have a lot of competition going on. It seems like there is a lot of variety on this other side, but we have our match ready for this one, right?
Totally have. And therefore, let's go over to the table. Let's see the die roll. Ad, take it away.
Thank you very much, Basti. Yes, here we are with our top 16 feature match. We're going to be back over with them in just a moment. But first, let me introduce our two top 16 feature match duelists. Two teammates here, turned rivals. Gianluca Di Luigi and Giuseppe Tarsitano, both ready to duke it out to see which of them is going to make it into the top 8. I hope there's no hard feelings based on who wins this. But guys, we are going to do a dice roll to see who's going to go first. Who would like to roll first? Okay, so we've got a 11. That's going to be quite tough to beat, but let's see what happens. Go, Giuseppe. Oh, it's a 12. Okay, interesting. So are you going to go first? Okay, Giuseppe is going to go first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you back over to your wonderful commentary trio, Basti, Leo, and Marcello, who are going to take you through this top 16 feature match.
Thank you, Ed. Hey guys, long time no see. We are back at the caster's desk, and by the looks of it, our players are already ready, so why don't we just, without further ado, go over to the table yet again.
And here they are. As mentioned, both Italians, both actually close friends, so they know each other deck. And with an 11 against a 12, Giuseppe gets to start things off. And what a better way than the Italian renewed deck, we could say, Flow Wanderies.
We haven't seen it the entire weekend, but here it is still with two decks left in top 16, because there's another Wanderies player and the Dimension Shifter right off the bat. You want to have that versus Dragon Link, of course. Maybe one of the 3 most valuable cards in his main deck versus the Dragon Link strategy.
Yeah, Gianluca is nodding and smiling. I bet he's not feeling like that inside at all. This is devastating for the Dragon Link strategy. We are also following this up by a pot of duality. Ooh, Harpy's Featherstorm! Harpy's Featherstorm! But we're taking Eglin. This means that there's not really a play, no Rubina or anything on Giuseppe's side. So
now
he
we
has
have
to take
plenty,
the Eglin.
because now there's the map and the Eglin, so we can safely play. And I mean, if you already resolved Shifter, you don't really need that trap card anymore, I think.
Absolutely, and he just needed to pick up a monster. He did, and this will be a lot to deal with. I mean, the Shifter alone is so annoying for Dragon Link to deal with. I don't even know what you can do against it. We saw it. Yeah.
I know something, because we have looked into the side decks of the players already, and even though this is game 1, we can take it one step ahead. There's Artifact Lancea in Gianluca's deck.
Okay, interesting one. Although, yeah, not maybe not too useful during your own turn, but it's definitely a way to also stop the Flowanderies, because they need to be banished in order to recover. But this is stuff we have seen plenty of time in the past, and
yeah. So still in game number 1, of course, we have searched ourselves the Empen, the boss monster of the Flowanderies archetype. It's crazy that we haven't featured this yet the entire weekend, because there were so many Flu players. As I said, still 2 of them left here in competition. That is actually equaling the number of Telemans players. So we had Telemans versus Flowanderies in last year's final of YCS Dortmund, and it's still possible to happen again at this point.
I want to see that.
That would be
honestly.
so
Count me
insane.
in. Yeah.
Absolutely. So we are considering what to search out here with the Empen. It's going to most likely be the trap, and that is indeed what he decided on.
Yeah.
We are going to add that good old
Dreaming Town. Yeah.
Dreaming Town to our hand. And that's going to be not the only card we set to our back row. And back over to Gianluca.
This could be a quick one. If he doesn't have a way to fight against this shifter, might just pick up his cards, but he's gonna try his best to stay in this. And he starts things off okay with the Cipher.
Okay, not too bad, not too bad. Does Giuseppe just immediately want to maybe get this booked somehow? Oh wait, no, but Dreaming Town would also not be able to hit the graveyard.
This can trigger them up first and foremost. So
Oh, true.
not interested in going for that. Wow.
I mean, probably he just does not want to play into Talents and Frost, I would assume.
Yeah.
So far, there's no need for that. But Striker Dragon is not doing a whole lot, to be honest, because it is being negated by the Empen. So far, no real need for Giuseppe to do anything, really.
I was wondering if he could have just waited this turn out, and if Giuseppe tries to OTK Gianluca, he still had Bestials to play with in the next turn.
Okay, Regain is going to trigger, so we are giving Giuseppe that Dimension Shifter back into his deck, and if he has another one, he might even be able to use it in this game.
Yeah, but that's not the end of the work, because some of the Floowandereeze combos can actually recycle it on top through the Ryza, so honestly getting rid of it is actually better in this case for Gianluca, but yeah, it seems like that might be it. And I think Leo was right. He could have just kept his cards and tried to just use the Saronir to survive. This time around, not quite the chance.
Okay, look at that. We even don't decide to activate our trap card to have normal summons on our opponent's turn. So Giuseppe will just stick to normal summoning on his own turn instead. But let's see whether that's enough, whether that is going to be enough to end the game here this turn, because from time to time Floowandereeze can struggle to do that. Oh, there is the Branded Beast for the map right away. And it's going to resolve. Now the first cards that are hitting the graveyard here after the Dimension Shifter. And Saronir will send another card to the graveyard, and it's going to be Magnamut, interestingly enough.
I like that a lot, because now when the Eglin comes down as a normal summon, you can special summon out the Magnamut from the graveyard, generating further resources. Also, Regain is pretty good against Floowandereeze, because you can just recycle their Floowandereeze that get banished.
Yeah, indeed, that's true. So he wants to have access to Magnamut, and Giuseppe, I think, kinda has to hurry up with his playstyle here, because if you give Dragonling too much time, if they can resolve Branded Regain too often, if they can resolve Magnamut too often, it's going to be rough. And as soon as that Magnamut is in rotation, it's going to return, that's for sure. And as this card is using its effect more and more, it's going to be tough indeed.
And that's exactly what's going to happen, using the Regained on the Magnamut right here.
Okay, so now we are going to form an interesting chain, because first of all, of course, the Eglin will resolve, and then we will probably also want to normal summon something through that effect, and then at some point Gianluca probably also wants to activate the Magnamut.
That will happen in a new chain, and now we are adding the Eglin to hand. We're going to use the next normal summon. Are we just going to use a Robina to search for a Stree right here?
Could be the case. He already has access to the Ryza, so he has that in hand already. So that's why we went for the other. But it's also nice because you probably can go for the continuous spell. I think it's a great way, not quite to OTK here, because obviously the map is gone. But that would have been the original plan, I assume.
I mean, Stree is actually like really good. I really like the idea of Stree because you can then get the Saronir out of the graveyard, and then you will be able to just end this game without any more dark or light monsters hitting the graveyard, and therefore potential Bestials in the hand of Gianluca might be turned off by that.
I mean, if you break this field, then there will be Striker Dragon Magnamut in the graveyard.
Okay.
I mean, if you go for Ryza, maybe not.
That's true.
But there, first of all, is going to be Empen, Chainlink 1 Empen, Chainlink 2 Eglin. And do we go for the continuous spell card that Marcello was already seeing on the horizon here?
Unexplored Winds, can't quite tell, but I'm pretty sure that's it. And since this turn he has not activated a card like, you know, Prosperity or Extravagance. He can go for the draw effect as well.
That's true indeed. And yeah, I see Unexplored Winds in his hand here. Oh, and he has the Stree, so Stree will just immediately resolve. Gianluca not even asking for a response window there. Maybe a little bit of a giveaway. And there now is both a chance for the Branded Regain to trigger, so you might as well draw into one of those.
Interesting. Do you like actually going for the Saturn here? Instead, he could have gone for his own map and got that back with the Toucan, right? I think that also could have been a nice play.
Oh yeah, good point. But I mean, the defense against possible Bestials is also kind of nice.
I really like that.
Yeah, if you're breaking the field of Striker Dragon, Magnamut, there will be Dark Monsters.
But I mean, there is Vereza in his hand, so I think there's never going to be any later Dark Monsters for in the graveyard for the rest of the turn. And I think this is game. Yeah, exactly. If we just get rid of Magnamut and Striker Dragon, okay. Looks like we don't want to do that, though. We put that onto the top of the deck. Interesting approach there.
Yeah, I also thought he was straight up going for game then, but I guess because he has already used the effect of map, maybe yeah, it's not like he can use it again now. But
I mean, what else can you get from this here?
Okay, we are trying to draw 2 cards, successfully doing so. Those Fluandereeze monsters will go underneath the deck.
The thing is, he did this play to guarantee that he would draw into the map back.
Yeah, but let me tell you... Oh, wait, we just go into the battle phase, so we don't try to end it here. I thought, hey, we still have that trap set, so we would have secured to have another normal summon through the trap, but we just did not use it.
Interesting. I mean, Giuseppe definitely had the chance to close this one out, but I guess if you risk it this much now, yeah, the line has to adapt to whatever is there. And also, if you go for this line, I don't even know if I want to draw into the map, right? I would rather draw into different cards instead of the map, since we cannot use it this turn.
I mean, it's good to have it face up on the field when your opponent tries to normal summon that on his turn. I think I like... Oh, but there is the triple tactics thrust on top of everything.
That I find really interesting, because before that, I mean, now he can get the Harpy's Featherstone, which is arguably the best card in the deck. Fair enough. He could have activated that before and went for an even bigger push, but that works.
But I mean, this is good enough, and RP Feather Dust. Yeah, I mean, RP Feather Storm is just such a strong card. There is not many outs to it with Red Rebuke gone, and how can you even out it, I guess?
It's pretty tough to play around it. So it's been popular lately as a one-off in decks, because you can just going first, set it through Turbo Tactics Thrust, but Giuseppe Tazitano decided that it's even powerful enough to play 2 copies of it in the main deck. So he wants to hard draw it from time to time. He wants to set it for Frost. He just thinks this card, even going second, is good enough. Oh, look at that. That's the first monster effect already activated there by Gianluca. So we are holding the Featherstorm for now.
Gianluca going to search for a Bestial here. I was going to say he might find a Jerusalem to defend him even further. However, Jerusalem can only send special monsters, and there's not a lot of those in Fluandereeze.
I mean, even though it was already activated, it's still going to be negated by the Featherstorm, though. And therefore, we chain it to the Lubellion. Oh no, that is just a sad monster. Gianluca holding on to his last defense here.
That is not only a sad monster, this is also a really sad monster. And now we are going to activate the Trap Eglin normal summon. Can Eglin even still search something? It feels like he has all of the monsters in hand already. Magnamut is going to be summoned again.
Yeah, I think it should be a Mist Valley Apex Avian that's still in his deck, which would be a safe way to play through a couple of things.
I think I saw this in the hand.
Oh, okay, then maybe not even. He declared the effect of it, so there should be something. But let's see. So that Magnamut, of course, also not able to activate this effect. But we can summon out the Lubellion, though.
So we didn't go for the...
Oh, we didn't even activate the Eglin. You were totally right. There was nothing he could have searched with the Eglin. We already have access to all the tribute monsters in our deck, so we cannot even continue to normal summon with that, though.
And did we use Regain to shuffle something back this turn already?
I don't think we did, no.
Does it have to be a light or dark monster?
Yeah, only light or dark, yeah, that would be the best Fluandereeze, anti-Fluandereeze card otherwise, but yeah, I guess Giuseppe kind of forgot about the absence of another tribute monster, but this is still perfectly fine. He has all the tools he needs to close this one out. And although it's obviously very tough to play on stream, let's not forget about that. A lot of emotion on the line and a huge crowd watching the game live.
Totally. And for the third time now, Brennan regained is used on the Magnavoot, and there again it will be able to activate this effect. And Gianluca still hanging in here. And he also does not want to concede, which is actually something you really have to consider versus Flandreese, because if you get into time trouble versus the deck that can just get itself 500 life points in the opening turn of a potential third game, then you might be in a pretty bad position. So interesting to see that Gianluca just holding on to this game here. He still sees a chance probably of winning it.
Yeah, and here he forgot to resolve, the Robina first. So he should first add and then normal summon the Apex.
Okay, we're trying to put that Lubellion face down. All right, all right.
Which is arguably better for the Lubellion because it has 3000 defense and now you cannot out it anymore. However, we still have a normal summon left, the standard normal summon, and we're going for a street line now, which is going to be strong. And now we are getting rid of the Bestial Magnavoot. However, I can promise you, if it wasn't used already and we have just missed that, this is going to go back into the deck again.
Okay, so Toucan. And Gianluca stays so incredibly calm, right? Like, whenever Giuseppe is just thinking about something for very long, then after a long time activating the chain links, Gianluca immediately says, yep, regain. He always knows when it's his turn to activate the effects. Very accomplished player. I saw Gianluca really being successful the last couple of weeks as well at regionals and OTS championships, already grinding himself some World Championship qualifier points. So he's definitely on the radar. And now with this event, he probably will be committing to the grind even more after he's already in top 16 of the event here.
Yep, that is going to be a lot of points, and this is certainly a player who can do it.
For sure, absolutely.
And again, an interesting line, but still spinning back the rides, okay. Wow.
Giuseppe just does not want to end it here, right? He just wants to play a little longer with his friend and teammate.
Oh,
Gianluca.
Oh no!
The Ash.
He ashed the wins because he didn't want to get Harpy's Feather Stormed again. But the Pot of Duality follow-up is going to eventually get it to the hand of Giuseppe again, and he's just sitting there with 7 cards in his hand.
It's a lot, that's for sure. So we are once again entering the battle phase, and now Giuseppe realizes that this monster has 3000 defense. I mean, sure, we can still activate the effect of Empen and just make the Empen a little bigger, but still, that wasn't necessary, honestly.
No. And as you mentioned, he could have just kept his Ryza and other monsters around, but he wants to give his friend another draw.
Yeah, for sure.
Why not?
2 more cards to the back row. We know one of them is going to be the second copy of Harpy's Feather Storm. So is Gianluca even going to be able to do a whole lot here on his next turn? It doesn't look like it, honestly.
Is he going to draw into the main deck evenly matched that can get him out of this situation? It won't even, because there is the Mist Valley Epix Avian.
Did we resolve the Magnavoot, by the way?
No.
But we did activate it, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we did, but we already drew for turn here for Gianluca, so maybe we should double check that, because I am pretty sure that he did activate it there. And I mean, it's not there anymore visible because it was shuffled back with the regain, so it's easy to forget, but I'm just pretty certain that he did activate it. There now, he continues with the Saronir. And Featherstorm is going to be chained.
Which is, I mean, fair, you want to stop the turn of your opponent as well again. Double Empen, Mist Valley Apex Avian, double Featherstorm now. So 2 times in a row, basically.
Okay, so we are thinking this through now. I think they are now discussing the situation.
Catching up on the Magnavoot miss, but
I think they're both agreeing that the situation right now is correct. Okay, so maybe it was negated, maybe he didn't even activate it. Fair enough. Okay, so another set monster by Gianluca, and this time we use the Dreaming Town to normal summon out the Robina. Tree as well.
Add back this tree, so we are slowly draining Gianluca out of resources. And I think at this point, concede. This is, it really looks like it's over. What does Gianluca have up his sleeve that he can still think that he can pull this around?
Yeah, he still is so calm, right? He doesn't even think about the time that is going down. He knows Dragon Link is the deck that he has been playing for the last couple of weeks and months. He is completely trustful in his cards, and he doesn't want to give up just yet.
Yep, and once again he does this Featherstorm lock.
And we are once again adding the Razor back to our hand instead of just going for a game here, setting up game. Now we have 3 incredibly big monsters. 1 set card, which might as well again be the branded Regained. I do not know which other cards it could be.
I think the Regained, was it given back to hand? I mean, in that case, it would make sense. Okay, we're tributing the back row with our continuous spell. And it would have been Book of Eclipse, which would have been nice, actually, if it would have been used in the battle phase. But that's not going to happen. Now we put that card back onto the top of the deck. Gianluca only sitting there with 3,100 attack points.
Guards.
Oh, okay, that's
Sarnia.
similar to Guards, though. It's a monster that summons itself. Sarnia will throw himself into the way here. But we could even negate that with the Apex Avian, and we will still have game on the field.
Do you have to?
We don't even have to. It's still game, yeah.
Oh, true. You're right. Yeah, you can just attack over it.
That's why actually I would have liked the Apex to attack first, but I mean...
Because if it's 2 Bestials, then it's not game anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get rid of that. We again attack with the Ampen, and... Okay, no, first of all, we are going to send that Magnamut back to the graveyard.
And now we are picking up the cards, looking at the graveyard. Yes, Striker Dragon goes back to the extra deck after a long grind game with so many Harpies Featherstorms, so many Risers that were just added back to the hand. Fluwanderees succeeded.
Yeah, now I again understand why we still have 2 Fluwanderees players in the tournament, because that deck, if it goes first, how do you beat it even?
Absolutely, and there are back and forth games, and there are games that just drag along for a bit, but although the outcome was always on one side, and this was it. Giuseppe convincingly starting, and the Featherstorm in the main deck are working out.
Yeah, not only Featherstorm, but I like Shifter a lot. This card is absolutely fantastic
I'd say
there.
so, yeah. not that bad. Yeah.
Shifter is a pretty good card, but Leo was already getting a little ahead of himself talking about the side deck earlier on. But there, in fact, for Gianluca is now a card that would really go in versus Fluwanderees, and it is an Artifact Lancea. And not only that, but also Droll and Lockbird. So he's prepared for the Fluwanderees matchup.
Lightning Storms and Harpies Feather Dusters. It doesn't even stop.
Yeah.
Wow.
He is
definitely it seems like his side deck is pretty much built for that.
He's Italian, so most of the time he's going to practice against other Fluwanderees players.
True.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, they are teammates indeed, and most of them did bring the Fluwanderees, so it makes sense.
Of course.
Tested against it, and now...
And you're terribly afraid after that? So
Yeah, I mean, you could tell why, right? Because that game looked really like no fun for Gianluigi, because he was just setting monsters consistently with his Dragon Link strategy.
If that's what his testing sessions were like, then of course I understand those side deck cards.
Totally, and I would say that will change significantly the outcome of this game with Gianluca, first of all, going first and trying to set up his combos. But let's take a look at Giuseppe. He's the same.
And there is a pretty interesting decision, because Giuseppe is playing Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries in the side deck, which sounds good. There's so many different decks, but while browsing through his extra deck, there is not a single card he could bring in against the Dragon Link matchup.
But he respects the Salomon Crate.
Yeah, and also he respects the Junk deck, because there's Junk Speeder in there instead of a card for Dragon Link, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but what do you really want to take out against Dragon Link?
It's tough. The card itself is just not that great versus Dragon Link, because they have so many different ways and tools to play their turn out,
It's just a -1, basically. I mean, you're getting rid of Striker Dragon, maybe, so the boot sector launch can't be accessed.
This or Romulus, maybe.
Yeah, if the deck has a good start, then it's still going to pop off, right?
Yeah, and I also feel like, are you afraid of the monsters if you're playing for Fluwanderees in this matchup? I feel like, Branded Beast and Regained are probably scarier, so you want to get rid of those maybe with Cosmic and cards like that, I would say. So, to be fair, like, Erratic Spheres doesn't do that much against Fluwanderees, so,
I do definitely agree, but we're going to get a couple of answers to all of those questions, because players once again are ready. Game number 2 on our hands, so let's get back into the playing action.
Marcello was talking about the Cosmic Cyclone earlier. I really want to see this one-off Cosmic Cyclone and the main deck.
Okay.
Alright.
There it is. I see already a controversial card in Giuseppe's hand, being the Apex Avian. Usually you tend to side out that, going second, I would say.
That may be the best normal summon that the Dragon Link deck currently has to offer, and this is going to be a Black Metal Dragon, and that immediately turns into a Striker Dragon. getting Gianluca 2 searches at once. It's going to be Boot Sector launch and also the almighty Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon.
Does he play the big Red Eyes package?
I don't think so, no. I only see the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon
That
here.
is really unfortunate because I love seeing a driver being sent to the graveyard from the deck with Meteorite Dragon.
Yeah, that's a cool tool for sure. But where are we going next? We already have access to like a small combo here. So there is the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Dragon Ravine was hard drawn, so we are not going to get into our Romulus here anymore. But we discard the 1-for-1. 1-for-1, just a card that actually gives you access to the Black Metal Dragon even more consistently. Yeah. But you already had it, so you can even discard it here for the Dragon Ravine.
Why not? Why not? And now we can pretty much set up what we talked about previously. So you want to get some of these branded Pellant Traps as well as the Erratic Sphere, and basically call this a grind game, I would say. But against Floowandereeze, does that work? Does that get you there? I'm not sure.
We will see. Branded Beast here, the card of his choice to activate over the Branded Regained, linking off both of the Black Metal Dragon and the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon into, oh no, it was Volubalion instead, into the Seals, and that's all it is. We are just going Seals, Branded Beast pass, but there is the beautiful, beloved by Leonard Koenig, Artifact Lancea. You saw it even before the game started, and here it is in game number 2 of top 16.
Oh, I love this card so much. It was absolutely fun to play against when I was playing Orchestra.
Oh, and we are, of course, chaining to the activation of Artifact Lancea to at least get the search off here with our quick spell, the Floowandereeze and the Advent of Adventure. Still, though, like, Artifact Lancea just makes all of your Floowandereeze monsters go to the graveyard instead of being banished, and that just hurts your resource game so much. Also, I think I see there's a duality in his hand, and I saw the field spell too, and the field spell is just not going to be too great either.
It was 5 spells in the Apex, so definitely an interesting end, and he's now gonna be forced to fetch for some answers.
What is it going to be? Duality, first of all. Okay, that can still resolve. Stree, Ampen, that's okay. Almost just Engine.
The Ash Blossom is really strong though. If you have Engine, and we know that he has Rubina, against this field, it's really, really strong. The Heretic Seal does not hurt you too much, but there is Branded Beast, so you can Ash the Seal effect in the graveyard, so that your opponent cannot get to the Magna Mood, gain further resources, and get the pop from the Branded Beast.
I really like the Ash here, yeah.
The Ash looks amazing, honestly, because Gianluca had a very, very minimalistic turn. He didn't do a whole lot, so I think he doesn't have a lot of access to Engine even.
Have you seen the other card in his hand? Lightning Storm?
Ooh.
Really?
So we can take care of the monster and the back row. That's really nice.
Yeah, that's huge. There it is, wow!
And Gianluca does not look too happy about that. He had the Lancea, felt pretty good about that, but now he also knows that there is the Ash Blossom. What are you going to do here? What is your win condition if you're Gianluca?
Okay, we are chaining, trying to bounce the Rubina to hand.
Oh, usually we get banished, but with the Lancea it's still gonna go back to hand for this one unique scenario, we'd say.
Indeed it is. So Giuseppe now still resolving that Rubina. And the thing is now we are going to normal summon, activating the effect of Eglin most likely on normal summon. And then, oh wait, is Seals not mandatory? I think Seals might be chaining 1 here, right?
No. The effect to summon is not.
Let's double check. So, if this card is tributed, it is indeed mandatory.
It is?
Really?
Yeah, it is mandatory. Therefore, you cannot activate the effect of
check.
Eglin then.
Oh, yeah.
Because it says, if this card is tributed, special summon 1 dragon monster. There is no you can.
All right, this is Chainlink 1 and Eglin is not Chainlink 2. You couldn't use it anyways because the Rubina was sent to hand. So I guess that's why we're using Ash Blossom here.
Yeah, and then we activate...
So he didn't use it,
Yeah, he just did not use it. And it goes over to Gianluca. And if he finds good engine here, I think there is a way for him to still hang in this game.
There is a Rubina in hand against a map, so that basically means that if you normal summon something as Gianluca, you are in a bit of trouble, because then you're still going to see either an Eglin or maybe a Razor on your own turn.
Oh, he just passed back! Oh, no! Wow. Gianluca just not summoning dragons, and Giuseppe about to let some more birds fly. He reveals the Rubina for the map.
That is not what you're supposed to do in Dragons.
Very unfortunate. He seemed like he was the one preparing for the matchup, but in the end, this Lightning Storm really caught him. Yeah, impermanence is okay, but not enough to stop this.
Yeah, because we can still resolve the Eglin, and Eglin will lead us to Ampen, and that's very promising here in this very simple game state that we find ourselves in right now. Double checking on the graveyard. Yes, there is a Lubellion as a resource, but we'll have to get a big dragon onto the field first of all for that to matter. So, what's next? I think the cards in hand for Gianluca are the one boot sector launch, which we searched with the Striker Dragon, and then another unknown card. It looked like Ash though, you're right.
So that might be really difficult now for Gianluca, because he has to get the rocket cards into the graveyard or just find something completely different. I think Collapse Serpent or Wyver Buster could be really strong right here. And there he is, the Ampen, the big old boss monster of the Fluwanderies.
Yep, that is going to resolve. We are chain blocking Ash here by using Chainlink 1 Ampen, Chainlink to our little bird in the banish pile. Grabbing ourselves another card, and there's still Prosperity in the hand of Giuseppe, which is pretty strong, because we might as well get ourselves another Ash Blossom or something.
Wants to push some damage first, it seems, and then activate it. This way it maximizes his damage, but definitely a commanding position at the moment. Wow.
So this is already 3,500 damage on the field. I just want to mention that here. But Giuseppe showed in the previous game that he's not the guy to OTK.
Yeah, absolutely not. He's taking the safe approach, and I mean, so far it's totally working out. He won game 1. He is now also in a very good position here in game number 2. So I would assume that he can just continue doing what he is doing the entire day, the entire weekend, and maybe he's on his way to be our YCS Dortmund champion here.
Wow, okay.
We're going to give up our Ampen here for the Razor, interestingly enough. And we can only tribute one monster for Razor. I think if it is a tribute monster, right? But it has to be like wind or water, I think. We're bouncing all of it. Look, Giuseppe just does not want to attack. He just bounced all of his cards back to the hand or back to the deck. He just loves to do that.
I have a really good deck for Giuseppe. It's called Runic. And you would never have to enter a battle phase again.
Oh, look at that. I think Ash Blossom just shuts down so many cards that Gianluca could pick up here. And therefore, we are picking exactly that card to prevent further damage that Gianluca even has in mind.
Wow.
Did we even attack?
No.
No.
Interestingly enough, we just don't want to deal damage here, I guess.
And there is another pass. Gianluca can just happily pass again because he knows Giuseppe is not going to attack him at all.
Yeah, he's no fear. Yeah. He just wants to pass it back over. And now in the main phase of Gianluca still, we are going to normal summon out the Robina through the effect of our trap once more. And we're double checking on our banished cards. Chaining 1 Robina, chaining 2 Aglin, the classic.
I think we can now add a Toucan that can also... Okay, we're going for 3. Of course, also taking resources from our opponent. I was just thinking you could also go for an Apex Avian at back.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm not even sure whether we even still have the good old Toucan in our hand already. And also, can Toucan even add back Apex?
I think it's just Fluwanderies, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense, because you can also add back the spell cards.
It's pretty much a Fluwanderies card.
Yeah,
we can agree with
exactly.
That.
It's adopted. It's totally adopted for sure.
Oh, and there's the handshake. Gianluca knows this is going to take a while. There's not going to be a battle phase here. Giuseppe is just advancing to top 8 right now, completely dominating the Dragons with his little birdie strategy.
Absolutely. Bittersweet ending, we could say. It's always mixed feelings when you win against a friend. But, I mean, one of them had to be knocked out, and Giuseppe is now advancing to the top 8. Impressive stuff.
Italians and their Fluwanderies stacks. They cannot stop. They won't stop. They're all the way into top 8 here of the tournament. Marcello, how do you feel as a representative of the country here with the Fluwanderies players?
I couldn't be prouder. And, I mean, unfortunately, as we saw in the first section of the bracket for top 16, we had 4 Italians, which means that Giuseppe is now going to face against the winner of the other Italian match. between them, there was also the Italian national champion, Lorenzo Muselli, so we'll see. But regardless, I'm happy that in top 4 we'll get at least one Italians. It's a shame that they have to play against each other all the way up, but it was a great match nonetheless. Yeah, if any of us doubted it, we haven't seen Flowandries all weekend, but it's here to stay, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. His opponent was not allowed to play at all.
Yeah, and I have some live updates for you because I know you guys at home, you cannot see the other matches, but I have some live info here. And you were talking about Mr. Lorenzo Muselli. He's going to be in top 8, and therefore he's going to be still in competition in this one. Also, you remember Julius Schwarzkopf from last round's feature match? Yep. Rika also still going strong, also in top 8, being in there pretty good. And then one big name, maybe the biggest name left in competition, has been knocked out.
Wow.
Jesse Cotton has fallen to Sofian Belkacem, so he's still going strong with his branded deck there. Really cool stuff. And then, maybe now the biggest name left in competition, almost making Worlds this season, Gabriel Nats is still left in there too.
Is he still playing or did he win?
He is in top 8 officially.
Wow. Okay.
So
great
Nats
match.
and Muselli are my 2 favorite picks for this time.
Really?
I have to say.
I mean, it's easy to say now that we know that
I knew this from the start.
Sure.
I said Nats
Obviously
this weekend a lot. Basti can prove this.
Yeah. I mean, he's a very likable guy. I like him as well. He's a great pick to win the tournament. Of course, also because he's running like one of the best performing decks of the tournament with the Tiedemann strategy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So that might mean that we could see, since they are, I think, in opposite side of the bracket, we could get the, Giuseppe against Gabriel final of tier against Flu, and yeah, that gotta be my hope as well. I want to see that run back after a year.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we mentioned, it was a long tournament, great names, can't wait for more. We have 3 more matches remaining for the day. So guys, you really don't want to miss on this one out. But again, if you have any preferences, feel free also to drop out. What are your picks for who do you think is going to win the event? What deck, what player? Still, it seems like we'll have a very diverse top 8, it seems.
For sure. So many different decks for top 16, but the match is not over yet. We, for example, also still had Vanquish Soul in competition. That might have made its way into top 8, which would be really cool and something to look out for. And funnily enough, we know Pearly was quite strong and quite well represented at the beginning of the tournament. There's 0 pure Pearly decks in top 16, but there's 1 Pearly Sprite. I don't know whether he has won or lost yet, but maybe that's something to watch out for too.
I mean, this is a crazy spicy deck, but in the end, we were talking about Vanquish Soul earlier, there can only be one winner, and now we are going to talk to our winner of the top 16 feature match. Ed, take it away.
Thank you very much, Leo. Yes, I am here with our top 16 feature match winner, Giuseppe, who has just advanced into the top 8 of YCS Dortmund 2023. Giuseppe, how are you feeling? You did just have to beat a teammate to get here. Does it feel bittersweet?
Yeah, of course, I preferred to go against not my teammate. I mean, yeah, it's unbelievable because I didn't expect to reach this results. I mean, yeah. Also because my teammate is very strong. Gianluca is very strong, and of course it's not an easy game with him. So yeah, I feel very good now.
Don't worry, I mean, we're going to have to do this quick-fire interview with the top 8 very soon. Obviously, we'll speak to you again very shortly. But let's just quickly go through that game, because the first game went on for quite a while. Obviously, you played the Dimension Shifter and M-Pen, which is quite a difficult field for someone to out. Then the whole D-Shifter being sent back and things, so he was able to play. We were wondering, why didn't you go for game earlier? Because there seemed like a couple of points during game 1 where you could have attacked for game, but you kept just playing it out and making sure that you were in control. What was going through your mind?
I was afraid that to don't close the game because he plays the Bestials. So at some point, if he could have done a Bestial, maybe I couldn't close the game and lose my advantage. But I keep the game in my advantage, and the results after turn, a Flander is a strong deck when the turn passes.
And then when we got into game 2, obviously Gianluca started with Heretic Seal and Branded Beast, had things in hand. but you lightning stormed that back row, and then Ash the Heretic seal as well, and then he ended up passing on his turn. Now, we're assuming that was maybe not to activate the normal summon effects. When those are happening, do you feel like you already have the win secured, or are you having to still play quite carefully?
I just, my opponent did the Lancia, so I couldn't play in that game. So I just taking my Robina, use my field spell, and then waiting his responses. When I see that he bricked because he didn't play, I started to use Raiza to gain an additional turn after that. And in fact, the turn after, I had all the Flanders in play, and then I could win.
And when you did, here you are now going into that top 8. Do you think you can take it all the way to the final?
I play game after game as my teammate Diego teached me. So game after game without thinking about what if I lose, what if I win. So
I'd say getting into the top 8 is still a great achievement. So I hope that you just carry on with that attitude, that calm thing of just, I'll take every game moment by moment. Congratulations. We're going to be speaking to you again very shortly, along with the 7 other competitors in our top 8 cut here at YCS Dortmund. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up very soon. And welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Dortmund 2023. We are now in the top 8, the quarter-finals of this entire event. And in the usual style of our coverage here, it's time for a quick-fire interview with every single one of our top 8 contestants. We have a feature match going straight after that. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the first of our featured duelists, Gabriel Netz. Gabriel, come on in, good sir. Now, you've just returned from the US doing some events. Come step close to me. I don't bite, it's okay. So how are you feeling with these events? You're pretty warmed up after those. You feeling good about this?
Yeah, I think I played Cancun, Vancouver, and Brazil, so I feel like more warmed up than most people in Europe because we haven't had a big event since Euros. So yeah, I did well there, doing well here, pretty happy overall.
Excellent. Top 8 is doing very well. Best of luck in your feature. I'll let you go out this way so you can go and get ready. Please welcome Lucas Janssen, our other featured duelist here. Welcome, Lucas. Now you've made it to the top 8 of Dortmund. How does it feel?
Really good. I mean, I don't know what to say. I didn't expect to be here, so yeah.
Well, it's very humble. Are you excited for this next feature match?
Yeah, we will see. That's my first feature, so yeah, I think shouldn't be too hard.
No pressure. First feature, top 8. That's very exciting. Best of luck to you. I'll let you go and get ready as well because you've got to get prepared for that top 8. Our next top 8 contestant, Sofian Belkacem. Come on in, Sofian. Now, sir, how are you doing? Coming at me with a smile. You're looking positive. How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm fine. Shout out to my wife and my team. I'm very happy.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Best of luck to you in that top 8 match. I hope it goes well for you. Maybe we'll see you in the top 4. Best of luck. I shall usher you off this way. Coming up next, we've got Sven Redman. Come on in, Sven. Now, how are you doing?
I'm good, yeah. I'm quite excited, but yeah, let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens. How are you feeling about this format? Got quite a diverse top cut. Are you feeling good about that?
It's quite diverse. That's the reason I play Flanders. Okay.
Well, best of luck with your flu deck in that top 8. I'll usher you off as well. Best of luck to you, Sven. Please welcome Sebastian Marr. Now, Sebastian, look at that. A nice heart. That's wholesome. That's what we like to see. Now, Sebastian, how are you feeling? You seem positive. You seem smiley. Good energy. You feeling good?
I'm very nervous. Yeah. I just want to go back home.
Well, you might be going home with a championship if you keep this going. So, best of luck in your top 8. I wish you all the best of luck.
Just last sentence. Happy birthday, Sabine.
There we go. Happy birthday to you. I'll usher you off this way. Best of luck in your match. Coming up next, we've got Julius Schwarzkopf. Now, Julius, this isn't the first time we've seen each other. How have you been?
I've been really good. I just played in a One Chain matchup and in top 16. And yeah, I've won.
That's what we like to see. Let's hope we get to see you in that top 4 as well. Then it'll be our 3rd time doing an interview. Best of luck to you, sir. I shall usher you off this way so you can also get ready. So we've only got 2 more. Please welcome Giuseppe Tarsitano. Now, Giuseppe, obviously, we've just spoken. You had to defeat a teammate to be here, but do you have the support of your teammates behind you in this top 8?
Yeah, of course. So we support each other. And unfortunately, I will face another teammate now. And that's it.
It's been quite unfortunate for you in this top 16. 2 different back-to-backs. Either way, at least you'll be happy if a friend goes. They'll be happy for you if you go. Best of luck to you. I shall let you go off to your match as well. So please welcome his teammate, Lorenzo Muselli. Now, Lorenzo, you are Italian national champion. We're no stranger to having you on these kind of videos. You could step closer to me. It's okay. Don't fear me. So, are you feeling good about this? Are you worried about having to face your teammate as well?
I mean, I know that I will play against a great player, but I'm confident and I want to go as far as I can.
Well, let's see how far you can go. Best of luck to you. I'll usher you off. Goodness me, this is a real test of my on-the-spot interview abilities. But that is your top 8 cut here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series live in Dortmund. It's very exciting. I'm just having a glance over, and it looks like both of our duelists are almost ready. So in the meantime, I'm going to hand you over to Tom, Nadir, and Basti, who are going to quickly take you through some of the analytics of our top 8 cut.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Ed. We saw which are the players in our top 8. But I would say let's have a look at how they line up against each other. Let's immediately go into the bracket. Let's have a look who plays who. We've heard it already. Lorenzo and Giuseppe, the teammates, the 2 Italians left, are going to face off against each other first of all.
Yeah, knocking each other out like that must feel really bad, but it is what it is when you get this deep into a tournament. Only 8 players remain after 2,500. This is where we're at right now. Julius has been on stream already, and as we saw, Sebastian is his opponent for this top 8 bracket. Moving on to the rest here, we can take a look at what remains.
Oh, and there we have Sven Redman versus Sofiane. And honestly, I'm very happy for Sofiane, because Sofiane was one of the unfortunate figures at the European Championship, because he made top 4 of the World Championship qualifier playoff. Then first of all, he played versus Jonas, where he was unsuccessful. And then he could try again versus Din Kabui. And both of his opponents made the World Championship, but he was the one coming short. But he has the chance here this weekend to become a YCS champion instead.
Yeah, here we've got Gabriel and Lucas as well facing off of one another. Seen Lucas on stream already. That will be an interesting matchup there. This is a really diverse top cut. I think one of the players just publicly announcing, I'm playing Flu.
That was pretty funny,
but we do have a bunch of other decks here. Our feature match is just about lining up here. We'll talk about that in a moment as our players get their headset on. But yeah, diversity is the key takeaway from this event. There's been so many different decks, and even as far as top 8, we don't have, I think they're all unique decks, right?
Almost, yeah. It's pretty cool.
It's been so easy, like, finding it. You know, normally we have to sometimes try a bit harder to find different decks to feature, but in this round we're like, hang on, have we even got to all of the meta decks we
could have had multiple different options. And actually, it was not Lucas before that was on feature. This will be Lucas' first featured match, and he will be up against the very accomplished Gabriel Nats. But Ed is with the players at the table, so let's switch over there.
Here we are, our top 8 feature match live at YCS Dortmund 2023. Gabriel Nets versus Lucas Janssen, both shuffling their decks in front of us as we speak, ready to get going, itching to get going to see which one of them is going to make it in to that top 4 cut. Gentlemen, sorry to interrupt. Can we do a high roll to see who is going to be going first? Oh, okay, that's a 12. That is a 9. Okay, right. So that means you're going to go first. Okay, Gabriel's going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you straight back over to your wonderful commentators who are going to take you through this top 8 match. Guys, we're almost there. We're almost at the final. It's going to be exciting.
Another feature match to come here. This is top 8. We've been here before, and it doesn't stop getting as exciting as it always is. This is really the peak and highest form of competition, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, this is really exciting. I mean, I went and just, while I was off in the last feature match, I had a watch of Gabriel's match, and it looked epic. But so we're going to see, hopefully, that kind of treat again.
And I mean, he was talking about it in his top 8 interview there. He has been really grinding. He was at 3 different YCSs over the last month, traveling to Brazil, traveling to Vancouver, traveling to Cancun, and now he's here in Dortmund, maybe rounding up the trip with a YCS title, right?
Easily the most exotic location of all.
Definitely, yeah, obviously the choice, the city of choice where you would like to have the YCS title. It is the biggest YCSs of those, so I think it is the one you want to win, actually.
And for, you know, the season going forward, Gabe's going to be competing maybe to get those World Championship qualifier points.
For sure.
Arguably more important. So yeah, our players are ready. They are sitting down at the table. Cards have been drawn. Let's head on over and check out how this match will pan out for our top 8 feature.
And being the powerhouse that he is, Gabriel Nets also rolled a 12 there. So he will definitely start this top 8 match off by going first. And he's going to have a look into his Tielemans hand here. And on the other hand, Lucas is the only remaining Vanquish Soul player left in the tournament.
Not a lot of Vanquish Soul we've seen. The deck has been in and out of the meta a couple of times this past year. And he's managed to pilot it all the way through.
Oh, when Gabriel has to start with Merlin,
we have a follow-up, okay.
It's usually a bad sign, but there is the Mothman that is immediately going to be activated. What are we hitting here?
We've got a danger engine of sorts being played here.
Dangerous play,
and
that's
unfortunate.
Wow.
Hits itself. Does he choose to draw? They do, okay.
Turns into a Dark World Dealings, one of the cooler cards from back in the day.
It always feels kind of bad when you have to make your opponent cycle their deck like this, but we're choosing what we're going to discard here. Are we going to reveal at the same time? All right, we're just deciding the semantics of how we discard.
Nobody wants to discard. Okay, oh, it's a malicious.
That's not bad.
That's
okay.
a good discard indeed for Gabriel there.
Lucas discards in perm, by the way.
I was going to say, what does that make you think if you're Gabriel? Like, my opponent is so comfortable with their hand.
Razin, Ash, and 2 other negates or something.
Yeah, like, what
his hand must be correct.
Imperm is the worst card.
I mean, if I look at the hand of Lucas, I gotta say he's main decking 2 cards that probably were a big help for him in the T-Elements matchup throughout the entire tournament, because there is Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion and DD Crow. He runs both of those.
Yeah, not bad. Those are definitely really important points in this matchup, because the Bestials, notably throughout all of last year when Power of the Elements came out, T-Elements was the deck to challenge, and then after the release of the Bestials, in the following set, it was a really important aspect of the mirror match, was when do you use your Bestials. And okay, all right, DD Crow.
for DD Crow.
That's a clutch move from Lucas there to prevent the summon of a Beatrice, I think.
Yeah, so a couple of sort of main interactions there. At the same time, DD Crow being held.
Oh, but there is a...
Sharon gets Ash with
my
3 disruptions from Lucas here. So we saw Vanquish Soul earlier this weekend. It's got, we saw Super Heavy Samurai sort of mixing in there. This is basically a pure Vanquish Soul deck with like a ton of defensive and non-engine, right?
Well, the thing about Vanquish Soul is you need to have lots of different attributes. So you can't afford to play too many spells and traps, so some players choose to mix in with different engines.
Is that a pass? Sure, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It looked like a pass to me. Also, I want to talk about one situation here. Lucas could have also just banished the Malicious, couldn't he? And then with that, he would have also prevented 2 level 6 monsters coming to the field, because now there still is a Druid's Worm in hand. Oh, but we can keep on going. We banish the Shiren, which is definitely unusual for the T-Elements Kashtira.
Milling just mills 2 as a 3-2 when it's getting sent to the graveyard. Okay, gonna do a little shuffle up here. Tearlament is you know, such an exhilarating deck to watch. It's always these random moments that are either exciting or disappointing. There's a Rhino.
Can we trigger Rhino? No, we cannot. He has immediately shake his hat, and there is no way he can do something with it. Do we even have a way to go even further here? Because usually, of course, Sprite Sprint would be a way to get into Merly, but Merly is the one we already have on the field, so there is no use in that.
Going to be a real test here for Gabriel to figure out how to continue from this situation.
You know, I was going to ask, do you think Lucas is worried at all in this matchup? I mean, you have Gabriel, who's honestly become such a titan of UK Yu-Gi-Oh! At this point. Like, he is absolutely been dominating the circuit for the past year or so, and he's, you know, really well accomplished player. Do you think there's some nerves here?
Oh, he also said it was his first feature match.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
but this is all he has to face. I mean, Lucas, if he has access to the most powerful Vanquish Soul monster there is, which is Raisin, or maybe Stake Your Soul with a good combination of attributes, then he is good to go.
That's
or
a good
Prosperity!
Start. Huge pickup there. 3 disruptions into Prosperity. I mean, that what we can see here is exactly what Vanquish Soul is supposed to do. You have like 1-2 card interactions, a bunch of defensive cards, staples like Prosperity, and it's ideally just enough to stun your opponent if you lose the dice roll, and then you want to see that Razin off the top.
Oh, that's Borger. That is Ghostbound Haunted Mansion. We talked about it. He's playing that.
There is the Durendal there, which should get
Durendal
into
is
his
the way
Razin.
into Razin. Yes, indeed.
Remember, of course, you can equip it to any monster on the field. You don't need to use your normal summon, so that is going to be used on the Dark here.
Okay.
That's the 5th copy of Razin. 5 is the magic number.
And we are going to get the card we so desperately needed. And I think Lucas already working out the lines he's about to take. I think he's good to go here, because Gabriel really does not look like he tries to interrupt him.
Well,
and I think the card in hand is known, right?
Yeah,
it's the Druid's Worm still.
Yeah. Putting the Razin there, it's important for Vanquish Souls what column you put your monsters in, because the Razin can destroy monsters in the same column as itself.
Yeah,
so
true.
I guess like you don't really want to destroy the Merly or the Dark Charmer, so might as well destroy that DD Crow for what it's worth.
Vanquish Soul almost feels like a mixture of Mathmag and Neck Knights, right? Because it's very similar to Mathmag in its way that you only need 1 card to play, similar to Mathmag Circular, but also with the zones, you have to pay attention to that, because it's very similar to the Mag Knights there. Okay, let's keep on going.
Would you say Razin is stronger or weaker than Circular?
In this particular case, because we only have 1 Vanquish Soul deck and 0 Mathmag decks, I will go with the Vanquish Soul strategy.
There's the destruction coming down by the reveal of Razin there.
Oh yeah. getting his own card back into the graveyard.
So I'm trying to rack my head here. Is there like a nice, clean, efficient way of dealing with the Dark without triggering its effect?
Yeah, I don't think so. That's, I suppose, one of the main weaknesses of this deck. It kind of struggles to deal with targeting, destruction, and graveyard floating.
I mean, there would be the way to get 2 level 4s onto the field, then go for Zodiac Borbo, or rather first Chakanite and then Borbo, and go for Zeus line. That would be an efficient way to clear the Dark, but that would also trigger the Merly. I mean, we could run over the Merly with something else, though.
I think maybe the Vanquish Soul deck can access Abyss Dweller as well if you got 2 level 4s. That might be an even nicer thing to do.
Yeah, true.
I'm assuming Abyss Dweller's in the extra deck of anyone who can make it this weekend.
Absolutely true. So, Gabriel Nats, after such an impressive month that he had, now not really looking super good here, as Lucas is performing a Link 1 summon into his Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yeah, this Link 1 is really, really strong here. I mean, it's everything you would need in a Link 1. It just kind of does everything, doesn't it, Tom?
Yeah, so once per turn you can add a Vanquish Soul from your graveyard to your hand, or you can special summon a monster from your hand. I'm kind of interested why he didn't use the effect there to add back the Caesar Valius.
That's all she wrote. He just passes on the rock and nothing else. Interesting. Gabriel maybe still with a shot in this.
Is there a reason? That, can we get a Rock of the Vanquisher maybe and have a look at the effect?
Yeah, he could have just added it back if he wanted to. Okay, now we are going to use the effect to special summon, though. We are going for the Raisin, and I think when we summon the Raisin there in this column, that means we probably want to destroy the Dark, right?
It's a bit odd to want to destroy the Dark here, I think, right? Giving your opponent a
search.
Yeah, it's a bit rough.
Yeah, you'd almost rather, I mean, would you rather that or them have, I mean, they're going to get the DD Crow back again. It's going to have a long journey. That DD Crow.
Well, all the tier limit names are at 1, so there's not too much that you can really hope to go through here once you've kind of attacked over one of them. There's Rhinos in the graveyard, he's still at 3. Water, however, so you can't search that.
It's just Havness left in the deck.
Pretty much, yeah.
Sharon's already been given up.
Yeah.
You could technically also search for something like Destiny Hero Denier or something, but I don't know whether that is going to bring you too
okay,
far.
It does pop the Dark, and it is now going to trigger the effect here to search.
Oh, we are just using our Ash Blossom onto it, though. So we had an answer to that, and that was the play all along.
I like that double value out of the Ash, like a 1-2 punch. First I'm going to reveal it to destroy a card, then I'm going to discard it to negate the effect.
Yeah, absolutely. So now comes the Druid's Womb. We knew about that card. There's still one unknown card left in the hand of Gabriel Nats here. But first of all, the Druid's Womb will resolve banishing the DD Crow. In the battle phase, we find ourselves running over the Razan, and it's going back to Lucas here. In his first featured match ever, his first top 8 appearance at a YCS, but still really fighting here against Gabriel Nats, the veteran of the game.
Doesn't do a lot here because we've just added back the Razan, re-normal summon it again, and wow, I think he's really starting to take command here, isn't he, Tom?
Yeah, that Rock of the Vanquisher just amassing value like turn after turn is going to add back a card or special summon a card.
Oh, there's Borger now as well in rotation.
Heavy Borger, one of the few decks that have in-engine burn win conditions, should that ever be necessary when heading into time.
You like that burn effect. I like drawing a card more.
It's a lot, isn't it? Isn't it like 12 or
15.
15, right, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty huge as well because even though it is just 15, you can do it once during your turn. It's a quick effect, so you can do it again during your opponent's turn.
A little bit of battle damage there. You can put yourself super far ahead.
It's going slow and easy here. We are running over the Druids that is going to trade with the Borger. The Rock also went into the graveyard and it's back to Gabriel with an empty field here.
Trading blow for blow here as the players.
Oh, danger. Nessie was picked up. Let's roll the dice.
2 cards in the hand. Here we go. Hits a 1. Is it Nessie? Okay, we get another chance. We get 1.
Oh, but I think he's playing a very small package. Is there even a card to search out?
Surely
he's not activating the Nessie. There's no target in there.
No target.
He's only playing Nessie and 1 Mothman. He started things off with the Mothman, so no more card to be searched. Back to Lucas, and he's back with the Razan, searching out Pantera there.
This is unbelievable. I guess that would just be your 39th and 40th card, I guess? Just throwing in these dangers. No Jackalope, no Suchin, no Cope.
Nope.
Oh, look at this burn damage. He's going to push
I think the issue is there's just not enough good discards anymore with all of the names being limited, I suppose.
Pretty much. So Borger gets linked off and Gabriel has seen enough. Lucas going second, taking down game number 1 here of our top 8 feature match. And the crowd loves this Underdog story that is developing right now. Lost the Vanquish Soul player who's just won game number 1.
I just can't believe that we opened 3 disruptions like that.
Insanity.
Gabriel hung on there for as long as he could, tried to maybe get a little bit fortunate with the danger, and unfortunately it wasn't enough to really claw that one back. That was just too much resources for Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, he had so many disruptions, like he even discarded one. Like, it's like, I don't
did
need
care,
this other imperm as well.
I mean, the other cards were pretty nice, so I think he was okay with that overall. I mean, of course, as well, Lucas is German, so he has the home turf advantage here, so the crowd is cheering for him, cheering for one of the remaining Germans in the tournament. But I mean, on the other hand, Gabriel also had a lot of people cheering for him when he kept on going. I think he's also a favorite in the community, so definitely 2 very deserved top 8 players here.
Yeah, it's shaping up to be quite the event, and for a game that never really got going for tier limits, I think Nets is going to be quite disappointed that things didn't really go our way with getting the Mothman sniped on the 1 and 4, and then the Nessie 50-50. But he's no stranger to pressure. He's definitely going to keep his head down and focus up on this matchup here, because there's absolutely no way he's out and down right now, is he?
Yeah,
definitely not.
One thing I'm intrigued by is I'm not seeing any shifters in the list.
No, he has decided to just run the DD Crow, just run the Ghost Spell. He decided that is enough, we don't need the shifter, and so far it works out like a charm, so you cannot really blame him for it. On the other hand, I have to say, Gabriel has made some really interesting decisions in his extra deck. I see, and I haven't seen that one for a long time, Barmut Shark plus, totally awesome. Maybe we see this here in his opening turn. I think that's a pretty neat package to bring, but let's see whether he's going to bring it on here in game 2 of this match. Players are ready, as we are. I hope you guys at home are too. Game number 2 getting underway now.
So you guys might be able to hear the crowd at home. That was actually just Leo.
It absolutely wasn't. No, it absolutely wasn't. So, Gabriel, he had multiple plays in his first turn. Oh, that's a good start.
Huge. Do we have Rhino Heart as well?
Or is
Best
it
normal
Merly
summon
again?
to pair up with it. That works out really nicely. Okay. Rhino Heart Chainlink 1, Chainlink 2 Scream. You get to mill first before deciding whether or not you want to send a specific name in case you hit a duplicate or, you know, a different target there.
Imperm on the Rhino.
So we have to get a little bit lucky here. Here we go. This is where tier limit gets... Trivic Karma.
Okay.
Not bad.
The
Not
last
bad.
card is saving it. The Trivic Karma is huge there.
All right. Trivic Karma acting as a field spell search there for the Perla Rhino, and that's going to get you another name. The name probably of choice is Sharon. Yeah.
I mean, Sharon being at 1 is not really a problem when you have 3 field spells and
ways to mill,
the Trivic Karma that can be milled to search it.
Now the question is, do we have a good card to discard with Sharon? Is it going to be Keldek or Regido? Shadow Beast, not bad. Not bad.
Okay, that will be more milling.
A Shuffler, all right.
Wow, 3 relevant mills there.
Okay, Shuffler's not super incredible against Vanquish Soul, but enough to maybe be a little bit annoying with the Rock of the Vanquish Soul Recycle. Yeah. We do have a target for Rhino Heart.
That's nice. That's really good. And then milling more with the Telemans Kashtira as well, starting with the draw first of all, though. Of the Shadow Beast.
Another Rhino Heart. And a second Shuffler as well.
Okay.
Discards the Sulik, all right.
So it will net him another surge there. Rhino Heart being summoned out. Of course, we cannot use the effect anymore. Even though the first one was negated, we cannot activate the second one here as it's once per turn.
There was a card you just highlighted in Gabe's extra deck, so do you think we're about to see it now?
Oh, Barmut Shark is looking lovely here. Not gonna lie, now I understand why he summoned out the second Rhino Heart there. Because the surge he gets from Sulik here does not seem super promising to me, honestly. It might probably just be the Telemans Kashtira. Yeah, he's considering that there very heavily.
I think he wants to get the mills going first before deciding what to commit with the rank 4, because of course you've got Redoer to trigger the Sharon if you need as well.
True, yeah. That's actually correct. So, Gabriel, of course, a master of the deck, has been playing this deck for
Since
a while
its inception,
now.
yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I think the most important thing as well is like you can really tell the difference between, you know, the average tier limit player and, you know, a phenomenal tier limit player. Like the way you sequence your decision making and your mills based on your mills, I think is really telling. You know, while it is a deck that requires a lot of quote-unquote luck, there is a degree of ways to create your own luck per se.
Yeah, there is the totally awesome we were talking about. So we secured ourselves from another interruption, and now the Tielemans Kashtira. Are we going to hit something additional here? We have not had Agido or Kelbeck. Is it time for those here?
We're looking for those...
Gabriel saying, do you want to cut, just before? There's definitely a Kelbeck on top, All
right, say it with me, crowd. Do we have a Guido here? Here we go. There's the cut. And we're looking for one of the millers here. Spell, crime. We got a Guido!
Oh! We got a Guido! The crowd loves it! We are going to continue milling here until the end of days. Guido will mill 5 more cards, and Lucas immediately grabs the deck, being like, okay, sure, let's keep this going here from my side as well.
It's a scream as well, not bad.
A bit of an underwhelming Guido, only one scream, well, 2 scream, but you can only use the one of them. The crime is quite a useful mill, actually, letting him add back the banished Tielemans Kashtira.
Yeah, more resources in the hand, as well as a discard for crime. If we can get to crime at some point, maybe with like a heartbeat mill, we'll see just exactly what this end field will look like. Interesting if we put the Bahamut Shark in the EMZ. I think maybe we're going to use that, potentially into like some sort of cross sheep line.
Yeah, cross sheep, I'm thinking. You can then maybe use one of the shufflers. I know you said that it's not particularly helpful as disruption, but you can use it on your own turns, trigger the Pearl Rhino, which can then pop the Shiren and make a fusion summon that way.
Yeah, for sure. That's the Pearl Rhino's sort of way to describe it, I guess. The versatile effect of it, not only do you get a search whenever you return a card from your graveyard to your main deck, typically that's through fusion summoning, but if you use a shuffler, you can also trigger it manually whenever you like. So not only are the shufflers not super great into Vanquish Soul, when you combine it with the field spell, yeah, you have a lot of utility.
The way Gabriel is moving his cards there, it seemed like in his first turn he's just attacking the entire field of good old Lucas, but there's of course no room for a battle phase yet in our first turn.
Yeah, he was telling a story there, I think.
So Gabriel immediately in his opening turn just going to shuffle back some of his own cards, probably trying to trigger the Pearl Rhino, and then in consequence probably going to destroy his own Shiren, right?
I like that. Just doing kind of order of priority there. Just like, first of all, I must send back 1 Tielemans card, and then I'm going to check my opponent's graveyard, see if there's anything relevant. Then I'm going to put back the best cards in my graveyard, which looks like the Agido.
Yep, let's have another Mill 5 party next turn, so already setting up for that.
Yeah, this is what I mean about like watching a really good Tielemans player pilot this deck. You're not just like blindly milling and hoping for the best. Like there's a lot of degree of foresight that is required to make sure that you're always maximizing your chances of having really good plays, just based off of how you recycle. And this is one great example here, as we're going to trigger the Shiren in the graveyard to do exactly that play you described, Tom.
And Shiren. What are we even going for here? That's Shiren plus Magnamood. Oh no, it was Nasty, okay. Shiren plus Nasty would just immediately net ourselves a Rukalos, right?
That's a Mud Dragon.
Oh, true, it's no Mud Dragon, no, yeah.
Why not make Kikalos?
Yeah, she's not with us anymore, I'm sorry. But no, of course, no Rukalos. It would be the Mud Dragon, as you say, first
You could
of
make a Kaleido Heart here.
And that's what we go for, indeed.
Yeah, Kaleido Heart on the opponent's turn as well is going to be really strong. If you want, you can use a Shuffler, return, pop your own Kaleido Heart. Kaleido Heart will come back, spin your opponent's card, and then get a mill in the process. So even without the all-important Kikalos that Tielemans lost many moons ago, it's still actually a deck that's proving itself to be quite powerful and versatile despite that. Another Link summon being made here with the cross sheet. What are we making?
It just keeps going, doesn't it?
All right. Let's keep the fusion summoning party intact. Of course, Merly was not used yet, so it's time for her to also get the fusion summon it deserves.
So I'm wondering what we're going to make here. There's a level 4 option, I suppose. Maybe
we just use the Denier,
Sure.
and then we are going to fusion summon into...
Dangerous.
The Dangerous.
Yeah,
Is it dangerous? Is it dystopian?
It is dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I like the way you fusion summon. You're basically fusion summoning Beatrice here, right? Because the Dangerous fetches you a Malicious.
Fusion summoning Beatrice.
Does that sound like a happy thing for you to do?
Yes,
You're going to start playing Tielemans now that they can fusion summon Beatrice.
Malicious was in the graveyard here, combining with 2 6s. Beatrice as well on your opponent's turn if you want to potentially go for a dedicated mill, you know, sending one of your names to Fusion Summon, potentially
now,
up into a Dracostapelia, or my favorite thing to do.
Heartbeat's graveyard effect, of course, is to add back a trap. So we gave up the Salik earlier on, but we also milled the Crime. So we had the choice here between the two, and we decided to go for the Crime, which probably is the better choice because it's an Omni Negate. So we will end on Toad and Crime here. 2 Omni Negates is really, really powerful.
You were disappointed in Adir, weren't you? You really wanted to see a Kelbeck there. I could hear it.
I know, right? I was going to say, like, opening up the box, you know, feels kind of nice. But I guess Gabriel isn't feeling super lucky here. Just going to go with the Heartbeat, you know, because here's the thing. If you send Kelbeck, you're going to hit the Heartbeat anyway, right?
That's what I thought, right? Okay,
ooh, that's a good start.
Going for the Fenrir. That's indeed a very good start versus Vitilament's deck. Do we go for Scream? Of course we do.
All right, what do we got here? Foolish, Havness, and Nessie.
Okay, Havness is good enough, I guess.
Yeah, that's going to trigger the Kaleido Heart and the Havness, which is going to let you summon Dragostapelia. And the Fenrir is just gone, just like that.
A lot of disruption. Oh, we're picking up our cards here. Game number 2 goes to Gabriel Nets with that incredible tier limit opening there. It didn't really feel like his hand was really that incredible. It, you know, it didn't seem like this was absolutely crazy, but he managed to, like, you know, maximize the value of his mills and got, you know, the best out of his field. And in the end, he ended up with 2 Omni Negates, Kaleido Heart as disruption, a Shuffler. He had everything he really needed.
Yeah, it just developed further and further and further. He was seeing more and more options while he was going through the turn. I'm wondering whether he had all of that lined up already before, or whether he just came up with something spontaneous and he was like, yeah, that's 2 Omni Negates and a Kaleido Heart. Let's do that.
I feel like there's like lots of different ways to the same end field with this deck. I think you kind of know what you're going to achieve. You know, first you start with the Bahamut if you can, and then get that cross sheep, get the Kaleido Heart going.
Yeah, totally. But what do you guys think about the inclusion of Bahamut Shark and Totally Awesome? Does that deck really need an additional Omni Negate? What's the card you're most afraid of when you are playing Tier Limits?
I think that one of the alternative engines that you can run in Tier Limit is something like the Zodiac package. That does take up a lot of spaces because you have to go and dedicate to Chakanine plus Borble plus Zeus. So I think by cutting that out, I suppose Gabriel probably was under the impression he was going to be playing a lot of stun, too many rogue decks, and kind of focused on the more combo-oriented aspect of his deck building.
I like that. That's fair. Against combo decks, maybe in the mirror, it's pretty good. I mean, in the mirror, you usually probably want to go for Abyss Dweller. Since the beginning of days, that was the popular choice because the graveyard is all this deck is all about. But yeah, maybe on top of that, a Bahamut Shark, why not?
There's just been so many tools in the tier limit strategy that have just kind of, you know, been removed, I suppose. You know, we used to play things like Curious, we used to play things like Sprite Elf, but, you know, sayonara. So we've just sort of adapted those combo lines with all of these different additions, and Bahamut Toad is 2 cards. It's not a small tax in a 15-card extra because it's really tight, but Gabriel has probably found that it is enough for him to warrant their spots. So
yeah, you got a lot of bang for your buck with it, I think, because you can negate anything. If you're negating something like a Talents or a Thrust, you can set it to your own field, use it again next turn. You also get to add back a water monster when the Toad is sent to the graveyard, so that can be a follow-up Rhino Heart or Tilliman's Cashier. So it really feels like you get quite a lot of value out of it. Plus, you still get a link material for the Bahamut Shark. So when you put that all together, I think that warrants 2 slots in the extra deck.
Definitely.
But let's not count out Lucas. You know, he's got a couple of you know, interesting cards in his side deck for this matchup, right?
I have some interesting questions here. So first of all, there can be only one already in his main deck, which is usually a dedicated going first card. Do you like it versus the Tier Limits deck, though? Do you think that card is going to stay in his main deck?
No, I think Tier Limit adapts really well to the different typings and stuff, and I think Gabriel himself is...
He is signing that card, that's what I was about to say. Actually, he is a fan of the card himself. But another card that Lucas could replace it with from the side deck is Dimensional Barrier. And Fusion deck players are fearing this card since the beginning of days, and therefore, I think this is definitely going to come in.
For sure. I'd really like to see a Dimensional Shifter in the side deck. I'm a little bit confused why it feels like it's such a powerful card. Players have been going out of their way to include it in almost every strategy. We've seen it in Labyrinth, we've seen it in Sprite, we've seen it in anything that doesn't need the graveyard, and I'm a bit confused by it, I must say.
We'll see if it comes back to bite Lucas in the end for forgoing playing such an important card. Regardless of the meta, there's always going to be decks that require the grave, so we'll see if that ends up being to his downfall for this, as our players are shuffling up, ready to begin game number 3 at this YCS Dortmund 2023 Top 8. Let's head to the table.
for one of those two. This will be the last game they have in this tournament. The other one is going to move on to top 4, and the crowd is ready for this. I hope the viewers at home are as well. And Lucas is studying his hand, working out a way to set up a field here that is bringing him into this top 4 match. And he has a reinforcement of the army, which is a way into Vanquish Soul Rasen.
Most important card in the deck here, it's the Heart and Soul. It's how you get to the rest of your engine, and of course you can end up with that Rock of the Vanquisher as well with your setup with just a singular card and 4 others in his hand. Will it be enough? Oh, that's a huge pickup there.
We like that start. Lucas will have another look. Top 6 cards of his deck. Not too shabby.
Yeah, Rasen by itself actually I think can access you Abyss Dweller, so maybe that's the strategy here. If you summon the Rasen, make the Rock, and then you summon the Rasen and search Mad Love, make the Rock, and then the Rock can summon Mad Love, which then searches the Quick Play Monster Reborn.
Okay.
Vanquish Soul, maybe?
Let's have a look. Ash Blossom, also good, of course. Oh, there's the barrier.
You didn't even think about that.
I think he didn't even look at the other 3 cards he revealed. He was like, oh yeah, there's D-Barrier. Let's definitely take that one.
I've never seen someone pick up a trap card faster than Lucas just did. So makes sense, you know, there's a couple of tools available to you under D-Barrier with Teal.
We can't search the continue there.
Why would you need Dimension Shifter when you can just have Dimensional Barrier, right?
So, you know, there's a few ways you can sort of do things under Dimensional Barrier, like the Zodiac engine I mentioned, but, you know, Gabriel isn't playing that, so he might feel a little bit weaker in this particular scenario here, because I feel like Gabe's list is very much reliant on resolving those graveyard effects of the tiers.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of things you can do that aren't fusion summoning, but it feels like the main focus is the fusion summoning.
It kind of gets you there to
facilitate the fusion summoning.
Absolutely, that's true. So Lucas still a little nervous because, as we know, his first featured match, he immediately grabbed the spell card with the Rasen, but that's not how those cards work, so he had to grab the Dr. Madlove first, and now he gets to the continue in the follow-up.
Yeah, just one step ahead of himself there. First you've got to get the Mad Love, and then the Mad Love gets the continue.
Yep, so now Rock also on the field. We go, continue to reborn the Rasen, and as you were already anticipating, that would net ourselves 2 level 4 monsters, and it does resolve what is the rank 4 of choice. There we have it. We are Exceed Summoning, and of course, a Best Dweller, the all-around powerhouse against the Telemans deck. Oh,
2 set
followed
cards
by
as
2
well.
set cards.
Yeah, Abyss Dweller has been an impactful card almost since its release for, I don't even know how long, like 10 years or something.
Oh, does the Dweller resolve? Yep, it does certainly look like it.
Lucas does not even hesitate there as he activates that Abyss Dweller, foregoing any sort of playing around triple tactic talents.
We could have played it in the standby phase.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can't use talents if your opponent uses a monster in the standby
Exactly,
phase.
so he's using it immediately.
That's what he did.
You
He
said
played around it.
playing around talents.
Oh, sorry, I guess I worded that
But
wrong.
Perler Rhino is not too bad.
Oh, Perler Rhino is a huge pickup here, yeah. This is a good way to start your start off with your normal summon Rhino Heart or your Sharon special summon if you need it. I feel like that's almost always the go-to, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we were talking about Gabriel not including the Zodiac cards, but still, of course, he is including the Divine Arsenal Zeus. Oh my god. And maybe he finds a way into that here, and then he could just clear the entire field.
Yeah, I mean, all you really need to do is, you know, attack into your opponent's Xyz monster, right? Because Lucas has kind of done that part of the job for us. Question is, can we do it through 2 set cards?
What I like it.
Mill 6!
Okay, okay.
all right. Let's see what's in the box here.
I mean, the box is significantly less fun when none of the effects can activate.
True. But it might give us enough setup on our opponent's turn, potentially, if we have more ways to trigger plays there.
Oh, we are chaining the Rock of the Vanquisher. Either to special... Yeah, we do special summon out the Rasen, which is an interesting decision because we now have committed to 1 zone that Rasen is in. So as long as Gabriel does not summon into that zone, it's going to be rough.
That's unfortunate. We hit Kelbeck under Dweller. That's rough. Do you not like Rasen being summoned in the same column as the Scream, or is it only monsters it destroys?
Only destroys monsters.
Only monsters,
So
yeah.
a Pantera destroys spells and traps.
Okay, okay.
Searching out the Valius.
That was a very heads-up side deck option there from Gabriel. Did you see the
XY Encore? Yeah. Do you think it's there for Dweller?
Exactly.
For sure.
Must be.
Yeah.
I mean, that just goes to show you just how far ahead in the deck building, I suppose, people like Nets are, right? You know, because they play XY Encore probably for Pearly, but then you can also notice that, hey, well, in this matchup,
you know, my opponent's probably going to make a Dweller, so it has that crossover.
Yeah, and it's even good versus Unchained, where you can just take out the Caesar. So really, XYZ Encore looks like the maybe best option of the entire weekend for side-decking purposes, and I saw it in a lot of side decks throughout the entire weekend.
Yeah, I mean, typically, you know, Herald of the Abyss is the go-to because it's just kind of nice to be able to search with Thrust, but of course, being a quick play spell with Encore, that isn't possible.
Yeah, you have more applications with it in the end.
One thing I do like about tournaments, even if you are locked out of your fusion summoning and your normal styles of play, between Scream and Perla Rhino, like, your monsters are just bigger than your opponents almost all of the time.
Yeah, it shouldn't be understated just how important that deficit of, you know, 500 plus 500, you know, that's a big gap, right? Like, typically if you were to summon something like Window, which we've seen people do, like, a 2700 Window when you're minus 500 is huge.
Totally is. So Gabriel still has to consider that he's only allowed to attack the monster with the highest attack on Lucas' side, because that is what Rock of the Vanquisher says. But still, that is not too high at the moment, so I think we can deal with it.
Dweller is the highest right now, isn't it?
It should be.
Razen is 1800.
Oh.
Razen's 18, okay.
Fair enough then. Oh, but Gabriel moving on to sadding a couple of cards. And that's usually not a good sign, because that is kind of suggesting that it's the end of a turn. There comes Razen now, or probably Borger targeting a Razen, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, it is the Borger indeed.
Revealing 2 for the burn effect. That's a very... That's sending your opponent a message, you know. I'd rather do 1500 than draw a card. That's that's an intense message right there.
15 minutes left. I don't know if Lucas is feeling like this is going to last that long, but yeah, I think maybe a draw could have been a little bit more valuable.
I mean, it makes it very much feel like his aim is to end the game on the next turn.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it looks like it. You have Dweller on the field, so you have a way to just prevent anything that is going to happen by Gabriel. Maybe there's another XYZ Encore. Did he draw cards? He didn't really.
Super polymerization!
Oh, that's a good one, because that could take away the Abyss Dweller right away.
Oh no, he doesn't go for the Dweller.
Oh.
All right.
Is there any way even to fuse the Dweller away? I don't know.
Probably not, I suppose.
Otherwise, he probably would have taken the choice there to get rid of it.
Because super polymerization, most important of all, is that it can be responded to. So by getting rid of Dweller, you'd be able to, like, you know, stop your opponent from preventing your graveyard effects. But obviously, we just don't have a legal target for it.
Yeah, sadly not. So Gabriel now has summoned the Mud Dragon, and he's probably also going to be able to trigger the Scream through that, but we can just chain the Dweller, right? But maybe there's, like, Saldic Sat? Saldic Sat here would be huge, actually.
Oh,
and
something's coming, Darren. Oh,
it looks like Saldic to me! That is Saldic for Gabriel Nats. That is strong.
Oh, that is incredible, yeah. That is a dream go second situation, I suppose, for Gabriel, right? I mean, you are... Like, Dweller lasting 2 turns is really what is, like, the kicker about Dweller. You know, I think Dweller would be good enough if it was 1 turn, right? And then when you have 2 turns as well, it's really hard for a combo deck to be able to survive that long. But because we have Sullic, you're able to chain to the Dweller and get some of your graveyard effects off on this turn.
And all of a sudden, we're in. We're sending Merly to the graveyard, and we can even activate and resolve the effect. But first of all, let's mill 3 cards for Scream. But that's a swing and a miss there for Gabriel Nats.
It's unfortunate we didn't hit Agido there. The Kelbeck's already been gone through, unfortunately hitting that just under the Dweller there.
What is that a fusion summon?
Kaleido, right? I think.
We could go for Window as well.
He doesn't run Window.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't he? Okay, that's
I think it has to be exactly Drago's Stapelia.
Yeah, there is no Window indeed. True.
Yeah, I don't. There's a Rhino, there's a Merly, but I don't think we have the other material for Kaleido here, unfortunately.
We have 2 more cards on hand, so maybe there's a way into Kaleido too.
Yeah, potentially. We do have a response here, though, it looks like.
We have Dimensional Barrier, right?
Oh, true. We still have that Dimensional Barrier. We didn't even activate it last turn. Dweller was enough last turn, and now Lucas is like, sure, go ahead and Fusion Summon. I don't know what it should do, but worst case, it will trigger the Perla Rhino here, which I'm afraid of.
Yeah, that's what I don't understand.
That Dimensional Barrier could have not only taken away the possibility to Fusion Summon, but also the possibility to trigger that Perla Rhino. Now you will have to deal with that later on. And I mean, if we now just target the Dimension Barrier, you would have rather activated it, I think.
Yeah, well, I think maybe what Lucas is trying to do here is to just make Nets be forced to do it, right? Because if the Perla Rhino doesn't pop the D barrier on this turn, you're just letting them keeping it for your turn. So I think it's probably debatable in a way that was actually the right way to play it.
And there is the Razen now.
What I would have, oh sorry, I was going to say, what I would really love to see is, you know, Lucas was like clearly debating whether to flip the dimensional barrier with the card, so maybe if he'd just done it with the other card, it might have been a really fun bluff.
True, true. So Lucas summoning the Rasen into the column of the Dragstapelia, and it's noteworthy that that is now negated because of the dimension barrier, so it cannot negate the Rasen anymore.
Yeah, it shouldn't be too difficult to get rid of the Dragstapelia with the effect of Rasen, make a new rock.
Oh,
okay, all right.
okay. We have a way for another Rasen here through the Infernoble equip spell.
So we should have the reveals required in our hands now to trigger the Rasen if we need to.
Yeah, you're gonna. I'm not sure all the attribute combinations you need for Rasen. I think it might be Fire and Dark to destroy a monster. It looks like he's activating the effect and revealing Fire and Dark. So
Yeah,
there
that
we
is
go.
absolutely what it is, Fire and Dark. So that Dragstapelia is gone, but does Lucas have a way to get 6,500 damage here on the field? Because that's all he needs, and he could end it here in this turn. Is there a way for him? Because I don't think Gabriel has any further interruption here.
You have to keep in mind that all of his monsters will be reduced by 500.
Very fair point, absolutely.
But he does have that Heavy Borger effect, so if he can resolve the Heavy Borger,
there is
which
the Heavy
he can,
Borger.
so that's 2. He's going to be able to trigger the Heavy Borger now, and once again during Gabe's turn. So this is a lot of damage.
It absolutely is. Gabe down to 5,000 life points. Bailey is being revealed. Bailey is being summoned. Bailey's is huge too.
Yeah, this is 47 here. So 300. Can we tag out the Borger on Gabe's turn and then just special summon negate before we can get Sullik online?
We can do it in the main phase. Although, did we not use the rock to summon Heavy Borger? So I guess you could just tag it out now, and then you can use Heavy Borger in the standby phase before Gabe might have any way to get a Tillerman on the field to use the Sulliak or anything like that.
But yeah, indeed, Gabriel is down to less than 1,500 life points. So he's, as we used to call, in Borger range.
Borger range.
And therefore, we gotta figure out, oh, but I think he just picked up another copy of Super Polymerization. So is there a way to maybe take care of this? Wait, we're not tagging out?
Well, you have to let Gabe take the first action in the main phase.
Sure, there comes the Borger.
Nothing to fuse into here. On the summon here, as turn player, Gabriel does have priority, I think, to activate a card. So before Lucas can actually trigger this Borger,
the Super Polymerization can be activated. And
because the Mud Dragon is back.
Yeah.
Yes, the Mud Dragon is back in the action deck. I think the draw of Super Polymerization might be
There it is,
the
it's relevant.
card here for Gabriel.
That's incredible.
And that is saving him here. He would have been done. It would have been over. But he has the Super Polymerization from the top. What a pickup here.
Wow, that was absolutely clutch. And, you know, we were discussing whether you should have activated the Dimensional Barrier last turn. If you'd used the Dimensional Barrier last turn, the Mud Dragon would be in the graveyard.
There's a tier cache here. Okay, we've got 2 more mills available to us, as
and
well
also
as
the mill.
send.
Yeah, exactly. Rhino can just send whatever he likes.
I think we can go for a Kaleido Heart line here with this Havness effect in the grave.
That is so incredibly powerful. That card that he picked up there, the Super Polymerization, might turn into his favorite card because it just brought him back into this game after he was already basically done. Oh, there's the scream now as well. What a match.
This is going incredibly well. I mean, you really needed to draw something as an answer to Borger. And, you know, you remember we had that brief conversation once upon a time, how long was it, 2 turns ago, when he said that he preferred to go for the burn effect of Borger rather than the draw? Turned out that would have won him the game, but Gabriel with that clutch Super Poly top deck saved him.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I think Lucas played this pretty good because he got himself into a position where he would have won the game if Gabe not picks up that one Super Polymerization, but he did. And now Gabriel has plenty of options to just win it here.
Don't you just love the way tier limit players fan out their graveyards? I mean, what do we do? Is this is Gabriel's just got his binder on the field at this point?
Yep, he is. He's just carefully looking for the card that he needs. There's a card destruction in his graveyard. That's so nice.
Yeah, you have to be careful when you're trying to fusion summon because, you know, there's so many different combinations. It can be a bit confusing because you can shuffle them back into the deck. You might have them banished. Anything could have happened, really. So you have to...
Oh, did he not trigger Havness?
Looks like
I think we're in an open game state right now.
Yeah, it looked like he went to overlay his 2 monsters. So I guess there was nothing to summon, maybe, because the Dragostapelia is gone and
Do we now just summon our own Abyss Dweller and run over V1 from our opponent? Because
looks
ours
like
is
this
bigger.
Bahamut Shark is going to come back.
Oh, of course. And that is a pretty handy card to summon, but Imperm on the Bahamut Shark there. But let's pay cost first, of course. Now swinging over the Abyss Dweller. We can attack with it after we got negated on the effect activation, but that leaves Gabriel without a Telemans monster on the field. But we could technically still go into the Zeus here. And I mean, Zeus could trigger the Sully, could trigger the Scream. We could trigger quite a few things by just activating Zeus here, using it basically as an extender.
Just wondering if I'm missing something as to why we didn't make Kaleido Heart with the Havness send off of Rhino.
Oh, I think we maybe just preferred the Bahamut Shark.
I think so. Okay.
Well, I mean, keep in mind, like the Kaleido Heart's very good too.
Yeah,
the Bahamut Shark, it gets the Zeus and the Toad.
Yeah, I suppose Zeus Toad was maybe what I was thinking about, but it just seems like with the Kaleido Heart, you'd have Sullic live there. That'd feel maybe really good.
Oh, Rasen was picked up. Do we just immediately send the Rasen and all of the other cards on the field? We are clearing the entire field here, and sure, we're going to trigger our cards, but if Lucas has a way to keep on going after that, that might be strong still. Oh, and Gabriel is shaking his head. He's realizing maybe there is a continuation of play there for Lucas.
There is, yeah. He's just added the Panthera, which can special summon itself if you don't control any other monsters in your main monster
Do we
zone.
still have the Borger? No, that's fused away into the graveyard,
Yep.
but we can maybe add it back and then summon, and then that potentially might be enough.
Yeah, Rock of the Vanquisher #3, but there is still the Tearlament Kashtira in hand.
Let's not forget about it. We just search for that, yes. Okay. Now it's getting really intense. Around 6 minutes left here on the clock. Lucas now seeing a chance. It's going back and forth. It looked like Gabriel just turned it around, but he cannot... Yeah, like he realizes that Pantera Search is so good.
Yeah, I mean, this third Rock of the Vanquisher is going to be super relevant here, and I think Lucas sees the line here. You know, he activates the Rock of the Vanquisher. He's going to activate the effect to add back, and that is the Rasen, I think we've added back there.
Indeed it is.
Yeah, so during Gabriel's turn, right, we can just summon the Rasen out with the Rock of the Vanquisher and then add the third Heavy Borger, and that should then tag it out. Can Gabriel draw anything to interrupt it?
Okay.
Maybe another super polymerization. No, I mean...
the Mad Dragon is gone.
Main phase, Tearlament Cash, special summon Rasen.
Is it this time going to be the case? Lucas tries for a second time to maybe get a Borger for the final burn. Is this going to be decided by burn damage, or will Gabriel go through this?
Do we have a Shuffler in the grave maybe at all?
I don't think so, honestly.
Special summons out the Tier Cash here.
But we could hit one with this one here. Of course.
Chaining one Tier Cash, chaining to Rasen. There comes Heavy Borger. We saw the hand. DD Crow, Caesar Valius.
That is the third copy of the Heavy Borger. Gabriel gives the deck back. We mill Tier Cash Shiren. Okay, that's workable with.
Good,
but
how do we interrupt this Heavy Borger?
Yeah, 1,300 life points, 1,500 burn. I mean, do the math.
Yeah. I think Gabriel is already doing the math in his head. Lucas is happy to present his group project as well.
Oh,
we
wow.
activate the DD Crow. There comes a Borger as well, though.
Does Borger not need a Dark monster?
Borger needs an Earth and a Fire monster.
Oh, well, that's that then.
Oh.
There it is, 1,500 burn damage for Gabe. Lucas has taken this all despite Nesta's best efforts there. Unbelievable. The Borger for game over the course of 3 burns, I think, that game?
3 burns.
Wow.
That was absolutely mental. The way this game went down, going back and forth. He draws the Destiny card from the top with the Super Polymerization. But still, Lucas on the following turn then is going to burn for 1,500. Incredible game there.
Yeah, that was a truly epic finish. Like, Gabriel drawing that Super Polymerization to survive for one more turn. It looked like he'd taken over the game. You know, he had a full field, but just enough, just pushing through just enough with the Vanquish Soul, getting in that damage and then having that extra special summon, getting out that Heavy Borger and finishing off the game.
Yeah, I would like to quote Lucas before the match in the interview with Ed. He was saying, yeah, it's my first featured match, but how hard can it be? And then he presents us this match. I mean, it was very hard, but he went out on top. Oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it can ever be considered to be an easy match. That was right down to the wire. Game number 3, only 200 life points in it. Well, I suppose technically 201 life points deciding that match. Absolutely incredible scenes. Nets must be kicking himself right now. You could tell by his demeanor that he definitely did something wrong along the course of that turn.
Absolutely. He realized as soon as that Pantera was searched, he was like, oops, that's the only way the Vanquish Soul deck can make sure to get another card into the field, because the Continue was already out because we used that in turn 1, but he found a way still through the Pantera. Interestingly enough, Pantera is not even considered a staple in deck. Some people have decided to cut that card, so it's not 100% certain that this card always is going to be there. So I understand the call of Gabriel to just go with the Zeus there, prevent everything in his mind, and then the Pantera came down.
Well, you can never hold the Zeus there, right? Because Razin can activate its effect and destroy the Zeus if you don't.
Probably that is indeed the case. But now, after this absolute genius match, let's hear from the genius himself. Let's hear from Lucas and his first featured match win with that.
Thank you very much, Basti. I am here with Lucas, who's just won his first ever feature match. This top 8 here in YCS Dortmund, now through to the top 4. You were saying just before this, how hard could it be? That was a heck of a duel. You had to go all the way down basically to the wire. How are you feeling at this point?
It was really hard. I mean, the whole day was rough, and now such a long game versus such a good opponent, I think, yeah. I'm really tired, actually.
No, I can imagine. I'm not going to keep you too long because you need to gather that energy before that top 4. But let's just quickly talk about Game 3, because we saw Game 1 and 2, a lot of back and forth across both of those, Game 1 especially. But in Game 3, talk to us about what was going on, because you set up that Abyss Dweller. Did we see a D barrier in your hand as well at one point? Did you search that?
Yeah, I had Abyss Dweller and D barrier, and yeah. Unfortunately, he popped my D barrier with the Planet Blind. That was kind of unlucky, so I had to use the Dweller and couldn't keep the D barrier. But yeah, in the end, with the burn and the chip, it was enough, and I'm really happy.
That end DD Crow as well. I think that was that final nail in the coffin. You just seem to have everything you needed throughout the whole thing. Were you feeling pretty confident in Game 3, or was it up and down?
I feel pretty confident. I tested a lot versus Tier, and I think the matchup is pretty good because because of my cards in the main deck. So yeah, I feel pretty confident.
Well, congratulations again. I will let you go. Don't go anywhere, guys. That top 4 feature match is coming up very shortly. Obviously, we're here at YCS Dortmund to celebrate our trading card game. However, we also have our digital titles. We have Master Duel, and of course, we have Duel Links. And right now, you guys can head on to Duel Links and you can check out the new Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's update. If you log in right now, you can actually get a free Dark Magician card, which you can use in the Speed Duel format, but also in the brand new Rush Duel format. Now, what is a Rush Duel? Well, I'm glad you've asked. Rush Duel is a brand new format to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. Streamlined, simple and exciting, this dueling experience is great for both new and active players. The momentum of a duel can swing dramatically and you can always make a comeback. A clean slate and fresh starting point for new and active players alike, so there's no need to catch up on 6 years of content. You can begin from a brand new starting line. Before we get to the rules, let's explain where this all comes from. In Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, you can now explore Goha City, which comes straight from the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's anime. Yuga Odo is the first character available, the enthusiastic inventor of Rush Duels and the protagonist of Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's. You can also unlock Luke, the rival and friend of Yuga, Gavin, a stickler for the rules but follows his classmates on their adventures, and Romin, talented idol with idol-themed cards. Now let's discuss exactly how Rush Duel works. In the Rush Duel format, you can summon as many monsters as you want without mastering specialized summoning techniques. Your hand refills to 5 cards each turn. And of course, you use Rush Duel cards. Don't worry, the existing Speed Duel format is still available. Rush Duels are a separate Yu-Gi-Oh! Experience. And only the Yu-Gi-Oh! 7's characters can Rush Duel. Duelists can claim 1 free Rush Duel structure deck as part of many rewards in the game celebrating the launch. These are Rush Duel cards, completely separate and unique to the Rush Duel experience. In Lightspeed Volt Condor, the key card is Lightning Volt Condor, as well as Luminous Parrot, Torna the Windweaver, and Darkness Crested Hawk. Get your hands on these cards today and join the Rush Duel experience. Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links and the new Rush Duel update are available now. Download and Duel on iOS, Android and Steam. The gap is narrowing as we head towards that final here at YCS Dortmund. In front of me are my top 4 feature match duelists. In front of me I have Lorenzo Muselli and Julius Schwarzkopf. And this is going to be a very exciting semi-final here at YCS Dortmund. So guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be going first. Who would like to roll first? Julius is going to roll first. That is an 8. And Lorenzo. That is a 7. So you're going to go first? Okay, Julius is going to go first. So with that, I'm going to hand you guys over to Leo, Nadir and Marcello, who are going to take you guys through our semi-final top 4 cut match here at YCS Dortmund. Guys, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. Well, that was a relieved laugh of Julius right there, wasn't it?
Just your average plant player with their dice roll, you know? It's very important, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is important, but first and foremost, welcome to the semi-final of YCS Dortmund 2023. We are down to the 2 remaining matches, and what can we say? A lot has changed from that top 8, where we had a lot of different dreams still alive, and one of them was the repeat finals of Flow Wanderers against Tier Element, and that's not gonna happen because both decks are knocked out, but we do have 4 different decks remaining. Obviously we saw Vanquish Soul advancing to the top 4, and the remaining decks are Sofiani is gonna battle against Sofiani in his branded deck, but here, as you mentioned, we do have Rika from Julius against Lorenzo with Unchained.
I'm really excited to see how Sofiane is going to play, because at Euros the top 4 scenario was basically a horror scenario for him. He lost twice and he did not make it to the World Championships, and this time again he's in the top 4 and he can actually make it to be a YCS champion now. Let's see if we can keep up with the pressure, but we're going to focus first on Muselli versus Schwarzkopf.
Absolutely, it's a great match. We actually had the pleasure of interviewing Lorenzo. I did, and it was mostly talking about the next YCS coming up, of course, December 8 to 10, YCS Bologna, finally coming back to Italy. And he talked about how it is important for him to, you know, represent his own country. He is the national champion, and how he would like to win in Bologna. Well, he's in the top 4, so that might be actually coming from a YCS Dortmund champion right now. But of course, we know, we have already seen Julius previously. Impressive Rika play, right?
Yeah, no, Rika is a deck which you'd think maybe by now people would start siding and learning where to hand trap it accordingly. We'll see if Muesli is a little bit more accustomed to how to prevent this, as we did see the dice roll was indeed won by Julius, and they're going to show us just how that kicks off right now as our players are ready to begin this top 4 match at YCS Dortmund 2023. Let's head to the table.
Game number 1 starting right now with the handshake. Julius Schwarzkopf is opening. It is absolutely what the Rika player wants to have. There is just a small chance that the deck breaks, because all you need is the genius Sunseed Lokai.
Once upon a time, there was a part of Yu-Gi-Oh! Where if you drew a normal monster, you'd be in a really bad spot. But in this specific scenario, Julius does really want to see a normal monster. That's a Petal coming down here. Not too bad. Not the ideal normal summon you would like to see. No die either, but still a decent starter in its own right.
No response here from Lorenzo.
I gotta say, I love how stoic Lorenzo is. Like, he has just, his face is just completely focused.
I mean, for anybody who's been around in the game, he is from Milan, and he is a dear friend, or you could say he got a mentorship from Stefano Memoli, one of the OGs. And if you remember how Stefano Memoli used to play, he was exactly this stoic, so yeah.
I played versus Memoli in Prague 2016.
Yeah, so you know,
yes,
you know,
absolutely.
he doesn't give out any expression, yeah.
Easy 2-1 victory, just kind of
okay.
And there's the Ash Blossom on the Rika Glamour, but there is, I think,
oh, we tributed anyway. Nice. Okay, so we get to trigger the Strenna, despite having the Ash there, so does get to special summon itself out the hand here. Now, do we have any way to keep extending?
The Princess.
Yeah, the Princess that was added is indeed still in the hand. We can overlay into the Strenna detached to recycle a card from the graveyard. Now, do we still have a way to keep playing after this? That's the question. 2 cards remaining from Julius here.
Let's see.
I have barely ever seen a Rika combo stopped by a single Ash Blossom. Is this maybe a first? Is Lorenzo's Ash Blossom just that powerful? Oh, we have the Con already, so that means we can set a spell or trap from the deck. We have already used Glamour, but we could maybe get a sheet.
Yeah, I think it would be quite a underwhelming opening to just end with Strenna and Sheet, but despite that, it would still be Hypertron plus the Steal and Tribute for cost effect. So even if we stop here, this isn't completely horrible.
No.
And of course the negate as well in the graveyard, yeah, with the Princess. So despite the Ash Blossom, Julius isn't in too bad of a situation here. Lorenzo with just a single Ash Blossom so far coming down.
But we also have to mention...
And that's a pass!
Ooh. Yeah, the issue is that to guarantee the Princess, you need to keep Rika on field. So basically, that's what he's doing.
I suppose you could tribute the Strenna and then use the Strenna to go into the Queen. Does that work?
Yeah.
Should work, yeah. So you should be able to always control a Rika here. Now the question is, how far can Lorenzo extend with the Unchained? We haven't seen it on stream too much this weekend, despite the fact that it is arguably one of the sort of decks to watch out for. Although it didn't make the highest top cut representation, did it?
That is true, but I think from top 32 on, it was definitely the most played one. I think with 4 contenders, whereas the second most played deck was Tier Limit with 2, and other decks with 2 as well, like the Wanderies.
What can I say? Tier Limit players just weren't milling correctly. That's kind of on their fault, right?
Yep, that is definitely also what happened in top 8, if I remember correctly. There were lots of talents in the graveyard. None of them were activated. However, Lorenzo is starting off with the tour guide from the underworld.
Shoutouts to tour guides. Gotta love to see that in any deck. Just saying.
Yeah, agreed. I do actually agree, and I think that is going to special summon out a Fiendish Rhino Warrior, as we are used to it by now. But I was gonna say earlier, Unchained is basically the best deck in the format right now.
Oof,
so
bold statement.
That's a very strange thing for you to say after witnessing a Guido.
That is true, but it is able to play through many interruptions or negates. So I think that this, I want to say, lackluster field that Julius put up could actually not be too strong.
This is really scary here. If we have a Shavara in hand by Lorenzo, we can actually dodge the steal here.
Yeah.
As the Con should be tributing this tour guide for cost. And yep, no, it resolves. All right, Rhino has been taken by the sheet here.
Yeah, I was thinking whether you would print it instead the tour guide. That was also a possibility on Julius' side, but
could be
maybe less risky.
Yeah, probably a little bit afraid of thrust. Maybe you want to leave that line to the last possible moment potentially.
Fair.
So Lorenzo still has some options here.
Yeah. Usually you would set one, okay, but still.
Prison does get you any Unchained card from your deck here, so you can go for Aruha as the extender. We could go for the trap if we already have her. Him, I think, Aruha.
Yeah.
They're twins.
Or you just summon it, run over the Rhino, and send Shavara to the graveyard.
It is your own Rhino, technically, yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It is.
You search Archaea, attack over it, set a card, and then you get the pop effect, but you can also search for the Shavara. I wonder why that did not happen earlier. Maybe he just has enough to play and did not want to give this away. He wanted to bait out the Ricochet on this.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I suppose if you reveal that you have Shavara to your opponent, they could choose to sheet at a different time. Okay, so, I mean, there really isn't a ton of ways to extend here other than setting. So, yep, here it comes. We do have the set after all, and the Shavara will be negated by the Princess. It remains in the hand, very important. A lot of negates typically will destroy. That's definitely not a card you want to be able to trigger in your opponent's hand with the Shavara. So we're negating by tributing our plant monster we control. The Strenna then can climb up into the Queen or the Hypertron.
We are deciding on the Hypertron right here.
All right, do me a favor. Let me see this. Hyperiton.
Hypertron's fine.
I've been saying it wrong this whole time. Okay, I thought it was a machine, you know? What can I say?
Well, okay.
Get it, Tron? No?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got it.
You didn't need to explain it, but now, yeah. Good enough.
All right, so getting the Italian card text of Hyperiton on the field here for Lorenzo to have a double check.
Because...
Oh, there's that thrust.
Wow. That is very strong.
All right,
a nice bait, I want to say, maybe.
Yeah, it was an incredible play because, you know, he forced the negation, and that if he would have allowed it, he would have just destroyed his own trust. That was a heads-up play by Lorenzo. Wow.
500 IQ, what can you say?
Italians.
That is
Italians. Italians, that's what we do. Improvise.
That's some foresight right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Picks up a talents, and do we force out the Hyperiton? Do we draw cards? Okay, we're forcing it out here. I mean, this is incredible if we go and attack over here. We can attack, Fiendish Rhino send Shavara, Shavara sets a card, and then maybe make a Zeus, I assume.
This is great.
I think people do typically play Zeus in their Unchained lists if they're running talents.
Yep, there is a Zeus in the extra deck.
All right, okay.
Beautifully execution by Lorenzo nonetheless, and now as mentioned he gets to trigger this Rhino and is pretty much able to come back. To be fair, yeah.
If you go for a Zeus line, do you even want to set something here? Do you want to send Shavara, or do you want to maybe get something else? Or
there's a couple of things you can go for. So he does send Shavara to set a trap, but there's also the option of sending Sayama if he has another trap in the hand. He can actually continue playing. But it looks like we're going to go for the Chamber here.
He also knows at least one, because a card in hand is the Glamour, right? So
yeah, there's a Glamour in hand. I don't know if Unchained really has a way to deal with just a spell activation, especially with Concon. Concon very important to try and deal with at some point.
There he goes. So Zeus coming down from Lorenzo.
Now the question is, do we have anything else to follow up on here, or will it just be a Zeus? Now, wow, okay, that is just a pass back here, and in the end phase, Pedo comes back, will be a resource on Julius's first turn to be able to get a search here. And is the Princess... No, Princess shuffled itself back here. So I feel like you are potentially inclined to... I was going to say, maybe Zeus immediately was the play, right?
You needed to absolutely...
Yeah, but then it would also feel bad because you lose your escape. But I suppose not the escape, sorry, the chamber. The chamber doesn't really bring anything back, though. There's nothing really super relevant.
You chamber for the Shavara, and then you Zeus, so you can get the Shavara effect again and set an escape for next turn. Or for this turn, even so you use the Shavara from hand.
You are a genius.
I am.
That is a very good play, yeah. Now, despite Lorenzo actually playing this like super intelligently and the way that he bluffed with that thrust pop, for example, that was incredible, by the way. It looks like Julius might have a decent amount of gas left here to take this turn 3 into a powerful spot, especially with Petal just coming back every end phase.
Yep. This is why you give your opponent Lava Column, because then Petal does not come back.
Yep.
Agreed.
Yep. Let's have a quiz on the percentage of Lava Golems this weekend. Yeah. Just like we did.
And there we have it. Shavara is going to pop the chamber that was still on the field, of course. And this is going to summon out another Unchained card from the deck. Are we going to summon out the Abomination to discard a card and pop one? Yeah.
This feels like a really heavy investment by Lorenzo.
Does he have anything in hand?
I hope he does. I think he's got one card, right?
Doesn't look. Yeah, okay. Like he's
got okay, he's got a Sarama and another Thrust, it looks like.
And we are destroying the Petal immediately.
You think Lorenzo maybe didn't play this turn out correctly, right? It just feels like with that Con, it's really kind of caught him off guard.
Yeah.
I guess so, but the issue is if you then go for it in the previous turn, how do you still deal with this? Because you lose out on whatever play you had with the Unchained part of the deck, so I don't know. It doesn't seem like he had that great of an option. It looked probably better than it was actually was. He tried his best, but now, yeah. So many options available for Julius. Starting thing off here with the Tyrion part of the deck.
Yeah, we got Lilyboria sending itself to add a copy of the Discolosseum. This Colosseum can then get you a Regulus, then you have a Negate.
And you have dealt with the Concon.
Yeah, Lorenzo has mind-gamed Julius into summoning Lilyboria. Yeah, I think that's what happened, of course. Now the issue is like plants kind of I feel like I want to say they struggle to deal with floating effects. But the Unchained, okay. Big thrust here.
That thrust is going to hurt a lot to Lorenzo. I think you can just go for every card. You can take Talons, you can look at the hand, you can take a monster, you can,
steal Abominable Soul, and that's going to be 3,000 easier damage to
maintain.
Oh, that's a really direct way, but yeah, that works as well.
Yeah.
Why not?
I don't think Lorenzo has anything else in the hand, otherwise it probably would have been used as Julius was comboing, unless we picked it up. That's a normal summon Lokai.
There he goes.
The most dangerous normal monster in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
It was shy in this game 1, but finally decided to show up, and now we'll be there.
And I think Lorenzo picks it up. Okay.
Wow.
That is the end of game 1 here. Lorenzo did a decent amount of effort to try and crack that field. He was really patient on his hand trap. I think he used it as optimally as he could. But despite that, the plant deck just sort of overwhelming, right?
Absolutely. The Trust Bluff might have been the play of the weekend. I think that's just a mere consolation prize whether he will lose this match. But for now, it's still early, and I think it's a good catch to just pick up your cards. We know that the Rika deck is able to win in time if he ever gets to that point, so might as well just save as much of the remaining as possible. And now he gets to go first, though, so no panicking. He needs to just take a look at his side deck, I guess. What do you think he has for this matchup?
Well, Lorenzo's probably not going to be putting in too much going first, although there is a copy of Mistaken Arrest. Now, that's a card we haven't seen in a while. I think I want to say since like Necro's format, although there's been a couple of iterations in the last few years. But it's a one-turn mistake, basically. It's just another version of Droll and Lockbird, which he is playing 3 copies. So, I mean, 6 ways to stop your plant opponent from searching. That's pretty good.
That is true, and also it is a bit better than Droll and Lockbird because you can actually use it before your opponent gets the Sunseed Sowing to the hand, which is a really, really strong card that just gets you 2 cards on the field immediately.
No, it is really strong, and I mean, it was a good read on all the Flowanderies and tier elements we've seen this weekend, so definitely an interesting decision, playing 6 copies essentially with the Droll.
And this is also a 2-turn Lockbird, by the way. It's until the end of next turn, which is really relevant for against Fluwanderies. Exactly, and another Italian player who is hard-siding against Fluwanderies.
I mean,
it's friendly fire.
You have to. You have to.
Absolutely.
So now, look, I mean, he did play against him. To be fair, we saw him, the match lined up so that he played against Flu. So it makes sense that he won. Now,
if you're in Rome, do as the Romans, right?
I guess.
Is that how the saying goes?
No,
I'm not sure.
Not really. But what do you think? On the other hand, Julius, obviously against what was expected to be the most popular deck. What do you think he's gonna do with this Rika?
Going first with Rika, I think the deck is well positioned in a way that you want to just pull off your combo, I think is the most important thing.
Yeah.
We spoke about it in a different feature match earlier, but one of the coolest cards that he's running is Spiritual Water Art Aoi as a target for talents, which means it's a way to loop a card out your opponent's hand. And Naturia Rose Whip as well is very important, particularly against Unchained, which has a lot of power spells.
Or Sky Striker.
Yeah, although we are going to go second for this game, so he's probably going to first side in
of course.
Second cards.
Yeah, we're going to go second, so...
Lightning Storms, Pancratops, Book of Eclipse. Book of Eclipse not
all
really
of that. All of that.
Best card going second in this matchup, although you can Book of Eclipse the DD.
But
yeah, that's probably the most important one, true.
I'm pretty sure Julius knows better than us, and our duelists are ready. Let's go back to Game 2 and find out the winner of the game.
All right, game number 2 here. Lorenzo faltering there, unfortunately, under the weight of a single Genus Lokai as he gets to go first in this top 4 match and begin with the Unchained strategy. Will we see a humble little combo that respects Nibiru? Lots of different ways to play around that hand trap. I'm sure Lorenzo knows all of the different columns in the spreadsheet for the different Unchained combos. And yeah, the DD monster, the Caesar. The rank.
Okay.
Wow.
No, okay.
Wow, this does not seem to be Lorenzo's game, and the next worst thing that can happen is the Lokai normal summon. It is unexpected die. Unexpected die. The crowd is cheering. This is going to special summon out the Lokai, not even using the normal summon. If you have an Ash, you kind of have to throw it right here, right?
The set monster is not part of the spreadsheet, I think. So Lorenzo just not having anything to do any. He can't play.
Played around Nibiru. You wanted him to play around Nibiru.
Yeah, that is one way to do it, I suppose. But this is really unfortunate from Lorenzo. Let's see if we've got any other disruption. Droll and Lock
coming down.
Something.
At least some hope. Yeah.
Okay.
And Ash there. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ash
All right,
draw.
fair enough.
All right. Do we have anything else? We're going to attack into the set monsters.
Hey.
That's
Sarama.
great because it triggers your own Dryas.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you get to special summon the healer out of the extra deck. Now the question is, can we go further? I mean, not really. Like it's hard to play under Droll and Lockboard with plants, honestly. Maybe if there's a way to climb up with the links into Bengal Lancer, potentially, but this is not really ideal. If this is all Julius has, then Lorenzo could be shaping up to be in a decent spot here. Dance Upon, okay, we're going to go for the Sylvan. Here we go, milling 3, 1 plant, and 2 plants from the Sylvan Dance Beyond here, hitting Madan. Wow, that's incredible. Unfortunately, Madan won't be able to add here, but we do have the Princess, which is a negate, so that's
good find.
Can it attribute itself from from the field? I assume so.
Princess, from your hand or GY?
Hand or graveyard, okay,
Yeah,
all right.
but still.
Not getting too ahead of ourselves here, but wow, incredible.
Worst case scenario, you can even go for adjustments line, right? So
Yeah, I mean, proving that Dante Mill 3 really is still just one of the greatest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, here we are just special summoning 2 plants for free out of the top of the deck.
Did Dante do that as well?
Yeah, if you mill Graffin's here.
Oh, fair enough.
All right, was that a pass from Julius?
No,
I
no,
think
no.
he kind of pointed.
No, I just
Okay.
asked how many cards were in the end, and they are two cards
all
left
right.
for Lorenzo.
So still under Droll and Lockbird, remember? So I think Julius is just trying to navigate some sort of way to maybe end on like the Rika Queen or Strenna. Oh, Droplet, okay. Sending the Teardrop from the hand to negate the Sarama, and then using the... Oh, is there a bonus effect of the Dance Beyond? Oh, it copies the levels.
Okay.
Oh, okay, really neat. Wow. Yeah, Dante didn't do that, unfortunately. All right. Very good removal as well here. We're tributing monsters, which means that it won't be triggering the effect of Sarama to be destroyed in special summon. So removing the Sarama from the field here, and on top of that, getting the...
Princess.
Yeah, getting the Princess into the graveyard. Wow, Julius is just in such an incredible spot here. That's really unfortunate that Lorenzo just could not play like that. It looks like a pass back almost.
Yeah, we are not quite sure. We stopped the draw phase in its tracks. And now I think that Lorenzo has a triple tactic talents in his hand.
Yeah,
this might be...
Talents is, I mean, you need something to force your opponent to do something. So if we can't draw anything that actually helps us, you know, fulfill the activation requirement, then he's going to be kind of stuck here. I wonder what our judges are checking here. It won't be too long as we get back to the action here. But yeah, I think we're just clarifying some of the interactions so far. But yeah, in a really good spot so far, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And now, as we mentioned, our judges are just checking out the previous play, noticing if everything was corrected with a few questions and, you know, a little bit of a language barrier also between the players. So it makes sense that they want to make sure that everything is clear to both as the play continues.
I really love the Sylvan Dance Beyond. I think I've commentated so many featured matches where Sylvan was just like dead in his tracks, couldn't really play anymore. Let's just put 2 plants together, Dance Beyond, summon everything.
We were cheering for Thielemann because, you know, we wanted to see a lot of milling from the deck. We
That's
got
so
it.
much better.
We got it.
Just about the same thing, honestly. Yeah, not really much difference there. Plants, I mean, is this going to be a story where, I don't know, what is it with European events and plants, you know?
When will we learn?
It could be. It could be. Yeah, when do they learn, to be fair?
That is true. I mean, we know.
Yeah, of
course.
course.
We know.
Of course. No, but it's definitely a deck that is out there, and it does perform, apparently, at these huge events. When you don't prepare for it, it makes sense. At the same time, though, we might have jinxed it, because we mentioned that the deck can sometimes break. Instead, it was Unchained that ended up breaking. And I don't know, I feel like the deck, we talked about it a little bit. You are forced to play these many one-offs that you really don't want to draw into.
Like the Sarama that he had to set there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So sometimes you do get into this kind of ends. And what can you say? Obviously, you feel bad for Lorenzo. He is still technically in this. So let's see how that goes. The Droll and Lock plus Ash was good enough to stop his opponent from not going crazy on him. But yeah, it's definitely heartbreaking to just set one and pass in top 4.
Yeah, top 4 of a YCS and you're just completely bricked. It's, you know, it is what it is. It's the nature of the game, right? Sometimes you draw the cards, sometimes you don't draw the cards.
That is very wise, Nadir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. But yeah, in general, as mentioned, this matchup feels like it's very much so on whether they can draw their few hand traps, because Lorenzo is not on many. We have seen different directions with the Unchained deck, but usually they don't seem to appreciate, you know, a lot of those in the main deck especially.
Yeah, they're on a lot of talents cards, you know, thrust and tactics, and those are really strong to play through fields. It protects you from your opponent's hand traps. This is why also so many players cut the hand traps, you know. This is always like the situation where people are picking up on cards that counter hand traps, then people don't run the hand traps anymore. And this is why combo decks thrive. We have seen so many Manadium decks already this weekend because the players are not really running those Nibiru's and those Lockbirds in the main decks.
Yeah, I suppose that's one of the main advantages of being able to have the foresight to be, okay, well, so many hand traps in the meta, let's cut hand traps, or maybe change up the strategy completely, go for a combo deck. And, well, what can I say? It's working out pretty nicely for Julius here, despite the fact that, you know, he's gone second and he's still managed to, you know, overcome. Admittedly, Lorenzo hasn't opened too well. But regardless, you know, still playing through 2 disruptions is not too
It's definitely a tough one, but as mentioned, we went through 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday, followed by 3 and top 60 for today. So let's review real quick while we wait for the head judge to arrive, the journey that they had to go through. So let's bring up the bracket for the top cut and see what they had to go through, who they had to defeat to be here at the top 4. So the bracket for top 30 shoe, please.
Please, production.
Yeah.
Give us the bracket. But
no.
First of all, I want to mention something else. Lorenzo has set a monster.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
Okay.
If he did not set the monster to basically defend himself, and if your opponent really combos off, what are you gonna do with the defense monster? Let him have the bracket.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's have a look here. So the European circuit is filled with the talent. What can I say?
Okay.
There's a lot of different amazing players that we've seen make it into this top cut of 2,500 players. I mean, there's people like Tom. I'm not gonna try to pronounce his surname, but he was
clever.
Okay, nice.
No worries.
But yeah, Julius, we are seeing here, I think he's the main star, we can say, of this side of the bracket. He was the one who won it, and what a journey. He had to defeat Samir Bashar, which we had the pleasure of featuring. But then also, I mean, Liang, we said it, he was the last, one of the last Spanish players at the event, and Sebastian Ma, another top contender, the last purely, although you mentioned it, purely Sprite player at the event. So tough one, I guess.
Herman Hansen was also on that side of the bracket as well. Very notable player, world's competitor in his own right. So you know, a couple of good names up here. JCP. And Lorenzo, of course, has been fighting his way through.
Yeah, and it seems like he had quite a different journey. I would say not the same level of names in terms of, you know, past achievements, but he had to face a lot of his fellow Italians, both in top 16 and in top 8, and both of them were actually his teammates, weirdly enough. So.
And of course, we also have Jan Oliver Meyer, who is a Dragon Link legend in Germany. And many other players that have not really had that much success in past tournaments. There are some names that I do not really recognize, and I'm looking forward to seeing them in other tournaments.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's how it is. When you have such like this event, 2,580 players registering for an event, obviously you're going to have some of those names keeping their success and keeping their spot in the top card. But yeah, it would be weird if we didn't get some new names here and there, and that seems like to be the case, especially here. We do have a few very good players that we have had success. Lorenzo is a national champion. Sofian got close to, you know, winning a tournament this season. But
new stories are to be written, you know, with a new season. A lot of these names, pay attention to them throughout the circuit as we approach YCS Bologna and further beyond after that. We'll see just what happens, especially closing into, it feels like it's a long way away, but so many of these players will already be thinking about those Worlds qualifying points. The all-important trip to the World Championship that these players are all looking forward to and grinding towards, because it's an entire year-long process.
And now just think about Cornelius. 14-year-old.
Yes.
14 years old, comes to his first YCS as a non-Dragon Duel player and immediately tops. How crazy is that? Do you think that he will pick up the grind?
You know, I think he should quit now and have a 100% top rate.
Oh,
you can see he's never not topped a YCS.
But he could also play well.
True. just be good.
Just be like Marcello.
Okay, I don't know. I don't know if I
would... retired?
Oh.
Okay. Fair enough.
So the this is quite the process. Do we know what's going on here at all?
Yeah,
do we have
absolutely.
An update for the
we do
players?
have an update for you guys. What went happening with the match was that I mean, as you could tell, both of them had a pace that was maybe a little under the regular one. So Lorenzo in game 1 received already a warning for slow play, and the same exact situations now has happened to his opponent. But the thing is, Julius already had a previous warning against Samir in our previous future matches. So in this case, it is procedure to just have the head judge to figure out whether that can be upgraded to a game loss, which in a way would be a shame for him, but that would mean that we go to game 3. But I mean, that's how the rules are, and sometimes it can be. But it's not for sure. There is something that should be reviewed, and whether that happens will be the decision of the head judge, which is not final yet. So once we get a final decision, we'll let you guys know. So I guess we actually can go back to the match. So yeah, absolutely. So I can confirm you guys the final decision has been an additional warning but no upgrade. So we're going back to the match and they can continue.
All right, there we are. So let me cook again a little bit while entering this game. If he didn't set the Sarama, Dryas couldn't have attacked it, couldn't have received damage, and couldn't have gone into the dance peon.
So what you're saying is he should have just passed completely?
Yeah.
All right.
I think if you're playing
Get out
in
of
the
the
future,
kitchen, Leo. Get out of the kitchen.
If you're playing in the future versus Rika and you haven't read any of the cards,
just pass.
Just pass if you can't play.
Yeah.
Don't set a monster.
Noted. Noted.
Okay.
All right, we've got some plays here. Lorenzo has a set card and a Shavara in the hand here, activating to attempt a special summon as we enter his, I suppose, second attempt of trying to play the game here.
Is this going to be a mind game just like game 1? Or is that actually going to be an unchained, trap or something? Because we have the princess, so if that's a bait, I think now Julius might be onto him,
I personally am a fan of just negating this. You do lose your Sylvan monster, but okay, all right, let's see. What did we
it a
pop?
bait? It was.
It was a bait. It hits the talons,
but we've
now
got
we have
the
the
Abominable Soul in the hand here. I don't think we have any cards in hand, right?
Yep,
Yeah,
but
was,
it has a lot of attack points.
It does. It is big. Yeah, true. Not wrong. It will be big enough to threaten the Queen, which can be used to tribute away the Abominable Soul, which does not trigger the Grave effect here. So I think actually what we're doing is deciding whether or not we Princess negate this, but actually choosing to not negate it. It's actually, the thing is, it's not a threat, right? There's no cards in hand. We just have a Shavara. So we just tribute it off with the Queen here, and we only have Shavara left. So, I mean, there isn't really much else you can do here, I guess. Like Shavara Crash Set, maybe? Yeah, I think you definitely want to get rid of the Sylvan Dance Peon in case we get 3 more cards out. But that's a protection effect, of course. The bonus defensive capabilities of sowing in the graveyard.
Be honest, did you know about it?
You know when it kind of glows yellow on Mastodon and then effect tap curse? Yeah, that just happened there. I knew all along,
Of course. And that's it.
That's
so
a pass from Lorenzo.
Julius now in the driving seat.
I think the hand of Julius, it still looked really bad. He had the DD Crow, he had a Lightning Storm, and the Regulus. And those are not cards that you can play with. So actually, you would have to work with the 2 monsters that you're having.
I mean,
I'm not sure that works.
Is Sylvan Dance Peon only on Link Summon, I assume?
And what a top deck.
Let's double check if that Dance Peon is on Link Summon, or if it's just once per turn. I want to say it's...
on Summon, right?
Yeah, if this card is Link Summon.
Unfortunately, we won't be able to just E-Telly for 3.
What a top deck it is indeed.
All right, so the bridge of Regulus into Lily Borea, equal levels, different typings, and then bridging over to the Petal, which...
I'm going to trust him on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to try I'm not going to do that calculation there. All right, we're adding Petal here. Petal is the normal summon of the deck, and we can get a search out for another monster. Probably going to go and attempt to draw out the Madan here. It should be quite formulaic here for Julius. I don't know if he's done a lot of go second OTKs this tournament. Probably been involved a decent amount with Thrasher, etc. But yeah, the only thing that stands between Julius and game here is a Shavara, which is not too much of a threat. It only sets a card, and it sets a card that unfortunately won't be able to be used this turn. So we just have to navigate through a single 2000 body, basically.
Oof, but there is the Concon, and the Concon gives you access to the Glamour. So could get as simple as that.
Yep, you can even tribute away the Shavara, and then you're almost at game already.
Yeah, exactly. So it seems very tough for the Italian to still stay in this, and Rika.
Julius Schwarzkopf is moments away from advancing to the finals of the first YCS of the season of YCS Dortmund.
Yep.
Rika Glamour is used to tribute Shavara, and now Shavara is going to trigger after the search is being conducted by Julius.
Almost reluctantly does Lorenzo consider activating the effect of Shavara here, but it's a commiseration prize of sorts, as Julius is just going to keep pushing forward with this plant deck. Activating the effect of the Glamour to search out here, gets out the copy of the Princess into the deck, even to negate the Shavara, not even allowing him to get a set card. Although we should definitely be able to navigate through game here as we go and activate the Primula in the hand on the new chain, because a plant was tributed, special summoning itself.
Yeah, it seems like we are just moments away from crowning Julius the first finalist for West.
And there's the scoop here, Lorenzo
packs it up. This teardrop, the Rika Queen, was way too big after all of those plants were tributed. And this is going to be the first German in the finals of the YCS Dortmund.
Yeah, it seems like, as we mentioned at the beginning of day one, you had a 58 percentage.
That is true.
But then, as Top Cut developed, the percentage was actually completely plummeting down.
11%.
Yeah. But now there is one guaranteed in the finals, and what a show-off it was from the Rika deck. Also going second, obviously, the break from Lorenzo helped out in game 2. But what can you say? Still, he tried his best. He had a pretty good showing in game 1. But it seems like Rika and Europe just are meant to be together.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just the climate over here or something that's in the food and the water that we've been eating, but Plants is just the deck in Europe. I mean, gosh, it's how many YCSs and Premier events, 2 European Championships, a YCS, and now we're looking at potentially Dortmund here. It's honestly quite incredible how this deck keeps pushing forward. Big fan of it.
I mean, the number of plants is just not growing, even though you said all of those things. Am I a big fan of it? I like control-ish decks. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of big combo decks, but you cannot disregard the plant deck. Rika Sun Avalon is absolutely fantastic in what it does. There's every time at an event where players think, okay, this is an established control format, players bring Rika, nobody can stop their combos, the deck is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, and it's as easy as that. I mean, today and this weekend, a lot of players had the intuition that Anthrops were not going to be popular, and for most of them the response was, okay, let's play tier. But it makes sense to me that actually this deck is having success, because this deck potentially does more, and it does is, I mean, I was about to say he can do the combos without relying on milling. To be fair, he did win game 2 with the Sylvan, but that's just a coincidence, we could say.
All right,
anyways,
thank you everyone. This has been the top 4 feature match here. It's actually going to be the last one from me and yourself, Marcello.
Yep.
You'll see us in YCS Bologna. You're going to have Leo,
I'll stick in the finals.
Yes, indeed. Ed's going to take over here with a player interview with Julius with this top 4 feature match. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Ed, take it away.
Thanks very much, Nadir, and thank you and Marcello, for all that you've done throughout the coverage this weekend. We'll see you guys in Bologna, and like you said, we'll see Leo in just a moment. But forget about the final for now, because this top 4 was just won by none other than Julius right here, and he has made his way in to said final that I just told you to ignore. Don't ignore it anymore, because that final is now about to come up. Julius, how are you feeling? You're in the final of YCS Dortmund.
Yeah, it feels pretty amazing. I couldn't believe I go so far, but yeah, it worked out.
A humble man. It has worked out for you. Rika, really good representation. A lot, obviously, the last European champion, a Rika deck. And here we go. You might be the first one of this season to top with a Rika. It's very exciting. So, as we go through this game quickly, pretty much, do you want to talk us through it? There was a lot of, pretty much, you just made Lorenzo not able to do anything. That's the basic summary of it. I don't want to keep you too long, because we need you to prepare mentally for this final. But do you want to just talk us through what was going through your mind in those games where you were just dominating the field?
Yeah, like game 1, sadly I couldn't open the normal monster, the Lokai, so I had to like play with the Rika cards, and I got ashed on the spell. It's really good ash, but yeah, I still passed on a fine board, and it was enough to beat.
I think game 2, I mean, Lorenzo started clearly quite badly, a set 1 pass, but then there was a Droll and an Ash. But did that affect you too much? Didn't destabilize you?
Yeah, he would have been dead if they both went there. Like, if the edge wasn't there, he would have been dead. But with the droplet play, I just think, do I really just send now the level 8 to make both level 8? At the end, I just think it was more worth, because like you get a tribute and a negate and you remove the body. It was like just more worth, I think.
It was great, some great tactics there, a really great display of what Rika is capable of, and we're going to see just how far you can go with it in this final. We'll give you some time to decompress. Guys, don't go anywhere. That grand final here at YCS Dortmund is coming right up.
Disappeared out of here. It was time to pay my dues. Never guessed that you'd be dressed in my clothes and in my shoes. Thought you were so tough. You had it all under control. Now enough is enough. Gonna take back what you stole. Keep it up, 'cause now I'm back. We're going in.
Big brother, you're here, you're here.
Attention duelists. Over 2,500 duelists from across Europe have gathered here in Dortmund to make their way to this, the grand final of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live in Dortmund. Please help me here as we welcome the finalists one by one up to their stage. Our blue player from Germany is Julius Schwarzkopf. This is Julius's first final. Please come and take your seats ready for this final to begin. And our red player at his first ever YCS is Lucas Janssen. Both of our players come from Germany and have made their way here to YCS Dortmund's grand final. And it is very exciting to have all of you at home and all of you in this big audience of people all here to watch exactly what's going to happen. So, guys, we are going to do a high roll to see which one of you is going to be kicking off the grand final of YCS Dortmund. Julius has rolled an 11. Now over to Lucas, who has rolled an 8. So, Julius is going to be going first. So with that, I'm going to hand you one more time over to the amazing Leo, Basti and Tom, who are going to be your amazing commentators for this final. And let me say it one time, because I love looking forward to saying this every single tournament. Duelists, it's time to duel.
Thank you so much, and welcome to the grand finale of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Dortmund 2023. We have an all-German final in Germany, and the stories could not be cooler.
Totally. First YCS championship for Lucas. Julius, on the other hand, already with the top of German nationals, now trying to go for YCS title, which is a lot better, I would say. And both of them have already faced against each other in Swiss. But now, of course, the match that matters, the one that all the people in the venue and also at home are looking forward to.
Yeah, it's a serious achievement. Imagine making the final in your very first YCS, and that is absolutely insane.
Totally. It's completely crazy. I cannot imagine. I remember my first YCS, which did not go like that.
Totally not. And also the decks they brought. What would a European YCS be without Rika in the finals, right? And therefore it's going to be Rika versus the Vanquish Soul deck. Two underdog decks, but here they are. Players are ready, as we are. So let's get into the action. Game number 1 of our finals here at YCS Dortmund 2023 is about to start.
Gotta love the crowd that we are having here. Everyone is really excited for this matchup of these two young players. And what a fantastic tournament it has been so far. Basti, you called those decks the underdog decks for Vanquish Soul. I do agree, but Rika in Europe?
At this point, you just always gotta assume there's going to be a Rika Sun Avalon deck in the finals, I gotta say it for real. But let's see, Julius really studying his hand, and if there would be a Lokai, I think he would have just immediately slammed it onto the table, so maybe it is lacking that.
Maybe it's a small world. Maybe every time you have a small world, you have to think for like 10 minutes.
Okay, that is not the normal summon you want. It is in fact going to be a Rika monster, the good old Rika Primula that he's normal summoning here.
Yeah, that's really not an ideal start.
Yeah, it's a one-off in the deck. And what is he going to do with it even?
Maybe he just wants a Rika in play.
Oh, we tributed it for the Mudan, so that indeed was what he wanted. And just imagine Lucas has like an Imprim or an Ash for this. It would, I think, completely shut down Julius here.
Oh, let's spin the Mudan right here.
That was a good card trick.
Lucas lets it resolve though.
For a second I thought this was Salamangreat Spinny.
Yeah, it isn't though. Nice, you got your Salamangreat reference in the finals.
Absolutely.
Good job, Leo, good job. But Lucas, I think Lucas likes what he sees here, because that is definitely not the opening that a Rika player wants. So he's licking his fingers to maybe go second with his Vanquish Soul deck and then play through whatever Julius is going to put up here.
Yeah, Julius is not looking happy at all.
Yeah, there is the glamour. Also, you gotta say, Julius, I mean, it's hard. In your first YCS final to have a poker face already, they're both very, very young, up-and-coming players now for the German community and for the European community in general. They are on top of the competition already at that young age with a YCS final, but who of them is going to be a YCS champion here?
So first of all, we are going to try and play around hand traps by summoning out the Lily Borea, and Lily Borea is going to summon out search out the Ethereum Disc Colosseum, which is going to result in adding the Ethereum King Regulus.
Yep, that is totally what he's going to go for, and I think it's still very impressive how Julius is piloting through this, because if you would have just your regular standard combo with the Loci, you could just go into autopilot mode and just play it down, but he has to come up with something special here, because his hand is asking for that. Okay, now...
No.
Oh, that is Jasmine instead. No Dance Beyond there, but the Jasmine. Oh, and there is the DD Crow on the Lily Borea. So there is interruption for Lucas, but maybe Julius can now punish that with Triple Tactics Thrust or Talons, because he's playing multiple copies of those.
We're just checking here the ruling as to whether the Ethereum King Regulus still makes it onto the field. I'm assuming if Lucas knew that it was going to make it onto the field, he would have DD Crow'd in advance.
Yeah, true. So it actually is coming to the field. So that DD Crow felt great, but honestly, now that I see it, it looks pretty underwhelming to me. So there is Rika Princess being added through the effect of Rika Glamour. We immediately tributed through the effect of the Jasmine there as well. And all of a sudden, Julius keeps on going. This is looking nice.
Yeah, Jasmine into Lone Fire, and you're going to get to your Loci, or just straight into the Loci.
Yeah, there's Lone Fire, as you called it.
Oh, you can even tribute off the Jasmine. That's even better, because now you're going to free up your extra monster zone, and it looks like he's going to be able to do his full Sun Avalon combo.
That is
there it is,
fantastic.
Once again, the beloved normal monster of every single Rika enjoyer on the planet. The Loci is here.
Julius just found his way, the most creative way today, into the Sunseed Genius Loci, and it is immediately going to be linked away for a Drias, a card that also really helped him a lot in top 4 in an unconventional way.
Yeah, I mean, still Christian Thomas is having nightmares about this card after the finals of the European Championship, but for now, there's no battling happening as we are still in the opening turn of this final.
Got to be a little bit calmer right now with no battle phase around, but there's a storm coming up.
Oh yeah, okay, there's the sowing that we just added to our hand. Oh, Lucas lets it go through. That would have been a nice card to use Ash Blossom on, but I think we had good points to already use that Ash Blossom. I think that Jasmine was a pretty good one to hit.
That would have been some incredible patience there if you played an Ash Blossom.
I mean, in general, like the typical advice to up-and-coming players that are facing Rika is just Ash the sowing. So maybe he just wants to stick to the game plan, but in that case, the sowing is resolved. Okay.
I mean, the crowd was already cheering for the first DD Crow.
Okay, another one.
Trying to go after the Sunseed Loci makes sense against this deck. But I mean, the crowd was a little bit early on cheering for the DD Crow. I mean, we cheered as well, because this Regulus is still an Omni-Negate right here.
Yeah, and Julius. I mean, he was looking at his opening hand very, very frustrated and still is comboing right now to its fullest ability. But now after that second DD Crow, he seems very unhappy here.
Well, he's having to go into the tank kick, whether to use the Regulus
we are
or not.
going to negate that there. Regulus out of the way, healer coming onto the field. That is some additional life points there right on the spot for Julius. Also, one noteworthy thing, in the finals we are still going to be with a timer of 45 minutes. As per usual, nothing changes about that, so that is definitely something to pay attention to.
Yep, absolutely, but I think this Dance
Beyond!
This card won him the top 4 match just single-handedly, so let's see what card he can excavate here. Thrust, Small World, and Talons! He whiffed with the Dance Beyond! It was so great in the semi-finals, but in the grand finals game 1, it let him down.
Yep, he would have liked to, or he would have needed to hit there really. but he doesn't. So Danspion just sitting there now. We are going for a rank 4 there into Strenna. And are we even going for anything else? It looked like he had Frostbear actually in his hand. And I mean, you don't really play any cards you want to set necessarily, except Ricochet in your deck. And I think you can just wait with that until the end. So I think we might still see it.
Danspion still having a reasonably useful effect here, modulating the levels of everything on the field.
Yeah, true, absolutely.
To level 4.
Gave him access to the Strenna that is now there on the field. And if we get to the Sheet, that Strenna is even more powerful.
Oh yeah, tributing, I mean, like, tributing a monster is supposed to be a cost, but not for Rika. You know, you either get to tribute your opponent's monster, or you get to level up a Strenna.
And I mean, Strenna is doing all the things. He's also giving him follow-up by adding back the Rika Glamour here from the graveyard. So that's strong stuff. And we're not done yet. Ling free about to happen. There is Bimalias.
The problem with Ricochet is that there is a Ethereal Disc Colosseum right here. We're seeing Ghost Spell.
Ghost Spell also coming in here. We have seen in his previous featured match that Lucas has decided against the very popular card Dimension Shifter and instead is going with Crows and Ghost Spells, and he has now shown 2 Crows and the Ghost Spell. That leaves him with only 2 cards in his hand though.
I mean, every hand trap under the sun being thrown at Julius here, so will it be enough?
Okay, I think we're negating though. That looks like a Princess Negate to me. So that would... Oh yeah, we are tributing the Strenna already on this turn now. So we get the Reborn and we get the Strenna effect as well here.
This deck is so resilient against hand traps. It is absolutely fantastic. Lucas is doing his best to stop the turn. 3 hand interactions already, 3 hand traps thrown, and still we end up on Hyperiton and Bangle Lancer, which is absolutely phenomenal. But Lucas has 2 cards in hand, is going to get another one, the Triple Tactics Thrust as well. And the Hyperiton is also going to be able to negate a spell card now, which is really phenomenal. However, Lucas is probably still going to be able to resolve a Borger for 1,500 damage, right?
Potentially, yeah. And I mean, that was his main win con in the top 8 match against Gabriel Nat, so he might still be relying on... Oh, we set the Harpiest Feather Duster. Interesting. I mean, the thing is, we actually do not end on a Rika monster here, so I kind of get it, honestly, because that sheet would not be that great. And also, maybe it already was in his hand, because there's another set card right there.
He just looks for an answer against the There Can Be Only One, the card that made Vagkrystal so popular.
I like it. I definitely like it. Crick, read up on the Bangle Lancer. In the main phase, you can just give up some life points, and Julius has plenty of them still to bounce one monster on the opponent's side of the field. Oh, that Fenrir, you don't want to bounce, though. You really don't want to bounce a Fenrir, which can just come back to the field right away. Effect of Fenrir now to search.
Does the Hyperion negate and destroy, or just negate?
It does, it does. Oh, but there is a Forbidden Droplet. Ready to take care, and also bringing the Fenrir down to only 1,200 attack points, and therefore it will not be able to run over Hyperiton or Bangle Lancer anymore.
That is not really impressive. However, what would be really crazy right now is a possible normal summon of 100. Stake! Your soul is being activated!
But it is also being negated! And that means Julius, with his Rika deck, is taking down game number 1. He's in the lead. He got thrown down with 2 DD Crows and the Ghost Spell, but it wasn't enough. He still managed to build up a field, and it was enough to take down game number 1 for him.
And the play that won him the game was actually keeping the thrust until the Hyperiton hit the field, so he could actually activate a spell card while it's on there and attach a spell card from the graveyard, being the Talons. That was absolutely phenomenal.
Totally cool. And now we are about to enter game number 2, of course, in the side-taking process immediately, and we see, of course, Lucas had success with Dimensional Barrier earlier on. Versus Rika, though, do we even bring it in?
No.
I mean, there's a lot of Link summoning, but there's also a couple of Exceeds.
Couple of Exceeds.
That is true.
I think you're just going to put all of your focus and energy into drawing that There Can Be Only One. That's
fair.
That's
I like that. I like that.
Even though it's already in the main deck, you know, you just got to focus super hard on drawing those copies.
Yeah, and also, we were going by the top 4 match of Lucas, Leo and I did, and game number 3 against Sofiane, he resolved a very impactful evenly matched. And now that I'm checking his side deck, there was only one in his entire side deck. So that evenly matched was clutch in the semi-finals. So maybe it will be clutch again in the finals. Of course, now he will be going first, not bringing it in. But Game Freak, keep that in mind. Maybe it's coming.
I want to also elaborate, this was not only an evenly matched. The situation was absolutely epic. We saw the evenly matched, a fantastic field that Sofiane put up. Everything went away. Then he used talents to look at the last card in Sofiane's hand, took that away, and then we didn't know about the life points. He summoned Borger, revealed 2 cards in his hand, and the fist bump, and the crowd went wild.
And
all the players standing around the table.
That was the cool thing, right? We really saw emotions from Lucas, and I love that because sometimes players are just in their tunnel. They are very stoic, as you say, but he was really letting out the emotions. First YCS in the finals and still in it here. Yeah, how does he do it? Now down 1 game, but still very much in it. He might just go and sweep here 2 games in a row, and he's our YCS champion.
You had an interview with Joshua Schmidt where he said, yeah, players might need 20 years of experience to be as successful as him. Lucas just said no. But we are going to say yes to the round 2 of the featured match. Let's go over to the table.
And here we are, round number 2. Lucas presumably going to go first after, you know, trying everything he could going second.
I would think so.
So probably makes sense to go first.
Lucas is kind of shaking his head. What is he going to do? Oh, I mean, he has
taking
your
soul, and Ghost Bell is revealed.
Okay, but that only nets us Avelius. Let's not get too excited because, to be fair, that is not Rasen, and he really, if he wants to have a good turn, needs Rasen, honestly.
I mean, it is a big, scary dragon. You know, it's got 3,000 attack points. He just summoned it straight from his deck.
It's gone, though. There's the Rock of the Vanquisher with 0 attack instead. Oh, and only 2 set cards. But if one of those is there can be only one, it still might be a decent setup for Lucas here.
You can't set 2 if one of them is there can be only one.
Oh,
very good point.
Both of them have to be, right? Yeah. But let's see, Julius also shaking his hand, so they both don't like their opening hands.
Nobody's just satisfied with these players, with these match as the players.
Yeah, so Julius, I mean, how could you not be satisfied when you're not
there
a
can only be one plan on the field right now. It is the genius Sunseed Lokai, and that does really do it, and it's a pass immediately. There is not an answer to the floodgate. The Rock is just sitting there pretty, and the crowd is going insane.
Oh my, those 2 little monsters staring each other down. Rock of the Vanquisher effect, summoning out the Valius, and that is a lot bigger now. Oh my, running over the Lokai. It didn't look amazing for Lucas, but with the there can be only one, it looks a whole lot better.
Oh, and now we are passing as well immediately as Lucas. He does not have much to play, but he has 3,000 attack points. And also Kaiba already said that this is the way to go, so...
Doesn't have 2,500 defense, though. It's not quite the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Oh, just Lily Borea is being
Kaiba.
summoned, and we pass it back over to Lucas. So just a pretty Lily sitting there. Oh, wait. It looked like a pass for me. But no, he is using the search effect of Lily Borea here. And I mean, a good way to kind of play around There Can Be Only One is just also getting a machine onto the field with the Furion King Regulus, of course. So I think that's what we're trying to go for. First of all, the Disc Colosseum, that will net him the Regulus bow in the end.
Gonna have to remind me, what's the bonus effect of Disc Colosseum?
It's not 500 attack, that is what I was checking earlier.
No, it's absolutely not, but like it has a pretty cool battle effect. So once per turn when a monster is destroyed by battle and sent to the graveyard, you can target one Furion monster in the graveyard and just add it back to your hand, which is already cool, but there's a second one even. I think the sentence before that also is giving you some kind of... Yeah, once per turn, if your monster would be destroyed by battle, you can instead send an Agira system or a Furion card from your deck to the graveyard. So you can even protect for battle. Pretty neat. There's the Regulus now. Lucas with the Book of Moon, though. He does not want that Furion Regulus to negate anything.
But this can just now negate the Lily Borea, right? Have we already passed the turn? I was reading up on the card.
I don't think so. We're still in the main phase of Julius, I'm quite sure.
Or maybe even the battle phase, I'm not sure.
Oh, we are negating the Book of Moon. That lets us keep the Regulus, of course. And what is next?
We cannot run over the rock, and we are passing again, and this time Lucas finds a really important card that might let him play. It is the Pot of Prosperity.
Oh,
this is
yeah.
something I can imagine that the Therion King Regulus wants to negate. It would be a really fantastic negate. However, then your field is empty again.
Yep, I don't think he can really give that up with only 5,000 life points remaining. Oh, we do though. He wants to negate it. And now Rock of the Vanquisher summons out the Borger. And that is already enough damage on the
What a
field.
heavy Borger!
Packing it together. Borger all day long for Lucas. He's winning all the games of Borger, and he's just done another one. 1-1 equal score here in the finals. What a game once again.
Woo. Are we in a fast food restaurant? Because I'm smelling Borgers everywhere.
Oh
I thought you were going to say,
goodness.
because that game was so fast, you know, just served it up, you know, one monster, one there can be only one, let's go, game 3, easy peasy.
Yeah, the field was empty because he had to negate the Pot of Prosperity, which I understand, honestly. If he gets into more engines, he's also just losing, so he had to kind of make a decision there. He didn't get another turn. Lucas was there taking down the game, so both of them now only one game away from being the YCS champion of YCS Dortmund here.
One game away from glory. I cannot imagine the pressure that these two players are under. Both of these games were really one-sided.
Yes.
Julius played this perfect in the first game. There were so many hand interactions, so much stuff that was thrown at him. He just still went into Lokai after like 2 hand traps.
Yeah, it was insane. I thought when he opened with the Primula that he's just not going to get to any kind of cool field, and he just kept on going. It was almost like he was playing Tier Elements, because I'm used to that by the Tier Elements deck, but not really by the Rika deck. But he really showed us that it also can take weird routes and still end up with a pretty impressive field.
Yeah, that was super impressive. Let's. I had a pun lined up, so I've got to say it now. I think he was stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Okay.
So let's hope that doesn't happen again, and he just gets to go first and play some nice soft plants.
Yep, it will be interesting to see. One side deck card that I could see coming in here for Lucas on top of the evenly matched potentially is the Ultimate Slayer, a card we have not seen too much throughout this weekend. But I mean, there are Exceed monsters on the field of Julius when he's ending his turn. There are also Link monsters, so plenty of options. So maybe we see the first appearance of that Ultimate Slayer that comes in there.
It has been really popular this weekend, just not on the stream for some reason.
True, absolutely. Because now, with the absence of a Rysard, it will always be able to resolve. Because into a Rysard, that card is just useless. But that card, gone. New format, new cards. Forbidden dropped it on the menu. Of course, also Ultimate Slayer. A lot of innovation this weekend. This is one of the cards. Are we going to see it here, though, in that game 3 of the finals? Last game of the entire weekend. Let's get it going. Give it up for this final game of YCS Dortmund 2023.
I think you can feel the tension in the air if you're here right now. If you're sitting at home, I hope you are enjoying this as much as we are. And there is the handshake for the last game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Dortmund.
And Julius, once again, I feel like he's always kind of looking down, kind of reading his hand. He always... This time he does not seem... What's Julius doing?
What is this?
That's two pass! Lucas has all the options now. It's over to him. He can start playing after Julius kind of decided, but not really decided to not play there. Probably no access to monsters.
We haven't seen... That is a reason! That is the first reason Lucas played in the finals. He is able to play this game. And now it's only going uphill for him, because Julius probably has sighted out all of the cards that are breaking the field of Lucas, because he was trying to set up a field. Didn't happen.
Oh, what are we trying to go for here? It could be a droplet again. It in fact is a droplet, discarding
the Regulus.
Which he could have not used.
This is very dangerous. Either of the Heavy Borger or the Caesar Valius in hand, unfortunately.
Oh, I mean, they could have not chained it.
Stake your soul as a follow-up. Dr. Madlov is revealed. And now we are going to think for a second.
That is incredible, because he now can just
Ash Blossom
go into the Rock of the Vanquisher still, and will be able to special summon out the Dr. Madlov. So even though this got stopped, I think Lucas still has plenty of ways to continue here.
But I think maybe Julius bricked with too many Therions. Discarding the Regulus might open him up to summoning a Lily Borea with the negate effect of Regulus in the next turn.
For sure, potentially. That is absolutely correct. So we are special summoning out the Dr. Madlove
Dr.
with the Rock
Madlove.
of the Vanquisher. And of course, you can choose to summon from the graveyard or from the hand. And there he is, the Dark Monster of the Vanquish Soul archetype. And it's mad in love with his final game of that year. And there comes Continue. So we have access to even another summon now.
Yeah, interesting. He's chosen to go for the Continue rather than the Dust Devil. Maybe you side out the Dust Devil going second.
Yeah.
It's quite hard to activate.
Probably, I would assume so. So, Lucas once again going for his extra deck, maybe for the last time for this entire weekend. Definitely want to make sure to summon out the right card here. We are getting that Raisin onto the field as well.
And now we're going to continue?
Yep, seems like it.
What rank 4s are we looking at here?
Maybe just good old Zodiacs? I could see good old Zodiacs, honestly.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, there's Zodiac Shack Knight.
And
there's
Borbo.
Hello, that's 4 materials for a potential Zeus already. I like it.
I'm loving this, attacking your opponent for all of 0 damage.
There is the Zeus, beautiful, ultimate rare from the OTS pack. Back over to Julius, and did he find a way to play now? Oh,
it is a Ricochet.
That's good, because that immediately makes that Zeus not doing anything anymore for this turn.
Frustratingly as well for Lucas, it prevents it from being activated, so you can't even just go and put those materials in the graveyard. It doesn't just negate the effects.
Yeah, true. Is it? Could we chain though?
Yeah, but then you play into talents.
You lose your rock. I think this is probably the standby phase, no?
Oh yeah, Lucas lets it go through. So did Julius find a play? There's Rika Glamour. So I think Julius tries to get into this again, and he can resolve it. So Julius is not going to just give up easy here. He is searching for the Rika Petal. Once more, kind of mixing it up. Of course, the most popular European champion with the Rika deck. By now, not anymore, because Jessica Robinson just followed him as a European champion. So all the Rika cards. But is it time for another Rika Championship winner here?
So there is a Petal and a very, very sad Zeus. Also the Rock. Not really too happy about this situation, but there are plenty of cards in the hand of Lucas. Lucas can now decide if he wants to use a hand trap, if he has any in his hand.
Yeah, so...
Or indeed, if he has any Vanquish Souls to summon.
True, because the 2 Vanquish Soul monsters that he had in rotation are still both kind of lost there under the Zeus, and he just has no way to get them away there. Okay, Julius searched with the Petal. And seems like a Link summon.
What did he did we catch what he searched? I'd guess it would be Mudan, but I wasn't paying a lot of attention.
And we're going into the Drias immediately.
Okay, Drias not able to search for Sowing now because we did not use the Lokai, but still a cool Link monster.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean...
Nice.
It has won championships before, so I would say it's pretty cool.
But you can still attack into the Zeus and then trigger because you took the damage, which is going to be an extender.
Yeah.
This is something he also did to win the game in the top 4. There was a set Sarama, and he just ran into it to take 1,500 damage and then special summon the healer.
Okay, so there we are in the battle phase, getting into that Zeus, and now I think we triggered the effect of Dryas as well. Are we going to bring out healer? Looks like it. Yep, there is the healer. Leo already in advance with the card highlight tool. I like it, I like it.
And now we have an option for the main phase 2, and that is going to be Sylvan Dance Peon.
Oh, Dance Peon disappointed him in game number 2, but maybe now in game 3 it's going to be the savior. Okay, we can actually just...
Are you allowed to attack
Can we attack
Yes, only if you have another Vanquish Soul monster.
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
That was very quick, Leo. I was impressed.
Thank you, no worries. Sunlight Healer with a whopping 600 attack points.
Yeah, good enough to run over that Rock of the Vanquisher. So, Lucas down to 6,900 life points. And of course, Julius still with another main phase to come there.
Oh man, is it going to be Sylvan Dance Peon that is going to be absolutely crazy right here? Oh, we are going
we have
for
Princess. That's another monster. And also a way to, of course, negate monster effects from Lucas there. Cool. I mean, we still have to get a Rika monster to the field first of all, but I think at some point we will be able to. Okay, Link 2. Oh, we can just go into Jasmine because we have an additional monster. Yeah, we can extend even further. Trying to special summon out now because we have another monster that we can tribute. And I think we can just combo here.
Yeah, we're going to see the same line we saw in the first game, summoning the Lone Fire, tributing off the Jasmine to summon Lokai from the deck.
Yep. No response from Lucas. He's just sitting there, waiting. And there's Lokai again. Also in game number 3, it's making the parents. Making room for the dries. Now we can even use the effect to grab out the sewing. It's looking good for Julius here.
Yes, he cannot go for his full combo, I think, because the healer is already still out of the extra deck. We have used the effect to take when you take damage from Dries. It is going to be a little bit tough. We don't have a Rika monster on the field, and I think there is a hand interaction in Lucas' hand. Obviously in the hand.
Yep.
DD
Crow! He loves DD Crow. He has been using it all day long, and also again here in game 3 of the finals.
Oh, there is healer in the extra deck.
Is the Dryas once per turn or not?
I'm pretty sure it is, yeah.
Because he already used the Dryas once to summon a monster from his extra deck.
Actually, reading up on it.
Once per turn, but it's not hard once per turn.
Oh, that's very cool.
It's once per copy.
That's pretty cool. And there we go, considering to summon out the Sunburn Thrasher. Yep, it is going to be Sunburn Thrasher there. Which is usually a card you want to kind of OTK with, but there's Frost as well!
Wow.
Of course, in turn 1, there was no way to trigger that Frost as he was just passing without using anything, but now we made that Frost live in the follow-up turn. And what are we grabbing? We can even grab it to our hand. What do you think here? What do we like? Do we just go for talents, or what do we want?
Do we run terraforming? Maybe not.
No, we don't. But maybe something like good old... What do we think about good old... I think talents is just the way to go. Small World could be a card too, but there is the talents indeed.
Do you even look at for the... You're looking at the hand exactly because you can just bounce back these Zeus later on. There's Kashtira, Rysart, who is making an appearance as a little extender if you have used Fenrir before. Sacred Soul is getting shuffled back immediately. Now Lucas is just left with nothing right here.
That is true. Julius really bouncing back after this devastating first turn where he could only set 2 cards, but he's doing a whole lot more here in his second turn. Oh, now the Dance Beyond. 1, 2, 3. That is at least a Princess. We're not whiffing completely. So taking 1 monster there to special summon it out to the field, I think is good enough. It will do, it will do.
Lorenzo Muselli is probably sitting in the crowd thinking, why not against me?
So, Julius still not done. This is going very, very good for him here.
Yeah, he can make a bunch of rank 4s if he wants to.
He could potentially. So the main one you would go for is, of course, Strana, and it's also the only one he has in his extra deck. So probably is going to be that Strana. Yep, Dance Beyond saying level 4 we want to go.
Do we even have a level 4 monster in the graveyard? Yes, we do. It is the Rika Princess.
And therefore, we are probably going to see the Strana here once again. Julius checking for a card that he wants to add back with the Strana then. Because he already used Lamma this turn, didn't he? Pretty sure he did. Oh, okay.
Are we going for Bangalancer just to get rid of the Zeus?
That's an unusual way to summon out the Bangalancer, honestly. Just basically hard summon it. Normally you always go Malias, revive something, have the Bangalancer for free. But now we go for the Bangalancer like that. Just a regular Link 4 summon. And we are going to put that Zeus back into the extra deck.
Yeah, I'm wondering what was wrong with making the... What was the name? Malias that summons back the Lokai?
I mean, there isn't a Lokai in the graveyard anymore. It's banished by DD Crow.
Oh, I see.
That's true. Okay, over to Lucas. We know he has a Rysart. What else does he have, though? Is he picking up a card that is helping him to turn this again around one more time?
It looks like it was a trap card. And that is the handshake! Lucas decides that he has no other cards that can help him.
Lucas Janssen is your YCS Dortmund champion 2023.
No, he's not.
First.
It's Julius Schwarzkopf.
Oh my god.
The emotions are overcoming as Julius Schwarzkopf is your YCS Dortmund champion 2023.
He absolutely is. Rika once again coming out on top. What a match that was, going back and forth. It did really not look like he could win that game 3, but he came back and he now is the champion. Oh my.
What a story. I mean, every time you start and you say, oh, you know, it was the final and I just had to set 2 and pass, I completely bricked, but then I won. You know, like what a turnaround.
It's a story that he can still tell to his children, I think, in 20 years from now.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm really easy to cry, you know, and right next to me, it's just so beautiful because there are condolences from his friends. They are all coming to cheer him up. They're telling him, hey, you did a great job. Everyone is hugging him. And on the other side, Julius is, of course, just celebrating. Those are also so many pretty, beautiful, happy memories.
Yeah, it might be the beginning of a big story for both players, though. Like, let's not disregard Lucas. Very, very big tournament run for him as well, going all the way into the finals at his first YCS. That's correct for Lucas. And of course, Julius just coming out on top here. I think it might have even been his first YCS top. And then going all the way, taking it down is super, super, super incredible, of course. And it's nice to see those newcomers. There's fresh energy in the German community. Some rising stars, maybe. Maybe they're going to win multiple YCSs this season. We couldn't tell, because this is just the beginning of the season. They are in a great position, even if they want to attack now for the World Championship qualifying playoff race, because they got a lot of points here at this event.
How many people can say they have a 100% win rate in the YCS Top Card?
Yeah, absolutely. But for now, there's only one more person to show. Let's get it over to Ad, and of course our new YCS champion, Julius Schwarzkopf.
Attention duelists, I give you the YCS Dortmund champion for 2023. It's Julius Schwarzkopf! Julius, your first time in a final here at a YCS. How do you feel having taken the win?
Yeah, like, of course I feel amazing. I didn't thought I would win game 3 because I just hard-bricked. I just set 2 pairs, but I drew the glamour for turn, so I could start a comeback, and yeah, it worked.
It did work. It was a hard-fought battle, and you have won that final. You have won this title of champion. Going to welcome Paolo, our Konami representative, on the stage to give you your trophy and, of course, your brand new prize card for the season, another verse Gluttonia. Ladies and gentlemen, your new champion! That is going to be it from us. I'm going to welcome on our wonderful coverage team who are obviously applauding this amazing final. Congratulations one more time. Thank you so much to all of our judges, all of our players, my wonderful commentary colleagues, and of course, all of you at home for watching this. This has been absolutely amazing, very incredible, and we look forward to seeing all of you in YCS Bologna from the 8th to the 10th of December. One more time, give it up for your champion, Julius Schwarzkopf! That's going to be it from us. Thank you very much, all of you, for watching at home. We'll see you next time. Take care.